strong or weak nuclear forces. That is the point I'm making.
Yeah, it's not a good point. Because
it's demonstrably true, though. You want to say that, but it's demonstrably true. That is the point of the Cavendish experiment. That's the point of the Cavendish experiment, because they isolate every single variable, and they are still able to produce a gravitational constant, as you guys stated, 9.81 meters per second squared. That's a quote. It's been stated in this chat.
So this parlor trick is proof of the force of gravity, mass attracting mass. Got it.
Is proven to be wrong. Yeah, it doesn't apply to all elements.
So you deny the fact that all other...
That is a round number.
I'm asking as a point of reference. Like, this is a point of fact. If you deny that all other variables have been isolated, and that the only reasonable variable is gravitation itself, then we cannot have this discussion. That's the point here.
So
I thought you were hyping space-time.
If I can jump in. So it sounds like he has a potentially a valid point, but there's some more documentation I guess you would need to see to prove that or whatnot. I get that, but I don't even need that to prove that the Cavendish experiment is really just it's not doing what you're saying it's doing, and that's isolating variables. On paper, it looks great, and I said perfect, and you were kind of jumping on me for that. But what I'm saying is there is an inherent error in the setup that human hands or machine, we cannot get it exact to the infinite degree. There is going to be some variation in the setup internally that will make it so that eventually it is going to move, because it's not going to be perfectly level, or it's going to be imbalanced in its weight from one side or the other. It's going to eventually move just for that fact. Now, is the error greater or less than what you would call gravity? How would we know that? That's you're not isolating between that. So now the issue is, if you can get the same setup to every single time perform and just have the balls touch at the exact same time, if you can have that same setup repeatable, and you actually have all those factors measurable, to where you can say, well, I can change the weight of both of the balls of lead, and because I know the relationship, I can tell you how much longer or how much shorter of a span of time it's going to take for those balls to move. Nobody's actually done the math. It's just a simple, here, I've put it together, and
that's not necessarily true.
Well, no, what he was doing,
nobody that I know has done that. Nobody has isolated.
Can I talk about a different hypothetical then?
No, you can't.
Man, they're all just talking over each other. It sounds really bad, especially the people listening on YouTube, man.
I'm just trying to respond. I don't mean to be an ass here.
You will respond after I finish.
No, but how many Globers do you have in this discussion? I just want to ask.
We're going to have to start meeting people.
I will let you speak after.
I really can't even hear who's talking.
I have to tell my friend what you were doing, yeah? So, what he was doing was to say that lead is not magnetic. Lead is a metal, and it has magnetic properties, yeah?
No, it has mass.
You probably don't even know all the magnetic properties of elements, how many they are.
Do you want to discuss how magnets form?
I'm talking to you about magnetism, yeah?
Oh, okay, let's discuss how magnets are formed then. Do you want to discuss that?
I'm not talking about magnetization, because lead is not a magnet.
No, that is exactly what you just brought up, magnetization. The fact that certain materials have magnetic properties.
Saying
you just brought that up.
The lead Dude, you don't understand what I'm talking. You are a native English speaker. I'm not.
What does that mean? What does that have to do? The fact that I speak English means I don't understand what you're saying. That's a little ridiculous.
When I'm explaining you, don't interrupt me. So, I said lead is a metal and it has magnetic properties. Yeah? This is magnetism. Magnetization is taking a certain element of nature and magnetize it so it becomes a magnet. I'm not making lead a magnet because lead is never a magnet. Lead is a metal, not a magnet. But you said about me that I'm saying that I magically make lead a magnet. No, I'd never said that. I said lead is a metal and it has magnetic properties. Do you know what the magnetic properties of lead are? The metal and the atom. Both.
Are you asking me at this point?
Yes. Now, answer this question, yeah.
Well, I would say that the atom itself has a particular magnetic force, but if you were to amalgamate,
not force.
Okay, do you want me to explain? Do you want me to reply or not? Do you want me to reply, or are you just gonna? I wasn't allowed to interrupt you because I wasn't allowed to interrupt you.
We're not talking about the same thing.
We are, though. We're
you switch terms. Yeah, when you answer, you use different terms.
No,
saying something totally.
Do you know what magnetism? Else. Do you know what magnetism? Like, if you were to create a permanent magnet, what would you describe that as?
I'm not talking about creation of magnets. I'm talking about the magnetic properties of these damn metals.
And magnetism are very different things.
Dude.
Like, magnetism relies on the polarization of atoms themselves.
No, magnetism is the force, yeah? It's a force.
I mean, do you want to elaborate on what force it is? Like
the magnetic force. Yeah.
Magnetic force. That's not one of that doesn't exist. There's an electromagnetic force. There's a gravitational.
No, I'm not talking about electric.
No, but they're intertwined. That's the whole point.
The electricity flowed through a wire. Yeah, it generates a magnetic field. That's a whole different level.
That's a proof that they are intertwined. If you push,
they are intertwined, but I'm not talking about that. You are always deflecting from the question.
Okay, my question, so you're telling me no. Hang on.
Shut up and listen to the question again, because I'm not going to ask it again, and I'm going to ask a moderator to deal with you. So, what are the magnetic properties of lead, the metal and the atom of lead? Do you know them?
Is there really any reason to debate if I'm just allowed to be silenced at any moment?
You're not silenced. You're speaking, bro.
No, I was silent. I've been silenced about 3 times.
The answer, yes or no?
I've been silenced about 3 times.
Just speak or you're going to be banned. I'm tired of you.
You're going to ban me?
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
You are over-talking all the time.
You guys really love debate. You really do.
Read the rules next time, dumb.
I didn't understand what the hell you just said.
Oh, yeah?
He said read the rules next time. Read the rules. Let me know if anybody needs a pass. I can be a wingman and start talking if you need me.
So the rules mean I'm not allowed to disagree.
Go read the rules up the top. Welcome. #welcome.
No, the point is, I've been censored every time I disagree.
You're not censored, man.
Am I allowed to speak or am I not allowed to speak?
Listen, wait.
You're speaking freely right now.
Hold your
right now. Right now, I'm allowed to speak. But at any given time, you guys sit there and you push the censorship button, which is allowed.
You're a guest here, and when the host is talking to you,
no, I'm a guest here. I agree. Yeah. I very much agree. I'm a guest here. Do you guys want debate or do you not?
Yes, we like debate.
Okay, so out of the live, no, hang on. Can I? You answered my question. I'd like to continue. Out of the 37 participants of this live stream, how many of them are gloaters?
Irrelevant. As long as you don't answer my question to you, yeah. When I'm not going to jump into something else with you. Because you put words into my mouth that lead has no magnetic properties. It's not magnetic. Like I said that lead is a magnet. No, I never said that. Neither that it doesn't have magnetic properties. I just told you that lead is a metal and the atom, both of them, they have different magnetic properties. And I just told them to you 5 minutes before asking you. But when you talk to people, you are so ignorant and you don't listen to the people what they say.
So you're allowed to.
No, listen, it's true. I'm not the best English speaker. I'm moderate to English speaking. But in comparison, I learned English myself, alone. Never took any English class. Neither a dictionary to study. And I'm not sure if we could have this same kind of conversation in my own native language, if you speak Romanian.
I just ban him. You can go read the rules next time and be polite next time.
Thank you. He was
7 days in solitary.
Why?
Yeah.
Because he has been rude all the time.
He deserve a 7-day ban for nothing, bro.
He made it a game.
Anybody else has got a question, fire away.
I know what that's like, though.
Like toxic, man.
He made it a game of saying everybody was talking over.
You have to whine about yourself, EXO.
He came here and he was always into contradicting and denying everything that we say. Yeah, never listen to what we say. And anytime any of us tried to explain something, points of view, arguments, scientific stuff, yeah, he was jumping all over, from the ground to the water to the stars to the universe.
There's no point speaking about him now that he's gone. If anybody else has got a question, please fire away, because this place has been sounding toxic for ages, man.
I know.
Nobody. I am Kovac. Have you got a question, bro? I don't know if you're flat earther or not. I'm not sure. And VC verified. You can have the floor if you want it. I am Kovac. No.
Hello, welcome.
What about little Ricky? You got a question for the panel? By any chance?
No, not really. I've just been listening.
Cool. How long have you been
in the server?
Ricky. How long would you say you've been into flat Earth, bro? On the subject?
Since about 2015.
Cool, man. So you're not exactly a beginner.
No, I actually used to work on sounding rocket guidance systems for NASA as a contractor, and this was back before then. And I had quit because of other reasons of having a crisis of conscience. Didn't like working there.
Yeah.
And then later I tried defending it, and that's where I changed my mind. And looking back, I see where everything was bullcrap, and I see how how they were lying to everybody, and how probably about half of the people I worked with knew it was flat, and they were messing with me or keeping quiet.
What the people from NASA? No, they knew.
Well, the contractors and the NASA.
Oh, right,
people.
right.
Yeah,
cool. Awesome. Yeah, man, good to have you, bro.
So they are good to do business with, but they are not good as friends.
Hey, Ricky, do you mind if I read your name out? Because you have it there in Hebrew as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It looks like it's your other name in Hebrew is Ricky. Congratulations.
It's the closest approximation.
I like it, man. Amen. I like it. Good job.
Yeah,
well done.
So I take it how long was that since you worked for them then, Ricky? It's been a while.
It's been over 10 years now.
Oh shit.
A little over 10 years.
Yeah.
But did you came across Flat Earth while you were still working with NASA?
It's funny because they joked about it in the workplace a little, and you'd hear them say things against it, but
yeah.
But yeah, I just back then it was like I could not take it seriously because there was to me there was no flat Earth movement, there was nobody believing it. So
yeah, it was all, you thought like they were making jokes about the ancient times.
Well, but then later I started to look back and I'm like, no, some of these people that were joking, they were serious, and they were the joke was on me,
Yeah. Wow.
That's right, man. But there's a lot of people, that used to work for the DOD or the complex, military industrial complex that don't say anything, that know it's all a lie,
Yeah, if they talk about aliens, then they are definitely CIA.
Well, Get, that last guy mentioned model. I can't believe you let him get away with that.
Yeah, I was shouting here that model is a good job for a young woman,
Ooh, boy.
Wait, did you say you were shouting?
I was shouting that
you don't shout, Get. I'm sorry, but...
I tried. Yeah.
You need a shouting coach. Maybe go see Oakley.
But it is very true, and I like what Crypto said. It's actually, we are dealing with the psychology of these people, we are obstructed because they have psychological issues, and that is dementia. Because a person who blindly believes something without verifying is fanaticism, and that's a very good form of dementia. I'm not saying this as an insult towards them, but as an observation, because it's everyone's duty in the end to find his humanity. Humanity is something that you must be and not act like Hollywood actors pretend. When you pretend to be human, then you can look inside and outside like a human. It doesn't make you human.
What if they are human and you're actually the man, but they're the human? Man, that what was his name? The bruh guy. He was here for an extra 5 minutes after he got banned, trying to unmute. Well, yeah, you're right. Once they say model, oh boy, that's got to be unpacked. That's like you got to act like you're the FBI. You know, you just found a kilo of narcotics. We got to spread this all over to see what this is about here, because that's a serious problem. I have never in my life thought that somebody needed a model to prove reality, except in 2015 till now. And now all of a sudden, all these people need models to prove reality.
He admitted that in school or kindergarten, the teacher showed him a globe, you know, and I told him, well, that was the moment when your teacher was posing himself as the god of this world by holding the whole world in his hand in front of the class. You know, that's what they are actually doing. And they make all the children believe that the teacher is holding the world when he is actually holding that ball with a nice drawing on it, blue and yellow and brown and whatever, and some fancy lines, you know. And everybody believed, yeah, that's the world. And he sucked their minds, you know, like they never saw the windows of the classroom and the door, and nothing else existed. The whole world was in front of their eyes. Magic. Yeah. Hypnotized. Yeah. You see, when you study hypnosis, you actually find it's a science which they don't teach it in school, and not even these ordinary universities. You don't find a study of hypnosis. Only if you go into military academy and stuff like this.
It's an occult science still.
Yeah. And the problem is when you start studying hypnosis, you find out that the people who fall to hypnosis are actually weak people. And they teach you all the methods and techniques how to manipulate them, you know, and influence and everything. how to trigger them. So
Yeah, but do you have a model? Get beget.
oh no, I'm. How do you say?
So you're single. You're single. You're not married.
Single.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Yeah, yeah. Let me ask my wife for that answer. Yeah, but if somebody needs a cartoon model to believe in reality, there's no helping them anyway. I've never heard anybody turn around after you tell them, "Sorry, we didn't work in cartoon fantasy. We were trying to help you out with reality." They're already hiding. That's a concession to the fact that they don't want reality. They want a cartoon.
Yeah. Man, they jump higher than a ball. Any ball can jump, you know.
Why don't they say something like, "Can you show me like maybe something that won't work on my, ideology?" Or so they never do that. No, show me a model. I just don't. You can't help them. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Well, actually, nowadays we do have some these supposed quantum computers, and they can crunch so much information that it looks like they can contain all the information from the whole world. They crunch it and process it, everything that's going on at atomic level, molecular, biomolecular, and whatever. So they are very fascinating. It looks like there is a whole world inside them. But that is not a real world. It's a virtual world. And I perceive that very much like exactly what hell is. Tapping into hell.
Careful.
It has to be this realm of non-existence where the things that have not been brought into existence, that have not been created, they have to be into a realm where there is no dimensions, no life, no matter, no energy, and that's a very, very consuming and painful place to be. Even for a rock, it will be an insult to be thrown there, because the rock itself, it has to be a rock and to exist as a rock, When the wind blows hard, it just has to roll or fall from the mountain. That's the purpose of the rock. And there are some rocks who it has not been scientifically demonstrated, probably, but I read about rocks which can actually give water. Water starts flowing from them. They turn into water.
Hey, real quick, I'm just going to ask if OG Take Notes wants to speak, since a moderator just told me he hadn't spoken yet, if he wanted to say anything or introduce himself.
My name is Sasha. Who's OG Take Notes?
Hello, Sasha.
What's up, X?
Good, brother. How are you?
We are not the same person.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to bring Bra back because there's no point in sitting here not talking to anybody. If he can be respectful and not speak over people, then he can stay.
Okay.
You want to play rock, paper, scissors, get? So who can talk to him first?
It's rock, scissors, and what?
Papyrus.
Papyrus. Oh, yeah. Paper.
Yeah, I'm going to cheat and use papyrus, so I'll win. Yep, I'm cheating.
Which type of rocks?
It's Michelle Fowler's cousin, actually.
Then go with that one.
No, trust me, a rod of papyrus, I will smash over her head. She's done. Sorry.
But what if I make a tungsten carbide scissors?
Well, the rock, the rock will win, right? If I just get a big enough rock.
It's going to cut the rock, yeah.
I didn't say how big the rock was going to be. I might have to push it off the top of my house.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and put your scissors at the Grand Canyon at the bottom. I'll push the rock over into it, like Wile E. Coyote.
Scissors, in 1,000 years, I can cut another Grand Canyon.
Probably took about 7 days with our best, hypothetical speculation. Probably a week.
Yeah, the creation. Oh, if we knew that method, yeah.
Water's too powerful. Water is beyond your imagination. You can't even understand how powerful water is. Could you imagine the trillions of gallons flowing just in 10 minutes? What would a trillion gallons do in 10 minutes?
Well, I can tell you there is a lot of calcium in water.
It will try. It will.
Right, here's Bra coming back, okay? Welcome back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, bro.
Wait, lads, speak to the whole room. Please, if somebody's speaking and you start speaking, realise they are, please just give way. It sounds really, really bad, boys.
Bruh.
But apart from that, who's got a question?
He might have to be, I don't know, I guess maybe not, but it still says CogDis on his profile, so he might need that removed. I don't know.
If you got an actual question for genuine flat earthers, I mean, a lot of the stuff obviously in the media is disinformation, but you are speaking to genuine flat earthers, like rather than an argument. Have you got like a question you'd like to know that we think?
Was that directed at me?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just like, rather than an argumentative sort of type question, because you do have genuine flat earthers, like, you got something that you would genuinely like to know why we think it, or what's the thought process behind it?
Well, I guess if I had to pick one thing, it would be, it's kind of a difficult question because, to be honest, I have a lot of different ideas depending on what you guys believe, but right. I personally observed, say, the rings of Saturn, the storms of Jupiter, that sort of thing. They do seem to be actual objects to me. I mean, that's the main thing. Like, I have 2 telescopes. I've had multiple over my life. I've been able to discern surface details on these objects. The only I would say difference in terms of my belief and yours would be that you guys believe they're luminaries, that they're not physical objects. I think that would be where I would interject. If I would have to pick any one particular object, it would be that, just based on my own personal observation.
Okay, if Debbie allows me, I'll ask. Let me know. Go ahead, guys. You're fine.
I can say also, I believe you that you see Saturn and I can also see the Saturn, and I will say this is Saturn, and then I will ask you what Saturn has to do with the surface of the Earth.
Bingo.
It's not necessarily to do with the surface of the Earth. It's more to do with the verification of gravitational attraction. Like, even if you want to completely disregard Einsteinian physics, if you want to just use Newtonian physics.
I personally I don't want me personally. I don't want this how to say it. I want to put in charge everything, like you said now, because of gravity. That means that on the end, Earth will be spherical, if you say so. Because
anything over a certain radius will become spherical because of gravity. That
means that in reality, that Earth, what we are standing on, will measure also spherical, like a spherical object.
Surely.
Could I
also give an example, please?
Well, I just wanted to point out in his example is that scale definitely matters. You want to, if you want to say that yes, the curvature of the Earth exists, we also have to acknowledge that given current knowledge, the radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers on average, and the average human being is no more than 2 meters tall.
Yeah,
like they're vastly different scales. That's the main point.
Of course. But sphere, for example, that dimension of sphere, it's saying what geometrical horizon will be if that 6,300 or 200 kilometer is. That will be that your observer height with, let's say, I don't know, if you are 2 meter high, you could see maybe 4-5 kilometers, not more.
Yeah, the point is, observer height definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, I'm telling you now that your observer height, you can see maybe 4 or 5 kilometers. I'm not saying the right numbers. I can say right number about 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters observer height, it's near 2 kilometers. You can see 2 kilometers.
Yeah, but the point still remains that if you were hang on, again, to respond, I'd like to respond to that. The point being is that, whether or not you are 2 kilometers or 50 kilometers above, the elevation changes your distance in terms of observation distance. That's the fun of this.
Don't forget about me. I also asked to give an example.
Of what? Sorry.
So when Sasha was when you were saying about observing Saturn, and Sasha agreed with you, and he asked you how that proves that the ground is a globe. Now, you say when you look at Saturn, it makes you believe that it's actually a giant ball very far away in the sky. Correct?
I would say, I do observe it as a sphere because every presentation of it, a sphere. That's the presentation of the planet as a sphere.
Good. Now, do you have a laptop?
Oh, I have many computers.
Okay, good. So now the screen is obviously not a sphere, correct?
No, I can measure it to be nearly flat, yes.
Yeah. Now, on the screen, I can take an artistic image, a drawing of a ball, but that thing on the screen is not actually a ball. It's a 3D drawing, and it's not actually, it doesn't have 3 dimensions. It has only 2, length and width, because
I would say
has no depth.
No, but I would say it's more of an abstraction.
The depth is imaginary, and it is an illusion created by the lighting that you use. You make it shinier in some part, yeah, and it looks, that round circle looks like it's a sphere.
Well, I would argue, again, these are all dependent on the program we're designing it in. The program that you use. Hang on. No, you made your point. You made your point. I want to respond to your point.
I said the depiction, artistic depiction. Yeah, I can draw a planet.
Well, it is artistic. I agree.
I can paint one. Yeah.
I mean, I've used multiple 3D modeling systems.
I take a photo of that painting I made.
Yeah, but a photo and a 3D modeling system are completely different.
I will put it on the display of the computer screen, and right there in front of your eyes, that is not a three-dimensional object. It's an image.
Okay, I would also agree that every single thing you see on a monitor is a two-dimensional image. Everything, doesn't matter what it is, it's two-dimensional. So that's kind of irrelevant. I can have a three-dimensional. Hang on, let me respond. Let me respond, please. Let me respond. I'd like to respond to what you're saying.
I just got to you to this.
No, I'd like to respond to what you're saying. Like you made a point. Can I please respond to it?
No, I'm now making.
I'm not allowed to respond
because.
Okay. Just talk over me. That's fine.
I was explaining to you, and I was making sure that you understood what I was explaining to you, and now that you understood, and now I have to make my point.
No, I understand the distinction between a computer program.
I am looking on that.
Can I respond? Are you just going to talk over me the entire time?
Making my please respond? Again, you are interrupting me. I will allow you
3, 4, 5
after.
He hasn't even been able to make his point. Just let him make his point.
Yeah. So, my point was that you are looking at an image, a depiction of a sphere on your LCD screen. I see a sphere there, yeah? I see something that appears to be a sphere, and every key on the keyboard, then it is a sphere.
Man, I love the one-sidedness of this discussion. But again, if I'm allowed to respond, when you are looking at a monitor, you are looking at a two-dimensional representation of a abstract three-dimensional space. So your whole point of saying I can see a sphere on a screen, it is a two-dimensional representation of your perspective based on a three-dimensional abstract environment. I can create a three-dimensional environment. I can create a three-dimensional environment in AutoCAD. I can do it in Kerbal Space Program if you want, but it will still be displayed to me on a two-dimensional space.
Correct.
So
yes, exactly. So what you're describing is that because you can see it on a screen, that it is real. The fact is, you are looking at a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional environment. Can I speak without you interrupting? Because literally every single time that you are allowed to speak, I am.
Get, please, mate. I don't see why you keep doing it, man. You've been talking as well as bro for the past hour. Like, other people need to get in and have a... I'm trying to get in and get a question, bro. You're just still talking, mate.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Come on, man.
I'd really like to emphasize the fact that there are many of you and only one of me. Can I please at least make one point before you rebut? Please.
Go, bro.
Thank you. Now, again, I reiterate the fact. You are looking at a three-dimensional representation exhibited on a two-dimensional screen. Your screen is made up of pixels on a one-dimensional plane, and that representation is made up of the code that you use to represent a three-dimensional environment on a two-dimensional environment. Those things are not analogous. You need to actually represent it. If you want to actually make a study that actually focuses on the individual variables, you need to reproduce it in reality, not on a computer.
So
computers. Okay, you want to go ahead? Go ahead. Whatever.
Yeah, I stopped when I realised you were still talking. I stopped when I realised you were talking. There's no need to concern troll for yourself. I've not spoke over you at all, mate. I literally stopped as soon as.
Again, I don't want to. I'm not trying to isolate any one person. My point is that when you look at the entirety of this chat, I'm the only Glober here, and I would really appreciate it if I can make a statement without being overspoken. I'm not saying you're the one doing it. I appreciate the fact that you stood up for me.
I literally stopped as soon as I realized you were still talking, and then you started.
Concern trolling is against the rules. I mean, in the rules. So just chill with the concern trolling. People, it happens.
It's not concern trolling.
He's right.
It's literally like a 20 to 1.
Yeah, it is concern trolling.
It's a 20 to 1. It's outnumbered. I'm not allowed to make a statement.
Not that many people are talking. Not that many people are talking.
There's no point in you concern trolling for him as well, Red Eye. Jesus.
Yeah, what is this? A concern troll?
Bro.
I'm not concerned trolling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's help each other, and when someone finishes what he has to say something like, I give you the word, or whatever.
We do that, man. We just need to be adults about it.
Yes.
Right, so, bro, finish your point. I just want to ask you something.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I'd actually, I mean, if you want, you can ask away, because at this point, I think it's more about the regulation of the speech than it is the point at this, No, but you ask away. I think
Yeah, you see Saturn's ring, therefore a globe. Got it.
So, bro, all I was going to ask you was, so would you agree then that it's like impossible to verify these things are spherical just by looking at these two-dimensional screens?
I wouldn't say necessarily, because I can track the movement of the orbits of the moons itself around Jupiter. Like the Galileo himself, that's why Galileo is referenced a lot in terms of these discussions, is because over subsequent observations, you can actually derive the orbits of the moons of these planets. And they subscribe to Kepler's laws, they describe to Newtonian laws, and realistically, they do subscribe to Einsteinian laws. Like the progression of physics has always abided by these motions of the planets that has been defined from the beginnings of astronomy, beginning with Kepler. Conic sections.
Motions, bro. I was asking you about the specific shape. Like, are you agreeing that it is impossible to tell the specific shape is spherical? Like,
well, I mean, I've observed Jupiter itself when the Great Red Spot is observable, and when it's not, and it's always spherical. Like the planet itself is always spherical.
Well, appears to be spherical.
I mean, how could it be any other physical shape if it doesn't appear to be what it is?
Well, I mean, take a look at live stream voice text. It's just a little GIF. You've possibly even seen it before. Like, when you look at these, and to be honest, depending on the day I look at it, one looks like a sphere, the other one doesn't. Like, so, like, these
see those, I have images, though, that I could show to you that prove that it has a rotation, and it changes due to its position in the sky, which has been proven based on Keplerian motion, Newtonian motion, and Einsteinian motion that are all provable. They have equations, they have derivations, all the way down to the gravitational constant that I think we've already discussed multiple times.
But again, it's not 100%, bro. Huh? Like, just because you've got equations, you've got maths, you've got all this stuff, like, that's still...
Well, again, I would say maths is definitely fundamental. That is, I mean, we can all agree 1 + 1 = 2.
It's a language.
But the fact is, if you have a unit of one, and you add them together, you have 2 units. Right. All of mathematics and physics is derived on that.
Right, so you can use mathematics to describe things in reality. We can all agree on that, bro. We're not denying mathematics can describe things.
Yeah, but my assertion in that position is that all of mathematics and physics describes a world that is not flat. That's kind of the distinction I find here.
That's an extreme claim you've made there, bro.
I would say it's the only dissenting one in this server. That's the point I've been making the entire time.
Do you think so?
The only dissenting one in the server, dude. You assume your assumptions just flood into everything, don't they?
Well, okay. How many other Globers do you have in this discussion right now?
Who knows? You keep yapping and crying, but there are many have chanted your chant.
I'll open the floor. I'll unmute myself to any Glober that wants to voice their opinion in the next 10 minutes.
Everybody's welcome here, bro. It's an open forum, man.
Like, I understand that.
You show us one way that your math is not flat.
All right, sorry, I'm not sure who's asking the question there. I didn't hear that.
Godric.
There you go, Godric.
I said, show us one way that your math says is not flat.
Well, I think we're diverting here. My initial point was that I'm the only Glober in this chat. That was the initial point.
No, you just made a point that your math and science and physics says it's not flat. You just said that. So tell us what you mean. Give us one way that's true.
I've said multiple things, but I think the point of contention in the description was...
Just give us one.
One that it proves the globe as opposed to the flat Earth? Is that what we're asking now?
Yes.
Just proves
your
the globe.
Claim. Your claim. Go.
So, I mean, realistically, if I say gravity, you guys would disagree because you just say density. But, I mean, gravity is the be-all, end-all. That is the proof of what we believe in.
Well, we would need an experiment.
If you guys completely disagree,
experiment for it, or you just agree on
again, I refer back to the Cavendish experiment, which I don't think we. I don't think we properly discussed that.
Well, you've got issues with your hypothesis, your independent variable and stuff.
Which one is independent?
Well, your IV would be false. So what would you say is the IV in Cavendish?
The idea in Cavendish is isolating all variables except for the gravitational.
No idea, IV.
You said IV, idea and IV. IV means independent variable.
I know what it means. I'm asking you what it is. I'm saying.
No, I know, but you're equating idea and independent variable. Those are two different things.
You were the one that said idea, bro. I never said idea. It says, what is the IV in Cavendish? That's what I asked you.
Gravity.
Pardon?
Gravity. So that's the point of the Cavendish experiment, is to isolate.
Tell me how you're isolating and manipulating gravity.
How am I isolating it?
Yeah. Where is
because
gravity not all over the Earth?
When we consider the amount of forces that exist, we can talk about...
It's not a force to start with, man. It's not been a force for over a century.
Well, okay, so you're dismissing the premise before I even acknowledge it. So
it's a force to start with. Like, since Einstein, it's not been a force.
No, but the whole point of the Cavendish experiment is to isolate every aspect except for the gravitational force.
Yeah, but
so if you're going to deny the idea of the gravitational force, then we can't have this discussion.
No, that's the whole point of what I'm saying. You cannot isolate gravity. Like, gravity is everywhere, supposedly.
You want me to explain to you how we can isolate gravity?
That's what I asked you originally.
I know, I tried to explain it, but you just told me that gravity doesn't exist.
Hold on, 2 hours ago you said that the gravity couldn't be set off in the shed.
Yeah. All I said was gravity is not a force.
Hang on, I got a bunch of different opinions there.
Don't put words in my mouth, bro. I never said that gravity doesn't exist. I said that it's not a force.
No, I mean, I tried to explain to you how it can be isolated in the Cavendish experiment, but I was told that. But I just keep being told that that's not possible.
Yeah, how do you isolate?
How do you isolate gravity from the rest of the gravity in the world that you claim exists?
The gravity. So do we understand how gravity in the globalist or global? How do you want me to term this?
I'm just asking you how you isolate gravity from the external gravity surrounding the experiment that you claim to exist.
So the force of gravity, do we know the vector that it inherently inhibits?
Can you give me a citation, academic citation?
Vectors is like the beginnings of force. So I just, like when you're talking about force diagrams and the way that everything applies, the vector of the gravitational force is always towards the center of the Earth, right?
Okay.
Can we agree on that?
Do you know what are the requirements for the necessary requirements for a force to exist and manifest?
For a force.
Can we get back to you isolating gravity?
What do you need?
Well, I mean, we're kind of getting off on a tangent here. I'd like to kind of explain what I initially meant.
So you need the field, yeah?
The field exists whether, it does. The electromagnetic field exists, the gravitational field, the strong field, the weak field, they all exist. They're fundamental forces. That's the point.
No. Wait. Forces manifest themselves and exist in field.
Sorry, what manifests?
Forces. All forces.
Yes, forces. That's how forces are required for matter to do anything.
No, I'm not saying matter, whatever. No.
What are you saying then?
You're trying to guess what I want to say.
No, I'm stating to you what the globe model states, as you guys say. Is there a better term I can use? I feel like I'm misinterpreting what you guys like. Globe model, is that what you...
Telling you what physics itself says.
Okay.
So
heliocentric believers.
Heliocentric. Okay.
Exist and manifest themselves only in fields. So you need to establish a field. You need to have the construct of a field. Can you tell me?
Well, I would say, given modern physics, the fields themselves are self-evident. The difference between things existing and not existing is the concentration of energy within those fields.
Fields are very real thing.
Well, I agree with you. No, I agree with you.
Okay, good.
So you want to talk about the electrical? Let's isolate
gravity, like what I asked you 5 minutes ago.
All fields, they have a binary construct.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but I'm still asking you the same question, bro.
For example,
okay, so who am I meant to respond to then? Which one?
Ages ago, man.
What's the question?
You joking? Like, I asked you how you told me what your IV was.
Okay, am I joking? I've just been in the middle of a conversation with another person for the past 10 minutes. Forgive me if I don't remember the specific thing you asked me. Can you reiterate it, please?
We started speaking about Cavendish, and I asked you what the IV was, and then I asked you how you isolate it.
How do I isolate gravitational potential?
From all the gravity that supposedly surrounds you. Like,
I know, and I was trying to get into that point, and then I was completely redirected by another person.
Oh, come on.
No, okay. Do you want me to reiterate on that point? Because I'd like to.
Just like an answer, man.
Okay, so again, based on my original proposition, the gravitational vector, the force vector, points towards the center of the Earth. Can we agree on that?
Can we agree that
100%?
One person at a time, please. I'm responding to Dark One's questions. Can he and I have a discussion?
I'm just asking you how you isolate gravity, bro.
Okay, can we agree?
Agree that gravity does a certain thing? I'm sorry, but I can't do that, man.
Okay, so can we agree?
Does something before you prove its existence.
All right. So we have a balance. So we have two metal weights that are completely balanced on a metal rod that is suspended by a torsion wire. Can we agree that the force on those two weights is equivalent?
Would imagine so.
Okay, so in that situation, they are facing equivalent forces. So we can negate the force of gravity because they are the same. They are the same quantity. That's what we call a constant in an equation. So if we can eliminate that constant acceleration of those two masses, then the only thing that influences their motion is any other force. When you place an object on opposite sides of that bar, they are attracted to it. Then you remove that mass and place it on the other side of that bar, they are again attracted to it. The torsion on the wire is measurable, and it is proportional to the gravitational attraction between the two objects. We have canceled out the gravitational attraction of those objects towards the Earth and solely measured their attraction to another object based on mass alone. All other factors have been eliminated. That's the Cavendish experiment.
If that's correct, one of your masses would stick to the other one. That doesn't happen, does it?
Stick to? No. Why would it stick to it?
Gravity doesn't make stuff come together?
What does? I just described. No, I just described them.
What you said is true. Then two masses would stick together. There's no other forces. You said all the gravity forces.
What do you mean stick together? What is this whole stick together thing?
Attraction, obviously. I mean,
yeah, attraction and sticking. Attraction. They're very much attracted to one another based on their gravitational force. Yes, sticking together. I mean, what does sticking together mean? That's.
What does it mean? Like two grapes stick together. What does that mean?
Yeah, hold on. You're the one that said that's how the whole Earth works. It's all sticking together because of gravity.
Handle this for a second. You made a claim. You said nullify gravity, and now all the forces are the gravity force is nullified, and that's going to show us what? Does one stick to the other one?
No, again, I'm talking about a very specific situation.
You're doing this in your imagination.
What?
He said he nullified the gravity force.
Can we stop talking over one another, please, one at a time? There's only one of me and like 5 of you. One at a time, please.
He claimed that he nullified all the gravity forces. And then what was left? I asked him. And what was left? And what happens now? How do you prove gravity?
What I claimed is I isolated the forces between two masses. That's what I claimed.
But you actually didn't. But I heard that part.
I did actually. That's what the Cavendish experiment does.
It isolates. Your idea of gravity would be pulling on your whole experiment the whole time. If I asked you to point to that building and I jumped on your arm, you wouldn't be able to point to that building very well, would you? This is not nullifying gravity.
What in the hell are you talking about? I mean, again, you're talking about the specific situation I described, and then generalizing it into every situation. That's not accurate. No, I'm talking about an experiment. I'm talking about an experiment. I'm talking about an experiment that isolates all variables except for the attraction between two objects. And then you're generalizing that to every single situation that you can think of.
I'm showing you have not nullified any variables. That's what I'm trying to show you.
No, my point is you haven't even acknowledged the original experiment, and then you attempt to generalize outside of that.
Gravity is still going to be affecting.
Explain to me how your experiment works. What is the end result?
What is the end result? Two objects attract to one another.
So they stick together?
No, they don't stick together. What the hell does stick together mean?
No gravity there.
What is water doing to the Earth?
Hang on a second. I'm going to get his... So there's no conclusive result. Can you confirm that?
The conclusive result is that massive objects attract to one another. That is a conclusive result that defines gravitational attraction.
Any type of object, doesn't matter which material is.
Wait a minute. I thought you said
no. Sorry, Godric. I'm interested. Any kind of object. That means two woods, two balls of woods will attract each other.
All mass will attract towards other mass due to gravitational attraction.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you make a Cavendish experiment with the two wood balls, and they're attracting each other?
Two wood balls. I mean,
yep.
Can you explain? So no, I mean, I've explained my entire apparatus. Can you explain your apparatus?
My apparatus.
Two wood bowls. So one wood bowl is on the entire other side of the Earth, and the other. I mean, I've explained the exact apparatus for my experiment, and you've just made an abstract observation.
No, abstract observation. I'm asking you which
two wood bowls.
I'm asking which type of balls in the nature attracting other balls. Which material is made that balls in the nature?
It doesn't matter what material it's made of. If it has mass, it is attracted to another object made of mass.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what it's made
reality.
of. Yeah, that means that in Cavendish experiment, if we take two balls, it will give the same results what it's give with that two lead balls.
All right. I want to kind of abstract down to the original description.
He can't answer the question because he knows how damning it is.
No, I've answered the question. It's just you keep rephrasing it in the same ridiculous ideology. 2 wood bowls. They would all. It doesn't matter if they are 100 million.
So why? So why don't we see everything just piled up?
Am I allowed to answer?
Why isn't mass just piled up upon each other everywhere in the streets?
I mean, have you never seen a pile of stone? They definitely don't just...
You're telling me that piles of stone are created because stones are pulling themselves to each other?
No, what I'm telling you is that all of those individual pieces of stone in gravel are attracted towards the earth. They never form a sphere or a cube. They always form a
and they never pile up on each other. They never pile up on each other because they're attracted to each other. That doesn't happen in reality.
You have to consider the relative forces. You have to consider the relative forces.
You just said all.
Yes, all. Let's consider the gravitational force between a very tiny... Hang on, can I explain myself? Gravitational forces between a very tiny piece of gravel and the very tiny other piece of gravel as opposed to the entirety of the Earth. The Earth is immense.
Hey, so if someone dumped a bunch of 2x4s off the back of their truck, they should just pile themselves back on up, right?
Based on gravity, yes, they definitely should.
Well, you're delusional if you think that happens in reality. You're here chanting a belief. You're reifying a myth. We get it. But what you're chanting and talking about, go ahead, talk over me.
No, again, I've experienced this the entire conversation because it's literally like 4-1. My point being, have you ever seen a pile of loose material that does not conform to a conical shape? Have you ever seen that?
Sure.
Okay, I
go down to your nearest lumber yard and you'll find all kinds
That's
of.
That's not loose material. That is not loose material.
The point
that is ridiculous.
You're
telling me a 12-foot-long rigid board is the same as a singular piece of gravel.
Okay, so
I said loose material.
Put it on the record.
Loose material.
Okay, a loose material load of 2x4s
gravel, sand, dry dirt. You show me any one of those that forms anything other than a conical shape. There's never been one existing ever in society, ever. They always form. Okay,
we're talking about reality.
Civilization, history, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
So you want to go ahead and tell us again how this loose load of 2x4s falls off someone's truck and then piles itself back up, according to gravity.
No, you're equating... No, but in my analogy, you're equating a 2x4 with a 1-inch piece of gravel. That's what you're equating. That's exactly how
you said all mass. You said all mass.
No, I said loose material... Loose material that includes gravel, sand, dry dirt.
Repeat yourself. Yeah, things. Yeah,
granular.
Sure. That's how you. Yeah, you can harvest clay. I get it.
No, clay is not granular at all.
I know, but what I'm saying is the gravel falls to the bottom. You pour out the sludge. Listen, pal.
I've never seen a gravel pile that assumes any other shape than a cone. No, exactly.
Sure.
No,
it depends on how it's made. If someone's pouring it from the back of a truck, no, of course that's what's going to happen. Things are going to seek equilibrium, and that's what's going to happen. The ones that stop, I get it. But you're talking about 2x4s falling off the truck. Man, you just
I never referenced 2x4s once.
But I brought him up.
Trying to make a false analogy. I didn't say. No, you're making a false analogy. I didn't say. No,
it's not a false It's not a false analogy because you said all mass attracts mass.
You're equating a 2-inch by 4-inch by 24-foot object by a 1-inch by 1-inch.
Did you or did you not say all mass attracts mass?
No, that's a fact. Yes.
Okay, it's a fact, and it's only shown in this parlor trick of Cavendish. Don't you think that's a problem?
No, because it's not a parlor trick.
I'll ask you again. I'll ask you again. Mass attracts mass.
Yep.
2x4s fall off a truck. You're going to tell me they're going to pile themselves back up. They're going to pull together.
Never said that. I never said that.
Yeah, you said according to gravity, yes.
No, I didn't, actually. I didn't say anything.
Okay, rewind.
I never mentioned 2x4. Did I say 2x4s once? When did I ever say 2x4s?
Dude, you're delusional.
You said 2x4s.
You said 2x4s. Gravel falls off someone's truck going down the highway. It scatters on the highway. You're going to tell me that mass attracts mass and it's going to pile itself back up?
No, that's not what I said at all.
That's what I said.
I know you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
No, you said mass attracts mass.
Yes.
Bro, so what about this? What about when we let go of a helium balloon then? Like, how come the mass of the Earth doesn't attract that?
Okay. That's a little disingenuous. What's the density between the helium and the atmosphere?
Yeah, but you've got the entirety of the mass of the Earth and this huge force of gravity that's not a force, but we'll just call it a force, same as you did.
Pulls down equally on the air surrounding it than it does the helium inside the balloon. It pulls down equally.
So it is pulling down on it, we just cannot measure it or observe it.
Oh, we can. We definitely can measure that. I mean, if you've ever measured the pounds per square inch of atmosphere at sea level, you can derive the gravitational constant from that.
You know, the constant's just agreed upon. The value is just agreed upon, so your equations work.
0.81 meters per second squared at sea level. You can measure that everywhere across the Earth. It doesn't matter if you're using air or you're using your own personal weight.
Well, it's agreed upon by I'm not sure what the name of them is. It's an acronym for the people that dictate what the weights and measures, what exactly a ton is, and like these different.
You're talking like the ISU, the International Standard Unit.
Possibly them, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean that's derived based on physical constants, all of them. They're based on the mass of the electron. They're based on the speed of light. They're based on observable fact. Every single one.
Not a constant either.
Sorry, what was that?
The speed of light, that's not a constant either.
Oh, that's a flat-out lie.
I can assure you want a TED Talk.
A TED Talk of how the speed of light is not constant.
It's a banned TED Talk from Rupert Sheldrake.
So you're telling me the value of c, which is defined as the speed of light, is not constant?
No.
That's a little ridiculous because, I mean, the fact that we define our measurements on that value.
That's the point I'm making.
But it's observable. I mean, it is in every instant. You could observe it at the event horizon of a black hole, and you could observe it at the.
Jesus fucking
no, please
Man, I love how you guys laugh. I love how you laugh, but you expect me to. You're expecting me to actually believe and debate everything you say, but then everything I say is a fucking laughing stock. I love it.
Sorry, man, I never fucking laughed, mate. So please don't just taint me because somebody else fucking laughed. If you take a look in live stream voice text, there's a TED Talk by Rupert Sheldrake, and that was back in the 60s or 70s. He went into the profession and realised then and was told then when he joined up at the university or wherever it was that light speed was not a constant, that it fluctuates constantly, that it's classed as a constant, so the equations work.
And the one-way speed.
You want me to watch this and then reply to you, or I expect? I mean,
I'm just giving you it, man, and I'm just telling you.
I mean, I'll put it in my my watch later list. I'm not going to sit here for,
of course,
that amount of time. But my point being is, you know, as of my personal, as you guys believe or are able to prove, as you say, what you believe. You know, the way that I interpret light itself is it is definitely a constant. It's observable in all aspects of life, regardless of your situation.
Where do you observe it? You just claimed
apparently you didn't get the memo.
Black hole, bro.
No, but it is observable. I mean, it literally.
You're saying that, but it's definitely not. You can't.
You're saying it's not. You're saying it's not. I could, you know, my statement is as valid as yours. You're saying no. I say yes.
The speed of light.
How?
Exactly how? Where?
Many different ways. I mean, you could literally. There's an experiment done by, I mean, very many high school students. They put marshmallows inside of a microwave, and if you turn off the turntable effect, the microwaves that are actual particles of light, photons, are measurable based on the peaks and waves that are observable in the marshmallows themselves. That's an observable event. You can use a microwave and marshmallows to determine light speed.
How do they record it? How is it measured?
Well, it's called a peak-to-peak measurement when you look at the waves of the electromagnetic radiation. So you can actually see...
measure that out of the microwave.
You can millimeters. I mean, the most average it's millimeters. You can measure literally peak to peak. What they say. So when you talk about a peak to peak, you're talking.
They have them standing around microwaves in schools.
Sorry, what was that?
And measure
this
it.
won't make a lot of sense if they have them during the school day standing around microwaves. This is lunacy.
I mean, I used to use one to reheat my lunch.
That explains a lot with you too. You know, you can write some nifty maths up to show how Superman flies, and you go through the whole comic book series, and you say, "Well, it adds up." No reason not to believe it.
It actually doesn't. There's not a single scientist on Earth that would say that Superman can fly. That's a ridiculous assertion.
I posted some reading for you in the live stream.
There's not a single scientist on Earth that would believe that Superman can fly. It's absolutely ridiculous.
There's not a single scientist on Earth. Listen to this guy.
So now you understand our perspective.
Bro, can you tell me how you measure these peaks, like from light speed using a microwave?
Yeah, because these microwaves, as they're determined, actually have what's called a wavelength measurement. Yeah. And because microwaves are so small in terms of their microwave, like their wavelength measurement, you can use a ruler. In terms of like radio waves have a peak-to-peak measurement of.
Yeah, but where's the peaks measured? Where do you observe these peaks?
How are you?
I mean, if you want to look it up, it's literally physically observable. So what happens? No, hang on.
All the time.
Do you want me to explain or no?
Well, you say schools do this all the time. I've asked you 4 or 5 separate times. Every time you're dancing away into Event Horizons and all these different things. I'm asking you.
Explaining the microwave radiation the entire time.
Listen, bro. Listen,
that's an analogy. I've been explaining it the entire time.
I'm asking you specifically where the peaks, where are these observed to be measured? How the fuck does it? Jesus Christ!
I'll go to the beginning of my assertion.
No, please don't. Just tell me what is used to measure these peaks. Like, where is the what?
You
what
can
is it?
physically see it in the microwaves. Where? Okay, can I go back to my original statement? Because if you didn't catch it the first time,
the same thing, mate. I heard you.
No, I understand that, but if you didn't, no, you didn't. Because if you put a series of marshmallows. Yeah, and do not engage the turntable mechanism within a microwave, you can actually see where marshmallows have expanded due to heat and not expanded, and then expanded due to heat. And then if you measure across those peaks, the expansion to expansion, the peaks of the marshmallows, it's physically observable. Physically observable.
Come on, man. You're trying to tell me with a ruler you can measure a peak on a marshmallow that can measure the speed of light and it's a constant.
Have you ever seen a sine wave?
Of course. I've done sound production at school.
Oh, okay, great. So when you put a series of marshmallows in a microwave and you completely disengage the turntable, you can actually measure the peak-to-peak sine wave, or what would be analogous to the sine wave.
So
like you understand the period, like, because you understand sine waves, you know that a period of a sine wave is a peak-to-peak measurement.
Yeah,
you can make that physical measurement on the marshmallows after they have gone through this process. Because
what does the 2 peaks on the marshmallow equate to?
It equates to the peak-to-peak measurement of the wavelength.
What specifically between 2 peaks? What does that mean? Tell me.
The peaks itself, like the peak-to-peak measurement is...
Peaks. Just say, for instance, I'm just surmising, just say it's a millimeter or a centimeter, whatever you want to choose. What does this signify in comparison?
Again, there's a distinction between the height of the peak and the distance between the peaks.
I'm asking between the 2 peaks, the space between the 2 peaks, what does that have to do with the speed of light?
It's called a wavelength.
I'm not asking you what it's called. I'm asking
a wavelength
between the 2 peaks. I'm not asking you what it's called, bro.
Okay. No, I mean
that in relation to the speed of light.
Okay, so the distance between the peaks is the wavelength of light.
You're telling me what it is again, bro. Like,
no, okay. So do you understand? Do you understand? Hang on. Let's go back to basic principles.
No, forget that, man. What has the 2 peaks? The space between the 2 peaks. What relation has that got to measuring the speed of light that you claim is a constant?
All right, so let's go back to basic principles.
Oh, man, fucking Christ, bro.
No, can we build up the conversation? Because if you don't, legitimately,
how does the space between the 2 peaks equate to the speed of light?
You know what a wavelength is?
What are you asking me that for?
Well, then you'd understand how that equates to the speed of light.
How?
Yeah, I understand what a wavelength is. It doesn't make sense to me what you're saying.
No, it's ridiculous, man.
You're not doing it.
I mean, so the speed of light being a constant.
It's not, though, huh?
Okay. If we don't agree on that, we can't agree on anything, because it is like when we talk about, you guys want to talk about coming to a common agreement. Modern physics agrees on the fact that gravitational constants are real. The electromagnetic spectrum relies on constants that are real.
Modern physics agree that the speed of light changes constantly, and they've known this for decades.
It changes.
So the speed of light. No, hang on. Let's define our basic principles again. So the speed of light in a vacuum. Do you say that changes?
Watch the TED Talk, bro. That's all I could tell you.
No, I don't want to watch a TED Talk. I want to talk about basic principles. I'd like to ask you.
According to
the speed of light, if the speed of light were to travel across any vacuum in the universe, would it change?
According to Sheldrake, and that's what he found out when he went into the profession. I'd
like a direct answer.
That's what Sheldrake. I'm not a physics fucking professor. I'm just going by what he says.
I'm not a physics professor either. I've already established I'm a college dropout, but I still agree that light is a constant.
No, it's not a constant, bruh. You say it's a constant because it's actually a rate of induction. Light does not have speed. Electromagnetic wave, they don't have speed. They have induction rate.
What in the hell are you talking about?
No, that makes sense because light. That would mean light can't travel across a vacuum.
Let's agree. Photons exist, right? Photons exist.
Do they?
That's the entire basis of photovoltaics. Like, you want to talk about solar energy? No, but it is. If you want to talk about photovoltaics, that is the entire premise of photovoltaics.
Photovoltaic.
No, I'm using it as an analogy. It's an analogy to prove that photons themselves exist. They are
electromagnetic waves.
Yes.
They don't propagate.
How do they go from point A to point B then?
They are inducting into the medium.
What does inducting mean? He's throwing a lot of terms around. I mean, induction.
When you have a coil, is related to the specific. You have a coil, you run electricity through it. It creates a electromagnetic field. You can use alternate current. So you have a alternate magnetic field, and when you put a metal inside it, it will induct the metal.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think what they're talking about is, what he's talking about is induction heating, which is actually completely valid. Induction heating does actually melt certain materials, but they have to be magnetic materials themselves.
I don't think he's talking about heating necessarily.
The electromagnetic induction heating, that's not in the visible spectrum. It's the electromagnetic wave, which you don't see it with your own eye.
Well, you do actually, though. Have you ever seen an induction heater glow?
You don't see it.
No, have you ever seen an induction heater glow?
I work with these machines.
But have they ever glowed? Have they ever given off visible light? Have they ever done that?
I do metal hardening every day at work.
No, I mean I've been involved with the fastener industry, with metals, galvanization, drop heating. I understand metals themselves. Trust me. My point being is when you see the metal glow.
When that coil is generating that alternating electromagnetic field,
alternating doesn't make a difference.
You don't see it. You don't see it.
The difference between alternating and direct current is not necessary.
you do not see the presence of the electromagnetic field, and neither you feel it.
You can never see it because it doesn't generate. No, but the way that we see things.
When you put a metal, you're already interrupting me.
No, I'd like to reply to what you said, actually.
When you put a metal inside that coil, it will induct the metal, it will heat it and bring it to liquid eventually, and probably boiling.
Okay, what happens between the solid and liquid phase? Does it glow?
When it's heating, it will.
Yeah, what causes it to glow? What causes it to glow? I mean, I could tell you right away, it's something called black body radiation. It's related to the fact that any given material of a certain heat will emit electromagnetic radiation based on its temperature. But, I mean, you want to explain it any other way, you go right ahead. You want to bring that topic up, but it actually has no relation to what I was describing initially. It doesn't.
No, what you're describing initially was Gish Gallop, and I just been getting. You
Gish
took the
Gallop. All
conversation.
right. What exactly is Gish Gallop?
We want to know where your curve is. We want to know why would you ever think
discussion at all? I mean, it's gone back to curve because that's the only thing you have.
We're going to take it back to base. We're going back to base. We're getting out of your fantasy land. You get indulges you. No,
fantasy land means physics, I guess.
Can you stop speaking over them? You're whining about other people doing it to you. Can you at least give other people the same courtesy?
Yeah, well, I don't speak over people when they're actually speaking truth. I majority speak over people when they're.
What truth do you have to offer? That's what I specifically.
You just sat there and told me that I'm speaking Gish Gallop. Do you have any legitimate reason to say that?
Yeah, you have no empiricism for any of your subjective
I have
feelings.
described every single reason, every single physical reason for everything I believe.
With me, mate, I asked you multiple times to tell me how it equates to the speed of light. Marshmallows, you were telling me about with a fucking ruler, and you were jumping all over the place, mate. So that's
if you can't accept that, that's not my problem. That's a legitimate physical reality.
Empiricism. We don't want your feelings.
It's not feelings. It's empiricism. What I described is literal reality.
Where is the empiricism? You know what empiricism is?
Yeah.
Right, into the break. If you've got a question or a point to make, on you go.
Conclusions based on facts. Like, you haven't presented one fact. You've told us a bunch of feelings, a bunch of stories. Like you're on the road to write the new Star Wars. Like, hey, I like Star Wars the next as anybody else. You know.
So there's a gap between us and you. And that is,
microwaves don't exist, marshmallows don't exist, observable fact doesn't exist.
Wait! Don't make claims nobody did.
Lads, you're gonna have to stop, or you're gonna have to start getting fucking muted, man, because this is getting beyond the joke.
Guys, one at a time. We are intelligent, articulate individuals. One at a time.
Hey, thank you for that. I just want to let you know that, hey, a lot of people are listening, and we're just tired of you telling us little stories, and you have nothing to back up any of your claims. We want empiricism. We don't want your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. That's what I'm
talking about.
I'm assuming that's a direct comment to me, so I'd like to respond.
Obviously.
Okay. Again, obviously, right? Obviously. Because I'm the only one here that actually disagrees with you guys. So I'd like, if we make these
bullshit, I disagree with them as well.
Okay, who else is a glober?
You disagree with?
Who else in this chat is a glober?
You
out of
think
the 31 of us,
reality?
out of the 31 of us here, who else is a glober?
Doesn't matter.
Me, I am a glober.
I like the glob. It is glob, obviously, because people believe it's glob. So that's obviously proof of glob. I'm a globber. Okay. So I want to get my proof. I want to get my proofs together. I want to get my proofs together to shut these motherfuckers up.
That's what I want to do. Okay, I'm the only one here actually providing information.
I'm tired of talking about my feelings, and my thoughts, and my beliefs. I want objective empiricism to prove the glob.
What's the point of talking about what's getting spoke about? Like, just get to Q&A or whatever we're doing here, man. Stop whining.
It's not Q&A. It's the fact that it's 15-1.
Well, mate, if you don't want to do it, just go away. Stop
I
saying
want to do it. I just can't respond to 15 people at once.
15-2, bro. 15-2.
No, it's 30-2.
Dude, you had an hour talking with Get by yourself. And
okay, who else do you want to talk to? Who else do you want to talk to?
And it was a waste of everybody's time.
Who else do you want to talk to?
And I'm frustrated.
What other dissenting opinion do you want to talk to? Which other one? You name it, and I will mute myself.
Clown. Come on, dance for us.
Fine, exactly. I'm the only one here that's willing to actually dissent according to what you guys are believing.
Yes.
No, if you have any other dissenting opinion, I will listen to it right now.
Okay, so listen, if you're just sharing your opinion, that's great. We're just asking for anything to back it up in reality.
All right, please.
I provided that in multitudes, but you rejected it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, name the first premise of your belief.
Gravity.
What's that?
I don't know how many times I need to reiterate the facts, but
okay, exactly. You're not going to explain.
Yes, the flat Earth is a theory. Flat Earth is a fucking theory the same way anyway. Gravity's a theory in the same way flat Earth is a theory.
Gravity.
Do you have any dissenting opinion towards what I've just said? Do you have any verifiable fact that what I've just said?
What are you talking about, Newtonian? I thought you came 2 hours ago. You were hyping space time.
Verifiable fact for Gibbledygook. Like you said,
it's nice to have like three to one. I would really rather just one person.
It's me. We're asking you the same thing. What do you mean by this random word that you're saying? It means nothing.
What does he mean by
gravity? Give us context. Yeah. Give us meaning.
When mass attracts mass, that's what gravity means.
Yes, like you reject the Cavendish experiment. So how am I supposed to?
You said it before I said it, bro.
Well, again, no. I mean, you reject.
You guys aren't typing space.
Do you have any legitimate reason to reject that objective fact? Do you have any legitimate reason?
Because the Cavendish experiment was in the 1800s. Because the Cavendish experiment was back in the 1800s, and they still.
So I guess mass back in the 1800s was different than mass.
They've called it a theory ever since.
We're not going into your little parlor trick. You didn't present anything with that. You are presenting
the exact same. I could do the exact same experiment today.
So unless
university students do that experiment every day and prove and
it can be reproduced every single day.
What do you?
It's a reproducible effect.
We just told you.
Reproducible effect.
Like it means something. You're out of date. 107 years.
What do you mean? We just told you. People do this every day.
I mean, the idea that it was done so many years ago is a little ridiculous. I mean. The point is, I can tell you that people in ancient Egypt knew that water was wet, and I can tell you that water is wet to this day.
Yeah, you're misconstruing the point. My point
you guys are misconstruing the fact that is a reproducible effect every single time.
That's one person. Keep fucking talking over each other.
Nothing back then. That's why it's still the theory of gravity ever since. And to this day,
a theory is the highest level you can give something in size.
Called a theory.
I mean, the highest level you can give something in size.
Tomorrow, shut up. I do think you need a moderator in this point. Can we have a point?
Hey, I'm about to moderate. Dark One, do you have a point about Cavendish? Hello?
Yes. Your mass doesn't attract mass. You haven't shown that. You just said words.
I didn't ask you, Godric. I asked the person who brought it up.
The Glober brought it up.
Yeah. What is his point about Cavendish? What was set out to be proven in Cavendish? One.
He claimed that mass attracts mass.
Okay. I'm asking him. I'm not asking you.
He said. I think he said he'd go. He's.
But I just is there a definitive question here? Why do I believe?
Bruh, listen.
Why do I believe mass? Why do I believe mass?
Don't talk over me. One, you wanted a moderator in here. Now you got a moderator. One, you brought up the Cavendish. How does that support your point? Go.
Okay. As I've iterated before, it eliminates all other variables except for the fact that mass attracts mass. That is the exact reason.
No, it doesn't. No, okay. What you didn't answer
You're
my question.
making a claim.
No, I asked a question. What was set out to be proven or discovered? What was the experiment exactly of Cavendish? What is the independent variable? What is the dependent variable? What is the hypothesis? What is the null hypothesis? Go. Bruh, are you there? Can you not speak?
Oh, I know. I'm very much.
You bring up something. You bring up a.
I have the capabilities.
You bring up a non sequitur and then can't defend it. Now explain yourself. How does the Cavendish support what you're setting out to prove? One, what was it set out to prove? What did it prove? What were the independent and dependent variables? Go. Explain yourself. Don't give me a bunch of bullshit. Just answer.
Every time I speak, I'm muted, so I don't
because you're not answering the question. Don't concern troll me.
What am I?
Just answer the fucking question.
Actually, initially, I answered it from the very beginning.
No, you didn't. Okay. Exactly how you said it's proving it every day. What is it proving?
Yep. It's proving that mass attracts mass.
Okay, and how did it do that?
So I've already described the isolation of variables, and everything beyond that is mass
you stating that the isolation of variables eliminate or explains it.
It's not a statement.
That's correlation. That's correlation. It is not proof.
Correlation.
It's correlation. Yeah, because what is the independent variable? What is the dependent variable? And how was the independent variable manipulated to prove what you're saying? Because what right now all you're saying is, well, all the other variables that you can think of were eliminated. Well, that's not necessarily true because you don't know all the variables. But please expound exactly how.
So what are all the variables?
You deduced.
Hang on. No, because I'm telling you.
No, go on.
Can I speak, or are you just going to completely interrupt me? Can I mute you the same way that I'm muted? I really love that.
Stop being a faggot and answer the question.
Wow, good one. I mean, I really like those character attacks. That means nothing. But again, point being is that if you want to talk about, all right, let's talk about the interacting forces. He was the
Cavendish. No, he was the Cavendish.
Wow. All right, I can't speak without one interruption, really?
Stop being a little baby and answer.
I can't speak without being interrupted.
And people are going to speak up. Go.
Can I mute you the same way that I'm muted? Is that possible?
You've already asked that. Stop being a baby and speak. Answer it. Now, exactly how does Cavendish support what you're saying?
Jesus.
Why silence now?
Because I'm not allowed to speak.
No, you
told to speak, bro. Why are you being so childish about this?
Okay, I'd like an entire segment of me speaking without a single other person speaking.
Just ask you a question. You then
I know, and I'm not allowed to reply without at least one other person either interrupting.
You have yet to reply, but you said a lot.
I'm not allowed to reply.
You're not actually saying it. You're not answering the question. Answer the question.
That's bullshit. I mean, you can call it whatever you want.
Answer the question, please.
Okay, I'll answer.
He's not going to do it, man.
Dude, don't mute him, guys.
I'm muting him when he's got to talk waffle.
No, don't mute him. Just let him waffle. Answer the question, please.
He's going to sit silent.
Nobody proved your point. You haven't proved your point.
Ain't got shit, man.
Legitimately not allowed to prove my point. So
exactly how does Cavendish support what you're proposing?
I'm only going to speak if you guys allow me 5 minutes with no interruption.
You're speaking right now, you stupid fucking idiot. Answer the question.
And I've been muted 4 times.
So what?
So what? Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh,
so fucking what? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, man, you've been.
Nobody's kidding you. Nobody's joking with you at all. As a matter of fact, I don't think anybody here likes you.
No, I know they don't because I am the.
So why
only
would they joke with you?
I'm the only dissenting opinion in this entire server. That's why you don't
like. You're not.
Okay, show me another
right there. Romaro is right there.
That is willing to stand up.
Is right there. Okay, Romaro is right there.
You don't want to let me speak again.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I'm answering you.
You don't want to let me speak.
Show me another person. Romaro is right there.
Can I speak for 2 seconds? Interrupting? Wow, that's amazing. Finally, you can actually shut your mouth for 2 fucking seconds. Can I actually go back to the original point that I was making? Can I go back to the original point that I was making?
No, you can't. You can't.
Okay.
Answer the question.
You guys have absolutely no reason to debate anybody.
Answer the question.
You are
What's
a massive
the independent variable? What's the dependent variable? Please
listen to any other fucking opinion. You don't want to listen to any other opinion. You won't let me.
You're not giving me a dissenting opinion.
You do not
You're
want to, because I'm not allowed to. I'm muted every.
What is the independent variable and the dependent variable? The supposed all the eliminated variables that you presuppose in your deduction of how Cavendish supports your theory. Go. Please stop muting him. Please answer the question. I'm just waiting. What? Just break it down for me.
He's not going to do it, man. I should have left you.
I'm not allowed to do it. I will do it. I will do it. But I'm not allowed.
Just don't say anything. Dark One, don't say anything.
I'm not allowed. I'm literally not allowed.
Continue crying. Go ahead.
Crying. I'm literally. All I'm doing is advocating for my voice. That's all I'm doing. Free speech. No? Free speech. I mean, you Americans, you believe that it's the most apparent thing in the entire universe.
Are you going to answer the question, or are you going to keep on waffling?
Actually, to be honest, I've been arguing with you guys for so long. I don't even know what the original.
I'm not asking you to argue. I'm asking us to come to a consensus.
I'm not doing this willingly. I'm doing it because you literally
to answer my question so that you can tell me exactly how Cavendish supports what you're saying. That's all I'm asking for.
I've already described that. I mean, the fact that you reject it.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question. You've already answered it. Then please shut the fuck up and never speak again. Now, Ramal, go ahead and I want you to talk to me.
Sorry,
you said no. Ramal's unmuted.
No,
okay, Ramal.
I'm eating, bro.
Huh?
Can you give me a couple minutes, bro? I'm eating.
Oh, you're eating. I thought you said you're muted. I'm like, how can you be muted? I can hear you. Okay, that's fine.
My bad, bro. My bad.
It's like pulling fucking teeth.
Yeah, sorry.
Now, Diesel Boy. All right, are you ready, Ramon?
Yeah, give me a couple minutes, bro. I just want to finish this. I've been.
Oh, go ahead. No, that's fine. Diesel Boy, is there anything you'd like to say? Because you keep on gesticulating verbally in the chat. If you'd like to say something, you're more than welcome to. Oh, okay. So you're not saying anything because you're not saying anything, or because you feel you can't say something, but I'm giving you an opportunity to say something. If it's literally just one person in a circle jerk, it's called masturbation.
Yeah, man.
It's called masturbation regardless.
What?
Juice, can I say like a little boy now?
Yes, you can say like a little boy.
I only want to speak now half an hour how I cannot answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm willing to listen to you waffle around for a half an hour telling me how you can't answer my questions.
You was rude and now I don't know, you are moderating bad.
I agree with all of those statements. I am rude and I am bad.
But in those observations, what is the independent variable and how is it manipulated?
Yeah, now you need to ask, now you need to ask me that question, what we heard like a million times, and now again I will say. But listen,
and then you'll restate that I'm the bad mean man.
Yeah, and you said at least 3 times fuck. and I don't know how many bad words, and my feelings are not.
I said about 5 bad words.
And I'm new to the server, so can I have superpowers and mute everybody?
Yeah, and you're muting people, and you are repeating the same question. That was also interesting, but I don't want to speak about that.
What was the question? What's the independent variable and how was it manipulated?
And I remember the moment when I came in and I asked, why this silence? And he said, because I don't have time to speak. But why silence then? You can speak now because silence is there.
I don't know. If I went into Shark Tank and they told me that I need to speak or leave, obviously I would focus on the product that I need to do instead of sit there and bitching about how I don't get to speak.
Let us not forget, when we finally got down to it, his answer was, I've already told you. So that we don't even have to talk about him anymore. He's already told us. That's it.
Please don't mute me.
Even if if let's say people listening, you was like that what you was, but on the end, every time when you finish that what you was, like a rude or whatever, your question was the same question. At least I heard with my ears. Doesn't matter because I'm a flat earth. And he was the guy who, let's say 2 hours ago, was saying that if we put the oil in the glass of water, that oil, and he was saying to the glober, that is obvious and that we cannot now imagine that oil will go down, He was correcting the glober, for example. And now when you ask him some question like, can you say it, because I'm repeating you this question, and you stepped in a moment when it was the totally chaos in the room, because nobody I could not understand. I could not hear
it was a clusterfuck when I walked in. So yeah.
And then let's go directly to the Cavendish, and you did it properly good, because what do you want to say with that? What is the scientific blah 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 blah? I can now repeat all that.
Right, because you can't bring something up. You can't bring something up to support your point without supporting how it isn't a non sequitur.
Deuce, did you not hear him talking about the microwaves and the marshmallows?
No. I walked in and everybody was talking at once. So I heard Cavendish and I really wanted to hear more.
Deuce, he said you can measure the speed of light with the peak between 2 peaks on marshmallows that have been in a microwave.
Well, I can't deny that because I haven't seen it done, but I also haven't not seen it done.
No, but he says that schools do this all the time with microwaves and marshmallows. They measure the speed of light. That's bollocks. I've not seen it done. I've never heard of it before, but I could say quite confidently that's fucking bollocks.
Is that all he said? Did you go into any detail about that?
Yeah, I would love to see how it was done.
It wouldn't actually.
Now, Romero, you said a non-colloquial theory is the highest form of scientific rigor given in science, right?
What you mean when I said a theory is the highest level you can give something in science?
Yeah, it's the most rigor that you can attribute to a hypothesis, right? It is now it's formulated into your theory.
Yeah, but
so we agree on that. We agree on that.
It's going in one ear and out the other. Sorry, start again.
No, we're in agreement. I'm just wondering why you brought that up.
Because I hear this confused a lot. People take the word theory and think this isn't and think that the word theory means it's not a fact. The theory, the word theory in science, everything else in theory is in science specifically.
A colloquial theory is a hypothesis in science.
Okay, right. I English is my second language, bro. What does colloquial mean? I've never heard that word.
It means the non-jargon version of it. The non-jargon version of the word is colloquial.
Wait, using or no? Oh yeah. Okay, so the normal version of theory is not a fact. The scientific version of theory can be a fact. Okay, I just hear this confused a lot because
it can be considered a fact.
Yeah, and it usually is. It almost all the time is because
usually stands up, but you still have to check it, right?
Yeah,
right. You still have to validate it
either. It's not consistent. Like you'll observe it, but it's like flipping a coin. And how many times is it going to land on heads and how many times is it going to land on tails? In theory, it's supposed to be 50-50.
Go on. Sorry.
That was all. I was using that as an example. It's a very basic example of colloquial.
No, that's why we always have to check a scientific fact, because variables can change depending on where you are on the Earth. A weight can change, so variables are always changing.
How come you think a weight can change? How come you think the weight of a weight can change on the flat Earth? Like how do you...
Anything I say is going to be speculation, but if I do give speculation, it would most likely be a thing between electromagnetics or a dielectric propensity to bring it in that direction faster.
I just want to say something, Deus. Like exactly, that's correct what you said, and that's what we're trying to say with all the Globers out there. Like just because we can't explain it doesn't mean you're right. Like it's just a theory.
Sorry.
No,
as a Glober doesn't mean
this is where you do want to make Romaro. This is where you do want to make your point.
Okay, right. That can kind of go both ways, though. Like, well, no, that should go both ways, and I see in this server it kind of doesn't. Like, the other day, I don't know what the hell I was talking about. Like, whatever. I don't want to sound like a dick or not. I don't mean to sound like a dick. If I sound like a dick, that's an accident. But the other day, like, I forget his name, some moderator. I was like pulling apart his points, whatever, and like he kind of flipped it on me. Like, I can't prove some things, that means I'm wrong, but he can't prove some things, he's right. Like, I don't know. It doesn't you preach it, but it doesn't seem to go like both ways.
Yeah, that's logically inconsistent, and it does not flow. But to be fair, every person here is just a person.
Yeah.
Regardless of credentials, regardless of anything else, we're all just people, and we're not a monolith here. So we're going to have differing opinions, differing suppositions, and differing interpretations of the data.
There's some Globers here that I've talked to. They're like, both the theory can work on both models, the flat Earth and the Glober. Like there's a lot of things that work on both models, both ideas, or both abstract concepts, I guess you could say, or just whatever you want to call it. Like whether it's a globe or it's flat, the theory works on both. But here's the problem: we don't see a curvature, and we've seen enough NASA debauchery to say that we think space is fake too. Like every time we ask for something real in space, it's like it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. Everything's fake, and they've got a huge CGI budget. They've got a huge graphic arts budget that they deal with every year, bigger than anybody else on this planet.
I'm sure this is an extremely common question you get, so I apologize. But why would they have the motivation to lie about the shape of the Earth? Why would anybody have the motivation to lie?
Well, okay, let me first ask you a few clarifying questions. Okay,
go for it.
One, have you determined that you've been lied to?
Ever?
No. In this fact, have you determined that you've been lied to about the shape of the Earth?
No. I believe the Earth is
okay. That's I kind of got that from you in the beginning.
Yeah.
So you're asking us to point to somebody and say they're guilty of something that you don't believe they're guilty of, and that's unfair of you. First, we have to determine whether or not a crime has been committed before we prosecute anybody or anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
for me to determine the motivations of somebody, something, even a power or principality, we first have to determine that something has been done wrong. And I'm not going to go down that road with you until we can establish some very baseline understandings. If I feel like I'm lied to, why would you need to convict those people? Or at least why would I need to explain to you why my conviction of them will change the way you see the nature of your reality? That seems a bit ridiculous.
Okay, fair enough. I'll rephrase. What do they gain from lying about the shape of...
First, we have to determine whether or not they're lying to determine who gains and what they gain.
For the sake of argument purpose, I agree with you.
Okay,
yes,
now we're again, you know you've been lied to about a myriad of things from people you've never met, right? You understand that fact. Okay, that's obvious to everyone in existence right now. So, if we're to take that and extrapolate, what is somebody exerting over you when they lie? And you can answer this, you know it.
Power.
They're exerting power. They're exerting control. They are in control of the nature of your reality. Whatever existence they've lied to you about, whether it be this or that, and you can fill in the blanks, it doesn't really matter, you know? And I'm not going to say anything here because everything I say is a big red button, but it's for brevity's sake. Everything can be boiled down to who is in control and maintaining that control. If ever you find somebody lying to you, they're either trying to get something from you or trying to manipulate you in some other way. Well, it's always trying to get something from you, and that is they are controlling you.
All right, cool. So that's established. So I don't have that much to talk about. I was mainly joining to listen, and then I just kind of chimed in to defend Bruh. So forgive me if I don't have much to talk about.
When it's when it's a clusterfuck like that, it's better not to defend somebody because it just makes it worse on them. Because the more voices added, the less clear everything gets.
Yeah, fair enough. I had a point. I'll come back to it if I remember. I just forgot. So I'm just gonna mute now.
That's good, bud.
I just wanted to add this real quick before you mute yourself or whatever it is you're gonna do if you step away or whatever. I'm just gonna say this, something to look into. People that are in very powerful roles, especially like let's just say the United States, they all have a relationship with each other. It's something to consider and remember. Like you don't make it to a certain level in society unless you know something. You're not allowed.
Guys, I've got to go. I've got to go. Have a good night.
Have a good night. So, and that's my personal opinion, but I've observed that with just generalization of society. I'm sure Davis didn't want to get into it. I just wanted to clarify that with you. Like, what do they have to gain? It's not what they have to gain; it's what they have to lose.
Okay, cool. Good to have that established. Just in case it gets out of hand, do we have another moderator here? Or somebody can mute?
Let's see. Lou is in here.
Doesn't look like it. Well, I thought of something earlier. I'll come back to it if I remember it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can. I mean, I can't moderate. Yeah, Lou's and moderator-ish. I can't moderate, but I have, like, sometimes when I talk, I kind of get people to listen. So I'm very good at shutting up and letting people talk because, in my personal opinion, if you let somebody talk, they'll walk themselves into a circle and fall into their own trap.
Yeah, all right. I thought of what I was going to talk about earlier. Okay, so you know how you say, most flat earthers say, things drop because they're less buoyant than the air.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Okay. How come? Yeah. Like, what would make a less buoyant thing drop? Like, what is telling it this is the direction you go? Why wouldn't, like, how come it wouldn't go up?
So without any person or thing or anything disturbing it, you've got the first, second, third laws of motion, correct? So we'll start with the first law of motion. object at rest will stay at rest until it's set in motion, right?
Yep.
So that right there, like everything on this earth, like you look on your floor, like I'm looking on my floor right now, I've got some toy Nerf guns that me and my daughter play with, my shoes, all that shit on the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not falling or anything like that. It is at still. It's full of potential energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only way it's going to fall is if you lift it up. You have to add energy to it. So it is buoyant where it's at right now.
Right.
It's not pressing into the ground. It's not floating away.
What? It is pressing into the ground. That's how weight works. If you
how
put
do
that
you
thing
know?
on a weight,
You won't know until you try to lift it. And then by doing that,
like,
you're adding energy to it or taking energy away from it.
But okay, so you're saying it has no energy right now?
It's only potential energy. There's no kinetic energy involved. There's no motion involved with it right now.
Okay, but let's say instead of setting it on, like I said, instead of setting it on the ground, you set it a weight, for argument's sake, in the ground, same level, same whatever. You would see it pressing down on it, wouldn't you not? You would see the weight going up.
No, it's just sitting on the surface of whatever it's on.
I know, but it's pulling down on that. Like I said again, if you put it on a weight, you'll see the weight go up on the scale.
I can kick it. I can kick my shoe right now, and it's not pushing down.
What would
it's
happen?
Just sitting there.
If you remove the floor?
Are you saying when tree?
If I remove the floor, then it would go to the next buoyant level.
When its tree is growing, something is pulling down the tree.
Like, do you understand? If I explain this to you, do you understand what? Like, if I say zero buoyancy, which is neutral, and then +1, +2, -1, -2, like if something was -1 or -2, if you push down on it, it would pop back up out of the water. Like if you had a balloon ball inside of a pool and you push down into the water, that'd be like negative buoyancy, right? And so you'd have to let go of it and it'd return to the surface.
Yeah.
Everything wants to find that zero buoyancy.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I'm drinking.
No, you're fine.
What does that have to do with the weight thing though? Like I can prove that again, it is pulling down. Like I don't get the point you're making. I don't get how
Look at my question. Will be question for you. Let's say okay, it's pulling down. We don't know why. Sorry.
Hold on.
Sasha, real quick, can I say something, bro? Is that okay?
Who is it? Who's talking?
Tomorrow, I dropped you a link with a 7-minute video here. It might be a good answer to your question. Okay.
Alrighty. Oh, okay.
Romaro, real quick, I want to ask you this too. So let's say you put.
Hey, thanks, Sasha.
Let's say you put your shoes on top of a scale, right?
Yeah.
And your shoes have a weight. I'd do it. I got a scale in my room or my bathroom. Let me weigh my shoes real quick, just so that way I can be completely objective with you. And it's not giving me a weight. My shoes.
I'll be honest, I may have misunderstood.
Let's say you have a 5-pound weight.
Bro, I interrupted Sasha, bro. Sasha was talking, man. I interrupted
go ahead,
him.
Sasha. Go ahead, Sasha. I do want to give an example though of
I wanted to point you out, even if you will say something it's falling down. Why it's that? Because of nature, because it's air. You know, I dropped the lighter because lighter it's more dense than air and it's falling down. That's what is happening in nature. You know. But then the point will be that how I will connect this with the sphere, or how I will connect this with the flat.
Right.
But like so things go down and things go up. You know, you're like, oh well, like what if I drop helium? You know, helium's gonna rise up, right?
Yeah.
Like other things that are completely defiant of gravity, what they call gravity in nature. Look at moisture when something evaporates. completely
That's not
defined
defined of gravity. It's still being affected by gravity, but it is light enough to overcome. It is light enough in the air around it to overcome the gravity.
It's no longer at zero buoyant. It raises up to where there's a zero buoyancy, a neutral buoyancy. If you take a 5-pound weight, you put it on a scale, and then you turn that scale on, and it measures at zero, how much does that weight weigh?
5 pounds. But
how do you know that? The scale says zero.
Well, that's how scales work. That's like a zeroing scale.
You have to remove the object in order to zero it to then get a weight on it. That's not natural.
Is this an analogy, or is this like
it's? Oh no.
Is this an analogy? Because that's just the way weights are programmed.
The weight isn't programmed until you remove the weight and reprogram the scale.
Yeah, but that's got to do with the code of the weighting, not the laws of the universe. That's like,
I'm trying to just get you to understand like perspective on this. It's like
yeah. So I don't fully understand what point you're trying to make.
So the law. So you got the law of motion. An object at rest is going to stay at rest until it's set into motion.
Yeah, correct.
If it's just laying there, like my shoe is just laying there, there's nothing acting on it. It's sitting there. Something only acts on it when you remove it from the area that it's from and change its location.
Yeah,
that brings you into the second law of motion. And in the second law of motion, an object in motion stays in motion until something acts upon it to bring it back to rest. How did it come back to rest? It hit the floor.
Yeah, but like there's still forces acting on it though. Like you just I forget which law it is. It's like whatever is applied. Forgive me if I say this wrong. Like, what was it? If you apply a force to something, it'll push back with an equal force. That's what the ground.
That's the third law of motion. That's what's going to trip you out the most, dude. That's what's going to trip you out the most. So, like, if you're standing on the floor and you jump up in the air as high as you can, you've added energy to yourself, and you're gonna be less dense for a moment because of the energy transference. But at some point, you're gonna have to return back to zero buoyancy.
Yeah.
Unless you find something to grab onto to prevent yourself from falling down.
Yeah, correct. Forgive me. I don't really understand the points you're trying to make. Sorry.
That's okay. It's hard the indoctrination really is hard. I'm sure everybody here kind of like they can picture it all in their heads. And to be able to let go of that, it's hard to do, dude. It's just like holding a ball over water, and you drop the ball in the water, and it'll drop down into the water, but it'll bounce back up. I mean, that's just a manipulation of going from above buoyancy and below buoyancy to neutral buoyancy.
Okay,
life is a neutral buoyancy. There's homeostasis.
Yeah, okay, I get that, but like you still didn't really address my original question. Why do denser things go down? Like, why does a denser thing go down? What causes that dense thing to go down instead of going up?
I don't ascribe to gravity because gravity says mass attracts mass when helium's not attracted to the Earth.
It is. It rests at the top layer, but due to for the same reason.
Ozone is at the top layer, dude.
Because in physics, denser things in going down.
Yes, but that's because of gravity. In space, you would.
That's because if object is in state equilibrium, that mean on the floor. That mean it's okay. That mean if that object is in medium, now it's on the ground. But if it's in medium, what it's less dense, then it's falling down because of nature. Because now if you move that floor, let's say, and down it's another level, it will fall down on that level because you move now the floor, the medium. Now it's in air, you know? if you put down if you have the floor and down, how to say, down the floor, it's a swimming pool.
You removed a physical object and replaced it with the gas that would have filled the object.
You remove the floor, and objects will fall through the air and fall to the water. It depends what it is. If it's stone, it will go down. If it's ball, it will float on the.
Now, as far as like what goes up and what goes down, like we all ascribe to the same bullshit. Shit goes up and shit goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
means
what we all
the
agree on.
scientific observation is.
Remark, can I ask you one
later goes up.
question?
Sorry, what was that? Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Well, listen. Go for it, bro.
Go for it, Sasha.
Okay. What do you think? What is the main reason, the most important thing that these people think that Earth is flat?
What do you mean, like the most important piece of evidence?
Yeah. Why these people here think? What is the most important thing they think that Earth is not a globe?
When they look out over the horizon, they don't see any curvature.
That's a good question, Sasha. Way to bring that into.
They are not seeing curvature or something more about
that. Come again? Sorry.
Is it they are only not seeing the curvature or something more about that?
I'm sorry, I can't understand through the thick accent. I know you can't control it. Can somebody else explain what he's talking about?
Say it one more time, Sasha, and I'll see if I can explain.
No, he said because they are flat earthers saying they are not seeing the curvature. Now I'm asking, is only that because I can say also I don't see the curvature, but that is not my main point that I'm telling.
Oh, you're saying it doesn't exist? Is that what?
Yeah, I can tell you also that, but that is not the main point still.
What's the main point?
The main point is that there is dimension of the Earth, that curvature must drop on that distance and should to drop more and more and more and more, and and then you don't see anymore in distance.
Yeah.
But we see in distance.
Things would be obscure.
But we see in distance even 10 times, 20 times more.
I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Most of the I'm going to call it photographic, even though it's like a video. Most videos I've seen of things going behind the horizon and coming back forward, it's all done over water. I haven't seen any of it done on big, stretching acres of flat land. It's all done over water, and when something from a distance is filmed or photographed over water, you can always zoom in further than you can over land because of surface refraction of the water.
Let me get this real quick, Sasha.
Great. So only these things you said is refraction over water. That means that object, what is in that case, that oil rig. Did you watch that?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
That means that what we are saying now. That means that water, oil rig. Is it oil rig in the water?
Yeah, it's over water. Yeah.
Is it water 20 meters behind the oil rig, physical or optical?
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Come again?
Is it water 20 meters behind that oil rig, real water, physical water, or is it that refracted water? We see something what is not real water, but it looks like a water.
I can't understand through the accent. Can somebody else ask the question?
Is it like he's asking? Is it light coming to your eyes, or are you seeing physical water?
No, please.
He's asking you, bro, where is the horizon in that picture? That's what he's asking you. In that picture, where is the horizon?
Right. Well, again, like it depends how far you can zoom in with the camera.
Great. You said light.
I'm sorry to interrupt. When he's asking about the water
behind the oil rigs, it's because everything after 1.2 miles is an illusion.
Yeah.
Do you believe that or no?
I don't think it's an illusion. I think it's there, but you can see it because of the refraction.
Well, do you know what the definition of an illusion is?
It is an illusion, dude.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, no, my bad. English second language. Yeah. I guess it's an illusion.
That means that water, what is real, what you can go with the boat on that to the oil rig, what is real, somehow you will be on illusion water.
Well, no, what you're misconstruing what I'm saying. Like, you can what the fuck? You can see that.
Do you know what is sphere?
Yeah, I know what a sphere is.
Yeah. Do you know that every sphere has a drop in the distance?
Yes, and I've just explained to you
why this sphere has no drop in the distance.
Okay, it does, but the reason we can't observe it from our level is because of how large it is. And again, show me a video of you.
I'm telling you how large it is. It's large like this. This is the size. The size is telling you that with 1 foot of observer height, you cannot see more than 1.2 miles. That is the dimension of the Earth. That is globe Earth math saying. Do you know that?
Okay, yeah.
That means how I can see the water, physical water, behind something what is starting to dropping.
Again, like I said, the refraction of the water. Please, show me a video of somebody zooming in, as far as you do over water, over a salt flood or something.
I'm gonna put a video out. Give me a second. But I want to ask you a question. You say, show me somebody taking video over flat land. Do you know what topography is?
No, why?
Hold on.
Why?
Why what?
Why water is physical and optical in the same moment?
Because the point. Okay, so you said refraction. So that means that the claim that the size of the Earth and the thing labeled X in the diagram, that is the tangent point from the observer's eye line in the diagram, that's not true then.
Over water, yeah.
No, that's specifically what they're talking about. There's so many examples, including from National Geographic. They're talking about specifically the horizon being geometrically at a predicted space to block things that are beyond it. That's why Sasha's asking you what he's asking you about the oil rig, because you can see all the way down to the level of the water. Okay?
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't understand him through the accent.
Because the light on the oil rigs are literally reflecting off of the water. Okay? So what that means is the physical obstruction that is supposed to be there isn't there. You can't. There's no way to move, let's say, an obstruction from in front of something that is there physically to behind something that is there physically. So when you say refraction, that doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
All right.
Can I ask my question again to them all? Well, so you said over flat land. There are places in the world that are flat, like Salt Flat and things like that. And they're called flat for a reason, because it's flat. It's not curved, it's flat. But you're over land. Topography. Do you know what topography is?
Vaguely. Tell me.
It's like elevation and I'm gonna say the word wrong, but elevation and declination of land.
Mm-hmm.
Dirt raises and lowers in front of you because it's uneven. Water always finds its flatness, dude. Always.
Yeah.
It's flat on every
I hear that
container.
a lot.
Flat.
I hear that a lot. I got a question of my own. How come, let's say, argument's sake, just think that the globe is real, gravity is real. Why wouldn't it be at the level that it's at?
Because of the curvature. Yeah, but if there's a ball, you have a curvature. If there's a curvature, it's observable and measurable.
Okay, yes, but where else would the water go? Like, it's like it's found its level. Like, just because that level curves because it's so big, like that level can curve a little bit, which it does.
Did you see what I dropped? Did you see what I dropped? The video above where I dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You talking about the wind turbine one?
Yeah.
Yep. What about it?
Like, you don't see it, and then they zoom in, and all of a sudden you see it.
Exactly. Yeah, because like refraction. You're seeing over a curve because of the reflection. Sorry. Well, I'm sorry if I'm a little scattered. Sorry if I'm a little scattered. I'm just like looking at all the pings and stuff and the videos and whatever.
Yeah. No, there's an infinite refraction, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying it's
infinite. No matter how much I zoom in, it's going to continue to refract light.
No, not forever. It's like, I'm not sure what the exact number is, but it's a lot further than over land.
So how
you can see a lot further over water than you can than over land.
So what if I showed you a video of somebody zooming in on a setting sun and then watching the sun rise as they zoom in and then seeing birds fly under it? How would you explain that?
Well, what do you mean? Say that again, sorry?
So the sun is partially set on the horizon, on the water, looking out the ocean. And they take a very high-powered camera and start zooming in, amplifying, just zooming in. And as it zooms in, the sun rises above the horizon. It is to your perspective through the zoom. And you can actually see birds flying underneath of that sun. And then they zoom back out, and it looks like the sun sets back again to where it was.
Yeah.
I want to see that vid, bro.
Yeah, do you have that video?
We can link it up in the chat.
What is that phenomenon called?
Romaro, if you're open-minded, bro, watch that video that I sent you. All right.
Which one?
It talks about the weak downward force that men have acknowledged for a very long time that we assert is mistakenly called gravity.
Yeah, I'll give it a watch.
Okay, yeah, a lot of flat earthers, we don't deny there's a downward force. We don't deny that.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that.
We're not pretending we can explain it, but I think that video does a pretty good job of offering a plausible hypothesis. All right.
Alrighty. So I'm just focusing on this.
Can I just say that I definitely do not believe in a downward force, but y'all can continue. Unless we're going to start talking about in all vector force, because not all things go down. But anyway, I digress. Continue.
I said that earlier, Elijah, right before you came in. I was talking about shit goes up and shit goes down, and pretty much everybody here can agree on that. Shit goes up, shit goes down.
Yeah, we believe in true up and down, bro. Our up is up, our down is down. On a ball, there is no up and down.
So, Romaro, I think we kind of like hit a stopping point on that portion of the subject, and when we can bring it back into focus whenever we need to. But like one other thing I'd like to ask you about is the second law of thermodynamics and how like you can't have gas pressure without a container, because if you take away the container, then gas is going to expand in every direction and fill the void. Correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can't have a gas pressure next to a vacuum, dude. It's impossible.
Okay. I thought you were going to say that. You're getting confused between a vacuum and a vacuum cleaner. Vacuums don't just get...
No. Hold on. What? No, I'm not going to let you go into this rubbish without me at least explaining this.
Okay, go for it.
I got to explain this to you real quick. If I work in healthcare, right? I'm a paramedic. Yeah. I work with blood tubes and collecting blood specimens and things like that. If I take a syringe and a needle and inject it into that tube and suck the air out, have I not created a vacuum inside that tube?
If there's nothing in that tube, it's a vacuum, yeah.
Right. So if I put a needle into that tube, that tube is sealed at the moment. But if I put a needle into that tube with a bore in it, a hole, and it reintroduces itself into the surrounding area, is it not going to suck all the air right back into it?
Yes, it will, but like again, I hate bringing up this word with you, but with on this server. But the reason the air doesn't just get sucked into the vacuum of space, it generally would, but like I don't know, gravity pulls down the gas, man. Like
that's erroneous. I think it's to talk about a difference in a. Listen, it's not about sucking. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. What we're talking about is pressure. Like, I don't know. I know we don't have to define what the word press is, unless we're going to say that that's predefined for the heliocentric paradigm as well. So the air molecules press on the walls of a container. So in this sense, they would have to press on the walls of the force of gravity because they don't.
You're roboting, Elijah.
Anybody else have a hard time hearing Elijah? We can't hear you, bro.
We all are.
They don't press out into the area that has less matter. So they expand, but they're not expanding, pressing into the area that there is no barrier. That makes no sense. Not only that, no one can prove that.
What are you saying, bro, is that you believe in uncontained gas pressure?
Yes.
You believe in uncontained gas pressure, bro.
Yep.
Third of all, vacuum, like remember he was talking about the syringe, you suck the air out. So vacuums also need a container.
You're roboting a little bit.
Just saying.
No, I can hear him.
Sorry, my bad.
Just saying that a vacuum also requires a container. The word that we've created to define something that we experience here, a vacuum, that word is defined because we've made something called a vacuum chamber, right? So we can't escape what is in definitions that are practically used for ideas that we can't validate. So whether it's gas pressure or no gas pressure, in both instances, you require a container.
Not necessarily. A vacuum is just the.
Romero, what we're saying, bro, is that the physics that we are told that doesn't work on Earth the way that they teach us it works in outer space. We don't know how to make water pressure or gas pressure without containment. It takes physical containment, as far as we know, to create gas pressure and water pressure. But the heliocentric model says, the heliocentric model says gravity creates water pressure and that gravity creates air pressure. Do you have any experiments showing gravity being manipulated so that it can actually create gas? You would be saying that you have experiments that demonstrate uncontained water pressure?
To do an experiment,
uncontained gas pressure?
To do that kind of experiment, we would need an Earth-size object, not an Earth-size object, but an extremely massive object in space. Just because we can't do an experiment on Earth doesn't mean it's wrong. And
to create the tiniest amount of detectable water pressure, you would need an Earth?
Not an Earth, like a massive interstellar body.
What about just like a little tiny bit, like 2 pounds of water pressure?
Well, if we did that experiment on Earth, the gravity from Earth would overpower whatever you're trying to show.
The problem is that you can't do. The problem is you can't validate what you just said. So you're correct.
Just because you can't validate something doesn't mean it's wrong.
Listen, I was just about to say that you were correct in saying just because that you don't validate it doesn't mean it's not even. Just about to tell you that. However, you don't know if it's true unless you validate it. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
No, he was making a point. Like, hello.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's English is his second language, Elijah. So some notions don't come across.
you can't assert a premise that may or may not be true. Like basically, you can't do that because you're using that premise that may or may not be true to assert an argument that proves, at least to yourself, that it's a globe. Like that's self brainwashing.
It's also not scientific, bro.
This is
also not scientific because you're believing in something that you cannot observe. You're believing you're seeing a physical phenomenon and saying, yes, I believe this is causing that effect, and yet you can't demonstrate it, and then you pretend that you're scientific. You can't have it both ways, bro.
We can observe it though. It's just
it's either scientific or it's a belief.
You can observe it. I can observe a photo. Is that scientific?
No one can demonstrate gravitized air pressure, bro.
Nobody can, like I said, nobody can demonstrate that because we don't have an object massive enough to demonstrate it on. And we can just.
It's not scientific. It can't masquerade as scientific. As science, bro. It's a belief.
You can just.
It's a belief, like a religion, bro.
I don't believe in this, but you can just look at another planet. Look at Jupiter. It's a gas, not Jupiter. Yeah, no, Jupiter's a gas giant.
Actually, it's got the largest ocean in the galaxy, according to NASA. But it's not a gas giant. It's not a gas giant anymore. It's a liquid giant. So, but anyway,
whatever. There we go. Liquid pressure. Liquid pressure with gravity.
Dude, whatever. So here's my other question, right? You mean to tell me with gravity and with this gaseous gradient leading off into a complete vacuum of space, you mean to tell me that not one molecule escapes every so often into space? And if it does, how is that replaced? How is it replaced? Energy. The law of the conservation of energy says that matter can neither be created nor destroyed. Only transferred.
You would have to push that molecule extraordinarily far for it not to be attracted back to Earth eventually. And that's why the Earth gets.
No. You know how many tons, according to the source, how many tons of air molecules leave the Earth every day? That's already
never return.
That's what they say, but matter can neither be created nor destroyed.
Bro, this is nonsense.
All conservation of energy.
The claims of the globe are that gravity creates water pressure and gas pressure. Can you produce experiments that demonstrate those claims?
No.
Well, you would have to.
Then your claims are not scientific, bro. They're a belief system, bro. That's all we're saying that we think is a reasonable conclusion. You should concede.
You could weigh gas.
Look, and that's,
hold on. Go ahead.
That ties into what I was saying about you're gonna in order to at least in rhetoric explain your position, you literally have to redefine the words pressure. Well, the word pressure for gas and water. Because without pressure, there would be no water or gas. Because the water would turn into water vapor and gas, and then the gas would just disperse into the available area. And if there was no area, it would just continue on.
It has to, yeah.
So the bottom line is, if you're going to say, well, gravity is holding gas, well, we can't be talking about 14.7 pounds per square inch. You can't just use the word pressure in this paradigm where obviously now you're saying, well, the pressure is being created by the gravity that's pulling it. That makes no sense. You're going to have to redefine whatever the fuck it is. And I don't know how you would do that because usually we define things based on how it's experienced. But since if there was an experience for what you're talking about, we wouldn't even be arguing because it would be an axiom.
All right, fair enough. I'm open-minded. Like I said earlier, I'm open-minded. I was just saying what I was saying what I think and seeing what kind of answer I got.
Ramon, let me ask you a question real quick, bro.
Yeah.
If we pull a vacuum here on Earth, bro, if we have a little box and we pull a vacuum, why doesn't gravity hold the air in that box here on Earth, where gravity's supposedly stronger? Why are we able to pull a vacuum on Earth?
Because
remove the air from that box, but a much more powerful vacuum, right? Much further from the Earth, where gravity is supposedly weaker, leaves those air molecules alone. But somehow a much more powerful vacuum, much closer to the Earth, therefore gravity being much stronger, can remove the air from that box. How's that? Why does that happen?
Okay, let me answer the second bit first about like the pulling away more powerful vacuum in space, whatever. Like, there's a reason that it gets. What the fuck? There's a reason it gets like less dense. The air gets less dense the higher you go. Like there's more like the gravity's keeping it close to the ground, and there's less room for it above. Like I can't articulate myself today. I'm sorry. I'm working like 3 hours of sleep.
So
well, you know the gas is produced the ground. Well, okay, it becomes gas at the ground level, right?
Yeah.
So like, say you have a fan. Where do you feel the pressure from the fan or the air from the fan? Do you feel it furthest from the fan or closest? Next to the fan, right?
Yeah.
Is that because of gravity?
No, that's because the fan is pushing the air towards me.
Right. So the air that's being produced here is going up there.
Yeah. It's not going up. It's like okay. It's not going. It's not going up. Like it's going. Yeah. It's going every direction. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Go.
That includes up. That's how it ends up raining. Because it ends up there, and then it rains, comes down here. Now, that's not gravity, because gravity also isn't the reason that clouds sit on top of the air. Unfortunately, I don't think we really fucking know specifically what goes on. I don't think you can really... I don't know if people do apply Archimedes' principle to the... I don't think you can. I don't think that's not something that people do. But the clouds just sit right there on top of the fucking air. I don't fucking know how. It's a magical place. But the bottom line is it's not... Based on what I've explained about the fan and based on what we know about the gas being produced here and then going up there because it has to expand, I would just assume, and maybe I'd be wrong in my assumption, but I would assume that the heavier gas pressure would be here where it's produced.
It wouldn't. Okay, it wouldn't. The gravity doesn't mean that the air pressure is evenly distributed everywhere. It means that there's a reason like the lighter stuff is more towards the top, and there's less of the heavier stuff at the top than there is at the bottom.
Well, but you're trying to say it's gravity, but again, gravity doesn't look. The molecules themselves could be attracted to each other, and that's like
That's what gravity is.
No, that's not what happens because gases expand. They need to be attracted to each other, like that big ball in the sky that we call a plasma sun. Right? It needs to be like that. But here on Earth, where the Earth has the strongest gravity, not only do gases not form little balls and pockets of gas in areas that could probably kill you because it's uneven, because of all of the different places of gases where the gases would coalesce, because the gas particles are attracted to each other. Mass attracts mass, right? It's a matter. It's on the elemental the table of elements, right? And so it's matter, and mass attracts mass, so they should be attracted to each other, and most definitely the ground. They shouldn't even be leaving with all of the strength that the gravity should have from this supposed planetary bodies. I don't imagine it not leaving the ground, much less dispersing. It's not, the entropy of the gas is not affected at all, which we can also read in physics books. Which would be
sorry, can I stop you there for a minute? I'm not going to be able to reply to all of this. I've got like a minute before I have to leave somewhere, so apologies if I don't reply to this.
No, fair enough. I guess I'm just. Well, you get the point.
Yeah, I get it. All right, cool.
Romero, watch that video, bro, if you're open-minded, and message me back. Tell me what you think, bro.
Yeah, all right, cool. Sure, will do. See you, man. Thanks for giving me thanks everyone who's talked for giving me the time of day.
Thanks for coming by, bro.
Take care.
Sorry for my shit, Mike.
Hey, thanks for jumping in, Elijah. It was good to hear from
you. I'm sorry if I was rude or anything.
Oh, no. I didn't recognize your voice, and then when I heard you talk, I'm like, shit, Ahmad's talking.
Yeah, yesterday AI was in here, and I was like, holy fuck, let me shut it. Like, I like hearing the OGs.
Oh, yeah, no, AI is phenomenal. I like hearing him talk, too. He's very educational.
Yeah.
I saw Whitsitt in here earlier. I stayed in. I saw him for like maybe 5 minutes. He bounced out.
Yeah. He's working on some major stuff. Shout out to him. I know you guys I was just watching the Dave Weiss interview. He just interviewed the singer from that song. I don't even know stuff because it's not my age category. But what's that song? It's a famous singer. Dave Weiss.
Your mic sucks, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to be in the house right now, so it'll be. I'm just saying, like, I like what the community is doing. Looks like we're reaching out to more and more people. Got a few celebrities in there. You know, even our FED show was on point today. They went through some of the fundamental claims that the world makes against flat Earth. Like, you know, that list of 10 things that prove that the Earth is not flat, it's globe. Just kind of went over those and went over the talking points, old school style, and just went through what the rebuttal was to that. And I was like, wow, for all of your new members that haven't like really heard this conversation because of all the beefing and all the bullshit going on, it was nice to hear everybody playing their part, which is working hard. Everybody's working hard, man. I love it.
Yep.
I really like to focus on asking about experiments that produce gas and water pressure. I think that's really the heart of the issue because that's what gravity claims.
Yep.
If you're going to talk about gravity, they say gravity coalesces matter into spherical shapes, creates gas pressure, creates water pressure, is responsible for orbital mechanics, yet they can't do any of that stuff on the Earth at all. They say that gravity does all this stuff to the Earth, but they can't make gravity do any of that stuff on the Earth. So I think it's a nonsense theory. There's no reason for us to believe it. And I'm not going to sit here and be laughed at by somebody who can't produce any physical, experiments that demonstrate their supposed scientific worldview.
Yeah, we've never seen it. It's the biggest begging the question in the world. We've never seen anything coalesce into a ball. But we just say, look at all those balls that we don't know are balls. Look at all those balls. It's like, well, you've
They're
never
very
actually
interested in balls, aren't they? Yeah, NASA loves balls.
Look at this picture that I took of the moon and, the other street lights in the foreground. Minus all of the dancing. Yeah.
Did you post them, bro?
I'm about to post it. And
So, like, here's my thing. When I was a kid growing up, Pluto was a planet. and Jupiter was a gas giant. Now Pluto's not a planet, and Jupiter is all liquid.
First of all, I didn't fucking know that. That's not even. When he said that, I was like, I'm not even going to interject. I'm going to wait till later.
So when I said that. It was a question, and it said, "Where's the biggest ocean in the universe?" And it was in Jupiter.
But now it's a waterfall, which is even worse because this is supposed to be a waterfall, but technically, that's the OG waterfall.
I'm telling you, dude. Like I can't believe anything anymore. Every decade, something changes. And the worst part is like when everything changes, it's like, you know, when I grew up, I learned things one way, and now my kid's growing up, and she's learning things differently than the way I learned it. And it's like every generation is confused, man.
That's what they did to our parents. Like I've always had the thought in my mind, bless my parents' heart, because they couldn't help me with my homework. They didn't know what was going on, and I used to look at them like, "You're old. You're a dinosaur." Like I'm holding the torch now, Mom and Dad. Don't worry about it. You're dumb and obsolete, but I got you. I'm being a little extra, but in all seriousness, kids think that parents are naive. Kids think that parents are dumb and uninformed because they're not of the world. They're doing that mommy daddy thing. They don't even know what the fuck. Mom, you don't know what the fuck is going on in university? You don't know what I just went through? You don't know how you know what I mean? Like like and I think the system is designed that way, number one, because family is for what? Preservation, especially of knowledge above all else. Your family is supposed to be what transfers wealth of information from one generation to another generation. They've made it so that can't happen. So now the only knowledge that's passed down is from who? Those in authority, not from your family. It's just sad, man. Did you see the? I just saw the new Hitler film. Shout out to what's the name of it? Send me the link. Yo, that documentary is powerful, man.
Which one?
The new Hitler film, the new Hitler Productions documentary.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, it's about.
You talking about like the greatest story never told, or are you talking about that? I'm misinterpreting what you're saying.
You know who Hitler is? He made the level documentary. No, Hitler, who made the level documentary.
No. I didn't know. I don't know anything about that.
Some good stuff.
Drop a link.
Yeah, I'll give you a link for it.
Yeah. You giving him the new one or the level documentary?
Yeah, no, I'll just give him the channel.
Cool.
Oh yeah. So you'll find that there, and you'll probably find because they have a Roxanne and actually somebody sent me the Odyssey link. I can send that to you, and it's called Sleuthing, and oh my god! First of all, everything that most of us were saying from 2 years ago, based on the information, not based on conspiracy, because nobody else is paying attention. But that's like when the Glober is like, yeah, it's a water ball. And we go, whoa, wait a minute, but water requires containment. And then they go, yeah, but you're not thinking about it correctly. It's the same thing with this whole 2 year situation. It's like they said something on the CDC website, and then we're like, wait a minute. But doesn't that mean? And they're like, no, you're a conspiracy theorist. Shut up. Like, we never said that. It's right there on the website.
There's a link to Hitler's channel in the live stream voice text.
Okay. Give me a second. Of course, as soon as I walk away. Hey Elijah, I took some more pictures of the moon last night.
Oh yeah. By the way, so obviously, my thought about Jupiter is wrong. Look at where the fuck it's at, not perpendicular to the shadow.
Here's my thing: they keep talking about these planets, right? They keep bringing up Jupiter and Venus, Mars, and all these planets. Why don't I ever see the fucking sun setting on them in their picture? You know what I mean? Like I always see full circular pictures, no crescent pictures.
Oh, so Venus is crescent. Venus does have a phase. I don't know. Yeah, which is real. Which is actually sometimes it's very convincing that the Earth might be what they say.
Right.
No, it doesn't. No. That's not the globe itself, but the stuff in the sky and everything. Because it's like, how the fuck are all of these things in the same phase? Well, could it be that what they say is true? Well, no, because you don't measure any curvature anywhere. However, it is a very interesting phenomenon once you realize you're not on a globe, because then it's like, well, what the
right. Dude, I've been catching little Eddie Bravo snippets here and there, and getting into arguments with Joe Rogan. That shit is hilarious.
Is it the old stuff, or he's like, or they've done some new shit?
Yeah, 2017.
Oh yeah, that stuff is always good to go.
That is some hilarious stuff. You're fucking crazy. I'm fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, I'm amazed that he took that tack, because that was actually probably what the best way to go versus getting triggered and he knew that they were gaslighting them. He knew that because they were being like Joe. Like, did you ever see the video where Mindshock counts like how many fallacies Joe Rogan?
Yeah, it was like 270 or something.
Jesus,
yeah, it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
No, I was just laughing because they were gaslighting him. He's like, "You're getting upset. Why are you getting upset? Just change the subject. If it hurts, just change the subject."
Right, yo. Everybody was like, "Why are you guys getting mad? Why are you guys getting mad?"
He's like,
"Let me just take it off." I'm not hurting anybody, and they're like, "No, you're hurting."
But you are. You're on my platform, and you've got millions of people listening, and they're going to hear this, and they're going to believe you. So
they can't think. They can't use their minds to think for themselves either. Oh, damn!
Like everybody that listens to Joe Rogan is stupid. That was some epic shit.
Shout out!
But yeah, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any crescent planets. That's the only problem I have. Maybe someone wants to drop some pictures or something. But every time I see a picture of a planet, it's always full, round object, even with all the CGI, and they never make a crescent on it for like what would be considered a sunset.
Yeah. On one hand, they say, "Oh, the P900 takes like unfocused pictures." Yeah, that's true, because you can focus it to a point that it does look like, like the way they look. But when they're quote unquote out of focus like that, the problem is this. So all of that dancing and shit that the stars are doing in the P900's view, like all of the the star in the jar looking shit, while it's doing that's one thing. And we can say, oh, that's because the camera is really not focused. Fair enough, fine. But if you look closely on the backdrop of all of that's happening, you can kind of see like a template moving in the counterclockwise, not counterclockwise. It's just moving left. While everything else is doing what it's doing, then you have this other background thing that you can also witness behind that is doing something else. You can't tell me that all of that is lens flare.
Yeah, all of that is lens flare.
Well, of course, Matthew can tell me that, but he doesn't even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, he just immediately was like,
I'm sorry, I'm just making a joke.
That was some hilarious shit right there.
Like it was. I was not expecting that. Good evening, Matthew. I'm just talking about the cosmos. Same things that but we would all, like, if I was at an astronomy class, these are the kinds of things that people hoot and holler about and are excited about. Like, ultimately, I'm just as excited about the sky as anybody else. You've known that since you've known me. That's all I talk about. So it's just speculating about, not even speculating. I'm just outlining something that people might have missed. This experience, this thing that I've seen, is like something that's left out when people say, "Oh, it's just lens flare." Well, can you explain to me the why these two distinctly different things are happening in a lens flare? Can I see two distinct things happening in a lens flare even? Like, can we create that? I don't think so. But the lens flare is that's just what it is. In fact, I did. Oh yeah, so I told you guys that I was gonna post a picture. You guys might like this. This is big. The orange one is the moon. So these are all pictures of street lamps and the moon, celestial lamps, maybe, who knows? And they're all out of focus. But by golly gee, if I was the man in the cave and just came out and never mind, that doesn't work. But just think about how these look.
Oh, did you post something? I don't see anything.
They're loading probably.
Oh, where am I? I'm in GA. Hold on.
Well. Hey, I posted some pictures for you, Elijah. I know you like the moon, so.
Yeah. I was like 90 miles per hour to a fucking wall wrong. Not wrong. I was wondering about the whole alignment of Jupiter and the shadow part of the moon, because I've seen that before so many times, and I just never thought about it. So I finally thought to ask, "Hey, has anyone else noticed that? I wonder, if there's anything to that." Like, but today Jupiter is like all the way the fuck over there. So it's like, I gotta figure it. But the fact that it changes that itself is interesting. So yeah. So these pictures are of light and the moon. Now, just imagine that these lights were moved just far away. And if you wanted to get a closer look at them, you'd have to take a camera and zoom in. They would look like that. And you would say, those lights are spherical. I can tell you that they ain't.
No.
Matter of fact, that's an amount of, that's multiple lights, actually, in each little orb looking thing. And it's crazy because That pretty much to me looks kind of like a spherical orbit energy looking thing. That's what it looks like, if I'm being honest. But I know for a fact it's not that, because I actually know it's like that. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't do all the dancing and stuff. It doesn't have all the brilliant colors that the stars are. But then again, first of all, the kind of light that the sun is, you can't produce here. And I would assume that would be the same with the stars. Maybe you could, maybe you could. Nah, I don't think you could. They'd have done it by now. You'll never get the wavelengths looking like what they look like from the sun. So same thing with the sky. It's like, okay, well, this is as good as I got. Can't make them dance, but they at least look spiritual. Yeah, even the horizon is behind the sun. But that's not, I mean, to be fair, that's like a horizon of clouds. That's not even, that doesn't count.
So I got a new meme. I guess I should probably introduce it into the meme area. But
however, like was discussed on FED today, there's no justification for saying that the sun is blocked by Earth curvature, because that would mean that the geometric limitations. We don't have any evidence of that at all. We have evidence to the contrary. The horizon is not physical Earth curve edge, so the sun disappearing behind the horizon is not really a thing. It's not setting below the thing that isn't a geometric physical edge of the sphere. What were you gonna say, bro?
well, I dropped a meme that kind of puts a little bit more perspective into perspective. Like something that's always bothered me when people are like, "Oh, there's a little curvature off to each of the ends, but if you turn to your left, it's no longer curving at that location." And so, like, it's kind of like if you take a pin, right? You tie a string around it, and you put that on a piece of paper, and that string is a certain length, and let's say that's your field of vision. And then at the very end of that string, you have a pen, right? That ballpoint pen, and you take that pen and you basically stretch it out, and you draw all the way around it with the string stretched out. That's your full field view of what's in front of you. Now, just because you see things circular doesn't mean that you see things spherical.
Whoops.
Does that make sense? I know Matthew probably gets it.
Yep.
Circle of vision, like you basically what you see is like a radius out to like your full field of view. Everything closes onto that vanishing point.
Yeah. I love looking at pictures of New York City from high, where you can see the Central Park. It's like a big rectangle, and I'm like, you're looking at literally like the whole of Upper Manhattan. I think some of Lower Manhattan. I think the whole of Manhattan actually. And I'm like, damn, there's a whole fucking flat rectangle area right there. in the middle of the whole shot. Like it's not that it's. I mean, it's not. It's only 40 blocks, so it's not that thing. Not like you would expect to see that crazy. But I'm talking about the area, the entire area of that obviously flat. I mean, I really don't get it how people can look at that and go, yeah, but like, because the only claim that they don't have any claim of anything other than the horizon being things. Nobody really says you can see left to right curvature except for entertainment. I don't. Neil deGrasse Tyson seems to know that you can't see curvature from left to right.
So when I was driving tonight, I was just amazed at my field of view. Like from my far right field of view to my far left field of view, like out, that is a huge distance to cover. And like you're looking at the lights, and I don't know if you've ever taken pictures of like a city off in a distance at night. Like you take a picture and the lights never show up in the lens. But in your eyes, those lights are huge as hell. I'm just amazed at how gifted we are with to have the vision that we have. And people like immediately try to refute what they're seeing with their own eyes.
Yeah. I can't believe what I'm seeing with my own eyes. That's really a thing people say. How ironic.
The government says it's fake, so it has to be. I'm lying to myself. It's an optical illusion.
Yeah, there's no getting around the black phone. I can't wait to ask more people out in the world. And I can't wait to speak to Mark Sister more, the professor over at NYU. Because I don't want to be adversarial to anybody, actually. Like, I never wanted this. I never wanted to come across anti-flat earthers. Anti-flat earthers being those that don't necessarily go with the mainstream narrative, that kind of remix it just for the sake of defending the globe, which is also another irony. Because when you speak to, people that know a lot about a lot, they can't explain to you why the horizon isn't where the mass says it should be. No one's going to go, that's refraction, unless they're told it's refraction. And then you can't even justify the statement. Matthew, you read that Andrew Thomas Young paper yet? I know you said yeah before.
Yeah, he says that you can see 750 miles on a globe.
Okay, that was unsolicited information. It was just a random tidbit that I didn't ask for.
No, you asked if I had read the paper, and that was one of the things in the paper.
Yeah, no, that's obvious. All right. So I guess we'll have a conversation about that when it's not 12:41 in the morning and we'll just start off work. I'm actually going to start playing some Call of Duty, but
okay, nice chatting with you.
Definitely love to talk to you about that. Tune.
What's up, Matthew? How you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing well. Just got back from hanging out with some friends. Had a game night.
Okay. Card game?
Oh.
We played Bananagrams. That's kind of fun.
What's that?
What is what?
It's kind of like a Scrabble game where you each are building your own crossword.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Matthew probably is one of the.
You see how many words you can spell with it.
One of the people that I would love to hang out with.
I might get to hang out with them in a couple of years if the server's still open. He says he wants to come to Texas and see the eclipse.
Yeah, there's a lunar eclipse happening on Tuesday night too, Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be visible in New York though, actually.
No, it's
So,
oh, never mind. Go ahead.
it's supposed to be visible on the East Coast, I thought.
Maybe right when the moon is setting, I think.
As usual. That's what happened last time. They swore up and down that I would enjoy it.
Oh, actually, if you're up high on a mountain or something, some people may even see a Selenilian eclipse.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get a couple friends over there to watch that. But I guess based on what you're saying, it might be uneventful, huh?
Probably set an alarm and go outside and look at it. It's going to be like at 3 a.m. in California time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a Glover in here earlier. It said there's no Glovers on the side in here. Earlier.
He said there's no what?
There's no Glovers that are like dissenting from the server. On the server. Bra 1. VRUH1. But I'm like, man, there's a lot of Glovers on here. A lot of people that have respect, but they give respect too.
Matthew, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Elijah, I'm going to post the lunar eclipse info in the chat.
Thank you, Matthew.
It looks like it'll be a full eclipse when it's setting at moonset in New York, which means that a Selenilian is possible.
That's what I thought. Well, I guess we'll have to see for sure. You know.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on the weather and that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's why I couldn't see it last time. It was cloudy. That's right. Good luck to me. Yeah, you know what's crazy? The last 3 nights have been crystal freaking clear. The skies have been so, like right now, it's extremely clear, not a cloud in the sky. It's so clear that I could see the planes, whatever the fuck, the trails the planes leave.
Unfortunately, I don't know if it's all going to you guys, but like here in the Midwest, we got a bunch of storms running through all weekend that are moving east. So those clear skies are probably going away.
No, it's about to be 80 degrees and hot, like, for half the week. When is the eclipse supposed to be happening? Please say the 7th.
Wednesday morning at around 6:35 a.m. in New York City. But you'd need, if there's any chance of seeing a Selenilian eclipse, it would be if you can see all the way down to the horizon, both east and west. Like if you're up high on a mountain, or like where there's water on the east and the west.
No, I live on an island, Sam.
No, I know, but there's buildings and mountains around you, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Like if you're on some little island way out in the middle of the ocean where you can see the sunrise and the sunset at the same time, that's what you need.
What's wrong with just going to the top of a building?
It might not be high enough. I'm definitely going to do that, but I don't think it's going to be high enough.
Yeah, basically, you need to be able to see the horizon.
Park Avenue, those high buildings, that might be high enough. But again, all I'm going to be doing is looking into New Jersey and whatever the fuck is east from the. It's going to be obstruction on the horizon. It's not going to be a clean shot. That's still though. I guess I'll figure that out for next year's lunar eclipse. 'Cause I was going to make an effort to just go somewhere else to experience it, but maybe there's
here. In this case, Elijah, if there is a chance of seeing a selenium, like that might not happen again for a long time.
It happens every year, bro.
The selenium in your area?
We had another one like last month. I have video.
No, that was the solar
eclipses, like lunar eclipse or selenium lunar eclipse.
I'll post it in a second.
No, I know they do happen, but they don't happen. They don't happen every time there's a dark eclipse. It has to be timed out right where it is at, sun. It's sunset, and then it has to be, So like when the next one comes in your area, it could be a really long time.
I would speculate it does, Blue, because a selenium is a partial eclipse, which means when the lunar eclipse happens every other time, it includes the part of it that's only partial when it's not the whole thing. That's at least logically, that's what I deduced. I don't know if that's actually true.
Yeah, Wednesday is a total eclipse, and the moon sets at 6:34 in New York. No, 6:41 in New York, and the sun rises at 6:34. So the sun rises at 6:34, and the moon sets at 6:41 while it's in a total eclipse. So between 6:34 and 6:41, if you're somewhere where you can see the horizon, you should be able to see a selenium.
I love how you say should. Like, the only way you would ever expect that is on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's the impossible eclipse because the globe's like,
All right. Sorry, finishing my maps. All right. You want to sell a million eclipse? I literally have a video of it. It was last month.
Selenium eclipses are fairly rare. They're not like so rare where they only happen once in a generation or something.
Well, we're going to have two of them within 2 months.
They have the guy that keeps saying that. So one eclipse always accompanies the other. Solar eclipse happens, 15 days later, the lunar eclipse happens. That happens all the time. It happens, sometimes multiple times a year. I don't know how frequent, but I know it happens every year. Lunar eclipses happen every year. So somewhere on Earth, you can see the partial part of it because it's included in the whole eclipse. Then there are some times where you just have the partial version of that. So it's always going to be. I guess the difference might be that there's no point on Earth that you can see both the sun and the moon. I don't know if that's true though. I think that there's during the lunar eclipse, there's always a point where you can see the sun and the moon somewhere on Earth. But I haven't validated that. I haven't even I can't remember because it's been so long that I've actually read through this stuff. It's like fucking 700-page PDF on lunar.
You're about seeing a full moon and the sun at the same time.
That would have to be true on a globe, I would agree. If you lived on a globe, that would have to be true. That somewhere on Earth, every time, you should be able to find a selenium.
Yeah. Well, so like from what I understand, the selenium is a lunar node.
Yeah.
It's when there's still an eclipse that's happening. That's a lunar node. Like if you look up what a lunar node is, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, I posted all the info for you, Elijah, between 6:34 and 6:41.
Thank you, Matthew. I wish that I had, because I have a perfect spot where I can go on my roof uninterrupted. The problem is I have my binoculars, but I don't. Oh, fuck, my ex has all of the attachments, so the tripod, and also I don't have the attachment from my phone to record it either.
Well, I mean, the moon is big enough. You don't need anything. You just could record it with your cell phone. I mean, you could see it with your bare eyes, right? The moon.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be looking at that thing with my binoculars. I'm not gonna be caring about recording it. That's just a time slot too small for me to waste on trying to, I want to experience it. I'm not really concerned with recording it, and I want to experience it with individuals as well.
Yep. One of the hardest thing about being a parent is putting that camera down and going and experiencing life with your kids. Experience is a very big thing.
Yep. Because then you have to rely on your memory, but those memories are all you have to take with you when everything else is gone.
Mm-hmm. Did you see my cloud cover pictures of the moon? I thought you would.
Oh yeah. Let me check it out. Did you post it? You posted it in the chat, or?
Yeah, it's up a ways at the 11:30 mark. And I think that's Jupiter above the moon.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was just going to say that's Jupiter above it.
The way that it's been moving, I think Jupiter's been moving faster than the moon across the sky. Because I think Jupiter was further to the left last night.
That's why I'm like, how, I don't understand. I don't understand that.
Oh, it's clouds. Like as I zoom in more. Like
no. What was just said? I don't understand that. Like how was to the left and now it's where it is.
Well, the moon rises half an hour later every day, so the moon changes position by about.
No, you know what? I take that back. Jupiter is moving slower because the bottom one.
I got you, Matthew.
I have to look at the dates.
Which is okay, which makes sense because Jupiter's always there, and the moon just kind of goes through the cycle when it's sometimes there and sometimes not.
Right. No. I'm just saying, as far as like moving across the sky from our perspective.
Yeah, I still don't know. I don't. Yeah, right. I don't know. I don't know if I would attribute that to heliocentrism, which is why it's like, well, how? Even though it's like, yeah, well, it comes up 30. Well, I guess that kind of does explain it, but it doesn't give me. I can't simulate a picture of how that actually happens without.
So their argument. Elijah, you said Jupiter is just always there, and like I don't know, I'm not much of an astronomer or whatever, but is that an actual truth? What you said there, like, do we always have Jupiter? Do we always have Jupiter in our night sky?
Okay, that was a erroneous statement. What I mean is, for days and days, I know just around what time it is. Because when I look up and I see the star, I look at the time and I'm like, oh, yeah. But the moon that has nothing to do with the moon. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I was just making an observation of like the time it takes Jupiter to move across the sky versus the time that it takes the moon to move across the sky. That's what I was saying.
The stars, they're different times also. It's just not.
Right.
Not like the moon is like on steroids, it's on speed or something. I don't know. But the lunar jump Matthew, have you seen that before?
I don't know what you mean by the lunar jump. What does that mean?
So incrementally, like you said, it rises 30 minutes later, but it also rises a little bit to the side, more and more incrementally. And then there's a day that it moves more than that increment, substantially.
Yeah, I guess you mean like where it rises left to right, not the time it rises.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I guess I haven't heard of the lunar jump. I just assumed that it was about the same each night, but I don't know.
Yeah, every now and again it jumps, and I have said that is not something that is explained in the orbital mechanics.
That's when they change the light bulbs.
I see. Not even like my mind is on some other shit. I don't see circles. That's not how my brain is mapped everything. But at the same time, I don't have a complete mental assimilation of what's going on either. Honestly, I have a bias because I'm like, these square people are onto something, and I think that some other shit. So I guess I'm trying to validate that, which is obviously fallacious. I shouldn't be doing that. It's kind of hard though. Looking to validate a conclusion with observation is obviously a fallacy. Presuppositional.
Yeah, I keep hearing that word fallacious. It's, I have to remind myself that we're talking about fallacy, not something else.
Oh.
Like, Elijah, have you ever seen the old paintings of like Philadelphia and just other locations from like the 1800s where people like do a painting from a vantage point? And I'm just like, they never once show a curve, but somehow they have the whole view of the city.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you can't. I mean, but I mean, people erroneously claim that you should see a curve, but when it comes to the mathematics, I guess Matthew could probably correct me. But according to Paul Larson and Neil deGrasse Tyson, you don't see the curvature in the way that people keep saying that they do from left to right. The curvature is claimed to be the horizon. That horizon is claimed to be at a specific distance based on your height. Now, this isn't a visual thing though, because obviously they say something else is visually happening, but the geometric horizon is there. You just don't see it. It's like, okay, cool story. The only claim you have is something that actually you can experience because you're experiencing some other phenomena having to do with light. Interesting. Interesting that when we're talking about geometry, for some reason we're talking about light. Like something being obstructed versus some idea about light travels to your eye beyond obstruction. I don't even get. I guess I get how people can get there. I mean, kind of matters that you don't that you're careful not to undo long-held truths and understandings in your mind before you're ready. It's kind of why I don't expect to debate, and I don't like debate. I do like debate, but in retrospect, I don't think it's useful, and I also think it's hurtful to the people that we talk to. I don't think we handle them the way we should.
Well, they definitely don't handle us the same way either. At some point, there's not common ground.
It's kind of different because it's not. What we're doing is not equal. Like what we're trying to do is expose information. And what they're trying to do is justify what we already know. So it's like it's not the same burden of care, I don't think, because in this sense, but like we're no longer. We think they're brainwashed, right? We think that we used to be brainwashed, and we no longer are. So it's not hurtful. It is hurtful, but it's hurtful in the sense that, damn, I'm trying to save you.
Yeah.
Now they can think that they're doing the same thing, but who has the justification for why they feel how they feel? I would say we do. Because not only do I feel this way, I can say I feel this way because, and then I can provide information. And most people, they're appreciative because they don't think about this stuff. They don't know anything about the geometry. They've never thought of any of these things before.
And their argument is an appeal to authority, and that's it. That's their sole argument.
By the way, Elijah, your voice is coming in much more clear than it was like before. So I don't know if you changed mics or what, but it's much better now.
Oh yeah, now that I'm home and my other phone died, I kind of just I'm leaving it on. I'm talking through my phone speaker. So
yeah.
Creation Bear told me that it was pretty. He did that and he found that it was actually pretty good.
That's cool. But and then also like within what I was saying about an appeal to authority for them, like they literally think that we're too stupid to understand it. So if we're too stupid to understand it, why are they even explaining it to us? Does that make sense?
I guess. Well, initially,
if we're too stupid to understand it, you're too stupid to explain it.
Yeah, on one hand, it's like one could say or reason that the reason that I'm saying you're too stupid for me to explain it is because they've tried to explain it and the information wasn't received.
Right.
But for most people, what I suspect it is that they only say it because others have said it and they already believe it's a globe, so they think that what others say is justified when they say these flat earthers don't understand.
Yeah.
Which is also not true.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's true.
Right. But I mean, that's one of the great things about the server is the learning experience. Like I've told many people this, like this server has been around for a while and a lot of y'all have been at this for like 7-8+ years. And like in the year that I've been here, I mean, I feel like I've learned a decade's worth of knowledge in that time.
Yeah.
The articulation that people bring to this. Even you, Matthew. Like you
Thanks.
have great I guess monologue, even dialogue, just conversation. You're easy to converse with. You make a lot of sense. And especially in the whole, like, you know, what works on a globe could work on a flat plane for a lot of things. So I appreciate that recognition as well. It brings a lot of common sense.
Yeah. I mean, if I don't convince anybody, that's okay. But if I help people understand my side a little bit better, then I'm happy.
Yeah. No, I'm in agreement right there. I'm not like, for some people, they are trying to convince others. I'm not. I'm just trying to speak the truth, and whoever's willing to listen.
It's interesting because we actually want the same thing. So do we have to be adversarial? In some ways, we can work together because we want this information to get out, and Matthew wants people to understand the model better. We want people to understand the model better too, because the problem is no one knows what the fuck it is.
Right.
Who's making the noise, folks?
It's Elijah.
Elijah's playing a game.
He's talking through a speaker.
Yeah. They're hearing every single sound effect from COD Mobile there, Elijah. Every single one.
See how I did that, Lou? I didn't mention it.
See, if you just turn the sensitivity a little bit, mate, you'll not be able to hear that, but we'll still be able to hear you when you speak, bro.
I don't think he has a microphone next to him. He's talking through like maybe a game speaker or something.
Yeah, but if he uses the headphones for his game, then we could still. Oh, but then he couldn't hear.
No, so I put my headset on.
You're right. I can do that. That would be better.
Yeah, we can even tell that they have creepy, spooky Halloween sound effects right now, like all tinny sounding.
Is that the new Call of Duty, Elijah?
No, this is mobile. It's a new season though. Rebirth is on here, aka Alcatraz.
Alcatraz?
Yeah, let's go. I got so good in this shit, Lou. I'm gonna do a video right now and show you. You remember how I used to think everybody was fucking hacking? Nah, that's just how that was the difference in my skill level versus their skill level. Because now, like, if I was playing against myself, I would say that I was hacking.
What, you rocking the leaderboard now?
I'm climbing. I've been on top of MJ couple times for one day, but it was interesting because I'm always last, because I'm always running out. I don't have any game awareness in the sense, like, I'm just getting a concept of, oh, wait a minute, these buildings, these containers and all this other extra shit isn't here for no reason. I'm supposed to hide behind the shit and take cover so that I'm not fully fucking exposed.
Dude, that's what I was telling you guys back in the day. Like, I was fucking, you go run, like everybody's just running up individually trying to. And then somebody dies off in the middle of nowhere, and somebody else is going to Yeah, them sound effects are loud.
Oh, it's funny though.
He's right. Now I can't hear you guys. So I got one ear in and one ear out, so we're good. So what changed my game basically was simply the way I hold my phone. So I still use the same amount of fingers, still use the same placement of buttons. It's just that I used to hold my. I can't even really explain it to you. I guess I could, but I don't know how.
They call it the claw, right? You do the claw.
Yes, I hold my phone like that. Whereas before, the way I held my phone was more like okay. So my
my index fingers were behind the phone. I was kind of cradling it, and so it didn't really allow for any stability because I used the gyro. So I was good, but I couldn't really react as good as I could have. Versus now, I'm able to snap on to people like immediately because I have stability of the gyro now because I'm holding it like with the claw, so I have more of a horizontal left and right versus it just going a little bit up, a little bit down because I'm holding the phone in a weird way. So now that I got that plane stable, now I can just focus on the vertical. So it's very easy to snap on the targets. I'm saying this as I've killed literally no one so far. I can't find anyone though. It's like, what the hell? Oh, here's somebody. Oh, he has a BY-15. It's a wrap. I got shotgunned. It was over.
Hey, Donato, are you listening? So, anybody in the chat? So, Donato took a picture of, I think it was Jupiter, and there were these, there's this linear set of orbs next to it, which I thought was weird.
Oh, those are the moons.
Huh?
Those are the moons.
Oh, those are the moons?
Yeah, man. Shit is cool as fuck.
Well, so I didn't have a stable tripod, and so I was wondering what the fuck they were, because they were in there still. I'm like, what the fuck is that? It looks like bubbles. But it was super cool though, because these pictures, even though they're kind of wobbly and stuff, you got green, you got green, you got green, you got blue. That's all Jupiter, dude. That was all Jupiter one night. It was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
really
why
cool.
that's why I suggest everyone get with their local astronomy club if you have one.
Right.
And go experience some shit, man. Don't you sit here talking about the Earth and the cosmos. Go outside.
I posted the names in the chat at 14 after the hour.
The
names of the moons?
Yeah. As they currently appear. I mean, they move.
Yeah, they do.
What's BT?
I love that CGI.
That's a star.
What's it stand for though? Or is it just BT? Like IO?
I don't know. A lot of stars don't have that, official names or whatever. But
come on! This is a moon of Jupiter that you see that people are always looking at. It's got to. They named it BT. There's got to be a story behind that.
No, well, there probably is, but a lot of stars have nomenclature names. They don't even have official names, Greek names, Latin names, things like that. When you do research on the stars, or if you have a good app, I have Sky Safari. I paid $40 for it to unlock it, and so when I look in the sky, it tells me every star that's out there. And a lot of stars, I'm like, really? That's the name of the star? But I mean, to sit there and name all of those stars, it would take them forever.
I just used the Stellarium web thing. I posted a link.
So what makes Jupiter any different than its moons?
It's bigger.
Only a little bit. Look at the picture you just promoted.
Well, that picture is just sort of it's kind of showing magnitude. Like if you look through a telescope, the Jupiter itself looks like a round thing, and the other 4 things look like just dots.
Okay, so those are just added CGI or whatever. Yeah, gotcha.
Oh yeah, this isn't a photo. This is the star map.
Well, you got Donatos that's up there. I mean, sure, Jupiter's bigger, but I mean, they're all just lights in the sky up there. They all have the same hue, same glow.
So the interesting thing is when you see them like in the city, right? Like how the planets and some stars were like all spaced. It definitely looked domular. You know what I mean? But if you actually have a telescope and you look at like a cluster of stars, in my case I have binoculars, it looks like a blanket. And some say that
especially when you do time lapse, like it looks like a blanket. Everything just moving in a blanket. Another quick question, actually, though, about Jupiter and its moons. Can we see moon phases of Jupiter's moons?
No, because
MJ didn't download it.
It's so far away that the sun is always shining. The sun is always kind of behind us when we're looking at Jupiter.
I've seen Jupiter in the sky at the same time as the sun.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
like there's no waxing or waning of
the dark side. Yeah, the dark side of Jupiter is always way farther than us.
Oh, another thing someone was asking was how come the other planets don't have phases, and I replied with Venus does.
Yeah, Venus and Mercury do.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's up with the other planets? Is it that they're so far you kind of can't, you don't have the resolution to see the phase?
No, it's that we are closer to the sun than they are. Does that make sense? So we're closer to the sun. So when we look at any of the other planets, they're farther out, and so the side that we see is always facing towards the sun.
That's the excuse then, also with all of Jupiter's moons, right?
Well, anything that's farther than the Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
So Mercury and Venus would be the only planets that we'd expect to see any kind of phases. I guess you could
basically he's saying you could use this in a perspective, like if you're all sitting around a campfire, and the person who's furthest outside of the campfire, if they walked around the entire circle of the campfire, they would always be in the light. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good analogy.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like Jupiter and Earth are supposed to have different orbits, and they're not necessarily always on the same side as the sun, right?
Right.
So based off of like perspective, like and angles and stuff, there should be times when you can catch a shadowy side.
Yeah. Like
okay,
so we're 90 degrees from us.
Yeah. So here's
a right angle. Go ahead.
We never get that far away. So I like the campfire analogy. Let's say that there's a big campfire and you're within 5 feet of the campfire. Maybe you're walking circles around the campfire, but never straying more than 5 feet away. But then there's some security guard like 50 feet away. You're never gonna see the back of the dark side of the security guard because he's 50 feet away, and no matter where you are, you never see the backside.
There is a portion when they are at 90-degree angle from the sun, based off the heliocentric model. Like if you took where we were, went straight into the sun, and then went out 90 degrees, you should be able to see some sort of a shadow, even if it's like a slight Terminator line.
Well, yeah. So the sun can be at the 90-degree angle, but Jupiter could never be at the 90-degree angle. You'd have to have Jupiter at the 90 degrees, but we never get far enough away from the sun for that to happen.
No, I'm saying if you go into the sun and then you mark off a box 90 degrees, make your 90-degree right angle, and then go all the way out to Jupiter's orbit. That's 90 degrees, right?
Yes.
That we should be able to see some form of obstruction in the in Jupiter's appearance.
Yeah, so the only time that we would see the half phase of some object is if you go from Earth to that object to the sun, and that object is at the corner of the 90 degrees. Not with what you're describing is if the sun is at the corner of the 90 degrees.
No, that's the angle that they would be making based off of where the orbit was around the sun. Forget the reference of Earth being 90 degrees from Jupiter. That's a completely different observation. I'm in the middle of the game, so I can't actually make like a drawing of it. But it would be roughly at like, let's say 30 degrees off to the side, or whatever. You would still be able to see some form of shadow. Like if you use a security guard as an analogy, I would be able to see some shadowing on his shoulder, and some obstruction of his body on the backside.
Yeah, but not much. I mean, you're not going to see a half phase. You may see like 95% instead of 100% or something like that, but never 50%.
Right, but that's what I'm saying though. Like you should be able to see some form of obstruction, and that's all. Just a little bit. I mean, the human eye notices a lot. Like, and our brains are so meticulous and scrutinizing of everything. That's intelligence. And so I can't just discount that. Like I'd have to see, just like the moon gets illuminated 90%, I should be able to see Jupiter illuminated 90% or 80% at best.
Yeah, I'm reading an article that says it's never below 99%, but it is below 100%. So it stays between 99 and 100%.
Gotcha. Just another observation.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit convenient or made up.
No, it's just the three-dimensional geometry. I mean, it's not. If you take the geometry to be true, then that was one of the consequences of Saturn, of Jupiter being so far away.
You guys know if there's been an instance of anyone that's been into flat Earth that has exited it?
Yeah, Ranty did.
There's a couple of people that probably chilled out.
No, man. They were Globers to start with, man.
Yeah, the usual narrative is, they were never truly into flat Earth. But Ranty was one who seemed to be, because he made flat Earth videos and stuff, but now his channel is about anti-flat Earth.
That's interesting. Not like I'm not trying to make any sort of point. I'm just trying to. I think it's interesting to go from like being a glober to being a flat earther to going back to being globe. I wonder how much transition is available for any particular person on any particular viewpoint, like be it religion or science or whatever it is.
It's Jose as well. Was it Jose GJ Gonzalez or something?
I've learned to stop buying like everything in like a dark black. Just when the lights are off, I can't see shit. If I start filling my case is like neon green, man.
Matthew.
Yeah, go ahead.
What would explain someone seeing Jupiter blink out?
You mean like you're watching it and it just disappears?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, normally that doesn't happen, but I suppose if there's high clouds or something that block it temporarily.
I experienced that one evening, and I waited for it to return for a long time, for over 10 minutes, and it didn't. And no other stars around it disappeared. It was just that one big bright light just vanished.
It might be they were looking at a plane. Like stars don't do that, and planets don't. But if you saw a bright light, it might have been a plane that turned.
And it's happened twice. I was collecting some wood from outside one night, and I just looked straight up above me, and there was this little red star right above me, amongst others.
Red
and I don't know why.
Would be Mars.
It wasn't Mars.
Have you considered swamp gas? Maybe it was swamp gas.
Yeah, and I was just looking up at it, and I don't know why I focused on that one, and I was just focused on it, probably because it stood out because of its color, and then the next minute it just blinked out too. And I was like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Weird shit happens in the sky. So hey Matthew, when you come into the server, is it mostly just background noise while you're getting shit done at home, or do you actually enjoy the intellectual conversation?
No, yeah, I'm usually doing other things, not playing games like Elijah's doing right now, but checking email, like looking through news and stuff. I mean, but if the conversation gets interesting, I'll stop and I don't know, look up stuff.
But you are entertained.
Oh yeah, it's fun. It's fun. So you guys are interesting people.
I mean, it's got to be interesting, and it's like constant discussion about science.
Yeah, it helps me hone my skills at explaining things. Because I'm a teacher, I like explaining things, but I try to learn how to say things in a way that's clear and concise.
Some things that don't piss somebody off because you weren't reaching them in an agreeable way.
Right. Yeah. Some people just want to argue, and so there's no helping that. I mean, I don't think I could go on to Nathan Oakley's show without him yelling. I've never tried though, but he's not on Discord anymore, so I don't know where his show went.
I think he is. I don't know. I think I'm on one of his servers. I don't know which one it is though. I'm on a lot of different Flat Earth cosmology type servers and biblical servers.
I think they went over to Gilded.
I saw you on Oakley's.
Me?
No, Matthew.
Well, I was I don't know, a couple months ago I was in his server briefly, the after show, but I was never on his show talking to him.
I'm sure I heard you on his show. I'm sure there was an episode where you had a chat with him.
More than a sentence or two? I don't remember saying. I mean, I don't remember.
Huh. Oh, it was going back a year or two. I'm sure I heard you have a bit of a conversation with him in there. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't remember that.
Did you understand my circular vision aspect, Matthew?
Yeah, that when you're standing somewhere, like everywhere around you seems like a dome, and that's because of how far you can see in all directions. That idea?
Right. And the whole, like, the analogy of, like, taking a pin, putting a string around it, and taking a pin at the other end of the string, and just drawing a circle all the way around with that string fully extended out.
Yeah.
That was one of the first things I learned when I was learning about circles and what a radius was. Like, I never thought of a circle with, like, the circumference and then taking a diameter, cutting it in half, and I mean, that was an easy aspect of it. But and then that dot in the center was like the center, and then the radius was from the center outward. Like, it immediately resonated with me when I thought of, like, me standing in the center, and then my field of vision being able to see only so far in all directions. Just a little, like, meaningless information.
Well, this place is dead too. I was hoping to have something to listen to in the background while I worked.
Oh, bro. Who's talking?
It's great, Angelo.
What's up, Angelo? This is Gizbo. I don't think I've ever met you before.
No, probably not. I don't come in here very often. I usually listen to different Discord channels while I'm working.
Sure.
Great, Angelo. Are you going to watch the lunar eclipse that's happening on Wednesday morning?
Next week? No, I'm in the southern hemisphere. I'm going to miss part of it.
Oh.
And on that particular day, I'm actually going to be working. So
apparently, parts of the U.S. East Coast may have a chance of seeing a Selenilian eclipse, where it's in the full eclipse when it's setting and the sun is rising.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why it's so damn cold here. It's supposed to be getting to be summer, and we're having a really cold November.
I know, it's springtime down there, right?
Yeah, I'm down in Peru.
Okay. Yeah, isn't the circling sun that circles the North Pole supposed to be getting closer and closer to where you are?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how it speeds up, so it goes in the large.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, maybe on your map. But anyway, it's supposed to be warmer here, and the problem is the Humboldt Current, and we're not sure why, but it hasn't got any warmer due to global warming. It's still cold, and it does two things for the coastline here. It makes a lot of fog, but no rain. And so we just stay, about 10 degrees cooler than normal. And this month in particular, we haven't gotten above 65 or 70 for our lows, and we should be, close to 70 by this time of the year. And our high should, don't get much higher than 80. We never have anything higher than 80 any time of the year.
Really? Are you up high?
No, it's right on the ocean. That's one of the reasons why we're so cold.
You're right. It's kind of like being in San Diego. It's just like beautiful all year round.
Exactly, because San Diego gets that northern current coming down from Alaska. So.
Yeah.
It just pisses me off. I go to all the trouble of retiring in a nice city. It never rains. The weather's usually pretty good, except it just takes its time. I'm tired of it taking its time getting warm.
Yeah, it'll be there though, and you'll get some residual going into the fall, and you know that.
Yeah. For us, it usually stays warm all the way through March, which is really good. And what I really like about summertime here is it burns off all the fog early, and we get a really nice sunny afternoon. And when it's only 75 degrees and you've got this bright overhead sun, it's so much fun. Beautiful basketball weather.
Yeah, they do like basketball down in Peru. Basketball, soccer, and is it cricket? Do they like cricket down there?
No.
No. What's
soccer? Soccer is their best sport. They like volleyball, soccer, and baseball. But not too much. There's not too many basketball players down there. Everybody's too short.
Really?
Yeah, I'm the tallest person in my neighborhood, and there's like maybe 20,000 people within a square mile of where I'm at.
They all know you.
Yeah, because I'm the only gringo. I get back to the community so much. They know me that way too. So. So, do we have Phillies or Astros fans in this group?
Neither.
I'm a Twinkie fan.
You're a Twinkie fan, like the Twins.
Yeah, I love the Twins.
I give you props, man. Sticking with them for as long as you have.
I'm sorry?
So I give you props sticking with them as long as you have. You didn't like.
Yeah, no, I've never abandoned any of my teams. I'm a Viking fan and lost 4 Super Bowls. I'm a Lakers fan that was a Laker fan all the way from back in the day when they were in Minnesota before they moved to L.A.
I'm a Packers fan, but I was a Vikings fan for 2 years.
Why only 2 years?
Brett Favre.
Ah, yes.
He was the reason I became a Packers fan. And I was just so happy to see him like never miss a game. You know what I mean? So I was cheering him on even like after what they did with him. They made him like not be able to go to the team he wanted to go to. And I thought him and Adrian Peterson were such an awesome combination.
The sad thing about Favre on the year that they were supposed to go to the Super Bowl and the Saints put a bounty on him, I've never forgiven the Saints for that. Even they haven't fired anybody that was involved in that. It just absolutely is pissed me off.
And that you watch that hit, and it was so illegal. You could tell they did it to hurt him, and he went back out there and played on a broken foot for 7 more minutes. Like that's an testament, dude. And the shitty thing was like as much pain as he was in, if he would have ran 3 yards, they would have won.
Yep.
All he had to do was run 3 yards, or like 3 plus the 4 yards behind the scrimmage that he was. But he was in so much pain, he couldn't even think.
They probably would have got him on a later down.
Well, it would have been a first down, and then all they would have had to do is run the ball and run the clock out. But they got the ball back. They got the ball back because they intercepted him. But yeah, so I was a Vikings fan for a little while. I did like Adrian Peterson. I thought he was like one of the best running backs I ever witnessed with my own eyes.
Yes, and he's smart enough not to run for Senate. Why embarrass himself? I can care less about Herschel's politics. I don't care which side of the spectrum he's on. He's got to be the dumbest person to ever run for office.
Yeah. But in my opinion, though, like, I don't know. Like, I'd be willing to take him than some of the other politicians that are out there. I think we've all seen what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, I think there's a major house cleaning that needs to be done in both parties. Right. Number one, everybody needs to be a lot younger. I'm getting so sick and tired of the old guard. I'm an old guard, and I know when it's time to let the young kids take over. My father said it best when I was growing up. Because when I was growing up, it was during the era of Kennedy and Johnson and Nixon and those. And in the Senate were 80-year-olds that literally, my dad said should have been gone. He was a Democrat, and he was kicking out more Democrats than Republicans, saying, we need fresh blood in there and new ideas. And he kept telling me, why don't you run for politics? I said, Dad, I wouldn't be able to make up my mind which side of the fence to sit on.
Now you realize that's exactly how politics is ran.
Yeah. I think eventually, though, the pendulum will swing to the younger folks eventually, because people are getting really sick and tired of the way everything is going.
Right. They need to put a cap on it. Like,
yeah, term limits definitely.
Add one more senator, right? Add one more senator in the Senate for each state. Give a third senator for each state, and that way, every 2 years, one of the senators rotates out. Right?
Yeah.
Because there's a 4-year stretch where no senators trade out in some of the states. Add an extra senator.
I'm one of those who would rather add them proportionally to population, the senators. In other words, the smallest states. Well, I know you'll disagree, and I understand
the way the Constitution is set up.
Because I'm not a constitutional man when it comes to the way we set up our elections. And it was set up at a time when the country was very, very young, and the states were far, far apart based on the fact that you had, and the population, diversity in the states was very narrow, because like the southern states, especially along the East Coast, had so few people in them compared to the northern states. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, that's when the system worked. But now, as the populations are spread out, the country is huge. I think we need to rethink it. No, it was smart for that time, yes, but they didn't look forward to see. They don't tell
you you need 40 senators in order to cast the vote, or you need 60 senators in order to cast the vote. They say majority, which is 51%, and then you got the 2/3, and then for what is it? I forget what the 2/3 is.
Judges and appointments.
The judges and appointments, and then the 3/4 for ratification for amendments.
Oh, and for treaties also.
And for treaties. So, like, they were smart. They used fractions. They didn't use actual numbers because they knew that it would grow and change.
Yeah, but the growth and change has not been proportional. The problem is that a state the size of Wyoming gets the same number of representatives in the Senate as a state the size of California, which has, many, many times that more people. And,
but there's a lot of illegal votes in California, so we don't really know what's going on.
Let's not get into that side of the debate. You and I are going to differ quite a bit on that.
Like, I live in Texas, but I grew up in California, and I know what California is all about.
I worked as a poll worker in Southern California, in Orange County of all places. The only times that we saw any irregularities, unfortunately, were out of the Republican side, not the Democratic side. Now, that was down in Orange County.
Right.
My friends who were up in L.A. County in heavy Democratic districts didn't see any Republican cheating or Democratic cheating going on. and they were very, neutral party-wise. And when I was a poll watcher and poll worker, I didn't even participate in the voting. I decided I would be too biased if I did, so I stayed out of it during. These were smaller elections, but it's gotten so toxic. That's the thing that really bothers me. No matter which side you're on, it's gotten very toxic, and it's not the way I grew up. When I grew up, we didn't have that kind of stuff. We respected the other side and the other opinions of other people. And so I wish it would come back that way.
But that's the reason why I said if we added an extra senator, it might balance things out for like a modern day system. It
did. Now Wyoming has 3. It's like, okay.
Well, every state has an equal opportunity.
No, but that's the problem.
I don't think California should be telling Wyoming how to run their state.
Well, that's the problem, though. All of those 3 votes, for what is it, 450,000 people in the state of Wyoming have more pull, or is the same amount of pull as the 29 million that are in California, or 39 million, I think is now what it is.
What do you think about the 10th Amendment?
What do I think about the what?
10th Amendment.
The 10th Amendment. Refresh my memory. It's been a while since I've...
Any powers not enumerated in the Constitution for the federal government is reserved to the state and or the people.
Give me a second. Okay, well, states' rights, I understand where you're going at, but that's, again, what I'm trying to point out is that the voting, the way the representation in the Senate, in fact, I'm one of those who's a Senate abolitionist. I want to abolish the Senate. And the point is that I think a constitutional Congress is much more effective at representing individual areas and groups than it would be having a Senate, a lopsided Senate. So the 10th Amendment doesn't apply to this argument.
It does for me because I don't want the federal government telling me what to do. I like having
you elect 2 senators, and you're telling me you don't want them to tell you what to do.
They shouldn't be telling me what to do. I should be telling them what to do.
But that's the point that I was trying to get at. The small states, those senators are able to tell the larger states what to do. And because they outnumber us, there's more smaller states than there are large states.
What's written in the Constitution is written in the Constitution, and it is what it is. If they can't agree with if the smaller states can't agree with the larger states, then laws don't get passed. Good. We don't need more laws. Does that kind of make sense?
No, it's still too old.
I'm not telling you. My little state is not telling your big state what to do. We can't agree, so no new law is getting passed.
Well, let's see. Let's say the Senate becomes a Republican majority Senate. Your little state decides to pass anti-abortion legislation that goes, nationwide. It mandates essentially abortion law nationwide. Now that small state is telling the big state what to do.
So all they did was they removed the federal mandate on it. Now go back to your own state and pass your own law.
No, they're not. Look at you got to look at the writing of the laws that are being proposed by the Republican Party. It's a full, it's a full no abortion amendment. They want to codify that law.
From everything that I've read, it's not being taken away. There's just no longer any protection for those people performing those duties.
Well, not just the people performing it, but they're also taking away the woman's right to go and get one. She crossed state lines and so forth. There are states out there that will prosecute her when she comes back. That kind of stuff is just absolutely absurd.
Well, I have issues
government
with
telling it's government telling the citizenry, and in particular half the citizenry, what they can and cannot do. The other half of the citizenry is not affected by it.
Less than 1% of abortions are from rape and incest. So what does that tell you about 99% of the abortions?
Convenience, necessity. Some of them are done for the purpose, and they're not all done. By the way, the ones that are done by for the purpose of birth control is lower than the number of ones that are done because of rape and incest.
94% are out of convenience.
No, it's not a matter of what do you consider convenient? Having a child out of wedlock that you cannot take care of, or it completely ruins your career, and before the child is even viable. It's a tough issue. I don't want to go into the religious argument because I think you and I are going to end up spiraling down into a fight.
Right.
I don't want to go that route.
On YouTube. It doesn't need to be on YouTube either. We agree to disagree, but if they want to pass laws in California and say that this, and that, then they can. There can't be any federal prosecution. If the state wants to prosecute. They can't either because it's across federal lines. Just like if somebody commits murder in another state and comes back over to their state, federal law has to take over on that. It can't be. It's no longer a state issue or a local issue. So I don't even think they can do that. They can threaten to do it, just like they've threatened to do everything else legally on everything in the last 2 to 5 years. But I don't think they can do it. It'd be interesting to see what they do. I could see it going to the Supreme Court like it's already, like a lot of things are being done nowadays. And the Supreme Court would kick it back and say, yeah, you need to fix this. You can't prosecute something that somebody did across state lines because it's legal there and it's not legal here. So I'm pretty sure the person will win the right for their abortion. They'll just have to go across state lines in order to do it. Now, insurance may not pay for it because you cross state lines, and so you're out of network. But I mean, those are things that you're going to have to grapple with and battle with. I work in healthcare, so I know all about legality of healthcare and everything. It sucks.
What do you do in healthcare?
I'm a paramedic. I actually work in an emergency room, so I see things firsthand when it comes to
You see the billing and how they do the insurance?
No, so I see the abstract portion of it. So they'll be like, well, why did you do blood cultures on this patient but not on this patient? Well, they don't have insurance. I see that stuff all the time.
So do you think insurance should be something that's private? Do you think?
Why do you run all these tests? Why they'll be like, yeah, I do. But I think if you open the borders on insurance and don't give insurance districts, it forces them to compete with each other, and so they'll drop the rates just out of competition.
That's been an argument for about 70 years now in the United States, and we're the last of the civilized countries that still wants to have private insurance. And the reason why I say this is because I'm in the country that basically is still private. However, they have a program in place for those who can't afford it, which is a majority of their population because it's a very poor country, that when they go in to get medical care and they can demonstrate that they are poor and can't afford it. And by the way, the employment rate is very low for a poor country here in Peru. So most people, even though they're employed, they're still not making a lot of money because the wages are so low. They get free health care all the way across the board. I was even offered free health care when I went in, and I had the money to pay for it. And they said, well, you're living in this particular neighborhood. It's zoned for free health care. Why don't you take it? And I said, well, I don't need it, and so I wouldn't take it. But the health care they provide is everything. the preventative medicine to all the way through, and the insurance companies that work out of Peru work with the government to make sure no one has to pay outrageous premiums and so forth. Sure. The thing that bothers me the most about the United States is that it's the worst thing you have to do as a doctor or a nurse is to make a decision on whether you can treat someone or not, because they might not be insured or be able to pay for it. And I just cannot imagine that it's healthy for a country to allow patients to miss some kinds of care, preventative medicine, because they can't afford it. That later on is probably going to kill them. Not necessarily at that trip to the hospital, but by getting less and less preventative care, less and less testing and so forth, they're going to end up getting very, very sick and die.
No, I agree. Like insulin should be free. There's things about healthcare that I believe should be free, but I know from my personal experience and what I do in the emergency room, I work my ass off and I don't get paid enough. And that's due because of like limitations in what the hospital receives as far as payments and everything like that. So, I mean, there's a catch-22 on all of that. As far as like, let's say, we should be like Switzerland or Sweden and give out free healthcare. Is it Switzerland? I think Switzerland. Either Switzerland
all of Europe except for maybe, I can't even think of any European country in the European Union that doesn't have some form of national health care.
Right, but like, so Sweden has this has a big pharmaceutical market. I think it's Sweden, right? We buy those pharmaceuticals at like 6,000% markup. We subsidize that healthcare.
The reason why, do you know why who does the buying? You're talking about our pharmaceutical companies?
We buy from them to service our healthcare.
Hey, give me a second. I'm in the middle of something. Hold on. Literally in our research chat right now. I have to answer questions.
But I mean, I don't want to get like too far deep into the rabbit hole on that, out of like respect for other people listening and everything like that. I'm sure there's a lot of common ground.
No one's talking. It was dead. You and I brought the server back to life.
I know. I mean, I'm willing to bet that a lot of us, because I grew up in Southern California, so I'm pretty sure we can find a lot of common ground on a lot of different things. Yeah. My issue just is like, I don't think anything's wrong with the system. I think management of the budget is where the problem is. The system works fine. We need to stop giving away, like, from what I've done and what I've researched, and I can't find the numbers anymore because it's so far back in the rabbit hole that I don't even feel like going back down that rabbit hole to find the numbers. If somebody wants to find them, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure what I read, we subsidize like 54% of the world, like combined. Like,
I don't understand what you mean by subsidizing. If you're talking about buying pharmaceuticals from foreign countries and they're giving us a markup, yeah, they're doing. But who's doing the markup? It's certainly not us. We can't regulate what they put for prices. So why aren't we buying them elsewhere? Who's making the decisions?
It's not that. It's not like they're saying, we're going to sell you, like, let's say it costs them $5 to make insulin and we're going to sell it to you for $3,000. It's not like that. Like, our government is offering them 6,000%.
Okay, now I have a question to ask
you. We want to give you $3,000 for 1 unit of insulin.
I have a very, very interesting question to ask you. Up until, I think it was the second, the midterms of the Obama administration, his first term, the Republicans were in control of both houses of Congress. set the rules down for the buying of these pharmaceuticals. And those rules haven't been changed because the Democrats haven't had enough of them, a majority to overturn it. They're the ones definitely wanting to do that. The Republicans didn't do. There wasn't any movement on this issue. There's a reason why there wasn't, because they're making money off of it. The companies
are both sides.
But the point is more of them are making money on the Republican side because the pharmaceutical companies are lobbying heavily to keep the prices up. And like I said, need to clean both houses. And I'm in favor of just completely kicking out any pharmaceutical company that overcharges or whatever, gets completely taken out of the loop as far as being able to bid on anything. And there are going to be smaller companies who will want to compete against the larger companies that are going to come out with generic versions of drugs and so forth that are necessary for everybody, and they are going to offer them to the government, and they'll start that'll bring the prices down from the big companies who've got a stranglehold on it. If you basically say you make a reasonable offer or you don't get anything, you don't get to come to the dinner table.
That's what I've been saying about the whole budget management thing. But like they all have their hands in on everything. They run the company that makes the purchases that sells to the hospital. They're not making the pharmaceutical. They're the third person and the fourth person. And that's a whole nother, like I said, it's a whole nother rabbit hole. But like you said, you get rid of that. You get rid of all of those people. You cut out the middleman. Get that direct communication. And all of a sudden, budget gets managed better. And there's no reason in the world that Social Security should be going bankrupt at all. From what I've read and researched, we shouldn't be, going bankrupt on. We should have a surplus of $20 trillion in Social Security.
You know who's borrowing from Social Security? Congress.
Yeah.
You know who did the first borrowing from Social Security?
Yeah, sorry, my battery's on low.
The Ford administration and the Congress that was run by the Republicans were the first to borrow. The second were the Democrats under Carter, then the Republicans under Reagan and under Bush. Everybody's been borrowing from the fucking Social Security Administration. And my father, when he first heard about it, almost had a shit fit because he was the one who helped elect Roosevelt to put that in.
Right.
No. Interesting. I want to change topics if you don't mind, real quick. I saw a commercial. I forget for which candidate in Florida. It was a Republican commercial slamming this Democratic candidate, saying that Florida cannot afford having this candidate because she would be weak on crime and everything else. And it's funny because if you think about it, Florida has a Republican in the governor's seat, a Republican majority in both houses in the state Senate and state House of Representatives, and the mayor of Miami is a Republican, and the crime rate has been going up in Florida under their watch, and they're worried about a Democrat.
Well, my whole thing on that is you can say left wing, right wing all day, but it's the same bird. Like, just to kind of throw things into perspective, everybody wants to bash CNN and MSNBC, and I've recently discovered that Fox News just has control of the other side. The same bird, it's the same mockingbird. They just have control of every team. How do you guarantee which team goes to the Super Bowl every year? You own every team. That's how you guarantee who's going to the Super Bowl and who wins. That's just my perspective on it.
Yeah, I just find it the crime argument, which is the Republicans are relying on that as a counter to the anti-abortion argument that the Democrats were using. And I laughed when I heard about not only that argument, but the fact that the Democrats are too stupid to run an anti-crime ad of their own, saying, especially in districts that are controlled by Republicans, saying,
because Democrats are actually running on letting people out of jail.
No, they're not. Okay, the release. Yeah, you're talking about the bond program. You know,
regardless, whatever the program is that they're trying to do, like the whole idea is they're like, oh, there's so many people in prison.
In 2015,
my problem is that they don't there's no justice is what the problem is.
In 2015, I had a friend of mine.
This is happening everywhere in every state. The Democrats are literally running on policies where they're catering to PLM and all of that stuff. Okay, they're like,
well, that's not quite where we were going with this argument, but what I want to point out.
I was trying to stay away from that part, but I hear you.
I had a friend who was arrested in, I think it was 2015, and he had an income somewhere around $35,000 or $40,000 a year, and the prosecution in the process of charging him, which by the way the charges were dropped and the guy was found. They found the evidence to show that he had nothing to do with this, but the point is that he ended up with a $4.2 million bail that he had to post to get out of jail, and because of the Trump charges, and he stayed in jail for 3 months because he couldn't afford to get out. And the key to his defense was his access to being able to go and defend himself. And he had another friend who was an attorney that knew how to get how to get the information eventually out, but it took him 90 days to get out of jail. Worst 90 days of his life. He almost committed suicide. That kind of stuff doesn't make any sense. If you can't afford, if you committed a crime and you've had no prior records, no fleeing of the country, no indication of that, there's no reason why they should have the bail that high. The bails are set, and when somebody gets arrested for possession of 1 joint of marijuana and spends, almost a year in jail waiting to go to trial because they can't afford to bail out, that's not right.
Nope.
And that's what the Democrats are fighting for. They're not releasing hardened criminals onto the streets. They want to just have some kind of parity for those, because the Constitution specifically, specifically states, unreasonable search and seizure, and also that the punishment must fit the crime.
Real quick. From March of 2020, I'm not going to say why, but from March of 2020 to June of 2020, New York released like 90% of its prison population.
Well,
go ahead.
March of 2020 to what?
Through June, July of 2020, because of everybody being confined, and they didn't want people getting sick, and it might have been in 2021. I'm not sure, but it was because of everything that had been going on. That whole, we're not going to go down and talk about it. It's as Dr. Fletter always says, the cocoa. It just they released 90% of their prison population, and their crime rates soared.
They didn't They did not release 90% of their population.
All right, I'm exaggerating, but still, there's
a lot. Okay,
6,000 people getting released. 4,000 people getting released.
And how many people they have in prison?
I don't know.
And how many of those were what you call it?
They were serving up to 10
violent crimes.
A lot of things. Some people in there for manslaughter.
Violent crimes. Okay, so there's some for manslaughter. Okay, I'm looking at the statistics on this.
You know what manslaughter is, right?
No, yeah, I understand what manslaughter is.
Manslaughter is a cop-out for murder.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but it usually
depends
is.
On the circumstance. Well, okay.
Based under our legal system.
Be careful not to make a broad statement, and this is what I'm trying to tell you right now. What I was going to say, I do my very best never to put a figure or a statistic out unless I can fact check it first. Sure. And the reason why I do that is because I don't like being called out. It really irritates the hell out of me.
The whole joint thing, I think, is incorrect. Like spending the amount of time in jail for a joint, that's not true.
Kamala Harris bragged about
Texas.
Arresting people.
No one's going to spend any time in jail for a joint. It's a culmination of other crimes along with a joint being the last straw.
That's not what the VP of the U.S. said when she was a prosecutor.
I mean, if you look at the individual statutes.
What usually happens with a person with a joint getting thrown in jail, basically what they do is they'll plea bargain just because they want to, for the first time around, they'll plea bargain. They'll get on their record. By the second time around, they're forced into a plea bargain again, and by the third time, they've got a third strike, and there's a third strike law, and the third strike law doesn't look at the fact that it's a nonviolent crime. They don't care. You've committed 3 crimes, therefore you're going to go to jail. And since possession of marijuana is a federal crime,
that third strike.
that throws you in jail. Yeah, for
that third strike used to put you in jail for 25 years.
Yeah, but you gotta take the other strikes into consideration, the other crimes into consideration. So it's not just the weed.
What other crimes were there?
The other 3.
No,
I just said it was possession.
The joint was the third strike.
Yeah.
The joint was the third strike.
And there's no.
I saw that happen in California a lot.
And for that possession, the person's trying to. What if they were using? I'm almost there. What if they were using that medical purposes before the medical marijuana law was passed?
They should not have been doing that. Like, it doesn't matter if they're.
So justice is supposed to be blind, and you're going to say throw the guy in jail for 25 years.
Donald Trump pardoned a lady in California who went to jail on her third strike for having possession of a joint. After 10 years in jail, she was pardoned by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
She was supposed to spend 25 for a third strike.
Yeah, it's a little late to do that 10 years later, but yeah, I understand that, and I'm glad he did.
Yeah.
The problem, you see, this is why the justice system needs to be revamped. We need to find a better way to to handle our prisons. Our prisons shouldn't be privately owned. The jail system should definitely not be privately owned. It's an incentive to fill it, and that's really sad. And Anyway, I'm going to get back to work. Hopefully somebody will bring up a topic so I can have something to listen to in the background.
Well, I can put on the bot if I need to, if nobody in here is talking. Was that you, Lou, that was talking?
I did for a minute there. I just had the quick little quip. I'm about to hit the bed, though.
Yeah.
I think the prison system definitely needs to be revamped, though. Like, there's super high literacy rate in prisons, and Colorado is starting a new program to.
Well, not just that. Like just because you're wealthy, you shouldn't be getting off either. You should be serving time for your crime and not having it knocked down, and then 2 years later you get promoted to do something else in society because you let somebody slide, so somebody's giving you a favor back. That's bullshit.
How many wealthy people do you know have served any time while waiting for going on trial, with the exception of maybe capital murder?
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah, it's really.
So it looks like in 2020, April 2020, there were 42,400 incarcerated individuals. Now I just got to see how many were released. And I'll drop I'll send it to you in a DM. I'll put it in the chat. Angelo, what's your first name?
Great Angelo?
Great.
I don't know if I can. Let me see if I have that turned on. I try to send it and see if it comes.
It will. It'll just ask if you are willing to take the message. No, seriously, the whole justice system needs to be revamped as far as like you can't have any bias at all. You have to judge people according to their crime, and according to the situation that it occurred. No more getting off because you know somebody. I think it was Dillinger that said the real gangsters are the politicians. I'm guessing nobody else is talking in here, so I guess.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do.
Oh, God.
Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B.
You realize that song is a flat Earth liability, right?
Love their sticks and their shadows and
liability?
Oh yeah. It's a funny song, but it's definitely.
Don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat Earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line?
An area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Since late 2014, one of the biggest things I've heard, the Earth is flat. Why don't you find the edge and fall off? Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond, an ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond. All the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center where all compasses point, you can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here? Because we know the physics of water is to find and maintain level if you've been paying attention. And also, water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks and we keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains They're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome? How's that make you feel? The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land, the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors, Operation Paperclip, to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there, look up here. Look, everybody, we're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided you or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
More. Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there. More to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
Has been about the Brooklyn Nets and the controversy swirling around Kyrie Irving. It has put to the back burner for a moment the hiring of a new coach, expected to be Ime Udoka. Let's get the very latest on that from Adrian Wojnarowski. Woj, where does things stand right now with the Nets and Udoka?
Yeah, Greeny, the Kyrie Irving situation just really completely dominated the Nets organization in recent days. It was really only until today, again, I'm told, the Nets started to turn their attention back to the coaching search. Ime Udoka, who's been, I think, at the very top of the Nets list. I think the expectation this week was, that they would eventually reach a deal with him. But I think they've continued to get a full understanding of what led to Udoka's suspension, essentially ousting in Boston. But Brooklyn's attention now is back on their coaching search, and Ime Udoka remains at the top of their candidate list.
For the moment, Jacques Vaughn is coaching the Nets as they take on the Wizards tonight. Let's bring it back here because we have some strong opinions. Michael Wilbon, I'll go with you first here. What is your reaction to the possibility of the Nets hiring Ime Udoka?
Do the Brooklyn Nets have no shame? None? No shame. So they're going to go through what they went through this week looking like just a stupid organization. Just dumb. Plain old dumb. Can't get anything right. They've gotten nothing right in 4 years. And you're going to make this hire with somebody who is attached to his own shame? Really? You're going to double down on stupid? I'm not going to color this any other way. I'm not going to soft pedal this. The Brooklyn Nets can't make this hire. If the league is upset about all the things that have gone on with Kyrie Irving and how that franchise looks in New York City, what in the world will that office think of the Nets if they make this hire? This is not about Ime. This is about the Nets.
What do you think, Stephen?
I don't care. And I say that respectfully, and I don't like disagreeing with my brother Mike Wilbon, who myself, Jalen, and anybody in this industry, particularly who is of African-American descent, we don't like disagreeing with Mike Wilbon. We not only respect him, we revere him. That's how much he means to us. I love my brother, but I respectfully disagree. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The Brooklyn Nets are every bit the disaster that Mike Wilbon says that they are. Nobody is denying that. But last time I checked, this is about your basketball franchise, and you need somebody who can coach, who can galvanize the troops, who can get the most out of the pieces around them. And we saw a guy by the name of Ime Udoka come into the NBA and do in 1 year what Brad Stevens couldn't do in 8 as a head coach for the Boston Celtics. And Brad Stevens was a damn good coach, okay? And he couldn't get them into the finals. And Ime Udoka did it his very first year as a head coach. This man has incredible basketball pedigree. He is considered an elite coach already. And I have the opportunity to get that, and I'm going to pass on it. Why? I understand his actions were immature. It was juvenile. It was inexcusable. Hell, he deserved it.
This is on Twad.
last time I checked, he didn't commit a crime. They said he had a consensual relationship that violated organizational policy.
I appreciate
that sounds
this.
like a Boston Celtics issue.
I
Make
didn't
sure it
know
don't
that
happen here in
link in
Brooklyn. But
brackets
coach
would
this damn
do
team.
anything
That would be my position.
Thank you for watching ESPN
That's right.
on YouTube.
I did.
Streaming sports and premium.
What was it? M! Next, and it played Too Close by Next.
I want to talk about the second law of thermodynamics as it relates to heat energy and entropy. So let's say if we have a metal rod placed between a hot object and a cold object. Heat will naturally flow from hot to cold. That's a simple natural process. It's spontaneous. It occurs on its own. Heat doesn't naturally flow from cold.
I love this discussion on entropy.
The only way for you to make it happen is if you were to pump energy into the system. So, for example, a refrigerator will take out heat energy from inside the fridge and pump it outside of it. And that's how a refrigerator can cool the stuff on the inside. But it takes energy to do that. It doesn't happen naturally. A good way to illustrate this is, imagine if, let's say if you have a ball on top of the hill.
Ball?
The ball will naturally flow in a downward
Like a globe?
the same way as heat flows from hot to cold. Heat flows
Are we,
from high temperature.
Are we having a lecture this evening? What's going on?
There's nobody talking except at the bottom.
Flow from a high position
Nobody was talking?
to a low position.
No, I was the only one here.
That's impossible,
Place
man.
the ball at a low position. It
I was the
will
only one here.
eventually go towards a higher position.
There's
It
like
just doesn't happen.
20 people in
The
here.
only way for you to make it happen
I know, everybody's asleep.
energy into
Get,
it to get it over that.
Gappy God wasn't talking?
The
Or
same is true for heat.
Yeah.
Heat doesn't
God
flow naturally
rocking?
from
That,
cold to
Everybody went to bed. God Rocking's hasn't said a word since I've been here.
to
That was like 4 hours ago.
Heat pumps do that. However, it
yeah.
costs energy to do so.
All right.
As heat flows
all right.
from hot to cold,
Word.
this is a spontaneous process. But for a
There he
spontaneous
is.
process,
There, we woke him up. Shit, damn. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to wake you up.
and that's another statement of the second law of thermodynamics. For
Oh
natural
no, you didn't wake me up.
the change
I've been watching
if you
some
have an ideal
videos on YouTube while I'm listening to
at best, the
you guys
entropy
talk
can be
or
equal to
whatever.
zero.
I just kind of
However, most systems
it was quiet, so I was listening to some videos and
a
when,
natural
I don't know.
spontaneous process.
I get it, man.
will
I didn't
take
hear
us
anything
to
too exciting, so I
higher
didn't
source.
jump in.
So for natural
Exactly.
processes, the change in entropy is
Well,
positive if it's greater than zero.
I was
So that's the
listening a little
basic
bit
idea
earlier.
behind
I
the
had some
second law
shit
of
to do,
thermodynamics as it relates to
but we had a couple
natural
of
systems tend to go towards disorder.
couple of
So for example,
Globers in here, man.
say if
Huh?
you take your room,
Shit, I heard it was getting kind of hot up in here, man. Woo. Getting a little warm up in here.
I just shut that bot up for a second.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I hit pause.
Yeah, I was just, I don't know. There was one guy. I didn't even catch his name. I was just listening. I was doing something, but he was. I mean, it was just a typical hardcore anti-flat earther. Sounded like.
Yeah. That was Brav One. They basically muted his mic back up. He got asked for unmute.
Yeah, he's like, well, you guys are muting me. You guys, you guys are just a bunch of. Anyway, he's had a couple big brushes.
He's like, can I mute you? Can I mute you?
Anyway,
like little girl.
If you're just respectful, man. If you're just respectful in here, man, you can last for fucking years.
Yeah.
Even if you're standing on the fucking globe going, globe, motherfuckers. For as long as you're cool, man.
Look at Matthew, dude.
Yeah, Matthew's a perfect example, man. You can stick around. You're not going to get muted. You're not going to get, you might get
mocked.
You might get mocked. You might get a couple of memes. Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all fun. It's all fun, man. But
yeah, Matthew, he's quite the individual that is not like any other Glober that I've not consistent.
Exactly. So what's happening in the YouTube chat here? Let's see what these guys are doing over there. Take a quick peek, see what's happening.
Yeah.
WC Davis and Trill's out there. That's it.
Just two.
All right. Just the two, man. They're going back and forth. Looks like they're writing a small book. Ugh, you guys are getting busy with it, out there. Don't you guys' fingers hurt after a while typing all that shit? Damn. Pick up a microphone. Yeah, it's much easier. Pick up a microphone and then drop it and say, gravity.
Gravity.
Gravity. Gravity, you retards.
You know, if mass attracts mass, then like Neil deGrasse Tyson should have like 5 little people orbiting him.
Some dry white toast.
Do you hear me?
No, I didn't.
I said if mass attracts mass, then Neil deGrasse Tyson should have like 5 little people orbiting him.
Exactly. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. 4 fried chickens and a Coke.
Yeah.
And some dry white toast.
Some
4
watermelon.
fried chickens and a Coke.
And there should be a lake, at least observable.
Some dry white Coke.
There's definitely curvature, right?
Trillions showing her age out there. I didn't get it.
Trillions?
Yeah.
Trillions and trillions. Trillions is in the YouTube chat.
Making a quote. She made a quote from a movie from 1980. 4 fried chickens and a Coke.
And a watermelon.
And some dry white toast.
I feel like I didn't even play that. I don't even know if I came on. Yeah.
Dude, you know what kind of guy you are? You're the kind of guy that would light your cigarette with another man's lighter.
That's right. That's right.
And then pocket that lighter.
Take a look at that screenshot I just posted in live stream voice text, man. That shows you how retarded the fucking globe earthers are, man.
Sorry, but science establishes cause and effect relationships through experimentation, following strict methodology, not shapes that be geometry. So you guys just don't know what science is, man. You're scientifically illiterate.
And then he tried to say, he tried to add, what was it? Wait a minute, I've got the other screenshot here. He tried to say fucking, he tried to say that I said it's only cause and effect relationships. I'm like, no, I never said that. So he literally added that to it just to make it up to try and dig himself out the hole.
Well, it's just some people just didn't pay attention in school, and it's like,
and some people paid too close attention in school. All that bullshit.
It's all right.
What happened?
I didn't pay attention. I slept a lot of my time in school.
I was listening this afternoon, man, and there was a.
That's probably why I wasn't so indoctrinated.
We had a really nice professor in here. I think he teaches architecture. Did you guys catch that guy?
No.
The hardcore glober?
He's a fucking flat earther, man.
Oh, okay. No,
yeah.
I don't understand how an engineer could not be a flat earther.
Well, he's an architectural engineer, but anyway, same thing. You know, where you're just dealing with shapes and lots of measurements in architecture. Fuck, man.
Like level, you got to have a level foundation.
That shit's got to be flat, man. Yeah.
Hey, did you ever see that Rick and Morty, where Morty tried to make Rick like a table or something like that. And he's like, "You want? I'm sure you used the bubble. Do you want true level? You know about true level?
I want true level.
Just want true
level. Then
never saw it, man. I don't watch too many cartoons, man.
Yeah, and not true level. Then level is curved.
I'm anti-cartoon, man.
Rick and Morty's fucking class, man.
So this is when the grandson stood on like true level when it was so fucking flat that it just made him cream his pants.
Well, that's funny. All right. You're a sick human being, man.
I was in the army. I can't help it.
It's all right, man. I'll give you a pass. I know about 100 of you guys. Fuck.
Yeah.
You could rejoin again.
Who's rejoining?
I suggested that for him.
For who?
Who said he was in the army?
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I ain't rejoining. although you know what, I miss going down range and playing with that much ammunition and explosives. That was a lot of.
We got Raspberry up in here. It's got a listening pass.
Rat. He must have fell down.
Check out live stream. If you look at the live stream voice text, I'll show you the hoodie that I've got, man. Look at that. It's a fucking classic.
That's wicked.
If you've not seen Rick and Morty, that's Rick.
So once Morty got taken off of true level,
yeah,
you know, he realized like how great it was to be on a flat, stationary, non-rotating platform. And then he was taken off of it. And he's like, "Oh, everything's wrong. Nothing's right. I gotta go back. I gotta go back."
I gotta go back, man.
That's he didn't say I gotta go back. It's just his demeanor. Like
the ball.
Lambs to the cosmic slaughter. He went off conspiracy theory. Pretty fun. One of my more favorite moments on Rick and Morty.
Right on, man. That's good. That's good. All right, Raspberry doesn't want to talk. I got listening pass. Maybe they can't. I can unmute them or something. Maybe I don't know. No. All right, that's it.
I can unmute him. You want to mute him?
Well, I don't know if
he's unmuted. Let's see what
he's unmuted, man. I mean, he can unmute himself or herself.
He was server muted. I just don't know if he can do that or not. He was server muted.
Well, welcome, Raspberry. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What the hell brings you here?
Oh, shit.
What are you thinking?
Raspberry's been here for a while.
Yeah.
All right.
He's on a second account. I don't know, something happened with his other account. But he was rolled up and everything on his old account, and he's been here for a fair while. So, yeah.
All right.
So, what's he all about?
I don't know.
Well, I think he was on the fence, like for a while. I'm not sure. I think he's pretty much flat now.
Excellent. Well,
what happens when you pay attention?
It's good to be flat, man. It's good. Any of you guys out there on YouTube want to come in here and try Flat Earth for a while? We're running a special this weekend. It's money back guaranteed. Try it out for a weekend. If you don't like it, we'll refund your balls. We'll give them back to you. No problem.
Pull him off his chin first, give him back to him, I guess.
Why do these guys, they go with the Frisbee and the pizza and the pancakes? And it's like, No flat earther ever said we live on a pancake or a pizza or fucking, I don't get it, man. I don't get their. They've never spent any real time in here. I don't think. I guess I don't know.
Well, if it's flat, there has to be an edge.
Yeah, it's the edge of the freaking lake, dude. Can you follow?
Well, I just tell them that we're on the only edge that we know about.
Exactly.
The edge of insanity is where they're at.
Why don't you guys slide off the ball, man? What's up with that? What happened there, man? You should be sliding down the ball.
Gravity, bro.
Gravity, bro, man. Totally, man. It's gravity, bro.
Gravity, dude.
What a great. Hey, what are we going to come up with on the ball thing, man? I don't know.
Some people are so gravity fucking.
I've heard it. I heard it broken down. I don't know if it's true. I miss Gospel Bear. He'd be able to rock it, but it's a grave deity.
Yeah, I haven't seen Gospel Bear forever, man.
He's still working on his porch or something, man. I don't know what happened. Grave deity, gravity, dead God. There you go. That's what gravity is. Anyway, pretty interesting word they came up with there. I'm just saying, man. Very interesting.
I heard you.
And that's how those Mongos roll, man. If it can be occulted and fucking twisted around, they'll fucking come up with some shit. Because they're psychopaths.
I love how you toss around that word Mongo.
I learned from the best, man. Shout out to Poncho Pete, man.
Yeah.
That guy, he had another one, a div, but nobody gets that. But yeah, I don't even know what it means, but something.
But Mongo? You don't know what Mongo means?
Div. Hey, don't be a div, man. Like I don't even know, but it's cool. It's cool. Sounds good. I like it. Whatever it is, don't be one. Don't be a Mongo either. Mongo.
Candygram for Mongo. The classic movie. Oh, fuck.
Candygram.
Pizza.
My favorite part was when he rode that bull in the town, and that bull was just like walking.
Candygram for Globlings.
Yeah, if you guys on YouTube, man, want to come in, anybody out there listening? We're giving away free candy tonight, so come on down.
Leftover
Halloween candy, exactly.
I'm not sure I would trust an old man giving out free candy.
I got some Smarties here, man.
Candy by the brand.
I got Smarties. Get out of here.
Candy by the gram, only for Mongols.
So yeah, come on down. Come on. What else is going on in here today, man? There was some. Matthew Learns was dropping links about the orbital mechanics or something.
Shit.
We were talking about the phases, like there should be phases of Jupiter, like the phases of the moon.
Right.
That's what the orbital mechanics were on there.
Yeah. Yeah, cool story, bro. It's good stuff, man. Hey, so we got this big eclipse coming up. I don't know if any of you guys are out there. Apparently, like on the east coast of the United States, you're going to be able to see the Selenilian eclipse, man. The impossible eclipse.
Cool.
I looked
at the last eclipse in Scotland.
Lunar node.
Selenilian.
That's all it is. It's not an eclipse. It's a lunar node.
But
they call it an eclipse because they have to. Because they say that the red moon is like the Earth casting a shadow from the sun.
What did you call it?
The lunar node.
A node? Why?
Lunar node.
Why'd you call it lunar node?
It's Similar to an eclipse.
What's the difference, though?
It's a node. It's like it's something that you can't explain because it's at a partiality. It shouldn't exist based off of the eclipse model for heliocentrism, but on a flat Earth, if you call it a lunar node because that's the way it's charged up, it makes perfect sense.
I don't see how, bro.
What? That it being a lunar node?
Yeah. I don't get why it would be called a node. Like,
It's I'm guessing like a 90-degree location from the sun.
It's impossible for the globe, by the way.
But what does it say for you guys about the eclipse? Do you just don't get a full one, do you?
Full eclipse?
On your 7th?
I don't know.
On the 7th, yes, we're going to get a full lunar eclipse. Is it saying we're not going to get one?
Well,
yeah, it's about the right time.
Australia and New Zealand are getting a full, and I just thought that it wouldn't be full for you guys.
I don't know. I keep reading. I didn't go to time and day, but let me go there and check it out here.
Check it out. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that doesn't make much sense on a ball, does it?
We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Got to be Rahu or Ketu, in my opinion.
The moon's going to be in the sky. It makes sense on all months.
All right, hang on. I'm on it now. Okay.
You guys are familiar with Rahu and Ketu, right? The dark bodies.
I've heard of them, but I've not really looked right into them to find out any in-depth stories about them. Like,
all right, we're gonna get. I'm gonna get. Looks like a total here in Southern California.
How can it be total for you guys and us?
Don't know, man. I mean, let me look.
It'd just be at different times of the day.
Dr.
Or
Flat Earth, you
different
sound a bit like
locations.
Cyrus, bro. Honestly, you remind me of Cyrus talking, man.
Well, I don't. You're on the east coast of the Australia, right?
Australia.
Yeah, but New Zealand, it's full for New Zealanders as well.
It's totally full for New Zealand. It's just almost totally. It's a little parts of right on the coast. Looks like it's going to be full, and then inland Australia is not full, right?
Right. Okay. How long is it supposed to last?
I think 3 hours or something. All right, here's the real map. All right, here.
That's quite a while. That's long.
Well, by the time it starts and by the time it goes all the way through, I think it's like close to 3 hours, right? Hold on.
Wow.
3 days, 1 hour, and 12 minutes away to when it starts. So, boy, that's weird. Where is that one?
What time of day is it supposed to start?
Hold on, I'm trying to get there, man.
Okay.
Eclipse information.
I'm not seeing how that makes much sense. I don't know.
All right, it'll start.
Oh my God.
8:02 UTC. So I don't know what the fuck time that is for me.
So
8 o'clock UTC.
So UTC is like, I think it's what is it called? Greenwich time.
Right.
It's the mean time.
All right.
So you'd have to go, like you're in California. It's plus 6 hours to Central, so it's plus 8.
Yeah, the whole thing lasts like so it starts at 12:02 in the morning for me, and it actually ends at like 5:50, almost 6 o'clock. It was almost 6 hours long. Then.
Hey,
What
so check this out, right? So I typed in lunar node on the search engine, and the only thing I could find that like had any kind of explanation on lunar nodes was on Wikipedia. Look at the model that they used for the lunar node. It shows the sun and the moon orbiting around the Earth.
Hang on one second.
On Wikipedia.
That's wicked. All right.
That's fucking cool, dude. Look, even they are admitting.
So what I need somebody on the East Coast to do is at like 6 in the morning, go outside and check out the maximum eclipse at that time. And then in about an hour, right around.
Elijah's planning on that, by the way, so you can DM Elijah or talk to Elijah.
Oh, okay. I'll catch him in here this weekend or something. And then at like 7 in the morning, you should be able to see the sun and the moon and the eclipse, the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And Matthew was confirming that, by the way. He was saying like 6:34 in the morning was when he should be able to experience all of that.
Ours begins at
Not
20
here.
past 7 p.m. It's going to last 5 hours and 37 minutes.
Yeah, it's almost 6 hours.
What the heck?
Damn.
Okay, hang on. When's
Damn.
sunset for us? Hang on.
Anyway, there won't be another eclipse like this, the Selenilian like this, until 2025. So you might want to jump on this one if you guys are out there and want to do something fun, especially the East Coasters. I'm not going to be able to see the Selenilian because I'm not even close to the sun at fucking 3 in the morning, man. Not going to happen.
We can see the. Yeah, it should be. We should just make it through for a Selenilian.
Nah, it'll be over before the sun comes up. For me, at 6 in the morning.
Well, our sun will set at about 7:30, and it starts at 7:19. Was it? I think so.
12:02 a.m. here, so on the 8th, which is that Wednesday? That's actually Wednesday, right? Or is that Tuesday? Is that Tuesday?
Should be Tuesday for you, man.
Yeah, Tuesday morning, right?
Oh wait,
4th,
yeah.
5th, 6th. Yeah.
It's our Tuesday.
Yeah, both of our Tuesdays, 12:02 a.m.
Okay.
Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah, right. I looked at my freaking weather, and it looks like it's going to be fucking raining. I'm like, fuck. Come on. It sucks. All right, cool. Well, just a heads up. We've got this cool lunar eclipse coming up. And it's a globe. It's been predicted for thousands of years on a flat surface, but they predict it on a globe. Oh my goodness, they're good. Those guys are good.
Well, they just stole.
Those guys are really good.
They say this is a rare event, right? But apparently it happened last month too. Remember that? I took a video of it.
Well, it's just a regular eclipse, right?
No, the Selenilian eclipse.
What? I mean, you took a video of it. Shut up.
Took the video.
Get over it. All right, so what were you saying about the Wiki was saying the lunar node is either 2 orbital nodes.
But look at the model they're using.
Yeah, that model's like really kind of funky looking.
What is it? Excuse me.
What the hell?
So they're using that model, right?
Yeah.
What do you notice about that model? The Earth is not orbiting around the sun. The sun is orbiting around the Earth.
Right.
That's why that model is all weird.
That is pretty wild, man.
Like, what do you mean the sun is orbiting the Earth? I thought the Earth was orbiting the sun. Isn't that the heliocentric model?
That's it. That's the model. That's what our flat Earth model is just a chick with a cool T-shirt on.
Nah. Please don't say that to people, man. Don't tell them about a model, bro. That's all you need, because they want to nail us down, eh?
Well,
You got a model? Like, no. It's because the reason they want us to have a model is because their model's that pathetic and it destroys itself. So they need us with a model, man.
Well, we got a picture of the model. Did you not see it?
Nah, it wasn't a model.
Yeah, that's a model.
It's a bit of concept.
No, check this out, man. Hold on. Hold on. It's right here, man. Oh, shit. Is that going to work? There's our flat Earth model right here. She's hot.
Mongo.
I've got another one. It's a bird wearing that T-shirt, man. In fact, I think it's on the bot.
Did you see the globe model that I have?
It's been a minute, man. Refresh my memory. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. The dude was in the server, man. He showed us a couple of pictures, though you could see her in different sort of poses. The dude used to be in the server quite a while ago.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
It was about a year ago or something.
That's the globe model there.
There's the globe model.
All right, you guys.
It's a bit of a big ass for me.
I'm sorry, but that big of an ass doesn't do it.
Shit. It's like two children fighting under a cover.
Fuck, man. Fuck.
I don't know. Did you ever get out if you got in between something like that? How would you survive it?
I don't know. You got to try sometimes. You got to just try.
A lot of women there.
There's a lot of work there, man. A lot of work. All right, back to the eclipse. Oh, yeah, here we go. November 8th.
Oh, yeah, that I would.
We got some ecliptic conjunction. The greatest eclipse. We got the penumbra.
There you go.
Penumbra and umbra.
Yep. There you go. Dr. Flat Earth dude.
And what do you got?
Posting a video right now. Pop up.
Okay.
Literally, I mean, isn't that what a Saturnian eclipse is? It's when the moon is not full and it's red or orange or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was last month. That was last month.
All right. Well, it's ecliptic moon?
Yeah, it was red. It was orange. Watch the video. I even zoom in just to prove it's red.
Well, there's the sun low on the horizon.
Yep.
Very low. I mean, it's like
on. You can tell because of the daylight.
Right. Is that just?
I looked over and I was like, "Holy shit! That moon's red," and it's not even a full moon. I had to record it. I had to have that comparison of daylight. You had to be able to see daylight and the moon at the same time. And the moon's red.
Well, that's just because it's so low on the horizon that you got all the atmospheres through.
I might be some atmospheric stuff too as well, but
it's just all the pollution turns it red. It's that low. The sun does the same thing. You're back or mid.
Interesting. I'll give you that,
or
man.
whatever.
It's a good catch. It was nice.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we're gonna get it this time, man. We're gonna get it hopefully solid, with the proper camera and tripod kind of stuff. That'd be good.
Yeah. P900 or what?
We'll get there.
You got a P900?
P1000.
There you go. That'll work. Perfect. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'll be getting it, man.
But that was my iPhone.
Right, exactly.
When I was driving in the truck, that was my iPhone.
I get it, man. Yeah, you can only do so much when you're driving, man. Yeah. Even with great camera, it's really hard to do that. Right on.
Was it a full moon?
Was it? No, it was a partial moon. It was like a waning moon or whatever.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sure looks full in that picture.
Once you when it zooms in, you'll notice that it's partial.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean it's starting to wane.
Oh.
It's like in the beginning.
It was like probably 30%.
I don't know.
Hard for me to tell.
That's cool, man. We're out there. We're looking at Earth. We live on Earth. We can check it out. Right on. What a concept. How dare you people want to look at Earth? Dare you.
Don't you go outside? Don't you see things for yourself? Yeah, dude, we see things for ourselves all the time.
Don't you see the moon? Duh. Come on, man. You guys know it's a ball. The moon's a ball. Check it out.
I took some cool pictures tonight.
Have you ever seen the backside of the moon? No.
Have you ever seen the backside of the moon on Weed?
I can see the backside of that globe model. That
seen the backside of the $20 bill.
Ah, sheesh. The stuff they come up with, man. That's not.
So, I took these in my hometown. I know you'll like them.
They do try. They do try. I'll give them that. Dude, I just got a drink in my hand and my toes in the sand, baby.
Sitting on the beach?
Sitting on the flat beach, man, with the flat water.
I know.
And I'm like, our Globers, come on in, man. We're here to have a chit chat at the beach. And we'll figure out where we live, man. Because I need your help, man. I need your help. That's some nice pictures of the moon, man. Very nice. Yeah, that's a great camera, isn't it? Fuck yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
That's fucking kick-ass camera, man. I like the clouds putting the shadows on the moon. That's cool.
Right.
So that big dot at the bottom, the last picture, that Tycho, down at the bottom left.
Tycho Brahe.
Tycho, yeah. They say they're like, oh, it's 56 miles across or 52 miles or some shit like that. I go, so that's the size of Los Angeles from 238,000 miles away. Really? That's I have a hard time buying that, man. I don't think I could see Los Angeles from 238,000 miles away, man. Yeah.
Be about the size of a pinhead.
It would be like, yeah, the size of a fucking cigarette lighter or something.
Be small.
It would be small. Forget it.
And undistinguishable. You couldn't tell what it was. It was a lone sky or something size. No way you know what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought 52 miles across. It's awfully big. Yep. Yeah, it sure is.
Well, what's the shadow of the moon when it travels through front of the sun when we have the solar eclipse shadow on the ground.
It's about 62 miles wide or something.
I thought it was 70.
70, maybe 72. Maybe it might be 70. Whatever.
That's not very big.
No.
And I guess there's some shadow thing where you can't have a shadow.
Penumbra.
Hey, dude. Did you see my? I took a picture of a blue moon the other night. That was pretty cool. I'm posting it right now.
Once in a blue moon. That's
once in a blue moon.
2 full moons in 1 month.
It wasn't a blue full moon. It was a blue half moon, but still pretty cool.
Well, the true meaning of a blue moon is when you have 2 full moons in 1 month.
Yeah.
That means it happens once in a blue moon. It has nothing to do with the color.
I know. It just happens.
But that is a cool picture. That blue moon. Very, very
cool. Yeah. Pretty cool, man. Hold on.
I got some more pictures of the blue moon.
I've been trying really hard, man, to find that evening where the star is in the crescent part, the dark part of the moon.
It's so hard. It's a morning thing that occurs.
Yeah.
You have to catch it in the morning.
It's tough, man.
You got to get up at like 4 in the fucking morning, dude.
I met a couple people that say they got it, but I never got it. I was like, damn, I'd love to get that.
4:30 in the morning. That's such a early time to get it.
I'm pretty sure I saw it years and years and years ago, and it just went straight over my head.
Right? Well, you weren't paying attention, you know? That's all. You weren't aware. I get it. And but now we got the eyes to see now, man. Damn.
Eye scrutiny.
Technology is so amazing.
Yeah, we got some good tech. I mean, Discord's pretty good technology, man. Pretty cool stuff, man. I gotta give it to them.
Better than fucking Facebook or any of the rest of the platforms, man. This is the best one. I don't know why it's not bigger. It should be a lot bigger than what it is.
Yeah, I tell people, man, I go to like a dinner party. I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of involved with these research group, and they're on this platform called Discord. Have you ever heard of it? No. No, heard of this shit. I mean, the younger guys, they get it. They're younger chicks. A lot of them don't know about it, but the gamers, all know about it.
Yeah, Twitch and Discord, baby.
Yeah, but the fucking boomers and shit, they ain't got no fucking clue.
Hey.
Not unless they're programmers. If they're computer programmers, they know about it.
I'm a boomer.
I think it's just done deliberately, just to keep it maybe for sort of an underground platform.
I think you might be on to something there, yeah. It might be that.
Just to keep it for the gamers and the conspiracy theorists and the people in the fringe, sort of.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you talk about the fringe. You talk about the chans.
Damn. That's a beautiful full moon shot, dude. That's beautiful. Look at that camera.
You like those? Yeah, it's a badass camera. I tried to buy it for my birthday. I did buy it for my birthday, as a matter of fact. But it took them 3 weeks to send it to me. I could not find it anywhere in stores, dude.
Stop
I had to wait 3 weeks. Yeah.
Never seen any of the ISS transits across it, no?
Oh, dude, I almost caught one the other night. I saw something go across it and I didn't record it fast enough, dude. I was so pissed off.
Not yet. I got a Saddaloon. You want to see my Saddaloon? Big?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Nah. Hold on. Let me go to my channel here. I'll drop you a link here. There we go. Let's see here. Shit. Hang on. Fuck. I'm trying to get it.
I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going anywhere. You're not going. All right.
Where are you going? No,
I'm not going. Not yet. Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is my satellite transit. There you go. Have a laugh.
Oh, jeez.
I just
Now,
lucked out.
Who took that footage?
I did.
You?
In my backyard. Yeah,
You're-
yep.
You're freaking famous, man.
Famous, baby. I can't believe more people haven't gotten it, man. But I spent hundreds of fucking hours out there pointing my camera at the moon, man. Like, hey, everybody. You know,
I bet you did, dude.
I mean, I burned through fucking, SD cards, fucking left and right. I like fucking running every 28 fucking minutes.
Like
I gotta reset the camera,
It looks like it has 3 balloons on it. See 'em?
Yeah, it's like the David Weiss called it. It's like the balloons from the movie Up, where he puts them on his. I was like, that's pretty funny. It does look like that. I'll give it to you. Anyway, that's funny. But
So, what do you think that? You honestly think that is a balloon with a satellite hanging off of it?
no doubt about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. That was cool.
I got no other explanation for it. I mean, we know for a fact. I always love people when they go, well, satellites are on balloons. And I'm like, okay, just stop right now. Because
Yeah. We got plenty of launches to show it.
we got plenty of shit that's crashed to Earth with, like, I always love to use the Samsung space selfie satellite. Samsung space selfie satellite. Check it out. Don't believe me. But that thing, they had a big giant promotion with fucking party with bands and fucking people singing, and they were like taking selfies from the satellite at this big party. And then like a week later, man, this thing came crashing down to Earth, and it was on a fucking balloon, man. I just like, yeah, you're so busted, man. So busted. I've actually used that to kind of wake people up sometimes, man. That Samsung selfie satellite thing, man. Because if you show them the party where they're all hyping it up and everything, and it's like a big, tech rally, and people are cheering and they're all excited, and there's a bunch of famous people there and shit. And then you show them, oh, it crashed in this lady's farm. She's out there videotaping it, and it's fucking Samsung selfie.
Stamped on the side of it.
It's all fucking wrecked, and yeah, it was great.
Well, there's something else called Atmosats, okay, and they're light, very, very light aircraft with solar panels on them, and they can stay up for extended periods of time. They're just very high altitude, very light drones.
There you go.
They're
Hey,
called
dude.
Atmosats, or pseudo satellites.
So this picture I just posted, nothing special about it, just really cool pictures of the clouds.
Yeah.
Would you believe I took this picture while I was standing on the ground?
Why not?
Well, yeah.
I know. Looks pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, man. That's a hell of his lens on that thing, man. That zoom on that.
No, that was my iPhone.
Oh, it's your iPhone? Okay.
iPhone.
I got an iPhone 13 recently, man. The camera on it's pretty good, but it's still not.
I got a Pro, iPhone 13 Pro.
I saw somebody with like the new Samsung fucking, and they were fucking zoomed in all the way to the moon, man. They were like zooming in on craters and shit, and I was like, what? So yeah, these new cameras, man, what they're gonna have out. Amazing. So,
my Samsung, shit.
Yeah, but the new one, I think it was somebody was in here showing some video they were taking on the moon. And I was like, fuck me, man. That's bad.
I just got an S10.
Got like a fucking 60
Terrible
times
camera.
zoom or 60 times zoom or something.
Holy shit.
I was like, fuck me. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. I like that. Anyway, I like the P900 for the lightweight of it. It doesn't quite have, obviously doesn't have the killer zoom, but it does have the same chip as the P1000. So, give or take, I mean, I love the lightweight 2000 millimeter zoom lens, man.
No, the P1000 is pretty heavy, dude.
It's heavy, dude. I played around with one for an afternoon, and I was like, "Fucking no!" My arms started hurting, you know.
Yeah, you got to have a good tripod for that camera. And
the normal settings on the P900 far superior than the 1000.
What are the normal settings?
But they're both great cameras. I wouldn't, throw either one of them out. But I just love
the $1,500.
And the price.
The P900 clearly, for me, I've got both cameras and time lapse, sun, moon, everything with them. The P900 is far superior for time lapse. The P1000 is quite nice for standard shots and filming, but P900, I don't think. I actually don't like taking time lapse with the P1000 because it allows too much light. The settings are different. P900 definitely superior.
Sure.
Yeah, they both have their advantages, disadvantages, but they're both great cameras. Period. I love the price of the P900. When I bought it brand new, it was $500, $599.
Wow.
In the box, never used.
Wow. It's over 900 now.
And I knew what I had to get one. I sold a guitar. I'm like, fuck, I gotta get one.
Slab dude, what's up, man?
What's up, baby? How are you?
Oh yeah, I'm good, man.
Good on you. Good onion.
For how much did you sell the guitar?
$600.
Damn.
And I went and took that money right down and bought myself a P900. Woo.
Go with the P1000.
Excellent, man. We were just talking about One Big Pond has both cameras, and he thinks the 900's just all around better camera. It's lighter. It does a better time lapse. So, and it's not as
better
heavy.
Utility camera. Yeah, better utility camera.
I mean, I've humped my P900 up and down mountains. I've taken it hiking.
What you do with your camera on your own time.
And Mongo. So I just like the case that it comes with. It's just like superiorly nice, man. I just slap that thing around strap it on, and I'm hiking up the mountain with this bad boy. Going, yeah, here we go. And
the only camera that I use is on my iPhone, especially the 14 Pro Max. It's now 48 pixels, shoots raw. It's good.
That's fantastic. That's a good camera. 48 megapixels? Fuck off. You got to be kidding me. That's great shit. I can only imagine the P900 with 48 megapixels.
How much is it? Is it 12?
It's 16 megapixels. So, yeah, I want to get a Sony like A9000 or something, and do the infrared with that. I think that's 24 megapixels or might be 36. I'm not sure. But that's a mirrorless camera, man. It's an interesting setup. It's a little different than.
How much does it cost brand new? The P900.
The P900 new?
Yeah.
I paid $600. They don't
about 900 or 1,000.
Is it the retail price or?
Yeah, retail. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got it at Costco or whatever big box store.
Cheaper than my iPhone.
Yeah, but your iPhone's amazing, man. 48 megapixels. Yeah, man. What they do make.
Samsung got 108, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy. That Samsung's stupid. What you could do, man, they make like little telescopic lenses for the iPhone. You can clip them on. I think you can get up to like 60 times zoom. So yeah, you could do some really long distance stuff with one of those little lenses, and they're kind of cheap, man. They're only like $100 or something.
Doesn't it ruin the image quality though?
I don't think so. That's all on the chip, man. You're just looking for the. You're just extending the lens out like 62 times. You're not digitally enhancing it. You're just zooming from the camera itself. So I don't know. Look into it, man. I looked into it years ago before I got my P900, and I was like, I thought about it, getting just a really nice telephoto lens for my iPhone. You know, they make them. They're pretty cool. So check it out. I mean, if you got 48 megapixels, man, you could take a picture with the zoom and then zoom in.
But it chooses 48 only when you're in the RAW format. Otherwise not. It's regular 12.
Oh, okay.
That produces like 75 megabytes of a single image.
I know. It's fucking That's crazy. Yeah, that's a big picture, man. 75 megs. Damn. That's a big one. Hey, night. Is that where you live, dude? Is that
Me?
Yeah.
No, man. I live in Texas here. That was in North Carolina, in the mountains. Here's spring, beginning of spring. My birthday is March 4th, and I was up there for my birthday.
It was the end of winter. Yeah, there's no leaves on the trees, man. It's kind of a dead giveaway.
Everything was raining.
Dead.
Here's my.
You ran to a black man's arms. Dead giveaway.
I just took pictures of my hometown tonight. There you go.
I like the bendy tracks, man. Bendy. There's a bendy track. A bendy train.
Here's there we go. I took that picture tonight.
Hey, anybody can unmute Bra1? I think he requested that in the VC text, but nobody responded or actually did it for him. They muted him earlier.
Yeah, I get it.
Bra1, did you request it?
I didn't see it.
I don't see any requests in there.
Yeah, we've been looking.
It was earlier.
Oh, okay. Well.
Maybe it was a long time ago when was being an asshole and not answering questions, and demanding so much of us, and then when we asked something, like he was getting mad because we were proving that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And that his theory is just as good as our theory. One difference is we don't see any curvature. Curvature is observable and measurable, and he's not showing us any curvature.
Yeah, me neither, man. But I'm still on the globe, right?
For now.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what you want to believe, dude. I use the same analogy. If your girlfriend is cheating on you, If your girlfriend's cheating on you, and everybody keeps telling you your girlfriend's cheating on you, but you're like, no, man, she's not cheating on me. She told me she's not cheating on me. Like, same philosophy, man.
He's buying a P1000. He'll figure it out. He's going to check it out for himself, man. I appreciate you stepping up and doing that, man. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, no need to, man. I prefer to look actually at the stars. Stars, it's free. No need for P900 or 1000. Just look at the stars.
I thought you said you ordered a P1000.
No, I said you should order a P1000 because it has, I think, more optical zoom. I don't know.
It does. It's 3,000 millimeter zoom. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 3,000 millimeters is freaking amazing.
Stupid. It's fucking stupid.
Look, hold on. Here, let me drop this video for you, dude. You're gonna laugh so damn hard. Here's my video. It takes forever to fucking load.
Hey, bad boy, man. We got a eclipse coming up, man. On Tuesday morning, Tuesday night. I don't know wherever you're at.
What clips?
We got a lunar eclipse, full lunar eclipse. Where do you live?
European. I'm from Bulgaria.
Okay. You should be able to see it. Let me check. Hold on. Let's see here.
It'd probably be towards the beginning of your night.
You're not going to see shit.
No.
Nah, nothing. He's got nothing. Sorry, man. You're going to miss this one, bro.
Okay. I'm on the wrong side of the globe, right?
Yeah, you're on the wrong side of the globe, dude. For sure.
Never mind. It won't let me send it.
In more ways than one, man.
Sorry. I thought that was funny.
I try to be funny. It doesn't always work out, man. Anyway.
Not everybody can get it, but Witsy gets it.
Witsy gets it. You're going to be able to see it, the full eclipse, Giz. You'll be able to see it.
If I can get my ass up.
I know. It starts at fucking midnight or 2 a.m. for you, I think. Yeah. Well, you actually might be able to see this Selenilian, man. By the time it gets like 7 a.m, it should still be a pretty partial eclipse right towards the end of the towards the end of it, man. You should be able to see the sun coming up over the horizon and still see a partial eclipse, which would be impossible on a ball, of course.
Yeah.
And that's just dead solid proof, man, that we're not on a ball, man. Dead solid.
40 degrees out there.
Might be a little chilly, yeah. Bring some jacket and some gloves and shit.
Huh?
There you go, dude. I'm posting a video for you.
All right, I'm checking it out.
Right. No.
All right, he did the P1000 versus the P900. There's a side by
This
side.
is with my Pentax. My Pentax W3.
Yeah.
It's a cheapo phone, but it's like it's a nice phone or not phone camera. It's what is it? It's waterproof up to 100 meters. It's a really nice,
That's great.
outdoorsy phone.
That's pretty high quality.
Camera.
Man. Very nice. I was waiting for a car to come zipping through that little S-turn
Nope.
there.
I fucking paused. Every time a car came by, I had to stop that shit and start over.
I was like, I need some
don't
action.
want nothing in my.
There's no action. I was looking for.
It's rain. Turn it up.
There's
Turn
no
it up. It's rain.
Oh, is it raining?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's listen here. There we go.
I'm gonna try to post this other video. I made a music video of my trip.
I don't hear anything. All right, I give up. Yeah, so Bad Boy likes to look up to the heavens and to the sky and say, whatever is going on up there is the same as what I'm standing on. And I kept asking Bad Boy, man, if NASA's got a picture of a tree on any other of those lights in the sky, please send it to me. Just one tree picture of one of those bodies out there that has a tree.
Dude, do you have PhD? Why have you named yourself a doctor?
I earned my doctorate. It's an honorary doctorate.
Really? That's nice.
Yeah.
So you are in fact a doctor. That's great.
Honorary, yeah, but not, that's kind of fun to kick it around a little bit, I earned it. I put the time in.
What was your PhD about?
Earth.
Really?
Yeah.
What was the topic?
Well, whatever Earth is, man. I checked it out, and
no, I mean for real. What was your doctorate about?
He's being for real.
That's Earth, man. Yeah, that's what we live on.
I only have masters, so you're greater than me.
No, boy, man. If you want to judge people by a piece of paper, man, you've got a lot to learn, my friend.
There's no doubt, because people without birth letters behind their
One of the greatest minds in the world don't never have a piece of paper in their life.
That's right.
Yeah, they're dropouts.
What about Steve Jobs? Did he get one of those? No, he didn't even get his master's, huh? So
he didn't graduate high school. What do you mean?
I barely got mine, so I understand completely.
I think Bill Gates dropped out too, man. I'm pretty sure.
Out of college, yeah.
He was a great mind. Steve Jobs was a pretty smart guy, man. But
Mark Zuckerberg as well.
Zuckerberg, yeah, he's
he's a super cuck.
Super Cuckberg, yeah. He dropped out, yeah. So yeah, but are they happy, successful people? I don't know, man. Whatever, man. Whatever, That's cool, man. I'm super happy with my life. I love it. I'm easygoing. Not too much can get me riled up, but when people lie to you or misrepresent or cheat you, that's when I get fucking pissed. But that's, everybody should get pissed about that. Right? We got Forte is back.
Oh, shit.
What the hell, dude? What happened?
Oh, shit.
Nada, just been away for a little while. How have you guys been?
Holding it down, man. 24/7, talking about Earth. And
I'll tell you what.
That's what we do around here.
I'll tell you what. When people once people kind of get their little anger management out of the way, they always come back with a lot more respect.
That's it. We're super friendly up in here. We don't call too many people names. I try not to.
We call the retards names.
We call retards. But what are you gonna do?
A spade.
Call the kettle black.
We call it retarded spade.
I might call you a Mongo, but you really piss me off. I'll call you a cuck. But there's the cucks are like the guys that were like, "Hey man, everybody lock down, put your mask on, shut up, don't go see your grandma." Those guys are cucks, man. Totally, right? 100%. I don't care. You don't get any amnesty. You don't get to say, "Oh, sorry, man. We didn't know what we were dealing with." And no. You locked down the entire world and told us to fucking stay home and fucking watch Netflix. Yeah, fuck off. You're a cuck. Piss off. Yeah, so that really gets me going, man. Those Mongos. Put your mask on. You're a grandma killer.
Even though Fauci says,
Jim Brewer.
Even having 2 jabs and a booster and wearing a mask, you still catch COVID. Fauci admits it.
So yeah, we get those are cucks. And political cucks, man. It's actually a term or a political term, or the term cuck. And
it is a political term.
Yeah,
I'm actually speaking to Professor Phil Bell right now, and that's definitely a cuck.
Exactly. I mean, you can be a cuck,
and a cock at the same time.
Hey y'all, I put a video. It's a blank black screen in the thing, but if you push play, it's my my trip to North Carolina this past year, my birthday in March.
Oh, you got music? Oh, far out. It's 4 minutes and 20 seconds. What are you trying to tell me, man?
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, what link? I'm from North Carolina. I'm curious.
It's at 12:36 a.m. It's a little video. He's just driving down the road. He's at the beach, driving down the road.
So I went to visit a friend out by Myrtle Beach.
Your wipers, man. You change your blades, man.
I know. No, it was raining hardcore, but it was so peaceful, dude. And so I just decided to take a whole bunch of video and like a lot of the video, like I sped up the frame rate and everything to get to get it to match the songs.
I think you showed this to me a couple weeks ago. I think. Yeah, you dropped that. I watched it. Beautiful video, man. Nice. Always nice to revisit your trips. You know, I like to do. When I'm doing a long road trip, man, I like to do the time lapse thing. I just I got like a little camera mount for my dashboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Point it out, hit time lapse, just drive for like fucking 10 hours, and then you got this like 1 minute video of the whole thing. So cool, man. I love it.
Pretty cool.
Hey, I just doing a wheelie on that quad, or is it that quad? Yeah. That was pretty cool. I could never do wheelies, man. I don't know what. I just didn't have the confidence, man. I just didn't have it. And I'm not going to try it now. At 58 years old, it's not going to happen.
Right, but I'm going to bail, right, because my fucking charger's not working and my laptop's going to die. But I'll catch you tomorrow or something.
Hey, Dark, brother. Good.
It's Panto, bro. It's Panto, bro. I'll catch you.
Why is your name fucking...
No, I was using this account to try and watch a movie down in Chill Chat.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Well, I'll see you later, boys. Bye.
Hi, brother. Good to see you, man. Always good to hang out with you. We laugh our asses off.
See ya.
All right. All right, well, Gizbo, man, you got the nice little video going there. Has anybody got anything they wanted to talk about or bring up or discuss? Or I got it going like about 15 minutes, so.
Yeah, I got something. Could you point a laser pointer at the moon and see distance? Would that work if it was a solid up? If it even if it was like a plasma ball, would that be reflective at all?
Well, I saw a laser experiment done on Hawaii's, I think it's Mount Kilauea, I think. They have several observatories up there, man, and they shot all these lasers out of the observatories, and when they got way up there, if they were close to the horizon, man, they could cross the lasers, so they'd make an X. But when they got way up there, man, they stopped. And I thought that was one of the most amazing videos, man. I don't really have it handy, but
hey, I'm struggling to visualize what you mean. If you could reiterate.
Yeah, you pointed it up, but the lasers wouldn't cross way the hell up there. But they did, when they were lower on the horizon. But when they got up, it was weird, man. It's like they're hitting something and stopping. It was weird, man. And it was done by observatory did it. It was their video, but somebody just noticed, "Hey, man, why isn't the lasers crossing way up here?" It was like cool looking. So I don't know, man. Maybe we can't shoot a laser at it. The one experiment that they say, "Hey, man, we put the retro reflectors on the moon, and we can shoot a photon and hit it, and we can receive it back here on Earth." And we have a guy in our his name's Crow. He actually went to the place where they did it, and he's like, "Yeah, they shot these things and it came back beep." It was just an audio thing. They didn't even have like any visual anything or nothing. It was just, "Yep, we got it back. That was it." He was like, "That's it?" You would think you'd be able to shoot an actual laser and see it bounce off the moon, man. But that's not how it works, man. Apparently they shoot a bunch of photons at it, and it comes back as like an audio signal that picks it up or something. It's kind of a weird thing. And they stopped doing that program too, by the way, about 2 or 3 years ago. You can't even go to an observatory and do the retroreflector test of bouncing anything off the moon. It's been discontinued. They stopped funding it. There it is. That's kind of close to what I was looking at. But that wasn't it. It was a video, and it was showing the lasers actually, they were moving the lasers, and then when it got from different observatories, but that's kind of what it looked like. Yeah, it's close. That's pretty close, man. I'm going to give you that. You're a pretty good AI. You're pretty good, man, but he's always dropping shit so fast. I don't know.
I should change. Is it AI? No, I should change my. I should change my name to AI Mongo.
There.
Oh, and how is the speed of light supposedly calculated or measured?
Marshmallows. That's what we heard earlier. Marshmallows is how you calculate the speed of light. Apparently, if you put marshmallows in a microwave and you remove the plate, it calculates the speed of light.
What I do know about light speed, it's an average, and it's a two-way average. So they shoot the laser at like a mirror, and then they time it getting back. And that's how they come. So it's a two-way. You can't measure it just one way. So they use a two-way, bounce it off something and bring it back. I think we all know that light, definitely, we can see it go on and off very fast, man. It is fast. Is it 186,500 miles a second? I don't know, man. Apparently that's been in dispute on how they do it, but I'm not gonna try to argue that. There you go. That's kind of really getting close to what it was. Yeah. And shooting those lasers, but they don't. Yeah, that's really close to what I was talking about. Yeah, that's basically it. That's pretty cool. Whatever they did there, huh? Fuck yeah, man. It's funny. Somebody was in here today. I think it was the architect, who's a professor, and he was saying, "Man, he goes, it's so funny. My students get these grants like for $50,000 or $100,000 grants to do these projects for their schooling." And he goes, "Fuck, man, I would love to have 50 grand to do like a flat Earth something." But there's no accredited grants given out for your people wanting to look into the Earth, And I just thought it was pretty interesting that, he's in the profession, he's a professor, and he's like, just like he wants $50,000, $100,000 to do something really cool. And that's it, man. You are the best, dude. You're fucking
If you
hot.
did something like you have to do something obscure, and you'd have to leave the idea of flat Earth out, and have that experiment being like what F.E. Core did. I bet you could easily get a grant for something like that if you like had a logical reasoning for it.
Like we're gonna shoot lasers at the moon or something, you know, whatever. But he's in architecture school, but he's teaching architecture. So, and you know, it would have to be something like that. But we're gonna build some architecture in space, and we're gonna 3D print something on the moon. Yeah, I need $47 million. That would be great. Thanks. No, you don't get to do that. Sorry. What's up, Hollywood? Been a minute.
Hi.
Welcome back. Cool. Well, welcome. T-Czar, what's going on?
I was like, where'd he go? Hollywood said, where'd who go?
T-Czar has no roles, man. Somebody want to VC verify? Get some new people up in here. Be good. So we're here to talk about Earth, what we can look at in the sky. We look at clouds, air pressure, curvature, flatness. We look at laser beams. Yeah, baby. Woo. So we just like to kick around the idea that where we live is where we live, and we like to check it out and verify where we live. That's all. I mean, how dare you be such a mongo? Question the globe. How dare you? How dare you?
Especially when there's no curvature.
Well, dude, we wouldn't be here if there was, man. We would have been long gone. We'd be over there racing cars and shooting fucking Discord live stream gaming something. Fuck.
I've always wanted to see.
Here, man. What's that, Hollywood? What?
I've always wanted to see it.
See what?
Curvature.
You should go to space, Hollywood.
I always wanted to.
Yeah.
Hollywood, I got some curvature for you.
Don't
do you want to see some curvature?
Don't do it. Don't you don't dare you don't.
Hey, real talk though, if we go high enough up, regardless of what's up there, do we have is our perception of the elevation going to be like circular, like for our vision?
Well, okay, so let me show you something real quick. I think I know what you're trying to say.
Like if you're on the ocean.
Yeah, I've done that.
Like, technically, you can only see in a circle, right?
Right. You can only see the same distance all the way around you.
Right.
Correct. That is correct. I'm a sailor.
But that's like the one. That's like the one thing that they can like argue next. You know, I feel like that's where they're headed with the globe. Is like they're gonna like they're trying to figure out how to put people up high enough where it seems like it's a globe still, based on their observations. So I feel like that's their game plan with those bullshit rockets. That who knows how far up they go. But
yeah,
I feel like they're trying to create an experience where you see some sort of like perceived curvature, even though it would be the curvature of like the New Mexico desert and not the Earth itself.
Right. So about 5 years ago, I started looking into big time companies that were launching high altitude balloons with passengers in it.
Yeah, it's called Worldview.
There's a bunch of them, dude. There's like 10 or 12 companies that were doing it. There was Kickstarters. There was all kinds of stuff going on. I was
they
like,
all suck.
And I'm like, okay, where do I sign up? is there anybody that's gone? I wasn't going to give them any money until I saw that they actually had some flights that went up to like, 100,000 feet or whatever. And I'm like, cool, man. I want to get on one of those. I'll pay $10,000 to go up. Fucking, yeah.
Fly around the world.
No, not fly around the world, but just go up to 150,000 feet.
Yeah. Did you ever watch the documentary of Richard Branson's balloon flights?
Yes.
I thought that was really good, and it was
around the world balloons.
It was like intense and shit. And
yeah,
I would love to. I guess I gotta watch it again to like see where they could potentially like fake stuff. But
they weren't that high up. They weren't that high up. I mean, they were just
maybe like 80,000 feet. I don't know.
I don't think they were even close to that. I think they were like in like maybe 40,000.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's about 40,000. And yeah, he kept trying to go around the world with that rich guy. There was another rich guy. Anyway, that rich guy ended up dying. The bigger, older gentleman. He's kind of a heavy-set guy. Remember him? He was his like partner or something with that.
I don't remember everything.
Yeah, or it's been, dude, that was like 10 or 12 years ago, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, that was before I even knew.
Yeah, me too, man. I did watch the.
But fascinating because no one else is doing anything cool, especially not in space.
No, they're not doing the cool things. We would be doing. I mean, I always thought it would be cool, man. If I was on the ISS, man, I'd have my iPhone, man, just floating there, live streaming.
They should have so much footage coming out of that thing, dude. It's so pathetic.
I would flip the phone around.
I'm actually gonna go look. Sometimes because I really used to enjoy space and everything, and I follow it still. I'm gonna search for the most recent video from a space station and see how funny it is.
Hey, so when's Artemis going up in the air?
They're gonna do it like next week or very soon, within a week or so.
Dude,
they're gonna refuel. They're gonna just try to bring it out to the launch pad and refuel it. There's no.
What is that? The big rocket?
That's the big one that's going back to the moon, Artemis.
Yeah, sure.
They've had to cancel it 3 times now, I think.
Who knows, man? Standard protocol. Standard protocol.
They had a hurricane. They had to bring it back in the hangar.
Dude, they probably made the hurricane so they could delay that specifically.
Well, there you go. Yeah, now we're in.
That's how deep it is.
And we're going into the weeds, baby. With
they have to shut down everything in order to just delay everything.
Yeah, I've seen some. Pretty sure that not only can they make hurricanes, they can make tornadoes too, man. I was watching something the other day. I'm like, oh shit, fuckers! There's a patent for hurricane tornado making. I was looking at.
Awesome.
Like, damn.
I read some bullshit NASA headlines that they're gonna try to make another bullshit mission to some asteroid and waste billions.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking sad.
It gets Hollywood, baby, real quick,
dude.
Man.
But it's just like, where is the human space travel? Like, how is that not a bigger priority than fucking shooting a fake asteroid with fake spacecraft? Like, I get that that's how they have to like sell it because they can't do the other one, and they can still like say that they're doing something kind of cool. Like, it sounds cool, but it's so stupid.
Right. You want the latest? I'm going to give you the latest video from the Chinese.
Yes, please.
Wait, the Chinese space station, bro. I'm going to give you one of the latest. You're going to laugh your ass off. All right. Hold on. Let me pull it up, man. I got to.
I swear if it's a K-pop video, dude.
Dude, the Earth is flat. It's totally flat, dude. It was hilarious. Oh man, hang on. Let's see here.
I can't scroll down because I don't have a Twitter account, but on the space station's Twitter profile, they don't even have the video from the last week. I don't even know if anyone's up there.
All right, you're gonna love this. I'll put it in the live stream voice text here, man. You guys, all you guys will love this, man. There's literally they're on a spacewalk, and the whole fucking Earth is flat as fuck all. It's awesome, man. Anyway, I can't make it up, but that's a recent one, man. That's within the last week or so. Something pretty good.
Dude, the space station sucks. Gosh.
Space station sucks.
I took it for what it was, and it sucked back when I liked it more. Right. But, oh my goodness, it sucks.
I was a space shuttle dude, man. I was like, oh man, what the fucking cool is that, bro?
So cool, so fucking cool.
Space shuttle, man. Fuck yeah,
dude, that was the shit, dude. They don't even have that anymore. It's so bullshit.
Got rid of that. I thought, man, that's the way to go. Yeah, like a plane in space, bro. Good idea. Damn.
No, that's like obvious. Why would they not make spaceships? Like, where are the fucking spaceships?
There you go. I'm telling you, Don is a fucking AI bot, 100%. I don't know how.
Dude. So when the Challenger blew up, I was like, I was like, oh man, that sucks. And then like last year when I found it, like, I was like, okay, like I found out flat Earth, and I was like it kind of just like dawned on me pretty quick. I'm like, it all fucking makes sense now. And then I come across like the Challenger people are still alive. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Did you see one of those videos? There is a guy who hunted down one of them.
Yes, I did see that video. You bet.
Yeah, I saw. He mentioned FBI, man. Like, why not the police? Why did he mention the FBI?
Yeah.
Good question. Bad boy, you're paying attention. I like you, young man.
Yeah. I was researching into this stuff, but still.
All right, well,
not good enough for me, man.
You got to keep researching, man. You're good. What do you think of the China space station having a flat Earth, man, on their spacewalk?
Well, I think it's pretty on lower Earth orbit. Perhaps the altitude is not
250 miles up.
Yeah, why are they obsessed with low Earth?
It's not big enough.
Why are they obsessed with low Earth orbit? Like, fuck low Earth orbit.
Well, it's safe. It's close back to home.
Yeah, but if you're going that fast, you can go a little fucking farther. If you can actually do shit.
250 miles up, that means that it's like 10 million feet up or 1 million feet up?
It doesn't matter. We go on airplanes fucking that are way slower than that shit, and we go fucking farther. It's retarded that it's like that it's so hard.
I know.
I've read that you must be around 3,000 miles in order to see the full shape of the Earth. Like,
yeah, so why don't they put the space station up there?
The space station is supposed to orbit the Earth every 93 minutes.
Yeah, why can't we just go like 6,000 miles up real quick, man? Boot.
Why can't we get an actual camera on the space station?
That's a good question, dude.
At 17,500 miles an hour or 25,000 miles an hour, you're going to be there in about a half a second. So,
for real, the people of Earth should have the right to view Earth from the space station. At least one video feed.
Dude, we should have
perhaps because of the Van Allen belt. I don't know.
We should have had 24-hour feed on the Mars thing.
Yeah, 100%. That should be fed to the public. If it's our fucking money.
Oh, Don is fucking.
I mean, it's like, what do they have to lose? Like, how could they possibly? I mean, like, something fucks up. Well, that was part of the fucking risk. Like, good for them.
Yep, good for them. Man. Good on you. Good on you.
But it should be like exploration. You should have fucking crowdsource every video feed so fucking nerds can just, like 3,000 of them can all look at the feed at the same time, and one of them might find something that helps the mission. You never know.
That's right. Yeah, it would be fun, man. It would be like a total nerd fest. Be great,
dude. Yeah, you would literally like. It's like they give they give out those Mars photos, and they're like, here's our photos from Mars. Have a look. It's like, how about you give them out when you find them, not when you've already quote analyzed them.
Do you actually believe that they have stuff on Mars? Is that what you're
Fuck
telling
no,
me?
dude. I'm just saying.
He's hypothetically. Hypothetically, that's a word.
Dude, we should get like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there is some access to some raw bullshit that they have, but their website should just be a fucking database.
It is a database for images. You can actually search images yourself. And there is advanced settings which you can distinguish from fish islands and so on. Search via keywords.
I know, but I don't know how many hours as a fucking young man that I was on websites like that, looking through fucking bullshit space images.
It's like, should you, right?
That's part of their game is to just draw you into a black hole.
I just let the server earlier.
That's what everything is a distraction.
Where?
Hold on, everybody. Helio's here, man. Shut up.
No.
I was like, Helio.
I'm just kidding.
I was in another server like for 2 hours, and at the end of the night they were like, "Well, haven't you seen the ISS? Traveling across the sky." I was like, "Do they have like LEDs on the bottom of it? You see a light in the sky?" I was like, "Do you think you would see that shit from 250 miles away?"
Yeah.
And like, well, no, they don't have LEDs on it. It's reflecting the sun's light. It's like, do they have reflectors on it? Did they design it that way? I haven't seen the designs of the space station where you'd be able to see that. And these guys, they're so freaking, oh, man. Yeah, I spent a couple hours with some people earlier.
My favorite is like they don't even have like an official like reason for something, but they'll sit there and make excuses for them all day long.
Well, and they make excuses to not talk to me because, you're obviously inebriated. Don't talk to us anymore. I'm just like, bitch, I'm bringing up. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm listening to everything you're saying, and I'm responding in kind, and I'm too drunk to respond. Okay.
Yes, that's it, Helio. Of course, you're completely out of control. You couldn't respond.
And I was like, Helio.
Hey, bad boy, can you tell me about the globe?
No, thank you.
Tell us about the globe.
Wait, why? I'm curious. I need some blue pill stuff.
Well, because most of the guys here are more familiar with the globe than me, so you should ask them those questions, my
bad boy.
man.
Yeah, but I want to hear. No, but I'm not. I mean, I might be in their same boat, but I want to hear what you know and what you think.
Sure. We've all been doing this for a long time, and we welcome new people to come in and get into the conversation. So we don't want to run anybody off as far as that goes. We do like to have a lot of fun.
Hey, Helio, can you give Hollywood a fucking a kick-ass fucking roll or something, man? I'm gonna
give me a roll that says don't ban me.
I'm gonna give him flat earth.
Don't ban.
That's all I'm gonna do.
Please, man, don't ban the motherfucker.
Yeah. Me and Hollywood go way back. So
all right, we'll give him a better roll than VC verified listening pass for fuck's sake.
I'm gonna give flat earther for now. We'll see.
I upgraded from listening pass.
Valued?
I used
we're not going to get into it.
I used to be.
Get into all that. Me and Hollywood go way back. Hollywood is
all right. Thank you.
No problem. He's.
Can you just clear the other ones? Yeah, that'd be sweet.
There you go.
I just want to be straight flat earther. Yeah, that's how I roll.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, you need VC verified, I think. Oh no.
No. He's good now. Go ahead.
He's good to go.
Please, bad boy.
Bad boy.
Let's spar.
No, thank you, man.
Just
okay. How about just let's dance? Let's dance.
Let's dance. Hold on. You guys gonna do the tango or the waltz, man? Which one are you going?
Freestyle.
The jiu-jitsu.
I like it. Man, there's some great dancers out there, man. I've seen people do shit. I'm like, damn, fucking guys are crazy.
You know what? On that point, I'm gonna give Hollywood a Lincoln bedroll. Don't fuck this up, Hollywood.
He won't. Well, Hollywood fucks everything up, but that's different Hollywood.
No, well,
yeah, that's the old Hollywood.
Hey, how many old Hollywoods we can do with? I mean, just for now, I'm gonna give you another chance. I think you'll be respected.
He'll be
all good.
Hey, Flat Earth dude. Speaking of dancing, you ever pop, lock, and drop it?
Pop, lock, and drop.
Well, I took a shit this morning. Is that similar?
Damn, that's an event for someone.
That's funny.
I gotta, you gotta go. You gotta go, man.
I'm so happy I could end it on that note.
Been on many talking about dropping tacos, or whatever.
I mean, it is in California. There's a shitload of tacos out there.
Dude, they tried to bring Del Taco to Texas and they left, and I'm like, why the fuck did you leave, dude? Del Taco is the shit.
Oh, it's horrible.
But I mean, they can't make tacos as good as all the local restaurants. I mean, come on, man.
Right.
I will never eat.
They can't survive. The fast food taco places can't survive in Texas. Come on.
I think I'd rather eat some grass than Del Taco.
Bad boy, please talk to me.
Please talk to me.
What do you want to know, man? Come on, shoot your questions.
Okay.
You wanted to know what I know about the globe?
Yeah, what do you think is real about anything?
I think it's a pretty much not complete circle. It's something like
Do you think that the oceans
it's a pretty much sphere,
Do you think the oceans are curved?
It has gravity, so we don't stay upside down.
How do you know it has gravity?
Because we don't stay upside down. That's why, man.
Yeah, but isn't that just because that's just how it is? There's up and there's down, and you go down because you're heavy.
We are spinning. The sun is 93 million miles away.
How do you know we're spinning?
Oh, that's an easy one, my G. You just look at the stars. It's so easy.
Yeah, but if you consider that, then wouldn't you be able to tell we were spinning if you looked at an airplane in the sky? Or
you're asking me you're saying why do I consider it's a globe? I'm telling you, my man.
But why don't you say?
It?
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm asking you just follow-up questions. So, but why do you say the stars? Why don't you just say we're spinning because of the birds?
It's easier for me to look at the stars than look at birds. They fly, Stars don't move that much.
Yeah, but why? But if the stars are moving, then why do you think you're moving?
No, not because stars are moving, obviously. It's because you can't see. Look, listen, you asked me the question, let me respond, right? So it's easy. You just can't see Polaris south from the equator. That's it. That's the most easiest one.
But
that's no kind of answer at all.
But isn't that because, that's just the North Star. That's just because that's why it's called the North Star, You can't see it in the south.
Because you can't see it south of the equator. That doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth.
Only if you think that it's really far away.
Hey, bad boy.
But what if it's closer?
If you're south of the equator, yeah, sure, exactly.
Because then it would be really low on the horizon, and
you wouldn't be able to see it south of
after you go south.
There you go. Exactly. Sorry, Hollywood, I interrupted. My bad.
No, it's okay.
You got this, brother.
No, we can all chime in if you have a question. I'm just trying to break down his thoughts. I just don't think that they're. I think. We all used to think that way, but we didn't really establish the foundation of why we're spinning. And if the only reason we think we're spinning is because something in the sky we see is moving, and then deduce our movement from that, it doesn't really make sense to me anymore.
No, it doesn't just because it's something in the stars is moving. It's because something in the stars you can't see while others can because of the...
Yeah, but I feel like that could work on both models.
I don't think so, actually.
Okay.
Especially if you look at the moon, but I don't want to go to the moon yet.
I'm unsure that you understand what I'm implying with the North Star being close, because that's the only way to understand
Dr.
it.
Dude should help me out, I think.
Well, hey, Bad Boy.
with
I
his
mean,
sarcasm.
I think Hollywood's trying to make it simple for you.
Let's
It's
just
like
say-
the reason you can't see Polaris from the southern hemisphere is because it's too far away.
Yeah,
to
let's
see
just
from
say you have two types of buildings, Bad Boy. Okay, right? Two types of buildings. One is a very large building.
Yeah.
It's very tall, okay, and very wide. And the other one is a very wide building, but it's very short. So if you have a light in those buildings, in the tall building, you'll be able to see it from everywhere. But in the short building, you'll only be able to see it when you're close to it underneath it, right?
Right.
So if the light is the North Star and it's in the center of the building, you won't be able to see it on the edges of the building if it's a short building, right? That makes
Crazy.
sense.
I just left another conversation on the server with the exact same argument about Polaris. Well, not the exact.
Yeah, so you're talking perspective, right?
Yeah, because I don't think you understand the flat Earth perspective and how it also makes sense as a possibility. I find that even myself, we fail to consider the possibilities of alternative worldviews such as this one because it seems so outrageous, but you've made it into a chat room full of information, so you should feel it.
Sure, even with this same type of argument, well, if they want to go to the stars and they want to say, well, you should be able to see you should be able. I mean, some people even say, well, if the Earth was flat, there would be no nighttime, because sun would just illuminate the entire Earth. But they're assuming that the sun is a certain distance and.
I just can't believe they played us so well on just reversing our observations by convincing us to believe that. Like, oh, the stars are moving, but you're spinning. You're moving instead. Or, oh, it looks flat, but it's actually curved.
Yeah.
It's like just the fucking.
That's also that also could be perspective, couldn't be? Like imagine Earth as big as they claim.
Sure. Yeah. I know, but it's amazing how the arguments are just the complete opposite of our observations. It's fascinating how they've done it.
Hey, and Bad Boy, I mean, if we're wrong, we'll admit it.
I know. I want to admit being wrong so bad because I already admitted being wrong about the globe to myself. So if I have to double back somehow or figure out it's something slightly different, I'm ready.
It's like I think about it often.
I just want to be. I want a conclusion to this shit.
I don't think there's ever going to be.
The only conclusion to me that's gonna happen is, personally for myself, is you have to pick me up and get me to a high as fuck altitude so I can see what's
but you
going
have
on.
to. I agree
That's
with
not
that.
good
100.
enough.
No, but I agree with that. That's okay. That's a fair, destination. But you have to realize that that's totally unreasonable and unrealistic. And maybe that's
Yeah, maybe,
and
but
maybe
it's
and
just how
maybe
my mind works.
I know,
That's
but
what's
if
gonna
it's,
convince me for sure.
I know, but if the thing that's going to convince you is impossible, then they've got you again.
Dude, that actually
Like,
hits
what
me
if it's
hard
literally?
in
What
my
if it's
heart.
literally just?
Hollywood, from all the conversations we had, is really. I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm not going to get into all the other conversations, but
No, it's
it
true. I
really
mean,
makes me
what
feel
if?
really good to hear you say that. Go ahead.
Well, because like, let's just say you can't go very high. Actually, no matter what.
I'm not talking about altitude. I'm talking about the other stuff.
But I think about that as well. Like, how high can we go? Or, at some point, will we be able to go? But what if that's not very high at all? So going up to look and see the whole thing might never be a
It's not going to tell
possibility.
you. It's not going to tell you anything about Earth at all.
No, it would be amazing to fucking see everything.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's like going to. It's like going.
And I would love to know how much somebody can see at one time. I mean,
sure,
it would be cool. Just imagine being up in a skyscraper. You're on top of a city, dude. Imagine being on top of the world.
Well, check this out. They gave us this idea that you can go high enough and see the entire Earth, but even if a globe, you still couldn't see the entire.
They won't even give us one live feed of the fucking Earth, dude, from one fucking satellite. Just one good feed. Like, it's so sad.
Even if you could see that feed, it's still a satellite. It's not high enough.
They have fucking what are the geos? They claim to have geostationary satellites in deep fucking orbit, like the fucking Himawari that takes a fucking picture. I don't care about these stupid fake pictures. Give me the live fucking feed.
Well, they don't have one, so they can't. So anyway,
I just want a fake one, even I just want a fake one.
No, you don't. Come on, man. There's the live feed is what
would be so cool.
I don't know.
Hey, Helio, what do you think about Artemis 1 missions? What's gonna happen, in your opinion?
They're gonna suck.
Tell me what you think about it, because I don't follow that shit. What is it? I'll look it up. Just like they were asking. There was a guy before I came in here. He was telling me about the some satellite from China or something, and I went through the article. I read it out, and I was like, oh yeah, this. So yeah, post the article. I'll read it off and tell you why I think it's bullshit. I can do that all day long.
And I bet they're gonna pull some fucking second moon mission in the next decade, and they're gonna make it like Apollo 13 too.
Artemis 1 missions. I mean, how about you tell me about it, and then I'll give my opinion. And while you're talking about it, send the link, or send me the link, and then we can. If it's something I.
But they didn't happen yet.
I mean,
it's not gonna happen, dude.
Well, whether or not it's going to happen, what's really cool though is they're talking about it, and others are. Show the link, and then we can analyze it and give you our opinion, since you're asking.
Yeah, or tell us some general information. What's the goal of the mission?
Yeah, what's the Artemis? What's it about?
Yeah, what's the fucking unicorn?
I mean, I know it's like, you guys don't believe in space. Why would you even talk about it? It's like, bro, we can analyze all the information.
I love space.
Yeah, I do too. Well, I did, and I still do. I watch space TV shows and stuff. I love space, man.
I mean,
I
if
love
anything,
the idea.
'Cause they still, if anything, they still shoot rockets, right? Hopefully, or are the rockets just big balloons?
Yeah.
They're both?
I mean, I can look it up if you're not going to post me a link, bad boy. Man, I can look it up right now.
No, I don't have a link. I was just talking in general. Like, do you think they're gonna keep on delaying them, or do you think it's actually
I don't
gonna
know.
happen?
Like I said, I haven't even looked it up yet, or I don't follow that stuff, but I can look it
Yo.
up and we can. Hold on.
Yo, Helio Gizbo, have you guys like seen the stuff about the space shuttle being like a big blimp?
No. Yeah, I've seen some of that, but
Oh,
you know,
Gizbo, you gotta check it out.
You can.
I mean, I want to see if I think it's fucking believable because like the part that gets me the most is so like you know how the space shuttle's attached to those big fucking gas tanks,
I'll tell you one.
right, Gizbo? You know what I'm talking about?
Well, no. I know.
Okay, do you remember the space shuttle? Right, it had it was attached to 2 boosters and a big fucking fuel tank, right?
Right. Yeah.
So people claim that potentially could have been like some crazy like aircraft where it was like half blimp or some shit, and it was like launched up to get some altitude, and then who knows, whatever. But maybe the big huge container was just like helium or something. And but the part that gets me is when they launch those space shuttles. You know how they always do like the roll, and then they like start flying on its back, so it's like literally hanging potentially from the fucking blimp part. And I was like, dude, it sold me, and I swear it could be it. It could be it.
Check this out now. Before don't get me started on the space shuttle stuff. Check this out. I'm glad he brought up Artemis 1. I just typed it in. Now, I'm going to send a link here. And when I typed it in, here's the thing that's going on with Artemis 1. Like I said, I don't pay attention much, but check out what I found.
Here's what I want. Here's
Gizmo.
Leo.
No, I was just wondering. I mean, did you already see this? Dude, this is a brand new freaking article from NASA. Artemis 1 back to the moon. Artemis 1, we are going. This is from NASA's website. Back to the moon.
They have a cool CGI rendition of them.
Did you see it? Are you looking at it now?
Dude, it's just so fucking sad that they don't even have like any sort of prototypes or practice or any.
Yeah, they didn't tell us how they're gonna do it.
Like, dude, they don't even have the orbital practice footage because it's not real.
Dude, this is like freaking like next week.
I'm gonna watch the shit out of it, but
hell yeah, we're gonna talk about it, you know.
But they canceled it. They rescheduled it for 3 times already. It was supposed to be at the end of August, then at the beginning of September, then at the end of the September. So who knows? It might be another cancel.
Well, right now they're saying launch date November 14th, which is like today's Friday the 5th.
What do they say it's doing?
Oh no. Or Saturday the 5th, so it'll be like next Monday.
Yeah, see, look, what if this liquid hydrogen tank is really just a blimp?
Well, as far as rocket launches goes, you know, we're not as far as blimps and all that. I mean, that's kind of speculation. There's nothing we can actually prove it. About that, it's kind of speculation.
I feel like they're all the same.
But it's all, you know, it's just like, you know, astronauts pretending to be on the ISS doing flips and making tacos and shit. You know, it's, you know, who gives a shit about space necessarily that way? I mean, but look at this freaking thing. We are going back to the moon. Look at the CGI shit they put on. we're going back to the moon, and let's see if they do it. Let's see what happens.
When was the first mission planned that they started delaying? How long have these delays been going on?
So are you talking about this particular mission, the Artemis 1?
Yeah.
I think it was supposed to be at the 7th of September. I'm not sure.
So kind of recent.
Well, the latest one is going to be...
I mean, I'll keep an eye on it, but if it's been delayed for a whole fucking year, I'm not going to give a shit to watch for it. Because it's probably going to be delayed again.
Just like, well, it says launch date November 14th. Mission duration 25 days, 11 hours, 21 minutes.
And let me guess, they're going to put the fucking shittiest camera they can find on it so we can see the worst fucking angle ever.
When they say we are going back, there's not going to be any humans.
Are they even claiming there's people in this one or not? There's no way.
No people in this one.
Of course.
No people. There are supposed to be like 3 missions. And in like 2 years, is their plan to put back people in there.
2024 is when they're supposed to be taking humans.
Hey, check this out. I'll read out what they say about it. The artwork for Artemis. Oh, no. Artemis 1 identifier.
Dude, all funding should be into this fucking Artemis program.
Artwork for Artemis 1, formerly Exploration Mission 1, showcases the Space Launch System, SLS, rocket carrying the Orion spacecraft and lifting off from Launch Pad 339B at NASA's. I mean, this is boring. You guys can fucking read this bullshit to yourself.
I got a question. So, remember the DART satellite that crashed into that meteor?
Yeah. How much did that one cost?
And yeah, I know. And they said that it as it was getting closer to the meteor, they lost control of it, and the meteor was sucking it in. Like, how fast is this meteor going through space, and how fast is the satellite going in space? And they were somehow attracted to each other?
The gravity, bro.
In space, how fast does anything go? There's no fast in space.
Well, I'm just saying.
Hey, I just want to quickly say something.
Measurements.
Yeah, you're right, Gizmo.
Back to the
I'm sorry.
The gravity would be so cool if it was real too. Honestly,
well, it could be if you think orbital mechanics is real, you know.
Well, I used to.
What do you have to say?
One of the reasons.
Hold on, let everybody Gizmo finish your point. I'm sorry, brother. I interrupted first.
No, I mean, I just think it's ridiculous that those two objects were going towards each other at like incredible speeds, like several times faster than the speed of sound, both going towards each other. So it's now multiplied. And
real quick, what kind of trajectory? Wait, what kind of trajectory did they claim to have? Were they doing a head-on? Was it trailing? Like, what kind of angle are we talking about?
It was head-on. It was almost
head-on. That's fucking hilarious. Okay.
Yeah, it was like,
of course,
it was like 170,
fucking perfect shot,
150 degree impact. Like if you took a linear, if you say a linear is 180 degrees, it came at it from like 150 degrees or something like that.
It's ridiculous.
Very obtuse, yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, just that whole experience, that, like, you're going to tell me that fucking little rock sucked in that satellite going thousands of miles per hour, if not 100,000 miles per hour?
And that they can even get a fucking signal from that shit? Like, it's a joke, dude.
Well, they lost signal, like, dude, the video was hilarious. I felt like I was watching a game of Duke Nukem.
So I'm not going to say that I would know that any of these contraptions that they make are full of helium, but something someone pointed out on here a while ago was that when you look at a normal rocket, like a rocket that an amateur would have, or a rocket in the military, like the kind of rocket you'd have on an airplane or service to air or whatever, these things, they tend to take off very suddenly and move very quickly and gain a lot of speed very quickly. And of course they say that, there's people inside some of these things or whatever, but it's just that the reason why I think some people think they might have helium in them is because simply how they take off. They seem to almost hover for a few seconds before they get going.
But would that be the case? I mean, I'm just arguing in favor of NASA here now that
check this
that,
out.
that the rockets weigh so much and the motors aren't like the same like percentage of the vehicle as the smaller ones. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, is that what they said?
Check this out. At the end of the day, Hollywood rockets, at the end of the day, when it comes to satellites or launching, whether, a rocket is going to the moon or if they're dumping satellites in space, trajectory can make a difference. And considering that, it's just like, do the satellites, once you get them in low Earth orbit, or are you trying to throw them into another type of orbit? This is a really confusing for me. It's like they say the ISS is in low Earth orbit. They never told us how they built it. They just show us, characters doing flips in space and all that kind of shit. That's their story. But, even with, like the GPS, I mean, everybody is like satellite. It's like, and how do the satellites get up there? Oh, rockets. I mean, it's just silly. What satellites where? It's because they claim to have satellites 1 million miles away. They have Voyager traveling we have Voyager 1, Voyager 2, different positions in the galaxy, giving signals back. It's just like, bro, you're talking about hundreds of millions of miles. Like, where? It's like, which? And they're just like, they also claim to have satellite launches that aren't as popular as the Falcon or whatever. It's, dude, everybody stop being dumb. Dumb. It's dumb to believe they're nonsense. Stop being dumb. That's all I got to say about that. Call me dumb if you want to. Just don't believe them. But I'm not dumb.
Yeah, I just watched a space shuttle launch. That's so badass. But
it's so awesome. I don't know why I always want to use a gay voice when it was so spectacular. It's just they put the Tesla car in space. I mean, Elon Musk did it. It was so spectacular. It was the bomb.
Yeah, whatever happened to his fucking car, It's a joke.
I don't know. Well, apparently it went past Mars, It was like, so far. I mean, it was now.
If he was an actual badass, he would have landed it on Mars.
I can't believe I used to worship that man.
Really? Yeah. You were a fan of Elon?
Yeah, I definitely was.
I still am a little bit.
But he's clearly the bad man.
Yeah, dude, I know.
It's like he's likable enough because he says.
I mean, he bought fucking Twitter. He bought Twitter, so I mean, fucking, whatever.
Yeah, just so he can take control of them, and then fucking have evidence of you if you said something bad on it or whatever, be your paid verification.
Dude, I think I'm gonna say some more bad shit on Twitter. As soon as it trips over to Elon, I'm gonna freaking say anything I want on Twitter and see what happens. I'm gonna freaking roast Twitter and see if Elon gives a shit.
They're gonna mute you on Twitter if you do that.
They already do. Well, actually, this same stream on YouTube is going on Twitter. I'm just being facetious. Actually, Twitter has been good to me, and us here, all of us. Because I've been streaming on Twitter. They never gave me shit. YouTube has fucked with me over and over again. Twitter's never fucked with me. I've been streaming on Twitter the whole fucking time. So I'm not gonna fuck with Twitter, unless Elon fucks with me. We're gonna do the same thing we're doing. So
I'm surprised Twitter's never fucked with you, to be honest. I don't know what Twitter's like for flat Earth stuff.
It's like it's really kind of intermittent. I can't believe we don't get more followers on Twitter. I don't fuck with Twitter, but I don't even look at my Twitter channel or stuff. But we're live streaming on Twitter. The same stream that's going on YouTube is going on Twitter. So it's just like I don't get as many reactions there or many viewers. It's a different format. There's no live chat there. So it's a different platform, but this video has always been going on Twitter. So
I'm just gonna let you know I'm going to bed. I wish y'all a good morning.
Hey, Gizmo man, appreciate you.
Take care.
Peace, brother. Yeah, but the Twitter channel, I don't know what's going to change, and the full transition or whatever. I don't think it'll affect the Twitter feed. I only get like 15, 16 viewers a day on fucking Twitter. YouTube is the most popular format here. But
I think I'm going to join the National Association of Rocketry.
Is there such a thing?
Yeah.
It could be, I guess. You could.
I'm going to start launching rockets.
Knew that Go Fast rocket was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Which one was that?
That was the one that I think they launched it from Arizona. Straight up into the sky.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that.
Y'all ever think about the phrase, it's not rocket science, and just be like, wow, I wonder if that was intentionally created?
Yeah, ask those guys that launched that Go Fast rocket, man. And it went 60 miles up in the fucking sky and stopped. Yeah, you don't have to. Fucking NASA has like $60 million a day. You could use $60 million to change the world. And,
you'd think that private companies would be able to actually start infiltrating our space industry more, but there must just be so many.
They're distracted by politics, man. That's all
but
they do.
But if you wanted to, let's say you had a bunch of billionaires together, if they wanted to make a company, they have to jump through so many hoops, and don't all of SpaceX's aircraft have to literally get approved by NASA, and it's pretty
Hollywood,
much they run
have
the
you
show,
seen
right?
that movie 2012? You remember that one?
I think so. It was
yeah, it's like they had these arcs.
End of the world.
End of the world type scenario. It was just like asteroids coming down, and they had these arcs set up for the elite and certain people, and it's kind of like Noah's Ark scenario. It's like people are just like, oh. It's just like, God bless. So they had them set up in different countries, or it was just like, no, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a huge fan of not doomsday scenario type stuff. Well, I guess I am. As far as fictional authors and stuff.
Have you seen Armageddon?
I pay attention to what because people are supported through, even with Hollywood, whether it's through books, movies, or whatever. There's always some type of doomsday scenario, like when it becomes popular. And there's a lot of new movies coming out that are doomsday. Just pay attention. I'm not saying don't listen to those books and think that's going to happen to you that way, but it's
well, nukes and asteroids are fake, right? So all the doomsday stuff isn't real.
Yeah, well, no, the nukes and asteroids aren't real. This is they put that out as fictional narratives. Now they could actually fake a nuke or an asteroid.
Can somebody tell me? I always like to say nukes are fake. Can somebody tell me like more about what you think about that?
Have you ever seen one?
No, yeah, I agree with everything, but like, does anyone have any more like super in depth conspiracy stuff about it?
I
like
personally,
what about related to like nuclear reactors and things like that?
Yeah, I live close to a nuclear power plant.
So are those? Is it the same principle, or like are those supposed to
I'm
be
not
real?
sure if it has to do with nuclear weapons. Nuclear power plant is different than nuclear weapons.
That's what I kind of think.
The way
you would have to change the
it doesn't
core.
run the same way. It's not
Right.
even.
But
Right.
but in people's minds, they think it's like the same thing, right? They're like,
No,
oh,
it's not.
if nuclear
It's
power
definitely
plants are real, then nukes are real, right?
No, yeah, it's definitely not.
That's how they've.
Hey, why do you think nuclear power plants are so rare if they're so real? You know what I mean? Like, why nuclear
Because
power
they're
everywhere?
supposedly like dangerous, right?
No, see, a power plant. I mean,
So wait, what do
nuclear
you
power
think,
plants work the same way as a coal power plant. What they do is heat up water to run generators. Now it just depends on what the fuel source is. It's the same way. Now,
What about Chernobyl power plant? There have been measurements on radiation.
You're gonna have to ask somebody what they were doing 50 years ago in Chernobyl or 60.
No, I mean to this day, if you go there, some guy measured the radiation.
Supposedly.
It's very easy to find. I mean, I could give you. I think it's.
But aren't there
called
like people there though?
Where I live, the one I'm talking about is Arkansas 1. I think it's called Arkansas 1. I live in Arkansas. Everybody knows it. It's in Russellville. Arkansas 1. Sends you a link and it might be able to explain to how they create electricity for many people in different regions around. Now, it's not going to give you details about nuclear power and all that kind of stuff. You can freaking look into that stuff yourself. I mean, if you're going to ask about it, then that's on you. I mean, it's just like if you don't know, then you don't know. But you can find out how they create nuclear power. But essentially, it just means that supposedly what they say. I mean, I don't think it's essentially or exclusively plutonium that they use. I think there are different radioactive things. I mean, supposedly they use certain chemical processes to heat up. I ain't gonna lie, I think it's bullshit, but I don't think that's how the nuclear plants work. But I guess, but how would I know? Because the people that work there think that's how it works. I just don't. I don't know. I mean, it's like if they're using, it's freaking weird to me because I mean, how would I know? I've never worked in a nuclear power plant, so. But all I've ever seen about it is on what happens on TV. They like where these nuclear, like if they're gonna load a plutonium thing in there. Now, I'm not saying that plutonium, certain elements of plutonium or whatever, and they have to use it for energy is not radioactive. I'm not saying that, but as far as the danger, I'm not. For the general public, I don't know much about that. But the gonna say, I mean, I'm speaking out of ignorance, but I'm also not afraid. Of nuclear power plants. I don't think like the Fukushima shit, Fukushima shit that happened, 10 years ago or something? Nobody died. Well, some people might have died or whatever. I've been by nuclear power plants existed for 30 years here in Arkansas, so I don't know about the three-eyed fish and all that kind of shit from like Springfield on The Simpsons or whatever. Yeah, there's a nuclear power plant in Arkansas called Arkansas One. Arkansas Nuclear One. That's in Russellville. And pretty much what they do, they just introduce energy, and they have this huge tower where the steam comes out, and they produce electricity for like half of the state and part of Oklahoma and shit. And it's just water running through the tower to cool. To cool the generators and shit. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think they should call it nuclear the way that they say it, but that's me. But it's on Lake Dardanelle. Any problems over here with nuclear power? Good fishing on that lake too. They just draw water from the lake to go through the towers to cool it.
Now,
And there's no radiation or anything like that involved with the water or anything. I mean, that's like on the Simpsons thing with the three-eyed fish and shit. You seen that shit on the Simpsons? That's not how it is. They just draw water from the lake, to keep the tower cool. And that's where when you see the steam coming off the tower, it's just water vapor. Shit, I ain't scared of nuclear. Whatever they call it, however they do it. As far as I know, it's not a threat. I don't think they're splitting atoms or fusing atoms to make it happen. But whatever they're doing, it's working. And they're not burning coal to make it happen. I think there's probably a secret about how, with these nuclear plants. I think there's a secret to how they do it. And, I'm not sure if even some of the people that work there are privy to how they do it. They just manage the tools to make it happen. Because there's not a shitload of these nuclear plants around. There's quite a bit, but there's not enough where like everybody would know exactly what they're doing. Could be a fucking free energy plant as far as we know. Read the article. Arkansas Nuclear One. Source safe cleans. For more than 40 years. Like I said, I mean this plant, this supposed nuclear energy plant has been around for 40 years. I think energy to over, about a 700,000 customers. Station currently employs approximately 900 full-time workers. That's a pretty big. More than 100 baseline contractors employed to assist in daily plant activities. It won't give you details about how they create the electricity on the. What they do with this company, it's owned by Entergy Arkansas. So on this website, they won't give you details about how they produce the electricity. But yeah, it's like I said, it's like as long as I've been alive, that motherfucker's been there. And there ain't no freaking penny waste people going, shut her down. I've been living in Arkansas, man. Not been a problem. Kill. I don't think so, but well, bunch of penny waste. Crazy idiots are gonna kill the world. The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. I concur with all of that. Every time. Go to this facility.
Hey, Helio. T-Wad earlier requested you to play some video clip on the bot. He said it was not. It was short one about Elon Musk. Something. The title says Elon Musk was so disappointed. Can you check that out?
Yeah, I see it. Thought he had. If he has a bot capabilities too, so what? If it was that. I'll shut up. I'm just rambling. Twat, if you want to play that, bro, play it. I'm just rambling.
But he's not inside of the VC, I think.
Let me check it real quick. I see it now. What do you think? You think I should play it?
Yeah.
I'll play it. Let's see what. Hopefully, it's not too long. Let's see what we got. Here it comes. Oh, unknown file format. Let me try something else here. Well, god dang. Try this again. No, it won't let me play it. That's why he didn't play it.
Maybe because it's YouTube Shorts. I don't know.
Yeah, it's shorts. So yeah, maybe that's what it is. It says unknown format. Yeah. I think that's probably what it is. It's a shorts video. Did you watch it?
I wanted all of us to hear it, but I'm gonna watch it now if it can't.
I can play the audio and turn it up, and you can hear it through my microphone. You think it's that?
Yeah, that would be great.
Oh, let me try it. See if you can hear it. Oh, now it says video. Oh, watch on YouTube. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can actually do the YouTube shorts. As far as links here. Anyway, let's see if you can hear it through my speakers. I mean, it's not going to come out really well. I'll turn my microphone toward the speakers. See if you guys can hear.
Ask people in 1969, what would 2013 look like? They would have said there'll be a base on the moon. We would have at least sent some people to Mars, and maybe there'd even be a base on Mars. There'd be like orbiting space hotels, and there'd be some stuff in space. Yeah. And that's what people expected. Yeah. And if you'd said, well, actually, the United States in 2013 will not be able to send anyone to orbit, but I'll tell you what will exist is that there'll be this device in your pocket that's like the size of it's more than a deck of cards that has access to all the world's information, and you can talk to anyone on planet Earth. Yeah. And even if you're like in some remote village somewhere, as long as there's something called the internet, they wouldn't know what that means, of course. Then you'd be able to communicate to anyone instantly and have access to all of humanity's knowledge. It's like bullshit. There's no way that's going to be
right.
And yet we all have that, and space is not happening. But if you'd ask people in 1969,
well, that was pretty cool. I don't know if everybody heard that, but yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was played okay. It was hearable.
Did you hear it? Could you hear it over the mic? I mean, he just like pretty much explained everything that couldn't happen and then explained everything that already has happened. It was just like, and explaining, with Elon, he was saying, here's what we would like to do. And then he was just like, well, look, we can do this because we've already done the shit that people used to think was true. But now he's explaining it. That was kind of gross. I mean, he's like, it seemed like in that little section, he was like, I'm discouraged because I don't think we'll ever be able to do that. But look, man, everybody has something in their hand. They can talk to everybody all over the world. Hey, guess what? We're doing that right now. And, all over Earth, right? We're not talking to people on Mars because guess what? Nobody can go to Mars, and there's nobody on Mars to talk to. It's just that was a weird. Everything Elon Musk says is weird. And we get a lot of weirdos on here that are just pretending. It's like, what if you could go to Mars, or what if outer space was real? You could probably maybe do this or that. It's like, well, okay, well, you can pretend all fucking day long, but nobody here is trying to pretend that shit. It's like, what are you out of style? It's like, no, I'm being realistic. It's like, well, Elon just bought Twitter, so Twitter's going to Mars now. Motherfucker.
I'm actually happy he bought Twitter because it rolls the Dogecoin stocks. So I'm winning.
Okay.
I'm profiting on that.
Well, that whatever way it rolls is gonna roll into nonsense. Just like that shit. He's just like, oh, this is like but he pretty much admitted there that nobody's going to Mars, and nobody's gonna hear from anybody on Mars. Whatever. If you want to believe Elon Musk, that he's gonna send somebody to Mars or outer space, or like the Falcon X was complete nonsense. Did you watch some of the footage, bad boy? The real Falcon X footage?
No, I haven't really watched any Elon Musk rockets.
You don't know it's a fucking cartoon. It's a fucking cartoon. Falcon X is complete bullshit. They didn't do anything. So
Do you think he knows that, or he is just being lied to as well?
Are you fucking serious?
No, honestly, this is a great question. I've actually been wondering this myself, but probably he knows he's lying. But he could be being lied to. But that'd be very, very hard. But there's no way this man has all these companies and does all that stuff and has the time for Twitter.
Yeah, he doesn't know everything. He doesn't know everything, but the Falcon X, he fucking definitely knows. Man, with the fucking car in space, come on, man. He fucking definitely knows about that bullshit.
Yeah, but he could be. I mean, technically, I guess he could blackmail them by knowing, because he has a bunch of money and has the resources. He could easily spill the beans on whatever he wants, so you can just kind of rake in on that money.
Okay, well, I'm not inside his mind, but from my perspective, it seems like complete bullshit. So, it's like, I know he to me, it looks like, just, I don't know.
Yeah, but if I was a billionaire,
I know where he came from. He comes from elite families and shit. I mean, who the fuck knows what these fucking weirdos, how they do things? I don't. I come from just organic freaking America, and I'm poor as fuck. So I wouldn't even begin to understand where this fucker is coming from. So.
I thought his little Halloween stunt was pretty much just him saying he's the Antichrist. Pretty much.
Imagine growing up, in a millionaire family and shit. I mean, you're just like not. How can I think that's a different type of. I don't even know why people grasp onto the news, and maybe I didn't even say what you were saying. It was something else in my mind.
On Halloween, he wore a costume with the bat.
Oh, that freaking devil costume! Yeah, that fucking weirdo. Yeah, I mean, he's outside of himself. He's just like, I mean, there's no telling what it goes on with these
I mean, I think that was just them being like, yeah, this is it. What you gonna do? I think it was a full disclosure right there on Halloween.
I think it's a pretty good example. I don't think Elon does any of this shit. He's just a character.
Like, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have time to run Tesla. Like all these companies now, no one has time for that. And his family is fucking 8 kids. His video game habits, his Twitter habits.
Elon Musk buys Twitter. It's just like, bitch, that motherfucker didn't buy Twitter. Everybody else bought Twitter, and he's the front man. And then he's not even a good one. And I think that's the point. You know, it's a distraction, just like the Halloween costume and the fucking Tesla cars and all that shit, the SpaceX and all that. It's all a distraction.
I don't think the Halloween costume was a distraction. I think it was just a statement.
Yeah, a statement. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, just like, look who's running this shit, not me. What's a clown? It was a clown costume, as far as all that goes. I mean, if you're paranoid about him wearing, the Baphomet, that's on you. And I ain't scared of Baphomet or the devil or anything.
I mean, that's the point is that he's symbolizing where he stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's an overarching thing that's happening to humanity, and it's also because of humanity, because they've been so affected, and it's saddening, but it's also encouraging. It's like, if this idiot's gonna wear that fucking costume, wow, in front of everybody right before he takes over Twitter, come on, man. If you don't see it by now.
Yeah, I used to try to convince people of things, and I've just given up. Like, it really is like, you should see it by now if you're going to. Like, you should be asking questions of some sort about the shit going on in the world. So,
well, guys, listen. What if I was a billionaire and I just paid somebody? I was like, okay, I want to shoot rockets. I want to go to space. I want to go to Mars. I want to go to Jupiter. Do you guys think that I'm going to be giving my money and they're eventually going to tell me it's all fake, it's all bullshit? Or do you think they're going to keep me in ignorance and just pretend that they're actually doing some real work?
Hey, all right. Good question. Bad boy, who the fuck are you and who do you know? Even if you had $10 billion, who are you and who do you know? Because if you're gonna hold on, if you want to go to space, you're gonna have to know somebody.
Not if you have the money necessarily.
Really? Yeah. No.
I mean, you can assuming you can find a market. I mean, you just got to go to the right country or whatever.
Sure, yeah, you can go to Kazakhstan probably and give them enough money, and we can get the resources in the middle of Kazakhstan, and we're gonna build a big rocket, go to space. You first, bro. Are we gonna test rockets in Kazakhstan? Now, check this out. I mean, Russia's gonna find out about it because they know what's going on in Kazakhstan. They know, and if you have that much money, all the major players know you have that much money. So, where are you planning to test these rockets, and how are you going to get to where you think you're going?
What's the point of this tangent? Where were we? You're asking Bad Boy, who do you know?
Well, he thinks if you have enough money, you could just actually do this.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm agreeing with him. I think he probably could, assuming it was real. That's why it hasn't really been done.
Well, I'm thinking even if you had enough money and it wasn't real, you're still going to get the governments involved because they're going to be like, you're going to build a rocket? You know, I mean, how can you build a rocket without the governments knowing? It doesn't matter where you tried to build it.
No, I didn't say that. I said something else. Like, if I had the money and I wanted to do so, assuming it's real or whatever it is, right? Whatever they're doing, like being a Falcon X or whatever. Do you think they're just gonna pretend and take over and just keep me ignorant, or they're gonna tell me eventually, "Hey, dude, it's all
They're
just
going
fake"?
to tell you can't do it. I just told you that. Doesn't matter where you try to launch the rocket from.
What if I knew Elon Musk and he was my buddy?
There are people higher that are gonna be like, nope, you can't do it.
I rest my case. Nobody can do it independently. Nobody can. Just like, hey, how about I go find out what Antarctica is? Nobody can do that either.
I mean, that's what they want you to think.
All right, so they want me to think that I can go out there and almost die trying to, or maybe die just, I'm going to sail to Antarctica and travel as far as I can south and more than likely die, or I don't even know how you would traverse Antarctica. You're going to have to take supplies and different vehicles or whatever, troops or,
Sounds like
airplane.
fear's blocking you from the truth, buddy.
All right.
It sounds like fear tactics are working
All
on you.
right, well, check this out. Do you think you're going to find any truth if you were able to go as far as you can in Antarctica?
Yeah.
Really, what are you going to find out?
Whether or not there's a wall.
A wall?
Yeah, like a firmament, like that.
All right, cool. So if you actually made it and you were able to tell everybody else about what happened when you made it to the wall, is that what you think you're going to find when you go as far south as you can?
I don't know.
Okay, then why are we arguing about this?
You just asked if it was even possible to find something there that gives evidence. And yes, this answer.
All right, so you would have enough faith in the dome or Antarctic wall, like you would get to Antarctica, and then you just would go as far as you can until you either die or find the barrier.
I don't have to die. I can turn around and come back with a better plan, maybe.
Well, what if you can't have enough resources to even get back and tell somebody? I mean,
yeah, no shit. There's a million problems that can come up with it. It's a fucking taking.
He's gonna live stream it.
You can't live stream anything from Antarctica. What the fuck are you talking about?
Anyway, Helio, sounds like they have you trapped in fear-based mind control of some sort.
Okay, well, hey. Everybody, I mean, it's just like me and Hollywood. And that's why I was like, argued with Hollywood. You know, he was in here earlier. I was just like, he used to say, why don't we go to Antarctica and figure it out for ourselves? I was just like, you first, motherfucker. I'm telling you the same thing. Go down there and show me the wall. Come back. And he's like, found the fucking wall.
I mean, it just sounds like you're like trying to discourage people from exploring the truth to me.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Really? So you think going to as far as you can south is going to expose the truth about this realm?
It could. Potentially.
But if you die on the way and nobody else finds the truth, we're just, just like, well, he tried.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, well, fuck you. I'd rather live and tell the truth, and then we can eventually maybe.
But you don't know the truth because you're scared to go find out.
I'm fucking scared to go find out. What are you talking about?
You just talked about all the reasons why you're scared to go and do it.
Right.
Can I say something here quickly? So I don't think scared has anything to do with it.
I get it's a bad idea, but I'm saying that's the only answer.
I'm sensible. I'm sensible about it.
Well, yeah, but let's go into a hypothetical here. Let's pretend that you go and do what you're talking about.
Fuck the hypotheticals.
No, Helio, I'm trying to point out to him why it's
transverse Antarctica.
Helio, I'm trying to point out to him why it's pointless, Helio. I'm on your side here, Helio.
Right, brother.
I'm trying to point out to him why it's pointless. So let's pretend for a second you actually do this. All right. So when you say wall, I'm not sure if you're talking about, the Antarctic ice shelf and where it comes in contact with the sea, or if you're talking about a physical barrier that causes us to have gas pressure in the first place. That would be somewhere far beyond that in some unverified location. But either way, let's pretend you have both of those things. Let's pretend you have both of them, camera, and you come back here to the United States with it. What media organization is going to play it? What major?
It's not about. I mean, I would love to. If I found out something, obviously, I would love to share it. But even just finding out the truth for myself is enough.
Hey, I found out a lot of shit, and I'm sharing it here all the time. And so is Orion, and so are you, and so are many other people. Now, if I were to try to go to Antarctica, which, and to be honest, I can barely make it to work, with the gas prices and shit. What do you think that would prove if I went, just like Orion was saying, to the ice shelf, or which they won't let me do, to explore Antarctica and find whatever we're supposed to find there? I mean, the extent of Antarctica doesn't really necessarily prove anything.
Yeah, but it could. I'm not. You're not making any
points. No, it can't.
Dude, if you went to Antarctica and explored far enough and found a bunch of other continents behind it, that proves something.
Okay, well, you'd have to have a shitload of people. It wouldn't just be me. So I ain't scared of it. So you say I'm scared to do it, and that you're wrong about it.
It's lovely to know things.
If I had the means and the resources, I'd do it in a freaking heartbeat, but I don't.
Yeah, but you don't need either of those. First, you need the political will.
Dude, we were all. I assume all of us were tricked by the globe Earth, and you don't think there are other deceptions in play, like, oh, you can't do that. That's dangerous. It would never work. Blah blah blah. We don't know anything.
No, this isn't a trick. As far as traveling in Antarctica around there, I mean, it's. You think it's hard to take a ship across the ocean?
I get that it's hard,
like in the Atlantic and North Atlantic, or what, anywhere part of the Atlantic or the Pacific, where it's not, there was no ice. Try to think about what you would have to go through.
Yeah, I've been through the process before. This isn't the argument. Like I know it's hard. I know it's a treacherous death sentence to even try. But there is something.
Then what's the argument then?
Maybe. The question was if you could even, if it's worth trying. And yes, the answer is yes. But I
think it's worth trying, but I think humanity itself would have to actually give the effort. I don't think you could do it or I could do it.
And you know how you would find out? You send one guy or maybe a small group out to go scope it out, and then you come back with more information and then retry again later.
Damn, is this the new Hollywood?
People have already tried.
This is why I freaking got rid of Hollywood so many times. But Hollywood came back tonight, which I'm surprised they didn't bring that same exact. Now we're back in this.
Hey, can I say something here? So, politics is downstream from culture. So, and politics is what determines whether or not you're allowed to travel to places like that freely and independently explore.
No, resources
so, since that's downstream.
Resources.
So since that's downstream, since that what you want, what this guy wants, what a lot of people want, what I want too, but
yeah,
still,
I mean, resources is the
it's
biggest
downstream from politics, and the politics is downstream from culture. So the question you got to ask yourself is, where do you start to achieve what you want? And the answer is culture. And you may ask yourself, how do you do that? It's like, the answer is simple. One way or another, you figure out your own strategy, but one way or another, you have to get people to openly acknowledge that the Earth.
You have to convince this whole. You have to convince this whole shit world that we need to go south, and we're going to use every resource to find either.
You are strawmanning again.
No. Because even
I don't know why you'd say it like that, Helio. Like, you don't need to go south. Just freely and independently explore and understand the extent of our reality.
I guess there could be shit. I thought we already did that. I mean, not just. I never said. I mean, just like like people come in and say, "Oh, the flat Earth is a map with a dome over it." I've been against that for a long, long time. So
and one way you can find out maybe whether or not that could be a potential possibility. You got any bread ideas?
People should just go into a suicide mission, like take thousands, millions of people, and they can't kill you all. Somebody's gonna survive for sure.
One, just travel south
you
as far as you can.
He was making a joke, but anyway, I wouldn't really travel south. I would want to travel to the North Pole first, and then if that fails, then travel south.
To be honest, I've actually been a proponent of that more than south. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not a fan of exploring Antarctica either, but your argument about there being no value in going there, it's retarded.
Well, I mean, it's just like, what are you going to find, and how far can you go? It's just like
you literally don't know unless you try. Is my point.
Well, it depends on where you start and where you're going to end up. I mean, unless you have the resources and the everything. I mean, it's going to be very difficult. But yeah, traveling north, it's still going to be very difficult too. So it's going to be, you probably want to go to Greenland first, and then go North Greenland, and then
I would just follow Polaris personally. You don't have to make certain. No. You don't even know what the correct route is until you try. Like you gotta.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure Greenland is the right route to go.
Hey, that makes me think of a good question to ask Bad Boy. Bad Boy, do you think that you can find anywhere on the internet or anywhere a photograph with Polaris directly above the camera pointed directly up above the photographer, and just taking a photograph of Polaris with it directly above, which I'm sure would be somewhere near or at the North Pole, as they say it is.
No, you can.
Wait, so you think someone has? Can you show me that photograph?
No, I said there is no such photograph.
Oh, all right. But I mean, like, why would that be, though? Isn't it possible to do that? At the North Pole?
Well, it should be. It's an interesting question for sure, but don't ask me.
It's also kind of weird.
I just think it's so strange because, like, just about any other star in the sky, you can go to one place on the Earth or another place on the Earth, and at one point in time in the night, have it right above you. But Polaris, that would be the North Pole, but we don't have any photographs of Polaris right above the photographer. It's just such a strange
we don't
thing.
have videos of 24/7 sun in Antarctica as well, in the South Pole. And I want to know why, to be honest.
That's well, for one thing. I mean, that's not the case. You've been deceived about what you might see. You're not in the southern hemisphere, are you?
I am.
Really? So,
Oh no! I'm sorry. I heard the no. I'm not in the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we talk to people in the southern hemisphere all the time. Flat earthers, that you have a perception about what they might or might not be able to see there. Now we talk to them on a daily basis. The people in the southern hemisphere, from Australia, from South Africa. Now you presume what you might not be able to see from there, but they tell us what they see, and they're under they can't see Polaris, but it's not what you perceive it to be. You know what I mean? It's not just because they don't see Polaris doesn't mean Earth is a globe. It actually proves that the Earth is not a globe. Polaris is a point in the northern sky that isn't viewable beyond a certain point. That means, you probably heard this, 69 miles every degree. The further you move away from Polaris, the lower it moves on the horizon, right? So if you move down past the equator, you won't be able to see Polaris anymore.
Do you think you could be able to use it? Do you think you could use a telescope and bring it back into vision over the horizon like you do with suns?
No, but I have actually heard some testimonies from people that are south of the equator that have seen Polaris. I've heard testimonies of that. And it has nothing to do with Earth's curvature at all. I don't even know why that should be a thing. I used to consider, I didn't consider all these things before I started looking at the flat Earth, but this shouldn't necessarily matter. But this 69 miles every degree, that's only accurate until you get to about 20 to 30 degrees on the horizon. And people that use sextants and everything, they don't even use that. But you can use a sextant in the southern hemisphere, but it's used a different way. It doesn't go by the northern stars. I mean, it has nothing to do with globe at all. Sextants are based on a level stationary baseline. It has nothing to do with globe.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I mean, somebody said, "Hey, Helio." I'm just
it's me,
listening.
God reckon.
Hey, what's up, brother? Man, how's things in Utah?
Cold.
Yeah, we had some thunderstorms here today, and it's going to get cold here pretty soon. Cold like snow or just wind and shit. I mean, you in high country there in Utah.
So how's your night?
I don't know. We're trying to figure out why people think that they can prove the shape of Earth by looking at the sky. It's like, why can't I see Polaris from the southern hemisphere? It's just
because it's too far away.
There you go. See, look, God Rockin' knows. See, I said the same thing, bro. See,
Bring it back with this telescope.
You can't. It's too far away. A telescope. You think a telescope is going to show you something that is too far away to see?
First of all, Polaris is very small. And when you get 4,000 miles away and it's very low on the horizon, or maybe even so low that you can't see it. But yeah, it's depends on how far south you're talking.
Well, right, God Rockin'. So he's saying, well, the reason you can't bring this back in, Polaris back into view from the southern hemisphere with a telescope is because curvature of the Earth is in the way.
Well, I hate to bust his bubble. That's just not true. It's just because it's too far away. It's too small.
Well, it's not because it's too. Yeah, it's not because it's too small. It's just like directionally it wouldn't work. Because Polaris. We and God Rocket. You believe or were taught the same thing I was. Polaris is, and it's what is I can't remember. I don't know how many trillions of miles away it's supposed to be. This guy thinks it's trillions of miles away, and that no matter where you are on Earth, you should be able to use a telescope, even though you see it descend toward the horizon. If it was flat, you'd be able to zoom it back in because the Earth is flat. It's like we're not talking about that distance. We're talking about where it is. Talking about, yes, when you move south, it moves down toward the horizon. Then it becomes obscured, and then you can't see it anymore. A telescope, doesn't matter how powerful that. A telescope is similar to a microscope. The more you zoom in, you decrease your field of view. You have to be pointing directly at it.
Well, here's what causes it to disappear, in my opinion, is that being so low on the horizon, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere.
Hundreds of miles of atmosphere.
Thousands.
Yeah, thousands. Yeah, especially if you're in the south.
Yeah, if you're in the south, and it's full of pollution and humidity and whatever else is in the atmosphere. And when you get that far away, the light just can't penetrate all that atmosphere and pollution, and it can't get through it. It's impossible.
Yes, amen, God Rockin'. Yeah, it's good point. Yeah, excellent. And it doesn't matter what type of telescope you use, you'll never be able to see Polaris from there.
Nope, not through that much atmosphere and pollution.
No.
Imagine this: if you had a 1 foot tube, like a plastic plumbing tube that was 1 foot around, and it went all the way from the southern hemisphere all the way to, let's say, the northern hemisphere, like in Utah, let's say, all the way from, let's say, New Zealand or, Australia, all the way to Utah. Now, if you, in that tube, if you were to take all the humidity, just the humidity, the water that's in that much air, and compiled it and condensed it, how much water do you think you'd be looking through? I'll bet you that tube would be filled with 30 or 40 or 50 feet of water if you condensed it all in one end. So how are you going to look through 50 feet of water and see anything? Plus full of, particulates like diesel exhaust from all the boats, car exhaust from all the cars, whatever else is in the air, pollution, plus all that water. That water's going to be murky. It's going to be full of garbage. and it's going to be 50 feet thick. Because you're talking thousands of miles, and you condense all of that humidity and all that pollution, put it all together. Because essentially,
yeah, and take a telescope and zoom in on that and see what you can see.
Right. Fuck. Come on. I mean, that's just common sense, bro. When it's that low on the horizon and you're looking straight down, right straight ahead of you. I mean, there's a lot of humidity and a lot of pollution in the air, a lot of shit in the air.
Yeah, even without modern society, you still wouldn't be able to. I mean, even with all the moisture, atmosphere and freaking even land sometimes in the way, you're not going to be able to see that far. You're not going to see Polaris set on the horizon. That's why they don't. Navigators don't use these stars. They stop actually navigating at about 30 to 40 degrees. They don't trust it, at that point because the atmosphere gets in the way.
Right. Or you can't trust something you can't see.
Yeah.
For hell's sakes. Yeah, you got to use. I mean, what the fuck?
And as if there's not souths, the people that navigate in the south, the South Seas, they don't use the same maps or the same type of. They use different celestial objects, with navigation.
Absolutely. Yep,
They're not looking for Polaris when they're traveling the South Seas.
No,
they know they can't see Polaris, and it really has nothing to do with curvature of Earth.
Nope, not a thing.
Yes, of course, there's different, sometimes different, even constellations. Sometimes, depends on culture, depends on where you are, and how you consider the maps. Dude, people in North America are dumb as fuck.
Boy, I'll say. They've been
not in North
indoctrinated.
America. I mean, I'm talking about like Americans are dumb as fuck. And the rest,
yeah.
And some Canadians, I'll give some Canadians. And like Northern Europeans, some of those are dumb as fuck. As far as like when it comes to history, I don't want to say white people, but it's white people.
Well, they're just indoctrinated with a bunch of lies,
Hey, black people have been affected by white people too. They're dumb as fuck too, in America.
Yep.
Like everybody Americans dumb as fuck, except for the
except for the real critical thinkers.
Yeah, real critical thinkers. Yeah. Thank you, brother. It's like we ain't all dumb. It's just like take time to consider something that is outside your paradigm. Just consider it. You don't have to believe it. Just freaking take time to consider it. It's like, I never thought about that before. Boom. Dude, even if you could do that one time, I might give you like, you know what? You can go back to whatever you were doing, but I'm glad you considered it one time. And if God Rockin' from Utah can figure this shit out, and Dennis from Arkansas can fucking figure this shit out. Come on, man. This ain't that hard.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
I got my VPAP on. I sleep with a sleep apnea VPAP.
Well,
It's over my.
I don't think you should try to talk with your CPAP, man.
Yeah, you're right. So I'll just listen.
All right, cool. It doesn't sound good.
Yeah, I know.
Were you just testing it out?
Yes, what else?
Which mic? But how's your mic set up when you have the CPAP?
It's on the side of my mic and it flips down. I flip up, it's muted, and then I flip it down by my mouth. So,
yeah, if you're gonna wear your CPAP, man, that's when you go to sleep. You know, you shouldn't try to talk to us.
okay, I get it.
Well, I'm just saying it just sounds a little weird, but no, I mean, bro, yeah, whatever, dude. But you just brought some knowledge, man, in the past 15 minutes, man. Awesome shit. Dude, God rocking, I respect you, man. That's freaking good shit, man. You're one of my favorite flat earthers, bro.
Oh, thank you, Hugo. You're one of my favorites, for sure. Absolutely, brother.
I don't I'm just wondering, unless you have a mic built into your CPAP, I don't think you should try to talk with it. But, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I shouldn't. Right now, I took it off so I could talk to you for a second. But yeah.
No, sure, man. Nah, it's all good. I mean, if you're laying down, man, just chill. And shit, it's late. Fucking, what is it, like 4 a.m.?
Yep.
Well, it's 4 a.m. for me, or it's almost 5 for me.
Yeah, it's 10 to 4 here. Somewhere around there.
Are you in Mountain Time?
Yep. Yep, Mountain Time.
Yeah, get you some sleep, man. Hey, tomorrow night I'm gonna be doing a live stream on Citizen Z's channel, Under the Dome.
Yeah.
And so I'm supposed to be at 10 a.m. Well, he said 10 a.m., but he lives in fucking Seattle, so it might be noon for me. I don't know. I set an alarm on my phone. Anyway, we're gonna do a prelim, like trying to get all the shit. So we're gonna live stream it on my Helio Skeptic channel, and that'll be the thing.
So what are you gonna live stream?
Tomorrow night. I'll let everybody know. Tomorrow. It's gonna be Citizen Z is hosting. I'm just gonna do the live stream. I'm producing. Citizen Z hosting, and Gio's gonna be there, and freaking Gwinch, and some other people on his server, and they're supposed to be, flat. I don't even know who the flat earther is. I mean, the Globey is. They're gonna be talking to. We're gonna do a live stream tomorrow from my Helio Skeptic channel. So yeah, just be ready for that. I'll be promoting it tomorrow. So
all right. Well, if I'm
today,
if I'm home and available, I'll check it out. I'll be there. Just depends on what comes up tomorrow about that time. We'll see what happens.
He asked me about it like a week ago. I was like, well, I won't live stream it on, this channel where we're talking, because we'll have a computer dedicated to this channel, but I can also live stream from my other computer. So I'm like, yeah, well, I'll live stream it from there.
All right.
Yeah. It's going to be fun.
Hey, Helio, I see somebody new in here. Rice. Maybe you should give him the introduction. I don't know.
Right.
We haven't heard from him.
Oh, Rice has, somebody has. Rice has the VC verified role. You have access to the
Me?
microphone. Do you want to talk to us?
Hi. I'm
Hello.
just listening to people talk while I play games.
Hey, a lot of people do play games while they're talking to us. Can you do both at the same time?
Probably.
All right, Rice, how did you find the server?
It's quite respectful, which I do appreciate, because obviously it's a controversial subject.
Sure. Well,
But
that's not what I asked. How did you find us?
Oh, I thought. How did you find?
How did you find the server? How did you find your way here?
A friend showed me it like ages ago, and I just remembered it. And I wanted to see if it was still up, because I enjoy debatey type things.
Oh, you like to listen and kind of like, oh, this is cool. And do you stand anywhere on the topic, or? I mean,
very firmly globe.
It's like if you went out in the world and said, "Hey, do you think the Earth is a globe?" Everybody'd be like, "Well, hell yeah, obviously Earth is a globe." But if you went out in the world and said, "Hey, do you guys think the Earth is flat?" Everybody'd be like, "What?"
Yeah. Well, I mean, there does seem to be a lot of, I guess, evidence for globe.
All right, cool. Let me ask you this, Rice. Have you ever? Do you think do you ever talk to anyone about the flat or versus globe topic before?
No, I haven't actually met a flat earther before.
Oh, you came to the right place. There's a shitload of them in here.
Yeah.
So
you got a question?
I used to be a globe earther, so I don't have any questions. I used to think the Earth was a globe, so I don't think so anymore. So really,
What made you change your mind? Oh, one sec.
when you're back.
Sorry about that. What were we saying?
You said what made me change my mind about this globe.
Yeah.
I came across the information and I considered it, and with the globe idea, the solar system and everything, I'd been considering it my entire life. I was never like an evolution guy or anything. I was always kind of like on the creation side. Mm-hmm. So where do you stand on that point, like creation or evolution or anything?
Also strongly evolution, because there just seems to be a lot more evidence that doesn't require a lot of skepticism and presumptions. It's kind of, I guess, the natural conclusion to come to if you just look at the evidence. If you assume nothing and look at the evidence, that's the conclusion you would come to.
Why do you think we live on a globe?
Whoa, man, you're like solid. Go ahead. Okay, man, if you're willing to talk, man, I mean, there's some people I want to talk about.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you.
Don't make me do it, because
I would like to do it. I've never done it.
Go for it.
Well, yeah. Hey, man, what made you? Why do you believe we live on a globe?
I mean, obviously, as a child, you are told that, but you don't. I guess it's not really something you think about as a child. You just take it. Yeah. But based on, I guess, just watching everything that I've observed that involves, look at the shape.
What have you observed personally?
Oh, have you done the thing where you go to a beach and you watch the sunset while you're lying down, and then just as it goes down, you quickly stand up and you can watch it go down again?
Actually, I'm not personally, no. But does that
hold on? I just realized I'm not going to let 2 VC verifies go at it.
hey, labels don't mean anything. Come on.
It
now.
doesn't, but I don't know you, so I'm not going to let.
You know me. I've been here for months. I just come in every now and then. I get it. There's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's my live stream. I just want to make sure it goes smooth.
Or Ryan should go for it.
Well, dude, I mean, it sounds like you're right. But this thing Rice brought up about like lay down on the beach, then stand up and watch the sun set again. That has nothing to do with curvature of the earth. I don't know why he doesn't realize it.
I guess I can't imagine how the sun would set on a flat. I know that's probably like one of the most basic things that people bring up, but I can't get my mind around how that would work.
What do you think about that, Elamafayo? Elam, can I just call you Elam?
Sorry, would you repeat the question? Just restate it for me.
Yeah, I mean, when you lay down on a beach, you see the sunset, and then you stand up, then you see it set again.
Oh, you're at a higher perspective, so there's more room.
There it is, right there. See,
more room for what though?
Well, check this out, Rice. Do you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
I think the horizon is the point where it curves enough that you can't see further on it.
So it's not the curvature of the Earth?
So you're saying it's geometric, right? The horizon's geometric, you believe? As opposed to apparent?
I get I'm not sure how to explain.
It's complicated, isn't it, Rice? That's what you said earlier. It's complicated.
It's very complicated.
But you said you could just lay down on the beach and watch the sunset, and then you can stand up and see it set again. And it's not the curvature of the Earth. But that implies that it is the curvature of the Earth. That's what you said.
Well, okay.
Yeah, you said it's geometric. I mean, that's what you're saying, right? It's geometric.
Yeah. So if you're lying down, then you can't see as far because you're like. It's like if you're looking over a fence. If you're standing and there's a fence in front of you, if you go lower, you can't see as far over the fence. But if you stand up, you can see further.
No, this isn't a fence we're talking about.
No, but the fence is like the horizon.
Helio, let him. His words go well with what I wanted to show him. So
he brought a shovel.
You get really low to the ground. You get really low to the ground, and the horizon's really close, right?
Yeah.
All right. So do you see what's in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, if you're gonna be in the room talking, watch the live stream voice text here.
Which one?
It's right above.
You see the photograph with the horizon in it?
Not the one on the actual live stream, but the other channel right next to it.
It's right above this chat room.
Yeah, but which one am I looking at? The one where it's
the one that says "Bye Bye Ball." No. The one that. Yeah. So where is the horizon in this photograph?
It looks like this is it's over the ocean, so there's going to be some light distortion.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me be a little more specific. Is the horizon in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or behind both oil rigs?
I would say in front of both. Or maybe it's in front of one and behind the other. The one that's further back.
Take your time. Take a moment to think about it.
It's not a trick question, man.
Yeah. We're not trying to pull one on you or anything. I mean, I know of the definition of horizon to be an apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Sure, I mean, we're trying to meet. Hold on, we're trying to meet you where you are. Your first initial idea was that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. You didn't say it specifically, but it was implied. So this is where we're going from there. You know, and you asked me, you know, why do I think the Earth is flat? Or how was I convinced that the Earth is flat compared to what I used to think? So anyway, Orion is sort of explaining this. I mean, it took me a longer method or whatever, but these are some of the basic conclusions that we've come to. Just like this is if you're going to bring up, laying on the ground and then you can see the sunset again. These are similar examples.
Well, if he thinks the horizon is anywhere but behind the oil rigs, then perhaps he's confused about what the horizon is.
Yeah. This image is a bit higher contrast, so I can see the horizon looks to be behind both of them.
There you go. And so if you're 1 foot off of the ground, then how could the horizon, the curvature of the Earth, be over 10 miles away?
You have to explain how his own model works into that.
I guess I forgot to mention that part. You see, on a globe Earth, on a spherical object with the radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon must be no further than 1.22 miles away at 1 foot observer height. This is 9.4 miles away.
And all of this is based on the globe calculations, not some random flat Earth calculation.
I'm confused at what this is trying to convey.
So the Earth is supposedly a globe, right? And globe has curvature.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a given measurements for the Earth, right? So we should be able to calculate where that curvature is. And that's what this thing is doing, and showing you that it is not compatible with the globe model. With reality is not compatible with the globe model, based on this photo, because the math does not work.
And another way of saying it, is that it's really all a question of where the horizon is, how far it is, at what height. So the horizon should be no further than 1.22 miles away on a globe Earth with the radius we were taught in school, just a little bit below 4,000 miles, and it's not there. The horizon is not at 1.22 miles away.
Okay.
9.4
I get what you're saying now. So this camera is 1 foot above the ground, right?
Yeah.
The camera is 1 foot above the above sea level.
Water.
But the horizon still seems to be behind both of them, even though you should only be able to see 1.22 miles away.
Well, you should no. Well, to be more specific, you must see the horizon no further than 1.22 miles away. Talking about the horizon. Making sure you got that clear.
Yeah. All right, that makes sense. I'm not a scientist of any kind.
You don't have to be.
I know. But
this is geometry we're talking about. It's not science.
Yeah. No, I know. But what I'm saying is, so there could be atmospheric distortion here in some way. That is what I would guess is going on here.
There are other places that have visuals like this, which
when you see a ship go over the horizon and it starts to look like it's floating, similar kind of thing.
So when you say atmospheric distortion, are you implying that we would see the horizon at 1.22 miles, but somehow, some way, some phenomenon is going on and we can't see the curvature because of this phenomenon that you're talking about?
Well said.
Wait.
So are you trying to say that there's some kind of phenomenon going on where we can't see the curvature of the Earth, we can't see the horizon where it should be?
Maybe? It's like obviously, if air is full of like water vapor, which obviously this air would be because it's over the ocean. So it's full of water vapor, and water vapor in air distorts the light going through it quite a bit. So depending on different temperatures of the air, it could curve.
Sounds like
Okay, yes. So now you said distort, though. Distort and curve are not synonymous. Okay, so when you say distort, that would only prevent us from seeing further. That would make us not able to see the horizon that far away. So I can't. That doesn't make any sense. Saying distortion, random chaos amongst the air or whatever, it allows us to see further magically because all the particles in the air just happen to align just the right way that it just magically allows us to see around a corner, because that's what you're implying. You're implying that we're seeing beyond the curvature of the Earth, looking over a hill effectively. So
yeah, did you know that in the military they'll spray?
I've learned of this before.
It'd be really cool if the military could just like spray water vapor around corners, and then they can look around the corner and shoot. Pretty sweet.
Yeah, it would be cool.
Yeah, I know of guns that can fold and have cameras attached to them that go around corners, but no, I don't think you can look around the corner using whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, that argument's just it's weak. I mean, it's just a magical phenomenon making your problems go away. But to answer your question, buddy, you asked like what convinced us. For me, the easiest thing to conceptualize was the vacuum of space. And please, more experienced guys, help me state these things properly. But it was hard for me to understand how gas did not escape into space. Can you explain that phenomenon?
Can you say that again?
Why does our atmosphere not go into space?
Because gravity pulls it towards the Earth. And so there is a force on the atmosphere that pulls it out into space, but there's also a force pulling it in. And the atmosphere has basically gone into an equilibrium where it's being pulled out and pulled in. And this is the point where it's balanced. Like, if the atmosphere was, say, all of it was even closer to the Earth, it would be denser, but the vacuum of space would obviously pull on it more. If it was further out, then gravity would be stronger. So it's hit that. It's stabilized, I guess.
Is that what, like, so let's say you have like a little cylinder in your room and you put a little vapor in it. Fuck. Actually, is anyone else better at answering this question? I struggle with this one whenever.
Sorry, I'm not great at debating this at the moment. I feel like the more I do it, the better I'll understand the terminology and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like
I'm on the same level with you, man. I'm just trying to practice. I'm not very experienced.
It's trying to find the right words to use. It's not that you don't understand it. Like, in my mind, I know what I'm trying to say perfectly, but it's just trying to convey what I'm trying to say.
So do you think that the Earth spinning would maybe add pressures to the gas that might as the Earth is spinning, the force is going to like force it outwards, right? Like you spin a ball with water on it, the water comes out from the center of wherever you're spinning. Or I got my words, are bad on this. Fuck.
Yes.
Do you not think that would fuck with the equilibrium? That force in the center of
the Earth bulges more at the equator.
Yeah, and how does that affect the atmosphere? Is it not forcing it more outwards into space? It wouldn't fuck up that equilibrium that's keeping everything in place with gravity?
The atmosphere does bulge there as well. That doesn't mean it's going to fly off because, like, the gravity's keeping it here. But that spinning force is pushing it out, and gravity is pulling it in, and it's at the point where those balance out. If it goes any further in one direction, then the other it'll pull it back. If that makes sense.
You don't think like entropy would pull it out? You think gravity is stronger than the absence of particles in space?
So if you have a particle of air sitting on just before space, or somewhere really high up, say 100 kilometers up, if it goes further out, then there's less stuff below it towards Earth, which means it's easier for gravity to pull it. But when the closer it goes to Earth, the more air is below it pushing it back up. And all of the air does that.
Doesn't the gravity also get stronger? Like, isn't the further away these air particles get away from Earth, gravity would decrease because it's further away, right? The force of gravity.
Yeah, gravity would decrease.
And these are also
the pressure of that air. The force of the air pushing it away decreases much faster.
Could you maybe say how can you prove that or anything? I'm not trying to nitpick, but
no,
base. Will you give me a basis for that claim?
But so the force of gravity is, what is that? Mass times radius squared. So as far as you go out, the further you go out, it decreases by the squared, right? But you wouldn't have to go out that far but I don't know the exact math. Once again, I know what I'm trying to say in my head, but I'm not sure how to communicate it. I do actually have to go now because I'm about to have dinner.
Hey, thanks for talking to me. Sorry, I'm not the best guy for you here, but
that's all right. It's fun. It's fun talking with people. But I should hopefully be back later.
Yeah, just remember the next time you want to throw radius into the equation, that if you go back in time, you'll find that there is no confirmed radius. It's just something they've reified over the years. The 3959. If you look into the origins of where they've derived this number, you think twice about putting it into an equation.
Radius isn't a number. Radius is a measurement.
Yes, the radius of Earth. 3959 is most certainly a number.
Yeah. So
when you say radius, you're not saying the radius of Earth. You're saying the radius of how far out you are from the center of Earth.
Yeah, well,
sure.
If you're determining where the center of Earth is, then you've presupposed the 3959 radius. You can't have it both ways.
Are you not familiar with this number? 3959 radius, 24901 circumference. I mean, this is what we're basing the whole conversation on.
Oh, I wasn't sure. Sorry, I do have to go.
Now you have to go. But that's okay.
Sorry.
No, sure. No, I mean, if you have to go, you have to go. But next time you come in, just like Ross Old Hoss was telling you, bro, remember, come back with the same shit. We're talking about the same shit. We're talking about that. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That was the numbers that we were talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I thought that's what the whole thing was about. He told us. I don't know.
I don't think he was talking about it, but it doesn't matter if he was talking about it. But I think the audience gets it. Whatever. It's all good. But hey, man, Elam. I don't even know how to pronounce your name. Elam Foyev. How do you pronounce your name?
LMFAO.
Yeah. Oh, LMFAO. It's just really bad. Wait.
Yeah.
Can I give you a different nickname that we can go by?
Yeah. Sure.
Well, I don't think I want to make it LMFOL or LMFOL.
I don't care what you name me, dude.
No, just you pick, or you.
I'll be Elmo.
Because you sound. It sounds like you know what you're talking about. There's nobody that can pronounce whatever that fucking shit is.
Elmo. I'll be Elmo.
It'll be LMF then. That's not going to be any simpler. It's the spelling.
How about I just do WTF? WTF? How about that? No, I'm just playing. No, but we shouldn't.
But would anyone like to, like, how did I go wrong with the, like, whenever people?
No, you didn't go wrong, dude. You were solid. You were solid. Don't worry. The mods and veterans here that with that.
When someone starts chanting gravity, it's sort of it's going to go into a spiral because they're convinced of a gravity and everything they say is going to be based on some gravity. And gravity, you don't understand gravity, so I don't know.
Yeah, you really need to. My opinion is, like, as soon as gravity comes up, you need to immediately go to the bases that we agree that things go down, because then people just look at you crazy, and you just got to cut to the chase on a lot of these little fucking things that come up.
You just ask them, does a helium balloon defy this so-called force? And then, then remind them that Newtonian gravity is out of date. Well, they don't want to, that doesn't even mean anything to them. You talk to them, they'll lecture you on space-time, so.
Hey, just change your name to Elam. You good with that?
That's fine.
All right, Elam. Well, dude, I mean, you were roasted. You were killing it earlier. So anyway, you're Elam now here in the Discord server. You sound like a flat earther. I'm not going to give it to you yet, but
that's fine, man. I haven't done any measurements.
So, but you have the arguments kind of solid. You had the arguments pretty straight.
I need to get my verbiage well. I'm not, like, it's hard to get all down.
That's all good. It's all good, man. I appreciate you being here.
Isn't it funny how the Black Swan oil rig image was, when first presented, was supposed to be was supposed to simplify the argument, and now, years later, it seems just to. They don't even understand that this is just one instance of this occurring, and it's anywhere you look. Anytime you go to the beach, you can see a so-called black swan. So it's funny how this thing that was once supposed to be so simple has not, they've judoed it into some sort of mass confusion. I mean, this guy straight up told us he didn't know how to argue it. He didn't really know what he was talking about. He seemed surprised by the 3959 mile radius, but he was sure as Johnny on the spot when it came to claiming, oh, well, that's some sort of distortion, or it's interesting. That's why I've gone directly to the Suez Canal recently, because it has nothing to do with the observation. It just has to do with the fact that this thing is over 100 miles long. Both ports are at sea level and there's no locks. So the water in that thing from one port to the other is at sea level. I'm preaching to the choir to that, but when they start going into this, it seems that's what it looks like. Oh, but that can be explained away by distortion, refraction. It's just there's no end to those chants.
There was someone that throughout the discussion, throughout the months I've been here, someone was telling me how everything's explained away by either being too small or too far or too fast or too slow or too long.
And then that shit hit me hard because I just realized like you can pretty much catch any lie by just if the arguments are based on that, it's done.
Hey, Ellen. No.
Hold on, I'm gonna drive through right now.
You watch the live stream voice text?
Not right now. I'm in my car. I was just grabbing some food.
All right.
But
Well, okay. Well, I don't want to make you wreck or anything.
I'll be back in a second.
Some people are. I changed your name to Elam. You know, I could call you LMFAO, but that's just like that would be ridiculous, right? So we just be like, we can go by Elam until you choose to change your own goddamn name to something, you know, because you sound like a sensible guy. So, you know, until, you know, that happens, then I'm just going to call you Elam because you sound like, you know, you sound like a sensible guy. You went through this whole conversation, and when I changed you know, change your name to Elam, you know, I'm just like, I don't want to call him Elam. Well, if you really want to get in a serious discussion with us, you're going to, that's why I asked you, you know, what you wanted to change your name to. But anyway, you must be driving, getting your Taco Bell or something, some shit. Anyway. But when you were talking to the Globies earlier, it sounded like you got your shit together. You need to get your handle together. You know what I'm saying? Tell me what you want to be called here in this server if you want to get involved. So right now you're Elam until further notice.
Oh no, I'll pick out another name at some point. I don't care.
I know. It doesn't. I don't think you do care, but it's just fun. If you want to get involved, I mean, just like it's just like if you get in a room full of people and you're talking, you want to have a good handle, good talk with people, because you know when you were talking earlier, I was like, damn, I never heard this guy talk before. That's good stuff. So anyway. I mean, it could be David or Sean or Brian. Who gives a fuck? No, I know. I knew what your, you know, original thing was, you know, and everybody's like, oh, don't you realize it was LMFA? As a matter of fact, I didn't, but so you're Element till further notice. But you're still welcome to join. Well, the Globie, you scared that Globie off, or not just you, but everybody else. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. We're not scary. There you go, Donato. We can find Waldo in those images. Can't find Earth's curvature. There's no such thing as Earth's curvature. What globe? What globe? What do you mean, Donato? Are you talking about my voice? I have the sexy voice. I can get closer to my microphone. You don't want me to tickle your insides with my microphone. So let's what's gonna happen? I'm gonna either find something. Oh, my bad, Donato. They're trying to tickle my fancy over there in the YouTube chat. Let's see what we got over here in YouTube. Should I? On a 6-bot into YouTube. So like good try, sex bot on YouTube. I don't think really anybody's gonna click on your link or give a shit about you. For one thing, you can't post a link, and you're just spamming. And so, hey, appreciate you letting me know. By the way, Donato. For the most part, if there's no moderators in there, nobody really gives a shit about those sex bots. And when we're in there, we just get rid of them anyway. So, but I appreciate you letting me know. But I thought you were saying I was a sex bot, but don't tell anybody of it. Thought you were talking about my sexy voice. Yeah, I have a sexy voice for sextants. Like, there's all kinds of sextants that prove the Earth is not a globe. Yeah, sextants everywhere. There's all kinds of sextants and sexy tits. Never mind. That was bad. Never mind. I'll take that back.
Sing something to us with your sexy voice, Helium.
Somebody stop me. No, I'm not gonna sing like I mean, I can sing a cappella, but you're gonna have to tell me what to sing.
So something funny? I don't know.
Oh, funny or patriotic? I'm not sure I'm feeling patriotic or religious. No, Timbo. You want me to play the Richard Marx song? I'll fucking play it. This is I never looked like him because he has way fucking more hair than I do. Everybody knows that. Let me find that song. Somebody will probably play it before I find it. I'm slow right now. Channel. This is a pretty cool song. It's funny. I'll tell you what, I liked some of the Richard Marx shit back in the day. And like through some of these talks, you know, me and you and other people were just like, there was a guy that was in here. And he was like, I can write lyrics to anything. And we just like get ideas and stuff. And he's like, I can write lyrics to that one if you can do the parody. I was like, well, okay, well, try it. I'll give it a shot. But people that are digging it, so might as well. Son of a bitch. This should work. What the hell's going on? You guys can't hear it, right? What the fuck? Don't make no sense. Try something else, see if it. The same. Just. This is only a test. Oh. Dang. I see what's happening. Fucking A. Check, 1, 2. You guys can. Hey, bot is muted. That's why nobody can hear it. Hold on. I got this. And it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears. So, all right. That's why we couldn't hear it. Holy shit. I thought I was going crazy. Oh, shit.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's happening? I was about to play a song. I was trying to play a song, and the bot was muted, and I couldn't.
All right. Well, I got Chadwick in. Remember Chadwick?
No.
J.R. Chadwick. What's up, Chadwick?
Hi.
How's it going?
All right.
Nice. Were you? I thought you were an American guy. Are you not an American guy?
I am an American guy.
Oh, right. Okay. You sounded British for a second. No worries.
No.
All right. So, what were we talking about? You were talking about the stars moving being evidence
Yes.
for the globe, right?
Yes, I'm trying to. Okay, you see. Okay, one of the problems with having conversations with you guys is that you tend to just try to shotgun approach, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to stick to one point at a time. This particular observation, and
The stars moving.
I'm sorry.
The observation of the stars moving. You mean?
Yes, we see. What we see is if we look at the north and south poles. I know you don't believe the poles exist, but I'm just going to use those terms for convenience. We see the apparent motion of the stars is that we see smaller and smaller circles the closer we get to the North Pole and the South Pole. We're basically seeing the poles projected out into space, and as the Earth rotates underneath them, we see the stars making apparent trails in the opposite direction of the rotation. Now, if the Earth were flat in the models that you guys have shown us, then we would see wider and wider arcs the closer we got to Antarctica. And you've offered no explanation as to why we observe these two poles projected out into space.
Right, but have you offered an explanation as to how the stars moving evidences anything other than stars moving? You're begging the question about the ground moving.
Why? So are you saying that the stars are just rotating themselves in these circles?
Well, that's what you observe, is it not?
Well, we have to have an explanation as to why they're moving in these directions.
Yeah. But you saying the explanation is the ground is moving is a baseless claim.
Saying the Earth is rotating.
Well, where's the Earth rotating?
What do you mean?
As in, where has this been measured or detected?
That's a different topic. We're trying to talk about why the stars.
It is not, because it's your claim of a cause as to the observation. It is the topic.
Okay, so your entire response to the motion of the stars is, well, the stars are just moving that way. So I guess it's just
So your observation of the stars moving shows you only that the stars are moving until you can prove something else, right?
These stars are rotating in the way you would expect them to. I'm sorry, the stars are moving in the way you would expect to see them on a rotating spheroidal Earth. That's a fact.
Right, but you haven't evidenced a rotating spheroidal Earth. That's the point. Where's the evidence for that assumption?
I'm not making an assumption.
You are. Okay, so then what's your proof that the Earth is spheroidal and that it's in motion?
So what? So you don't want to talk about the stars rotating. You're just going to say, okay, well they move.
No. Yeah, I do. But your claim is that the cause for that motion is a spheroidal rotating Earth. So now we have to say, okay, what's your evidence for a rotating spheroidal Earth?
I'm saying that the simplest explanation is a spheroidal rotating Earth.
Right, but what's your evidence for that?
We're seeing two poles projected in the space of a rotating object. Are you just saying that?
What rotating object, though? Where's the rotation? Where's that been measured or observed?
It's the retained angular momentum from the initial collapse of from the creation of the solar system.
What are you talking about? The creation of the solar system?
Accretion, not creation.
The what?
The accretion of the solar system. It's the retained angular momentum.
The rotation of what?
The initial planetary nebula that the solar system formed out of.
What the hell are you talking about? This is what I mean. Chad, if you can't evidence the rotation of the ground that you stand on, how are you going to go talking about the rotation of a nebula that you have never experienced or observed? What are you talking about?
You asked where the rotation came from. That's where it came from.
Right, but you haven't proven that rotation, and proof of that rotation is not to say something else is rotating that you haven't proven is rotating either.
I'm saying the apparent motion of the stars is the easiest way of observing the fact that the Earth is round. That's the best explanation
You're
for that.
begging the question. You can't say that this observation of stars is evidence of the Earth being round when you've got no evidence for the Earth being round before that.
It is, though. That's why else would they be rotating that way?
Okay, so who measured it to be curved and in motion? The ground.
Who? What do you mean who?
As in who? You? Did you do it?
People who study that type of people who study physics for a living.
All right. Which one measured curvature or rotation of Earth?
I don't think it was just one person. Probably a lot.
Is there one?
Yeah,
Did one?
obviously. That's why we have numbers.
What was his name?
Why do I need to know the name of the people who did that?
Oh, because you're telling me this story about someone measuring it. I'd like to know who.
We have numbers. They have to have come from someone. Probably a lot.
Where did the numbers come from?
I don't know off the top of my head who the people who are doing it. I don't know how to look that up.
You've been on this for a year. Well, you've been on this for a year. What do you mean you don't know where the numbers came from? You never thought to check where did these numbers that I'm arguing for come from?
Why would I need to look up some specific names of people who would do this?
Because it's your argument, bro. Your argument is a ball.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me try to explain with an analogy. All right, one of the things I frequently do in my job is configure a routing protocol called OSPF. It's something I do a lot. However, no matter how much research you do on the routing protocol of OSPF, you're unlikely to find my name attached to any of it.
Right? Did someone create OSPF?
No, it was a standard that was developed by it was an open source standard developed by a large amount of people.
Okay. And those people, you can check the work they did, you can do it yourself, you can verify it, and you have a resulting program that people use, yeah?
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to find out, the names of every person who configures OSPF.
Right. But could you find the name of the person who started it, or one person? What about one person?
It's not going to be one person. It's going to be a lot of people.
All right, so you're saying the globe was open source to the point where no one knows who proved it, but it was definitely proven by a load of different people. Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm saying that you can't just look up someone's name who's measuring the Earth right now. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why you'd ask such a question.
You don't know why anyone would ask who has ever measured the Earth to be a globe or in motion.
No, I don't
really
care.
Can't understand why anyone would ask
I don't care about their names. I just care about what.
But it's your argument, bro. So you'd have to say someone's done it.
Why would I care about their names, though?
Well, because then how do you know who did it and how they did it if you don't know what they did, who did it, or what their method was?
Normally, we refer to sources and stuff like that. Ask you the same.
I've looked up YouTube videos before. People who have measured the curvature with their own just with what they have at hand, and they've made very good estimates.
What did they have at hand to measure the curvature?
Estimates according to what? Like, what are we comparing it to? They're not measuring anything.
Well, they don't have. They only have it's just demonstrations on how to do it with tools that anyone can have. So it's not exactly. And then they compare it to the values given by reliable sources, and then they match it up. So there you go.
What's the reliable
confirmation bias?
That's not what confirmation bias is, but good try.
Well, what's the reliable source? And that was very vague. Like, someone did something with stuff available to them, compared it to a reliable source. What person What did they use? What exactly were they measuring? What is the reliable source they're comparing it to? And how do you know it's a reliable source? You're breezing past a lot of the stuff we need to know, Chadwick.
That's a quite a big statement coming from you.
What do you mean? This is your claim. You said some guy did something with stuff available to it.
You're saying I'm the one that's breezing by it.
Yeah, you're breezing by this curvature measurement or the motion measurement, whichever one you're trying to prove.
Because it's irrelevant to the point that I was making, which is the motion of the stars makes no sense on the way you describe the nature of the universe. You have offered no explanation as to
it's not irrelevant, bro. Because
it's like, well, I guess
your
it's
argument,
way, bro.
Your argument is that it's due to the Earth being a spinning ball. We're asking, how do you know it's a spinning ball? And that's the bit you're struggling with.
I'm not struggling with it.
Well, then who measured it to be curved?
I don't know. Look it up on the internet. See if you can find.
No, it's your argument. Why do I have to look up and prove your argument for you? Why aren't you doing it?
You're the one that has chosen to ignore
listen to the argument that you're making. The argument you're making being the Earth is a curved ball. Okay, who measured it? Oh, you go and find out. It's your argument. If you don't know, why are you making the claim?
You've chosen to keep yourself ignorant for years. I mean, you want me to solve that for you?
Talking about?
I mean, we could list the people who have measured it or allegedly measured it, but it's your claim, so you have to refer to the sources.
Yeah, it's your claim, bro. I don't know why you're talking about us being ignorant. You've made a claim. We've asked you to provide evidence for your claim, and now you're calling us ignorant because you can't.
I looked up videos of people doing it a while ago, and I don't remember the
doing
detail.
what.
Not that important to me. Just either demonstrating how the horizon changes as you move over as you the farther away you look, or actually taking measurements of the of an arc segment of the Earth, and then projecting that around the rest of the.
Wait, so looking at the horizon distance, what is the horizon?
The horizon is the farthest point we can see before the curvature of the Earth obscures items, obscures objects.
So it's a physical place.
We're at each of us is at an horizon of someone.
So if we took our observer height, we could measure how far away that horizon should be.
It depends. I mean, there's lots of different things that change that. I mean, they're like.
No, you just said it was due to the curvature, right?
Especially over bodies of water where we have.
Okay, so
we could have a layer of cold air that causes things like looming and superior mirages, Fata Morganas, stuff like that.
I mean, does that mean we can't predict where the horizon is going to be based on our observer height?
You can theoretically, but there's a lot of
but not really. Is that what you mean?
Well, there's a lot of things that change that. I mean, you can. I've watched a video where someone is basically watching through. He makes his living taking pictures of mirages, and he showed a video where you can see where you can see Chicago just sort of looming up from over Lake Michigan as the temperature changes.
Okay, so when you were saying that you've seen a video of a guy looking at the horizon to prove the curvature, how would that prove the curvature if it can be anywhere?
Because you can see the fact that the buildings are sinking behind the horizon. You can see the top of the buildings only.
So and that matches with the observer height and the horizon distance based on what the globe says the curvature should be and where the horizon should be, etc.
Well, no, like I said, he was filming it changing because of the looming effect.
Horizon isn't in a geometric place predictable where.
Yes, he was filming Chicago rising and falling. I mean, what other explanation do you need?
Rising and falling. So the Earth is like growing and shrinking then as a ball. Is that what you're saying?
I just described that he makes his living filming looming effects of over lakes, over the Great Lakes.
Right. Okay. So the horizon then, it's not going to be in the same place every time if you're looking at it from the same observer height. It's going to move based on atmospheric conditions, is what you're saying.
Essentially, yes.
So
But
then how
again,
would that tell you that it's a ball or that there's curvature?
because you have to account for that. There are in fact, that's why a lot of your pictures where you try to quote unquote debunk the horizon come from pictures over water, because you take advantage of those mirages and other sort of lensing effects to try to base the
right. But the argument for it being a curve,
to be frank, you lie to people with those pictures.
The argument for it being a curve based on a certain height, or being a certain distance based on your observer height, that would need to be predictable and observable. You're just saying that it's not. The horizon can pretty much do whatever.
It's
so how does that prove that it's curved?
Because I'm telling you, this happens over water. It's more strongly observed over water.
Right, but that doesn't prove that it's curved then, or that the horizon is due to curve.
So the fact that we can see buildings partially obscured by the horizon, where we can only see the top halves of them, because
you can see them. Well, you can see different amounts each day depending on atmospheric conditions, right?
Yes, but how
would that tell you that it's curved? If it was just due to curve, it would be the same each time, or more or less the same.
No, it wouldn't, man. God, man, are you incapable of considering the fact that there are multiple forces, multiple conditions that affect different things at the same time?
Yeah, no, I'm capable of that, but you seem to be saying that it's predominantly due to this one factor, curvature, which you're not providing any evidence for.
It is predominantly due to curvature. I'm just saying that
right. What's your evidence for that?
Effects.
How are you proving that it's the horizon's due to a curved surface? How are you proving that?
Because there's no reason there's no other reason why we wouldn't be able to. Why we would always see the top halves of things over the horizon.
No. There's no other reason. Sorry, who's that?
That's literally that's what causes. That's what's caused by curves. That's what's caused.
No. You don't get to say what else could it be, or this is the only thing that makes sense. That's just your opinion.
That is what is caused by that. That is an effect of curvature.
What's your evidence for that?
What do you mean? That is the evidence.
What do you mean? What do I mean? No, your evidence that's a claim. I asked what your evidence is.
I give you my evidence. The fact that the fact that we have a horizon is evidence enough.
The horizon's flat.
Horizon is flat. What do you mean? The
horizon's a flat line. How is that proof of curvature?
It's a projection of two dimensions.
Right, so the horizon's a flat line. How's that proof of curvature?
It's not flat. Obviously, it's not flat. What do you mean it's flat?
Is the horizon? Do you think the horizon's curved?
Yes, of course it is.
So you observe the horizon line to be a curved line.
I mean, yes. I mean, that's why we see things sinking over the horizon. If it weren't,
but they're optical. That's optically over a flat line, not a curved line.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
The horizon is horizontal.
Oh, you're just talking about the looking at it from left to right.
Yeah, that's the horizon, right?
Yeah,
it's flat. It's flat.
No, it's curved. Obviously,
so the line is curved. The horizon line is curved.
It is.
So you observe a curved horizon.
Not really, not from ground level. The Earth is too much larger than
horizon. So you observe a flat horizon.
I don't observe a flat horizon. I observe a very tiny fraction of a curved horizon.
You just said you don't observe a curve.
I can't measure the curvature with my eyes from my vantage point. No.
So you do see a flat horizon.
Listen, dude, the very meaning of the word horizon means a straight line.
You just said it's not flat, and then you said, well, it's not curved. What the hell is it then? Hello?
I'm sure you've seen it before and have a reason to dismiss it, but let's see, where do I post this? Live stream chat? Let's see. Oh, God damn, there's so much stuff coming through here. All right. That's-
How long have you been doing this, Chad?
Doing what?
Failing to prove the globe.
Rebuttal with Flat Earth.
I don't know, off and on.
Arguing with Flat Earth.
There. Did you see the link I sent you?
Yep.
That's a basketball from close up.
Okay. Are we talking about basketballs now?
What?
We're talking
Are you saying
about basketballs now.
Yes.
What about a basketball? Oh dear. Did you see that? So what about a basketball?
The basketball close up looks you can't see the curvature. At least not from a horizontal sense.
So you do observe a flat horizon.
I'm saying we can't. I'm saying we can't see the. We can't measure the curvature from left to right from our vantage point.
So you're saying you do see a flat horizon?
As again, you're putting words in my mouth. I've already answered that question. I'm not going to answer it again.
Yeah, you said no. I don't observe a flat horizon. Look at this basketball. It looks flat. So you said your equivalent is we see a flat horizon.
What's okay? We're going around circles. What is your point that you're stupidly trying to make?
Well, you stupidly tried to claim that the horizon is proof of a curve. And I pointed out quite rightly that it's flat. The horizon line is flat. And you've just went and confirmed it by comparing it to what you claim is a flat-looking basketball. But regardless, you're saying the horizon would look flat. So you're agreeing with me whilst trying to argue with me.
Yes, I from our vantage point, we can't measure its curve left to right very easily because we're very small.
How can you say that the horizon? So then, how can you say that the flat horizon you observe is proof of a curve?
Because we can see things sinking over the horizon or rising out from it.
Right. Okay.
And you still have ignored my original point about the apparent motion of the stars. That's why we came in here.
Yeah. No, I didn't ignore it. I've asked you to evidence your claim as to the cause of it, because you've said the cause of it is because we're on a spinning ball. And I've said, okay, well, what's your evidence that we're on a spinning ball?
That is a good explanation for it.
What if you can't prove that your cause, the spinning ball, is real? Because you'd have to prove that it's a spinning ball first to then say that's why we observe this.
No, I don't.
Right?
Not at all. I'm just all I'm saying is that.
So you just get to claim it's because Earth's a spinning ball, and then you don't have to provide any evidence for that.
No, I don't. All I'm saying is that the apparent motion of the stars is explainable by being on a rotating spheroidal Earth. That's what.
Would you have evidence that the Earth is a rotating sphere?
The motion of the stars is the apparent motion of the stars is what we would see on a spherical Earth. That is a fact.
Right, but do you have to evidence that Earth is that spinning spheroid that you're claiming?
Different conversation.
It's part of your claim for this part, though, isn't it?
It's part of the claim that the Earth is round, yes, but you still haven't offered an explanation.
Right, and that's your claim. That's your claim. Why the stars are doing what they're doing? That's your claim. Your claim is the stars are doing.
And you offered no you offered no counter explanation.
Well, that's because I'm waiting for you to evidence your claim that this is a even possible clause.
I want to know
motion by showing that it's a ball.
I want to hear your explanation as for why we see the stars moving this way on a flat Earth.
Well, observing the stars move would only tell you that you observe the stars moving. It doesn't tell you anything about the ground.
See, this is what I'm saying before. You've lost the ability to have any amount of inductive reasoning at all. You
inductive reasoning.
Then why are the stars moving that way?
Blind assumption.
Why are the stars moving that way?
Because when I ask you about your assumption, you tell me I don't need to prove my assumption.
I want to know why the stars are moving that way from your perspective then. Why do you think the stars are moving that way?
Well, I don't try to explain how the stars are moving or what they are because you have evidence.
So you just don't want to know. You're uncurious.
I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a claim. I'm not uncurious, but I'm not making a claim about them. I'm not saying the stars moving proves anything about the ground we're standing on. That's your claim.
I'm saying the stars moving are. I'm saying the apparent motion of the stars supports the idea that we're on a spheroidal Earth because a rotating spheroidal Earth rotating underneath these stars would create that apparent motion. That is a fact.
Right, but how do you know that the Earth is?
Now I want to know what. I want to know your counter. Now I want to know your counter explanation to explain the motion of the stars.
Well, I'm not making a claim about the stars or how they prove what Earth is.
Then you have nothing. You have no evidence.
Yeah, I'm asking you for your evidence.
You have no counter evidence for my claim. I don't want to believe it.
But you don't have an argument, Chadwick, because your argument is if the Earth is this, then we'll see the stars do this. But then when we ask you how do you know the Earth is that, you don't have an answer. So you don't know the Earth is that.
I have an answer. You just don't want to listen to it. There's a lot of
that's what we've just been asking you. What is the evidence that's curved or in motion, other than your assumption?
Okay, we came in here because we wanted to talk about the motion of the stars. I really don't want to develop. I don't really want it spiraling out into all these other topics. You've offered no.
Your argument about the motion of the stars is contingent upon this.
I understand that I accept that a single point of evidence, in this case, the motion of the stars, is not on its own enough evidence to conclusively prove the shape of the Earth. I'm saying but it is a point in support of the idea of a rotating globe. Can you agree to that? Can you agree
I can agree that you believe that it supports
No, not that I believe. Can you agree? Globe. Can you agree that the apparent motion of the stars would make sense on a rotating spheroidal Earth? You don't have to agree with that. You don't have to agree. You're saying that there's no way we would see the motion of the stars on a rotating Earth like that. You're saying that would not happen. Okay, what would the stars look like on a
rotating ball moving at millions of miles an hour in every different direction? Then no, the stars would not be the same every single year for thousands of years, and the North Star wouldn't be in the same place. So that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm allowing you to think, yes, this is what makes me think it's a ball, fine. But then I'm saying, would you not then have to go, okay, so this makes sense on a spinning ball. Can I confirm that Earth is a spinning ball?
Forget the galactic motion, because that's another thing you're getting wrong. But let's just forget about the motion of the stars around the galaxy altogether right now. But are you saying that there is no way that we would see the stars making these type of concentric circles?
No, Chadwick, I told you I'm not making claims about the stars. I'm trying to get you to figure out if the Earth is the spinning ball that you're assuming.
I'm trying to argue one point at a time. All right.
Yeah, but your argument is based on this claim. Your whole argument is based on this assumption, and you've already agreed that will not prove the Earth is a spinning ball. Good progress. How do you then prove it's a spinning ball?
There's not any single magic bullet proof for anything.
There's not one.
Every time you open your mouth, provide like 10 bullets. Every time you open your mouth, every story that you are telling us.
So no one's just done like a definitive measurement to say, look, it's a curved ball. You're saying no one's done that.
People have.
You just said no. There's no single proof that can prove it's a ball.
Yeah, one person or even a group of people measuring the curve of the Earth is not the magic bullet proof either. It's a lot of different things. There's no magic. I mean, that's the problem. You guys don't understand I don't think you guys even know what a scientific theory is.
Well, what's that got to do with the measurement? We're talking about a measurement of the surface.
A measurement is a single point of data.
Of curvature of the surface that you're assuming. Yeah?
There's a lot more that goes into proving something than a single point of data. But again...
Right, but that's where you would have to start, because all of your other points of data...
Avoiding my question. Don't talk about... Don't worry about the motion of the apparent motion of the stars.
Okay, so you want to talk about the stars moving, but you don't want to talk about the globe.
Don't worry about the motion of the galaxies right now. That's a different conversation.
I'm not. I'm asking you about the globe.
Are you saying that over a period of one night, the apparent motion of the stars is not well explained by being on a rotating spheroidal Earth. I mean, I'm not asking you to admit the Earth is round. I'm just saying imagine if the Earth was round. If the Earth was round, would you be able to observe that type of motion of the stars?
Well, how could I answer that? Because we can't prove that the Earth is round to know that's what we are observing.
You don't need to prove it. I can describe things that I would expect to see if the Earth was flat.
But it's a globe. But then how can we know? Because if the Earth is not a spinning ball, and then one day we were on a spinning ball, it might look different. You wouldn't know. Chad, stop talking when I'm talking. It's a redundant question because it's like saying, oh, well, are you saying that the stars couldn't look like this if it were this shape that we don't know it is? It's like you don't know what it could look like on a shape that it's not, because you only know what they look like on what it is. And if you don't know what it is, then you can't be like, oh, well, are you saying it couldn't work like this if it was a spinning trapezoid? It's like, well, I would have to imagine what that would look like and then make a fallacious assumption as to how that would make the stars look. And say, yeah, they would look exactly the same in my imagination. It's redundant. That's why we're trying to evidence the initial assumption, which is your claimed cause, that the stars are moving in a certain way because it's a ball that spins.
See,
and you're just saying,
Okay, this is what I've been telling you guys. You don't have the ability to make any amount of inductive reasoning. I mean,
it's not inductive reasoning to assume a cause and provide no evidence for it. That's not that cause.
That's
Those
not what
are
that
leaps of logic.
It's not a leap. It's not that either.
Yeah, sure it is.
So you're. I mean, it says a lot about you. You're not even willing to admit.
Cause. Listen, Chadwick, you're presuming that what you're observing is because you're on a spinning ball. So naturally,
no, I'm not.
Okay,
not at all. I'm saying that. I'm not assuming anything.
Stars doing this because it's a spinning ball. That is what you're saying, Chad.
No, I'm saying that the apparent motion of the stars is explainable by being on a rotating.
And I said that's fine. You can believe that. That's fine.
You've offered no reason why I shouldn't believe that.
But I don't have to, because you haven't proven or evidenced the assumption. I'm not required to disprove what you imagine makes sense.
We're only talking about one point right now.
It reifies the model. No one is in dispute with that. That reifies the model. It's not proof of anything. You can, people have written books about the physics of how Superman flies.
Hots, you haven't been to sleep yet? You've been awake all night, huh?
What's the problem with that?
You guys are rocking and rolling in here.
Good morning, everyone.
Hold on, Chadwick. Let me just say hello to everybody. How's it going, everyone?
I'm really not in the mood for a discussion right now, guys. So I'm gonna hop out and I'm gonna go make myself breakfast.
No, don't leave, 7 a.m.
Dude.
I just got here. Damn it, man! Why does the global always?
Chad, stay for 5 more minutes. Speak to me.
Yeah, stay for 5 more, dude. Come on, man. I just got here.
I'm only trying to. I mean, the problem is that you guys have educated.
You guys always build me up and then you let me down when you want to leave. Like that sucks.
I'm sorry.
Chad, make your point, Chad, and then maybe you can pick it up.
So I'm gonna hop out, guys. Have a good day.
Nah, dude, come on. I like my Glober nice and spicy, dude. Come on. You serious?
Oof.
Freaking hell. Sorry,
I had him on the line there. That's all right.
Well,
it was inevitable.
Let's go! Man, you guys are rocking and rolling up in here. What's going on? Usually when I get on in the morning, you guys are pretty quiet, and now it's pretty popping today. What'd you bring this guy in from?
Yeah, it's the weekend, so I'm not working. But yeah, I was in the lobby, and he was going on about the stars movement, evidencing that Earth is a ball, or proving that the Earth is a ball. So I asked him, what's your best proof that Earth is a globe? And his first proof was the way the stars are moving in the north and south, they prove a ball, and also all of physics and biology wouldn't work on a flat Earth. That was pretty much what he said. So I said, all right, go into the voice channel, we could speak about it. And we only got to the stars, and he just kept doing the same thing. It's like, well, but he backpedaled, because in the lobby he was saying, well, this is proof that Earth is a ball. But in here, after just picking apart his logic for a few minutes, he's like, I'm not saying it proves a ball,
It's not. There's no one thing that can prove a ball. I'm just saying it could theoretically work if Earth is a ball. And it's like, okay, fine, you can believe that, but that's redundant. We're trying to figure out if that assumption is even true, because we need to figure out if Earth is actually a ball to then assume this is why they are doing what they are doing. But he was like, that's a separate conversation, which is what they want to do, right? They want to make this claim about the sky that doesn't get into detailing the Earth that we're actually talking about. And when you do get them to that, they're actually like physically averse talking about it. Like, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the globe. I'm talking about the star's motion, proving that it could be a globe. Okay, so how do you prove then that it is a globe to assume that? I'm not talking about that. A separate discussion. It's like, okay.
Oh, Chadwick, come back. I'm waiting for
He's
you.
all right. He's not the worst. I mean, he's at least like polite and stuff. I mean, he's spazzing out a bit, but
Chadwick, I know you're listening on the live stream. Come back.
I mean, he was getting really annoyed in the end. Started to really talk about you guys.
Yeah, we're bad guys. So that's
That's the problem with you guys. You have
I do get that a lot.
educated yourself in a fairy tale, stuff like that.
Did he call you a really nice guy, but
you are the one who provides fairy tales in here and talk about measurements.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying he was a bad sport. I'm just saying he was on the verge of it going really south, you know?
You are giving us tales of imaginary
at least that's how it looked here from here.
Measurements, yeah? Imaginary measurements.
Yeah, but why did he have to leave? He didn't have to leave. He could have just stayed here. I mean, I just want to talk to him.
He might come back.
He's got feelings.
For him.
Oh,
he was like, I'm not going to go in there. Everyone's going to jump all over me. I was like, nah, be chill. That was pretty chill.
Wolfie.
So.
Wolfgang.
Fanatics are very sensitive persons.
Hey, what are you guys? You staying up all night or what? What's going on here? You having a friggin' slumber party or what's up? You guys aren't usually here in the mornings when I'm here.
Yeah, I just got up a couple hours ago. Morning here now. So.
You got the YouTube live stream rocking and rolling. There's like 20, 30 people in there. 30, 33, 32 people. Nice.
Yeah, people on the YouTube, come and join the chat. Ask some questions. Maybe you
come on
can
in
help
here.
Chadwick.
I gave him the Globe Earth role. He didn't. He was just VC verified, but I gave him the Globe Earth role.
Nice.
It was a very good talk. I did like everything you had to say.
Damn, Get, you're still here?
Yes, I'm here.
You live here,
I got to sleep. I got to sleep in here.
And you woke up in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you mute so you won't hear you snoring, you're fine.
Yeah, I wasn't. Of course.
Their usual antics. They try to tie the sky to the ground. And then when you ask them how they correlate, they can't answer you. They're like, well, I see star trails spinning clockwise and anti-clockwise. You're like, yeah, I see the same. And now what? Well, that can only provide evidence for a globe. No, it don't. You're assuming it does. Where do you tie in the correlation from the sky to the ground? Go ahead and tie that in for me now. I know you listen to me, Chadwick. Chadwick, you got the live stream on because you want to hear what people are saying when you leave the room. I know you guys. You guys usually do that. Tie the sky to the ground somehow. Go ahead. Type it in the YouTube live stream text chat. Can't do it, can you? None of you can.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Get.
When you stand in front of a highway and you see the cars, yeah, on one lane left to right, the other lane right. Now, when you turn with your back, you change perspective, yeah? And the cars are not coming from the same direction. On the first lane, they come from the right to left, and the other also.
Yeah, it's called an apparent direction, but the actual direction they're coming from is east to west. The apparent direction is left to right, right to left. This is understood. They don't get it because they only see the paradigm in which they're viewing everything from is the globe Earth. So they only can see that it can happen only on a ball. And then when you tell them, well, it's a flat surface, they go bananas. So that's their problem, not ours. They can't see past their own paradigm. The cosmology throws them off. So they're like, well, if we got space and stuff, how does that work with something we don't have space? It doesn't work. Well, they can't perceive something they don't know anything about. So they just say it doesn't work. That's easy for them.
When you stay and look towards the north, the sky above you, stars come from the east to the west. But when you change your view 180 degrees, you look towards the south, of course it's in reverse. Even
we can go over that same point like 10 times and they still won't get it. They can't perceive even if you if you use crayons or you draw pictures or it doesn't matter. They're gonna be like, no, that doesn't work. You're like, yeah, it does. You're just changing perspective. That's all you're doing. It's pretty simple. Like the concept is easy to grasp, but for some reason, simple concepts and common sense escape them when you start talking to them about these things because they don't want to see any other paradigm other than their heliocentric globe Earth. They're attached to it. They're like, no, I don't want to listen. Like this kid, throwing a tantrum. That's what they're doing. They don't want to listen to what you have to say, so they plug their ears and go la 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 la. I can't hear you. Yep, that's exactly what's going on. They're very childish when they come in here. For example, Ben D Light, like in the YouTube live stream text chat, he's the same way.
Ben D Light.
These guys all are the same. Chadwick was no different. However, I would like to talk to him because I don't let him escape from his points. And they usually know that if they hear my voice, they'll skedaddle. They don't want to talk to me, which is fine. I don't care. They can talk to anybody in here, but I don't let them get away from their points. And if somebody interjects, I'm like, nope, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about this point. You have to understand perspective is a thing because when you look at something a certain way and you're facing a different direction, yes, things may apparently look different to you. But it doesn't mean that the direction of which that thing that you're seeing is coming from is going to change. Apparently it will because you're changing perspectives. So easy. I don't know.
Yeah. Reality.
Hilarious. Did you hear him talking? He was like, "Oh, well, the horizon proves that the Earth is a globe." So I was like, "The flat horizon proves that there's a curve." And he just starts spazzing out about that, being like, "Well, you can observe it's not flat." I'm like, okay, so the horizon isn't flat; it's curved. Well, you can't see that it's curved, but it's not flat. Then he posts a basketball and says, "Look, it looks flat." So I'm saying, okay, so you are saying the horizon looks flat. No, I'm not saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. It's like, dude.
So is it flat or not? Is it apparent?
Yeah. The very word horizon is derived from horizontal, which means parallel to the ground.
That's what I said to him.
And it's also defined by being straight.
I'm going to call upon any glober that's in here right now. Do we have any?
We have Flatty. He's a new glober.
Flatty's a new glober.
Then the correct word will be something like concentric, Because some people like to say to hijack the term of concentric circle.
Chadwick, come back.
They hijack it and they say parallel circles.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rice is in the chat. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What's up, man?
I think I figured out a way to explain what I was trying to explain earlier.
Wait. Hang on 1 second. I'm coming in the middle of whatever you just said you were going to explain something. I'm kind of new to what you were going to explain. So, were you here before?
I was here earlier, and someone sent an image of oil platforms.
He was talking with Helio. He was talking with Helio in Orion.
Was it like a couple hours ago? 15 minutes ago? Did I miss it?
Hours ago.
No, it was like an hour ago, maybe a bit over an hour.
Rice, give me just one moment. I have to know a few things before, because I got to tag people in here just to make sure we're speaking to people correctly. Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? Are you on the fence, or do you know the Earth is flat? One of those.
Globe.
Okay, so let me just give you a tag real quick, and then you can proceed. Okay, so just one moment.
Thank you.
That way, if you have any citations, any images, anything you want to post, put it in live stream voice text, please. If you do, if not, don't worry about it. But continue, please.
So someone sent an image of oil platforms where you shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind them because the camera is only a foot off the ground. So the horizon seems like it would be too far away to be able to see behind them. But I kind of knew what I was trying to explain in my head, but I wasn't really sure how to explain it. Wait, I found the image. Hold on.
You should be able to post things, so you don't have trouble, please.
Let me help you. Is this one right?
Yeah, so that image is the black swan. That's how we call it.
Can you see live stream voice text? I don't know. Okay.
Yes. All right. Yeah, that's it. So, so I was saying refraction, but I was going to try and I wasn't really sure how to exactly explain that. I knew what I was trying to say in my head, but I couldn't really explain it, but I've thought of a better way, I think. So, do you know what a mirage is?
Fairy fog. Fata Morgana, as commonly known.
Where it reflects off a hot road. It's basically the inverse of that, where or parts of water, parts of the ocean that you shouldn't be able to see because they're below the horizon, they curve through the different densities of air, and that's why you can see them despite the fact that they are below the horizon. And they are below the horizon, but you can see them because the light bends around through the different layers of... Well, not through the different layers, but through the different densities.
Sure. I don't know who you're...
That's why...
Was somebody in here... sorry, Rice. Was somebody in here having a conversation with Rice? Because you might want to respond to Rice. If not, I will. But I'll let
Helio was in here.
You guys respond to Rice if you guys want to. I'm just going to moderate. But if nobody answers, I'll jump in for sure.
Ooh.
You said different densities. So, how many densities does this air that we breathe? How many he has?
So it's continuous. The higher up you go, the lower the density is, and light travels.
A gradient. That is a gradient, not different densities.
Well, yeah, it's a gradient. So if you're just at sea level, the air will be denser than if you went higher.
That is not the gradient. Is not on the length. The gradient is from the ground up to the sky.
Yes.
So it's
when
we look at the horizon, we are looking relatively parallel to the ground.
Yes.
We are looking on the length, not upwards.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so we can dismiss the gradient.
So Yeah, I know the gradient doesn't go like length. It's the closer you are to sea level, the denser the area is. The further you are from sea level, your elevation, the lower the air goes.
You are looking through a constant density, and actually, this density, you are actually willing to talk about pockets of different temperatures in the air, because air is not homogeneous, doesn't have a constant temperature.
Right, and that's why, like, one of the oil rig in the back looks kind of wobbly, and that's because there's different pockets of air at slightly different densities.
Heat radiates and it rises.
In your opinion, right? I'm sorry, Gibby. Is that not curvature? You would say that's not curvature, right? Or are you agreeing that is curvature? I'm just trying to see where you're at with the. Is that curvature and that's not curvature? The pockets of air. You're just describing some pockets of air. That's not curvature, right?
No, that's just saying the air is not the exact same everywhere you go. There are some. It's so generally the same.
You would agree that's not curvature, because I want to be sure that you're on this image that when you're talking about, you're agreeing that's not curvature, right?
I was saying that the oil rig that's further away, that's 9.41 miles away. You can see how it kind of looks a bit wobbly.
Yeah,
and that's just because of
the crane.
That wobbly bit is not curvature. Is that what you're saying? It's not. Curvature.
No, that's not curvature. That's got nothing to do with curvature.
For sure. Are you sure about that? Like, I just want to know, like, what. Like, how certain are you? But because I'm just like coming into this and I'm hearing you explain it, but I don't know how sure you are that you're positive that that's what that is.
No, the wobbly has nothing to do with the curvature. What I'm saying is the horizon. The horizon looks like it's behind both of the oil rigs, right?
Yes.
But you should only. Yeah.
I'm just making sure because some people say that looks like curvature. You can say that's curvature, right? So I'm just making sure you're saying it's refraction or okay, just to clarify, but because I had a point to bring up, and that's the reason why I'm asking you. Being certain of something is important in this intellectual conversation, and I'll give you a reason why. If I can have your attention to live stream voice text, this is the reason why, Rice. Now this is an image by Soundly. And what you're seeing here is a mirage. But he says it is the curvature of the Earth. Now, I agree with you, right? We're going to say that those bendy cranes are happening to do with refraction, for sure. But now these guys, well, I would say some people who think that the Earth is a globe, that this is demonstrating curvature. Now, we have the same issue, don't we? Well, you would, on one hand, look at that black swan image and say, that's refraction for sure. But on this Soundly's image, we got bendy curvature here. Well, we got to have curvature because, Soundly has the image and so forth. And if you pay attention, I'll put it up again so it gets lost in the chat, just so you can keep it in your mind with context. And you can see on the bottom left-hand corner, he puts what he means, right? So you can see the diagram that it shows and the little legend down there, how it shows the Earth bending, right? So he's showing you that's definitely curvature. Now, that's not the only image, mind you, Rice. We got some more. Yeah. All right. So we have a sort of conflict, I guess you could say contradiction or conflict within the idea. If it's curvature or no. Is it refraction or is it curvature? We can't really get people from the globe side to actually have some certainty on it. But you, however, came up with some certainty that I really like. Because I dig it, man. You say that it's not curvature, it is refraction. Well, we can hand wave dismiss all of Soundly's images because guess what? It's just refraction. They got it wrong. You got it right. And it's really cool, right? Because we don't get that a lot. So it's great to hear that somebody actually from the globe side actually admits that is definitely refraction. It's not curvature. So we can set these other guys straight. Meanwhile, let's get back to that refraction on that bendy crane you want to talk about. If you want. If not, we can't say that for sure. And you would agree with me that Soundly's putting up some images that isn't curvature. That's refraction, right?
No.
Would you agree?
Hold on. Do you mean like the continuous? I don't know if they're power poles or something that go out to the ocean.
Do you see the curvature that happens there? And
if you follow the top, the top of them, that is the curvature. But if you look at the bottom, like where the big thick white poles are, as you can see, as it gets close. No.
So you're changing as it gets. It is. So we do have curvature, and it's not refraction. Here, let's put it up again.
Well, some of it's refraction, some of it's curvature. If you look at the bottom,
we got both. We got both. Here's the. I'll put the link. So here, this is the link to that page right there, and for context. But what we have here is two things happening at once. So we got refraction and we got curvature. So we can have our cake and eat it, can't we?
Yes.
Okay, so with the Black Swan image, we can't do that. We can only have our cake, but we can't eat it.
No, hold on. I'll go through like both of the things. Sure. So the one with power poles, poles, looking at the top of the power poles, as you follow the top of them, you see it curves downwards.
Yes,
that is the Earth. That's the Earth curving away. But if you follow the bottoms of the poles, you see as it gets to where the horizon is, it's kind of becomes weird and distorted. That's because of refraction. So that's just the air,
Oh, so the top, you say the top, it looks like we have curvature, but the bottom is refraction.
Because
is that what you're saying?
Kind of.
Are you sure?
The tops of the poles, as they curve away, obviously anything that goes over too far of a distance through air, there will be some kind of refraction distortion.
So you're saying distance gives that refraction distortion?
Is that what you're saying? Through atmosphere.
Okay.
Depends what the atmospheric conditions are.
Is there more distance between the poles that are closer to us and then the ones that are farther away? There would be more refraction. Would it matter if they're on the top or the bottom? Or does it matter, like you said, on the top when you would see something bending, that means it's curvature, but on the bottom it's refraction. Is that correct?
No, at the bottom, the closer it is to the lower. If you have two things that are both that distance, say the horizon is 8 miles away, and you have one of these power poles that is on that horizon, the bottom of it would be quite like a bit distorted because of refraction, but the top, being a bit further away, is distorted less, and that's just because of how refraction works.
Okay, so refraction works only at the bottom, not at the top.
Not only at the bottom, but it's more prevalent. Refraction's always there, but it only gets to an extreme where you can see it. Only a little bit.
So it works at the top too of that, or just the bottom, or is it just distance? What are we working with here? Distance, elevation. What makes refraction more prevalent? What makes it so that we can see refraction? You're saying at a distance, the higher you go, the less refraction. Like, so the tops of those poles aren't going to get refraction. They're going to get curvature of the Earth. And the bottom is where we're going to see the heavy refraction. Is that right?
I'm really confused.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just really repeating kind of like what you're saying, because to us, we know that it's not curvature, right? And then, of course, we show people these things and they side with one or the other. Like Soundly wouldn't say what you're saying. He doesn't say that. He says this is definitely curvature.
If this was on a flat plane, you could see the top of the poles and the bottom of the poles. As they go further along, they would get closer together and then meet at the horizon.
See, this is the thing. We understand that you guys have a need for saying if this was on a flat Earth, but we're not talking about that. See, the claim at hand is that the Earth is curving away at a set set metric. So it has to be curving according to the claim. And according to Soundly, he's taken some images of this specific phenomena. So definitely curvature, right? But now you're saying it's refraction and curvature, which is new. I haven't heard it like this. But you can go ahead and you can, say it the way you're saying it and stick to your guns, because what I'm going to do is take this argument that you're saying, Rice, and then put it in front of other. See, I like to do that. With the people that come in here that are explaining things to me, I'm like, well, this guy disagrees with you, and his name is Rice. And he says, you got refraction at the bottom and curvature at the top of these poles. So now you who say that this all demonstrates curvature are going to have to explain that to me, because Rice sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and you are wrong. So I'm doing this all the time. Now, there's the other side of the coin where people say it's completely refraction, has nothing to do with any curvature, right? Because they're looking at bendy cranes on the Black Swan image, and that's really convenient, right? To make it just refraction only when it suits them, because it's easy for them to say that so that they don't have to lay claim to anything, and just kind of keep it loose where it's refraction, it's curvature, it's refraction, it's curvature, it's optical, it's physical. You know what I mean? There's never really anything they settle on. But I'm glad somebody actually settled on something. Or do you want to change your mind again, Rice? It's up to you.
I have no idea.
Optical.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I know. Well, see, here's the thing. People with they think that the Earth is a globe. They come to this point where they're agreeing that it's refraction. And now I thought you were certain that it was all refraction. And see, those
I'm
cranes.
not saying it's all refraction.
Oh, it's not. Oh, so you're in the middle, kind of, right? It can be both at the same time.
I feel like this is two different things.
I think you're mixing them up.
Completely lost at the moment as to.
I know it's a little confusing, but what we tend to do is try to give these two images as examples: Soundly's bendy poles, and then we got bendy cranes on the Black Swan image. But we would get two images. On the one hand, it's all refraction with the Black Swan, and on the other hand, Soundly's image says it's only curvature. He doesn't say refraction. He says this is the Earth's curvature. You, on the other hand, are kind of inputting something else on top of what he said, making it refraction and curvature. And that's a little bit more different than how he exclaimed it. So I'm kind of like, well, if you got the beat on what's going on, you tell me, because he's the one explaining this, and now you're giving a new take on what's going on here. So I just want to be sure that because I'm going to take this information and kind of, hammer it home with them. I'm like, no, you guys are wrong. It isn't curvature. It's refraction.
Wait.
And it's curvature.
I'm confused as to what images are which that we're talking. So hold on. We've got the Black Swan, which is the lake in Canada, right? We've got
Here, let's throw up. You guys, can you post the Black Swan image again?
Because there's three images that I'm seeing, and I keep switching between because I'm not sure which one we're talking about.
It's a little confusing, right? And that's my apologies. The gentleman sometimes put a bunch of images for context, but let's sending everything. Cool. Let's break it down. Let's take it a little bit slower. Can anybody put the Black Swan image up? It don't matter who it is. I'll put Soundly's image first. Once again, this is me.
17 past the hour is the
just the image. Just the image only, not the video. Just for his mind to wrap around what we're discussing.
You said someone send the Black Swan image.
Yeah, so let's
there's now two images here.
Yeah, let's not post anything for right now, just so that we won't confuse Rice here. All right, so I posted
Virgo, Timbo, Endless, stop.
Yeah, hold on, Haas. 1 second, guys. Let's not. Yeah, we're gonna confuse the gentleman. Let's not do the little. All right. So you see the image that I posted, Bryce?
Wait, what's your username? Hold on, I'm not sure how.
Miggy, Miggy.
Yeah. All right. Yes, the one with the power poles, power lines.
Correct.
All right. We'll stay on that one for the time being. Oh wait, no.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you said the two images, so we're just using two only. So the one Tim put up. It's right underneath mine. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, now that's the Black Swan image.
I thought the Black Swan was the lake in Canada.
I don't know which one you're talking about.
Hold on, I will.
Lake Ontario? No, that's not the Black Swan.
You said the two platforms, so this is the Black Swan image that has the two platforms. Maybe you're getting where they were at incorrect. Let's say.
Hold on 1 second. All right. So this is the one I'm going to send the one that I thought you were saying with the Black Swan image, because
Go ahead.
Oh wait, it won't let me send. Hold on. Am I not allowed to send images?
You should. You have the globe Earth roll.
If you can't, you can always just message it to me and I will post it.
If not, I'll give you the link's permission, or the Globe Earth role should have done it for you. We're in live stream voice text, right? To be sure.
Yes. Live stream voice text.
Yep.
But it's not letting me send any images.
All right. Try again. I just gave you the perms to do so.
Yeah, here we go. Right, so this one here. Just waiting for it to send. Yeah. So that one says Black Swan on it. So that's what I thought you meant by the Black Swan image.
No, I'm not talking about that one. But either way, I think within context that could be something, because you said it was refraction.
We'll ignore that one for now. We'll go back to the power lines and the oil rig.
Yeah.
Or the oil platforms.
Cool.
All right. So the power lines. Yep. Following the top of the power lines, you can see them slowly curving downwards.
Okay.
That is the
curvature
curve of the
or refraction? So it's curvature.
No, that's the curve. That's the curve that is demonstrating that. If you follow the bottom, it also starts curving down, as you can see, but then as it gets to the very end, it kind of starts distorting. That distortion there, that's refraction. So that's like a mirage. That's the same thing.
It's not curvature then, for sure.
No, it is.
It is? I thought you said it was refraction.
The refraction is the only part here that you can see that is refracting is at the hold on, I'm gonna save this image and then circle it.
Yeah, circle it.
Right.
You circle on the image where you think refraction's happening and circle on the image where you think curvature is happening. And then post that image in the live stream voice text. So that we can all see what you mean.
Yeah.
It's strange because they don't ever say that. They always say that this is curvature definitely that we're seeing throughout. So it's interesting. You have a new take on it. Well, we're going to bring it up to them for sure.
That little part that I've...
Go ahead.
That little part that I've circled, that weird distortion there, that is refraction. That's a mirage.
And they see that's curvature. They see that's curvature.
No,
but go ahead.
That little bit there, that's a mirage that's caused that. But following the top, there's no refraction happening along the tops of the poles. Eventually, it does get far enough away that it kind of blends away, and I'm not sure what's happening there because there's another big tower. But up until that point, if you follow the tops of the towers, that is the curve of the Earth.
Okay, but look at the now. If I could have your attention to the legend right at the bottom of that image, do you see that legend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the curvature of the Earth begins right where we see that where you circled. That's why you can't see anything past that because it's the curvature. Now you just said
you can't see past that because of refraction.
Well, no, I'm telling you, this is the way they explain it to us. I know what you're saying, but they're telling us that you can't see anything beyond that because the curve is obstructing the viewer from seeing beyond that curve. And he has a little legend on the bottom. So you're actually talking against what he's saying. You know what I mean? On this particular instance, you're actually saying contrary to what he's saying. And he's a glober, 100%. He doesn't think the Earth is flat. So he's saying that it's curvature, and that's why we get this. Because the whole image from the bottom of the pylon to the top is because that we're seeing the curvature of the Earth. Now, you, on the other hand, you're saying at the bottom, we have refraction, and at the top, we have curvature. That's a new take on this conversation, which I'll allow it because it's new. I haven't heard this. So we're going to make a note of it. If anybody's listening right now, Rice is saying that is definitely refraction at the bottom and it's curvature at the top. I, on the other hand, would disagree and say that if it was curvature, it would be throughout the whole image. It would be top and bottom if it was, right? I don't believe that's the case. I think that it is an optical phenomena that is taking place between the observer and the furthest pylon. So what we're seeing is definitely an optical phenomena, but you're stating that the optical phenomena that you see at the bottom ends somewhere in the middle, and then at the top it becomes actual curvature, where we don't state that. We say throughout the whole image is an optical phenomena at the far distance because there's a heavy distortion in the air. So we would say the distortion that you're seeing and that point where you circled, if you go upwards, it's still the air is still distorted. you're not going to get less distortion. You'd have the same amount of distortion because you're still close to the ground level. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And yeah, so we don't say that curvature or, you could say that things clear up as you get to the top. We'd say from that whole image, it would be completely optical phenomena. It has nothing to do with like specific curvatures as stated. However, Soundly, on the other hand, would be saying from top to bottom, it is definitely curvature you're seeing because he put a legend on the bottom left-hand side stating what he means. So that's why I'm saying it's a new take on this image. You are basically saying you can have refraction and curvature. Now,
yeah,
that's just based on the images, right? Just so that you can have something to chew on. And going towards the other Black Swan image, which, if you want to, it's the one that Tim put up in the chat. If you can see it, it's like two oil platforms.
Yeah, the two platforms. Yeah. So,
and have you seen this one before?
Which one are you sending it now?
No.
Tim, the oil platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the one that I was shown before.
Right.
Last time I was here, like an hour and a bit ago. I was shown this one and I was asked why the horizon looks like it's behind both oil platforms, even though this picture was taken with the camera only about a foot off above the water, which means the horizon should only be about a mile away. And yet we see the horizon behind things that are 6 and 9 miles away.
Right.
So the reason we see that water is refraction.
Okay, so you're saying that no time can we see the curvature of the Earth, the leading edge of the sphere.
No, you can't. You can't see any. You can't see the curvature here because it's too small of a scale, I guess.
What?
It's too small of a scale.
Well, yeah, looking at this image, you can't. I wasn't asked about like where the curvature is or anything. I was just asked why is the horizon behind these two platforms.
So it's too small of a scale to see curvature. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Well, and it depends what you mean by see curvature. You can't see the curvature, but by looking at this image, it makes it look like it's not round because the horizon is behind these two oil platforms.
Right. In the oil platform image, where do you think the curvature of the Earth is? In your estimation, where would you put the Earth curvature?
What do you mean where the curvature is?
Yeah. Is there a place where we? Well,
no, you can't see curvature in this image.
Well, here's what I'm saying. Okay, so when people use analogies, and I'll bring one to your mind just for reference. Have you ever seen a basketball before?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sound redundant, but like for the case of this analogy, you've seen one before, right?
Yeah.
When you're looking across the surface of it, let's say if you're at eye level, looking probably at midway through the basketball, you could see the top of it. You would say you can definitely see the curvature of that basketball, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. It's physical. You can put a little toothpick. You can put like a little toy soldier on top, and you can say that toy soldier stopped standing at the apex of that curvature, right? I mean, we would agree with that, right? Or no?
Well, a sphere doesn't really have an apex of curvature because it's curved everywhere. There is no point that is the most curved.
Right, but from your point of view, right? If you're standing in a far distance away from whatever, then it would seem that way. Apparently, it would seem that the toy soldier is standing on top of the ball on that basketball. That's just how we would say it if we were speaking that way. Okay, viewing something, you would say that apparently it looks like the toy soldier standing on top of the basketball. It's on the leading. We call that the leading edge of that sphere, right? So anything beyond that, the toy soldier, if you moved it a little bit further behind that curvature, it would start to become obstructed by the curvature of the basketball. Does that make sense? Are we still okay?
Yeah, I'm with you.
And the further back you can put that toy soldier, he's going to be tilting backwards, and then he's going to start becoming invisible because now you can't see him anymore. He's totally behind the curvature where at once you would see him, now you can't. The physical basketball is obstructing your view from seeing that toy soldier.
Right.
That's pretty logical. It's common. It follows. I mean, the analogy there. Well, the Earth is physical, right? You stand on it, you see water. Water's physical. There's physicality. So you would say, well, that makes sense. All right. So now we're going to actually put this analogy and the demonstration of what we're talking about to the test. Now we're going to say, okay, we got some physical Earth in the way. Physical, right? So not optical, physical. So now how boats going over the curve are going to disappear. So on the one hand, you say we don't see curvature, and I'm telling you that people say boats go over the curvature. It's a physical obstruction in the viewer's view where he's trying to see something in the far distance. You agree, right? Yeah. Okay. So we definitely see Earth's curvature, and I'll give you an example, right? So let's see if I'm going to make your case just a little bit stronger so that you can have something to stand on, and versus, because I don't like wishy-washy. I don't like that. I like some people to stand firm on what they're saying so that we can get to the point, right? Give me a second here. I'll post something so that you can see for context. Bear with me. Okay. And live stream voice text. I just posted something for context. Do you see that, Bo?
Yeah, it disappears from the bottom up.
Is it going behind curvature, Earth's curvature?
Yes.
And you would be 100% certain that that's what that is, curvature, right?
That's the boat going below the curve. Yes, below the horizon.
We have curvature, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so now I don't want to put you in a tailspin just yet because I want you to be certain. And but what I mean by that is because this can get a little confusing. All right, so we are seeing the bottom up. We would say, as far as globe people would assume that this is definitely not refraction. This is absolutely the Earth's curvature that's happening, right? Just like I told you the toy soldier on the basketball, as you move the toy soldier back, he would disappear behind a physical obstruction. Now you would say this is physical obstruction. We cannot see the boat because the Earth is physically in the way and we can't see the boat any longer. Is this correct?
So you're saying the boat disappears from the bottom up, but refraction should let you see it for longer than you do?
No. I'm just stating basically what the globe Earth is saying and what you agree with. This is absolutely physical obstruction. This is nothing to do with anything but the Earth getting in the way of that boat and you seeing that boat.
You can see some atmospheric distortion. With like how wobbly the water is.
And eat it. That's all I'm saying is we can't have our cake and eat it. When you see the toy soldier go behind a boat, it's definitely going behind the toy soldier going behind the basketball. Then you say for certain that toy soldier is out of my view because the basketball is in the way. The same for the physical Earth obstructing your view from the boat. It's the physical Earth getting in the way of your vision from seeing the boat.
Yes.
Okay, so we would say, in your opinion, right, that this is definitely Earth curvature in the way of the boat.
Yes.
Are you sure?
The Earth's curvature is blocking your view of the boat.
Are we certain?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I want you to have a stance on this because it's important, right, for further discussion. When you analyze this yourself and pour yourself over this again, it'll give you a better understanding of what we talk about. Okay, so now let's go back into the image that Tim just posted, right? Because we're going to break it down now. Okay, so this image, or it's a GIF, excuse me, it's not an image, it's a GIF. So the GIF that he just posted is of Skunk Bay, and it's of an observation of a peninsula in the far background.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that GIF, Rice?
Yes, and it's all distorting because of atmospheric refraction.
Oh, absolutely. Now, the reason why we're seeing this, right, we all know. Now, what is true from this time-lapse footage? Is it true that is refraction happening, or is it true that the water is undulating up and down, and the peninsula is actually shifting like the sand? And
it's the temperature. It's the temperature of the air and the density of the air which changes how the light reaches your eyes.
Okay, so we would definitely say that is not Earth's curvature or any other phenomena like the Earth undulating. We wouldn't say that. That's pretty absurd for us to, as logical humans, to say that that's what's going on.
That wiggle, the wiggly, distortion-y stuff, that's because of atmospheric refraction, yes.
Okay. So, do you think that we could make assumptions that it's Earth curvature at any point? You and me.
How far away is it from the camera?
Well, that's the thing. We don't have any distance demarcations to actually understand like the distance. There is no distances. You can actually look it up. What I'm saying is, for the context, we're not going to put a distance to it because that boat is a certain distance away from the observer, but it could be anywhere from 6 to like 15 miles in between that range, and this peninsula could be in that range as well. Excuse me, but what we're doing here is actually breaking down the fact that these atmospheric refraction phenomena is a thing. It is reality. It's what we observe. If we're using
atmospheric refraction does happen, yes.
Okay. And could a snapshot? Let's say I took a snapshot at every 30 seconds during this GIF. Do you think that snapshot would be something different in that photo that I would take every single time, every 30 seconds? Like my image would look like something different.
It would look different every 30. I mean, if you're in an area that does a lot of, like, this area is probably quite windy, which is why there's so much wiggle. Not because of the wind, but the wind moves if there's a hot patch of air and the wind blows into it, it'll move, right? So that's why it changes. If you're somewhere that's really, really not windy at all and and the air doesn't move, then it'll look the same every 30 minutes. So this area has a lot of atmospheric movement.
Okay. So what we've gathered so far is the atmospheric refraction. Now, on the top of that image where the Skunk Bay GIF that was posted, right? We're just speaking of the same GIF. The top of that where the white line looks like things are shifting still. You see that the tree where the white line is in the very top? There's two lines. There's one that's going across the middle, and then there's another one at the top. Do you see the one at the top? And we can see the trees looking like they're kind of wobbly. The far background. Look at how it's shifting in the background.
This actually relates to the thing that I was saying before. So you notice how the bottom line, things wiggle around that line a lot more than they do the top one, right?
Yeah.
So the further away it is from the Earth, the less it wiggles.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
But look, but here's the thing though. We still have distortion happening at the top. So now we got a conflict of understanding with what you were exclaiming. I'm showing you evidence that it's to the contrary. So I'm showing you that yes, you can have images being distorted even at the top. So let's get back to even Soundly's image, right? Because you're saying one certain thing that no, you can't have refraction happening at the top, when this time-lapse footage is actually denouncing every instance of what you're saying, that it can be curvature at the top where there isn't any distortion. But as we see here, there is.
Well, it depends what at the top of mean. Obviously, like at the top of an image is different things. If you tilt the camera upwards, both of those lines would be closer to the bottom. If you tilt it down, they'll both be further up. How far up the image it is says nothing about how far away it is from the water.
But see, now we're cherry picking, right? We're trying to figure a way how this isn't possible. But what we see is from the camera's angle, right? It's looking straight on. At the camera's angle, at the top of the camera, like the image of where we can see the top, distortion is still happening for sure. And to negate that is to start becoming disingenuous about the information, right? Because we're being honest about what's going on here. However, if your mind is starting to think about other ways to solidify your point, then you're starting to become disingenuous and saying that no, you have to agree with what reality is providing you versus what you think in your mind is happening. So let's go back again to Soundly's image, because I think I'm going to make sure that I post everything in context for you so we don't lose track. We can't lose sight of what the conversation's about. This is important. All right, let me go ahead and play Soundly's image. Give me a second. All right, so here we go. Did it post? Yes, it did. All right, so let me go ahead and delete this one. Just based on Soundly's image, the one that I posted. Do you see it?
Yes.
We got to stay within our context. Okay, so we just finished viewing Skunk Bay, and we saw a peninsula in the background, and from the cameras looking. So Soundly was looking straight on, right? He was looking straight on. Same thing. Same kind of thing. He was looking straight off to the horizon. The camera's view and all that. There isn't any difference from what we would say refraction would be happening from the top to bottom. That is our position. We would say that from the Flat Earth community side. However, people from the Globe Earth start to make excuses for what's going on. We, however, tell you this is reality. Now, if Soundly was to take pictures at different times of the day, he would get a different image. Of course, we would understand that. That's how the image would look at a different time of day. That's reality. It happens that way. So this is basically a like you, as you would put it, refraction. And so you can't tell if something in this distorted, it would be curvature or not, because there's an optical phenomena happening. But to say that it's curvature is disingenuous, because you're not being real with. Go ahead.
The thing with Skunk Bay, right? That's a GIF or GIF, whatever. This is a still image. And if you look at Skunk Bay and stop on any one of those frames, say, I'll send one. This is just one of the frames, right? If you stop on this frame and you look at those trees, they still look tree-shaped. But if you look at the houses or buildings, you see how squished and weird and distorted they are. If you were to make this video of the, Lake Pontchartrain? If you were to take that and instead of having one single image, you were to make it a GIF, you would see the top of the power lines wiggling a little bit, and at the bottom it would be wiggling a lot. The closer you are, the more distortion there is. So that's more likely that in one particular frame, you would have distortion. You just finished saying that it would be, Rice, you just finished saying it would wiggle a little bit. So you're lending credence to the fact that refraction could be taking place at the top as well, even just a little. But it's a lot stronger at the bottom.
It doesn't negate the fact that it's still happening.
When I said no at the top, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, you go.
No, I'm just saying, if you're saying that there isn't any refraction happening at all at the top, none whatsoever, you could lend your point a little bit more weight, but it's starting to take away from it now that you're saying there is, because you were certain at the bottom there is definitely refraction, at the top there isn't any. It's all curvature. Bottom.
When I said that, I thought we were just talking about this one still image. I tried to say that before, and I said yes, there is refraction at the top. But it's not to a point, like if you look at this image and you look at the top of them, you wouldn't see any distortion because it's not much. But if it was a GIF, it would. When I said that there's no distortion at the top, I meant that there's no discernible distortion at the top.
Oh, my bad.
On this one
I didn't
image.
understand. So now what we're saying, right, Rice, is that you can have refraction throughout the whole image. It's just not a lot. Right? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it's the only spot where it's really significantly noticeable is that spot at the bottom that I circled. It is everywhere else, but most of the rest of the image, it's hardly enough to notice.
Okay, but it's still happening, right?
But it's still happening, but only a little bit. If you were to put it in GIF form, you would notice.
So what we're doing is refractions creeping upwards. We started with certainly refraction at the bottom, not any refraction at the top. Now refraction's creeping upwards, and now it's all the way at the top, just a little bit. So Soundly still would stand on his 10 toes and say it's all curvature. You're crazy. So now we're actually getting you to look at what we're saying, that it is an optical phenomena. Even if you disagree with like it being, that the Earth's not curving, you still would say that it's an optical phenomena and throughout the whole image, just not a lot at the top, but it's still optical phenomena happening.
Yes. But that amount of refraction at the top isn't enough to explain that huge drop at the top of the power lines. That huge drop isn't refraction. There is refraction there, but it's nowhere near enough to create that big of a curve.
I'm glad you said that. So now that you're standing on 10 toes and you made your point, now went back and forth, the Black Swan, we went to the Skunk Bay, and now you've come to the conclusion that it is definitely refraction throughout the whole image, just not a lot at the top. So now what we're going to need from you, because this is complete, like we're in new territory here, guys. So now what we need is we're going to need to know how you came up with this, because you're standing on a claim, my good sir, and the claim needs to be supported with plenty of citations or any way, or is this Rice's perspective, his idea, his understanding?
What claim are you telling me? What claim are you telling me I need to?
Okay,
prove?
so let's review, right? Let's review. We started with refraction definitely at the bottom, none at the top, and then we shifted to like, oh, that's not what I meant. Now it's refraction throughout, just a little at the top and a lot at the bottom. So what we need from you is to give us some way so we can verify what you're saying is true, and then it's not just something you made up on the spot right now because you're trying to save your argument.
What argument are you trying to get me to save? Because my view hasn't changed. I know the whole time.
Yeah, your perspective that refraction is happening a lot at the bottom, a little bit on top, and that it's still curving. Because there's a couple of things you got to support here. You're saying it's still curving, but we still got refraction heavy at the bottom, light at the top. Now, I need to know where you're getting this from, if you just made this up on the spot, or if you're citing a source, like you're actually, look, I read it over here. Pull that source out, put it in Livestream voice text so we can all see, we can peer review what you're saying. Or is this something that you just made up just so that you can save your argument?
You want me to send something? You want me to send something that proves that at the bottom, closer to
that supports your argument? Everything you said, a lot of refraction at the bottom, little bit at the top, and it's still curving.
All right.
So it's something that supports your argument, not Soundly's, which is it's all curvature.
This GIF that I've pulled off, this chat actually is exactly where I got it. You can see very clearly that the lower line, there's a lot more distortion there than at the top, which is exactly what I said you would see in the image. If you were to pause this GIF on any one frame, at the top, it would look normal, but at the bottom, it would look distorted, which is exactly what you see in that line of the power poles. At the top of the power poles, it looks very normal, but at the bottom, it looks wiggly.
Rice, it doesn't look normal at the top of that Skunk Bay one, if we're being honest. Look at how it wiggles. Look, everybody can see this. You included. Everybody can see how the top is wiggling. It doesn't look normal, Rice. It doesn't look normal.
But I'm saying if you look at any one frame, so like if you scroll up a bit, if you scroll up a bit, I sent one frame, and you can see the trees there. They still look relatively normal. Like you can just see that. And if I showed you only the top half, you wouldn't think that that's a weirdly distorted image. If I showed you the bottom half, you'd see the buildings, and you can tell that it's distorted.
Right. But it still looks like it's wiggling. Like I can't get away from that. So I'm being honest with you. It doesn't look. Every image is not going to look the same. That the image in the background is going to shift. So you have to. This is what I'm saying, right? So I don't know where you're citing. Like maybe just you came up with this on the spot, and I think that's what's happening here. You just came up with this new take on like what we're seeing in the far distance, as in like Rice's perspective or his citation. I'm not seeing any sources being cited. Like, where is this information coming from? Because Soundly definitely comes up with like he's siding with the Globe and what they say, and it's a lot to do with like mainstream narrative. You, on the other hand, are going a little bit off the rails on some other thing I've never heard before, and so I need you to tell me where you came up with this from. How are you saying this? What supports what you're saying? Not just what you're exclaiming right now. Where is the information, the primary source for what you're saying? Where is this coming from? This isn't what any person that believes the Earth is a globe would say. That's why I said you're contrary to those guys. I want to know where you're coming up with this information. What primary source? You know, what book? Like, point me to a website or something that says what you're saying. A lot of distortion at the bottom, a little bit on top, and it's still a globe.
The GIF that you sent literally shows a lot at the bottom, a little at the top. You sent that, and that's exactly what it shows. You can see that at the bottom, there's a lot, and at the top, there's very little.
I'm agreeing with you.
And then you're asking me, you're saying yes, but provide a source. That is my source.
No,
the thing that you sent. So if I can't use that, you also can't use it.
No. I'm
not making things up. I'm using the only things I'm using is things that you've shown me.
So you don't have a source, Rice. You don't have a source.
If I don't have a source, you don't either, because I'm using the exact same source as you.
Yeah, Skunk Bay is reality. The time-lapse footage, that's reality. I'm using what reality is providing to show you whenever you have kind of like an idea of what you think is going on. I'm like, look, this is Skunk Bay. This is a time-lapse footage. You can agree with me because that's what's happening in reality. Now, on that note, you can't say curvature is anywhere here because we see optical phenomena. This is what I'm telling you. So if you agree with me, when we look back at Soundly's image, it's all optical phenomena. That's what we're getting to. It's not curvature.
To compare. There's nothing to compare the curvature with.
Curvature, Rice.
With the power lines in the front, we're assuming that the power lines in the front are the same height as the ones in the back. With the Skunk Bay, there's nothing to compare it against. It's all on the same plane. So that you can't compare where the curvature is because there's nothing to compare the curvature to. You can't have curvature where everything's in the same direction.
You're missing it here. What we're seeing, though, happening between the observer and the far distance, right? The observer in the far distance is the most important bit here. If we're saying that it's just like you said, atmospheric refraction, a lot at the bottom, little bit at the top. These are your words, not mine.
Yeah.
So going with that, we are saying that it's atmospheric refraction and not curvature, Rice.
So
Do
hold
you
on.
understand? Yeah, no, I'm holding on.
Lots of refraction at the bottom, a little bit at the top. And so that means this is curving. No, this is going in a straight line.
No. We're saying that we can't tell that it's curvature. You're saying, or I would say Soundly is saying that it's curvature. You are disagreeing with Soundly and saying, no. I circled the bit that is not curvature. But Soundly's
I feel like this disagreement isn't anymore based on what we're looking at and more just based on personal. Because we can't really...
It is what we're looking at. No. But the thing is, your interpretation of it has become something in the way of what we're saying. And I'm agreeing with you. But what happens is you lay contradiction to the globe argument, which is fine with me. I don't care. Oh, yes, you are. You're saying that it's not curvature. It's definitely refraction. And I'm fine with that.
I'm not saying it's not curvature. It's definitely refraction.
Yeah, no, you did.
The movement.
Admittedly said it. Admittedly. So I brought it. Let me go ahead and,
is refraction.
Let me go ahead and restate. No, sir. We can't change our minds now. We're standing on 10 toes. And that means that it's refraction. So let's review, right? Because we're going to go back to this. I have to make sure that you understand everything that you're saying, just for context, because we don't want to misguide everybody that's listening to you and me right now. All right. So lots at the bottom, little bit at the top. So we got a boat right here on Livestream Voice Text, and it looks like it's going over a curve. Well, we both agree, Mr. Rice, that it is definitely refraction happening at the bottom. Interestingly enough, you agree with us. So we are not seeing any curvature. We're definitely seeing refraction. Thank you very much, Mr. Rice. You have pointed out that the Earth is not curving anywhere, and we do have definitely optical phenomena. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks,
I see what you're doing here. You're trying to get me to describe something that is such...
Congratulations. You have just disproved the globe, and everybody else heard you. So we thank you very much.
It hasn't disproved the globe. You've just taken what I've said completely out of context and twisted it until it sounds vaguely like something that proves the flat Earth.
You did it. I didn't do it, Rice. But
you did.
Everybody heard you. That was all. That's all.
Just look at the stars, guys. Just look at the moon.
I could have taken you to the radius, diameter, circumference, and asked you to provide evidence how we actually had that measured. But this was a little bit more fun for me. I want to have a little bit of fun every now and again. So sue me, you know. But yeah, this that's all there is to it. You basically kind of outed everybody else who came in here saying, "Hey, man, let me show you the Earth's curvature," and they show us these images. And I know that you wanted to side with them, but in the end, Rice, just didn't happen. It's just exactly what I'm telling everybody. You know, it's like you can't deny reality. Can't do it. When you do it, then you are very disingenuous. But you weren't. You know, you struggled a little, and then you actually just said, "You know what? It's refraction." So we all agree. So thank you very much.
You know, more than one thing can happen at once. You're trying to get me to describe something.
You did.
That's more complex than you're allowing me to use language for.
You did describe it.
Curvature. Okay, from my view, curvature and refraction can both happen at the same time. Whoa.
No, you didn't
But you're
say
saying,
that.
no, it's either one or the other, and it's not the
you
curve
didn't say that. You
because
agreed
I
that
don't
it's
think it
completely.
is.
Yeah, you agreed it's completely refraction. You said from the
Is
bottom
it?
there's a lot,
No.
a little bit at the top. Didn't you say that?
But there's also curvature.
Yeah, but didn't you say
You know,
that?
you
right?
can have both at once.
Answer my question. Are you going to be not dishonest now? Didn't you say a lot at the bottom, a little at the top? Isn't that what you said?
Yes. A lot at the bottom, a little at the top.
Thank you.
But that doesn't change the fact that you can still see the curve.
No, you said it's
That
refraction.
curve isn't caused by refraction. That curve
it's
is
not.
caused by the curvature of the Earth.
That's a nice little kind of double down you're doing, but it's fine. You admittedly said it. We're good with that. The concession has been made. It is all refraction. We're happy with that. Just
I'm going to assume you're not trying to be condescending and you just generally don't understand what I've actually said. I can tell by the language you're using. I can hear the language that you're using, that you're clearly trying to make me seem bad. I've been trying to be respectful this whole time.
You said
But
you're
you're
saying
not.
this.
No, you're saying.
This is rubbing
I'm
you the
not.
wrong way because you.
Rice, we like you. You're a good sport.
You're a good guy, man.
I feel like we need to start this again so that I can actually state clearly so you can't try and take things out of context for what I'm saying.
Man, you told me everything. I was just listening to you tell me exactly what needed to be said, which is exactly what we say. You're agreeing with all the flat earthers in here, and you did a great job doing it. But I had to walk you through the understanding, show you some things in reality, and have you see it for yourself so that you could be honest in the conversation. Had we started in a different place, you would have been disingenuous, and I didn't want that.
I've got a question for you.
You helped me, and you got to the same. We arrived at the place we should have, and that's all that really matters now. Is that how you deal with that information yourself? So long as you don't.
By your logic, this doesn't prove the round or the flat. It proves nothing.
Okay, you can say what you want at this point. We've already finished the discussion, so I mean, you can say you want.
I'm going to argue like someone who argues not very well. What if the poles get smaller as they go down? Exactly, right? What if the poles go smaller as they go down? What if that's just how they? What if there's no distortion and that's just how the poles are built? The poles are built with that weird little white
what are we talking
curved
about, right?
shape at the
Talking
bottom.
about Townley's image. Well, we've already.
The power lines. The power lines.
Yeah. Why are we talking about stuff we've already? The discussion is pretty much done.
Well, it's not over because you haven't actually understood. You've misrepresented what I've said and then claimed that it's wrong.
Misrepresented yourself. I didn't do it. I just asked you what you would see in this, and you said a lot at the bottom, a little bit at the top. That's what you said.
All right. Can I try and explain this image in a way where you can't take it out of context?
Brother, listen, I want to tell you, I've listened to you say, be confused. I self-admittedly say we're so confused. So it's nice to hear you now get through the confusion, and it seems as though Miggy's walking you through the evidence has led to you not being confused anymore, which I think is a good thing.
Right. That's all I was saying. You're not confused anymore. That's good.
I'm not confused because I understood what you were trying to present as your... That wasn't me confused about what's reality. That was me confused about what you were trying to present. And that was me trying to have a genuine understanding of what point you were trying to make. And once I understood it, then I can counter it. I'm not going to try and counter a point I don't understand because I don't misrepresent. I will wait until I understand what you're saying before I dispute it instead of assuming what you're trying to argue.
Okay.
Right, but touching on what you said literally 45 minutes ago, because I've been listening for about 45 minutes, you literally were like, I'm so confused when you're trying to explain the difference between curvature and refraction and what was actually happening in the images you were presenting. So the fact that Miggy was able to kind of guide you through your own confusion, now you're at a place where you can understand where you're at and now try to explain. But please understand that the things that you were confused by are the exact same things that we were confused by, which led us to this place. So it's not a bad thing to say that you're confused by the own evidence that your people present to you.
I wasn't confused about what you think I was confused about. I wasn't sure what point he was trying to make. It's not like I wasn't sure what was going on in the image. I look at this image and it makes the power lines and it makes complete sense to me. If you follow the thick pillars near the water, you follow them, and as they go near the horizon, they start to look a bit weird and distorted, and that's probably not what they actually look like. That is refraction. That is heavy refraction distorting it. Don't interrupt. Let me finish. If you follow the tops of the power lines, there is no point where it looks distorted, because any distortion that you'd see is so small that on any one still image, you wouldn't be able to tell. You can still see, even if there was more wobbliness at the top, you can still see it clearly going downwards. That's not refraction causing that. There is refraction up there. There is refraction up there. But it doesn't cause that shape. Refraction doesn't do that.
Or there isn't
refraction causes refraction, like in the GIF you sent me, makes it wobble. It doesn't change the whole trajectory of the line.
I know, but is there refraction or is there not refraction? I don't know. What are we? Are we confused at the top if there's refraction or there isn't any? Like, yes or no? Is there refraction at the top?
There is refraction, but not to a point where you can tell in the still image.
Well, see, I didn't.
But there is technically refraction there, but not to a point you can tell.
You're upset with me because I'm just admittedly saying that you're agreeing that there's refraction happening at the top and at the bottom, just more at the bottom, a little bit at the top. Okay, we're in agreement with all the flat earthers.
We agree. Yes, we agree. There's more at the bottom, less at the top. Yes,
right.
You with me?
But that's not what the globe Earth guys are saying. They're saying it's completely curvature. So you are disagreeing with them and agreeing with us. That's all I was pointing out to you. You're like, no.
I don't agree with anyone. I agree with what makes sense with me. I don't care what globe Earthers can say. Globe Earthers can say anything they want. That doesn't change what I believe.
I'm grateful for that. That's why we're saying maybe you're just upset because you're thinking that I'm trying to corner you. I'm just reiterating the point that you made, that you're agreeing with us. It's an optical
I'm upset because of how you're treating me.
How am I treating you? I'm actually pointing out the fact that you're.
No, you're not. You're being so condescending.
Oh, wait. Get over the feelings, man. Let's just talk.
You're saying that there's a lot of refraction at the bottom, and there's some. I'm like, thank you. That's what we're saying. You know what? Just agreeing, and you're like, I don't have to think like the other globers. I'm like, that's great. That's good, because that's how we want people to think for themselves. Also, to be honest in the conversation. But interestingly enough, you agreed with us, so that kind of made you upset because you didn't want to agree with us. You wanted to be in contrary to what we're saying, and it's not. You're actually saying the same thing. So there isn't anything
that says that the Earth spins the other way. That doesn't mean that I then believe the Earth spins the other way. If someone other globe Earthers said that this is all due to the curvature, that doesn't mean that I also believe that. I'm not in a disagreement with the shape of the Earth. I'm in a disagreement with what this one specific image is showing.
Okay.
Maybe try taking him through the 3-point takedown. Maybe that'll calm the waters a bit.
I think he's already at a heightened level. Maybe you could just take a. I don't want you to go over the edge, dude. You probably start rage quitting or something. And you're a pretty cool dude, man. So I don't think that should be the case. Yeah, I will save the 3 points or like maybe the other talking points for another day or for another time. I think until.
I need like a whiteboard or something.
It'll be an overload. It'll be way too much. You'd be agreeing with us more, and I don't want that for right now because it seems to be
Honestly,
like
I'm having fun,
agitating.
But
for you,
I need I still don't feel like I've gotten what I'm trying to say across. I need like a whiteboard or something so I can point to what I'm talking about specifically.
Sure. If you want to, I'll go ahead. Just if you want to get something out, go and get it out. I feel like we've already reviewed everything, but I mean, if you still have a point you want to.
It's a lot harder to talk like when you don't have diagrams stuff to show, or you can do is send images and say this part, that part. I personally find it a bit easier to like try and demonstrate things if I can point to things. So I'm not sure if there's a way we can do that.
I don't think on Discord has the functionality for that, but maybe you just want to draw on the image or something. I don't know. Like post it. You know.
I need to make like a few images. Hold on, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, take your time, man. We'll still be here. We'll be back after these few messages. Dun, 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 dun. Shh. What's up, everyone?
It's Saturday, man. Feeling good.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's going to be a great day.
Background noise isn't too bad.
No, I mean, I wanted to speak to the other guy that was in here. He left early too, man. I was like, damn it. Why do they gotta leave when I'm here? Anyways, I'll hang back. I'll lay in the cut, like Cuddy says. Just chilling in the cut. Until Cuddy stirs somebody else up in the lobby and they come in here.
Cuddy be cutting up them Glovers. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it.
What up, Tim? Is Tim here? Tim, are you here?
What's up?
What's going on?
Not much. Just made me some breakfast or lunch. It will be called now.
Sounds great, man. I feel like in a few I'll probably get some too. Oh, you know what? Last night I put a roast in the crock pot. Low and slow kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 14-hour simmer, so.
What cut? What kind of cut for the roast?
Chuck.
What'd you use for your base? Your seasoning? Liquid?
Well, I go au natural, man. I go just straight little bit of salt, little bit of Redmond salt.
But did you use anything for the base, like a soup base or anything?
Nuh-uh. I don't know. For me, I'm pretty simple. Pretty simple dude.
Let it simmer in its own fat.
Yeah, dude. You know what I mean?
You have any issues with it sticking to the base of the pot, though? Put like some butter in the base?
I use liners, bro.
Liner? Okay.
Yeah, if you've ever seen those like plastic liners that you can use.
Plastic in a crock pot? What about parchment?
I mean, cellophane or whatever material there be.
Okay. Just like when you're making a dog in the oven or a turkey or something like that. You wrap it in a bag pretty much and let it simmer in its own fat for 4, 5, 6 hours.
Yeah. But no, man, other than that, I'm just chilling. I do like the guy that was in here before, man, he did have that special kind of like zest to him. I was like, man, like you don't really get those often.
Oh, that guy that was talking with Wolfgang?
Yeah.
Yeah, I only entered for the end of it, but yeah, Wolfgang was carrying himself well.
Yeah, he does really well. I haven't seen Wolfgang in quite a bit. He hasn't been around.
I feel he has been around for the last month or so, pretty frequently. There was like a week or two where he was here pretty much every single night.
I haven't seen like Indio's been here this morning. I've seen him posting it. What's up, Indio? If you're listening, what's going on, bud? Haven't hollered at you in a minute. Is that electricity? What's up, dude? I haven't seen you either.
Hey, bro.
All these guys, these freaking old timers are coming in here. Yeah, you've been around since I've been around, man.
Is that I can't see who's that speaking?
That's Miggy. You forgot about me, huh? It's all good.
No, I just couldn't see your name lighting up. What's up, bro?
Nothing much, man. Yeah, electricity goes way back.
Yeah.
Hey, Spank, we got your
a year or two.
Yeah.
I think this is pretty much the only place where I can talk about flat Earth. None of my friends want to talk about it, so
you've always had that issue, man. The people around you, they don't like you because you speak flat Earth things.
I don't really speak. There's like one or two friends I've mentioned it, but no one really talks in depth about it.
Yeah, this is the hour most of the Aussies are on, right? You guys are usually on about this time.
It's 11:30 at night here. Because I know usually like midday, or you guys are asleep, the States and all that.
Yeah.
What's going on? Any flat Earth updates?
Let's see. Wasn't that Artemis supposed to take off to the moon or something, or the ISS in a few days?
Hello.
That ship
Is that
Artemis?
Hey, bro. Is that the SpaceX thing, or who's that?
I get them all confused. I think it's NASA.
Yeah, I heard about it. Some kind of new mission or something. Fucking can't wait to look at the CGI.
Okay. Can I do my images, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So this is just the original image, right?
Right.
I'll be honest. The part on the left with the really tall tower, I don't know what's going. I don't know what that is. But that wasn't part of the thing that I was trying to explain. So I've just kind of sliced it off because just ignore it. And it helped me think. So in this one, oh, hold on.
I'm going to post something I can't explain.
Image 3. So there's 2 red lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
The top red line is what I believe shows the curve of the Earth. There is a little bit of atmospheric distortion there, but it's not enough that it would change the overall shape of this curve, right?
Right.
The bottom curve, the bottom red line, also curves, which also shows the curve of the Earth.
Does it?
Wait,
or is it an optical illusion?
Just
no, he's
just
standing
wait.
on. It's maybe a
So
different argument.
I want to.
He wants to restate. You're restating what you said, right? So let's erase everything he said before, and he's going to redo this again. All right, go ahead. Right.
So this is last image.
Mm-hmm.
I've circled a little area. That area there is refracted so much that it's created like a weird, I don't know, it's like curved back on itself.
Okay.
I don't know the exact science of why it's made that exact shape.
Okay.
But that point is refracted to the point where it's not usable as a reference, like to show the shape of anything because it's so distorted, right? So ignoring that section in the circle, the 2 other lines is what I think shows the curve because they would be distorted to such a small degree that it wouldn't change that general shape, that general curve. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I want to see, because you need to test it more vigorously, I'd like to see someone shoot a laser through it and see what happens.
That would be cool.
Then you get more data.
But it's Bryce, just going back on what you're saying here, disregarding everything you said previously, right? Let's just start afresh. How about that?
All right.
So you're saying that, let me pull up your image. Yeah, thank you very much, Endless. Putting your image up there, we're looking at refraction, curvature. We're looking at curvature, refraction, curvature. Because we have curvature at the top and curvature at the bottom and refraction at the bottom. Right?
There's refraction everywhere, but the only spot where it makes any change to anything useful would be that little circle.
You're putting a wrench in the machine, man, right now.
No, I didn't. That's exactly what I said the first time. You're trying to change what I said.
Everywhere?
There's refraction everywhere, but it's to such a small degree that it doesn't change the shape to a notable amount. The only spot where it does that is that little circle that I've made.
Yeah, but doesn't refraction change the idea that you can tell where curvature is? Because it'll make the image distorted if it's everywhere. I thought it was only a lot at the bottom, a little bit at the top, but we're discarding that. Now we're saying it's everywhere.
No, I've always said it's everywhere. I've just said lots at the bottom, little at the top. There's also like the poles that are towards the closer to the camera. They will also be distorted to some degree. But like I said, it's not enough that you can tell by looking at a still image. If you were to have this as a time lapse, you'd be able to see little wiggles.
Right. So once again,
and a still image, it doesn't change it.
Listen, I'm not condescending, right? Don't take it this way. But you're agreeing with us, and we would say exactly what you're saying. The only difference is you're assuming that curvature can be involved in this somehow. But we would say that what you're thinking is curvature is just, like you said, all over refraction. So there isn't any possible means that the idea that you're assuming is just the fact that you have a biased view on it. But just like you said, refraction everywhere, a lot at the bottom, little at the top. That's fine with us. It's an optical phenomena. But you're stating that it's curvature, and it's not. It's just an optical phenomena. So once again, you're agreeing with us. There's no difference.
I disagree that refraction could create that illusion.
You're restating it in a way to kind of support a point, but like I said, you're just assuming. But because of the fact you understand reality like we do, then you would say it's an optical phenomenon taking place, that therefore it could be curvature and it might not be curvature. So you're just rolling the dice, hoping that it could be landing on curvature. But it's an optical phenomena. It's an optical phenomena overall, so you can't really know.
What is the it in it is an optical phenomena?
Well, didn't you just say refraction?
No, but what is the it? What is being distorted here? Other than in that little circle, I'm saying everything except for that little circle looks
all
normal.
Over distorted. You said it's all over distorted. What I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
All right. So this isn't something we can resolve, because I'm saying
we can't resolve
everything in the image isn't distorted to a degree that you can tell, but you're saying it is. That's not something that we can really prove. So that's not really something we can continue with.
If it's noticeable, then yeah, it's happening, right?
But it's not noticeable.
Then it's not noticeable now.
That's what I'm saying. So, okay. I get where the confusion's coming from. I'm
not repeating what you're saying. You're saying all over refraction. We know that it's happening, so it's noticeable, right? Now you're saying it's not noticeable.
It's noticeable in the tiny circle that I drew. I'm not saying it's noticeable everywhere. This is okay. I think I know where the confusion is. Okay, I know where the confusion is.
Right?
But not to a degree that we can see.
So it's happening everywhere.
But not to a degree that we can see, so you can effectively ignore it.
Yeah,
no, it's not noticeable. I'm literally saying it is not noticeable except for that little circle.
Then how do we notice that it's happening everywhere if it's not noticeable?
Refraction does.
You said refraction is there, but it's not noticeable. How do you know that it's happening if it's not noticeable?
Because refraction just happens when light travels through air. Anytime. Everything you see is refracted in some way.
Okay.
But it's so tiny, it's such a small amount that you do not notice. The only time you notice is when it's extreme, like in the tiny circle that I drew.
Bryce, that's a contradiction. If something's happening and you don't notice it, then you won't know it's happening. That's pretty simple, right?
We don't know that refraction exists because we see it. We know that refraction exists because we know how light works.
You just finished saying that at the bottom it's heavy, at the top it's light. So we do notice it.
When I say at the bottom,
yeah,
I think I need to clarify. When I said at the bottom, I meant at the bottom where they're really far away in that little circle, and then at the top, above that little circle, those power lines out there at the top, those are barely distorted, not to a degree we can see.
Then we can't say it's happening all over. You can't say that because you don't notice it.
All right, fine. We'll say it's not happening all over. It's only happening in that little circle.
I'm just stating, Bryce, that it comes to the point where you're going to have to say that you can't notice it. Then
all right, I agree. We can't notice it. We can't notice it except for in that little circle.
All right. So that's what we're going with.
But wait, what about all the other photos? Like, you just can't base your whole thing off this one photo. Like, what about all the other photos that kind of disprove the curvature formula?
Interesting, right?
That's like you're just getting hung up on this one photo, like. And again, with that photo, like, what's the observer height? How far is the distance? You know, you need all the data to make a good conclusion.
It does have a point.
starting to notice patterns.
But what do you think about all the other photos that you can see too far?
No, I'm noticing a pattern that there's so much proof that there is that it's a globe, and you send one image saying, "Oh, look, it's not," and then I disprove that, and you go, "Yeah, but you were just using one image. What about all the other ones?"
I can show
It's
you
the
like
same
10
principle.
photos at least.
And it's all the same principle.
But you said that all over refraction is not noticeable now, so it's not noticed all over the place.
More
Just
distance,
in-
no curve.
Just in the
What
bits
shape
that you're
is the
saying.
camera lens? And also, the Earth is huge. You can't notice. If you were a bacteria,
Can't notice
if you were a piece of bacteria, if you were a single bacterium
Rice,
on a
Rice,
basketball,
we
you
are
wouldn't see the
noticing it,
curve.
though. That's the issue in the image.
So you
with
can
sound.
see the curve. Oh, so you can see the
can
curve.
see it.
So there is a curve. So it's
We
a
can't
globe,
see it?
right? No, you just admitted it. You just admitted you can see a
What did I
curve,
admit?
which means there's a globe. You said you can
you're
see a
saying that
curve,
it's-
which means there is a
You're
globe.
saying that it's noticeable. You've even outlined where
No,
we could see
you
the
said
curve.
you said you can see the curve, which means it's a curved, which means it's a globe.
You drew the
Yeah,
line.
saying what you said.
Dude, hang on a minute. One sec. I've seen that same effect in a hotel, one of those long hotel lobbies. So,
oh yes, with the where
on the
like,
floor, on the flat floor.
Yes, where you know where like when you're doing like architecture or whatever at school, and you have like the single perspective point, and then all the lines that go have to fit that point.
It's called
like,
the vanishing
travel towards
point.
that point. Yes, that's the word I was trying to think of. Vanishing point.
Oh, vanishing point. Listen, I have a question for you. Back to your refraction argument. What is the definition of refraction?
I don't know. Hold on, let me Google the exact definition.
Look it up.
I don't know if I can do it.
Yeah, go ahead, Google it. Nice.
The fact or phenomenon of light, radio waves, etc., being deflected in passing obliquely through the interface between one medium and another through or another.
So my first question to
one
you
medium
is-
and another, or through a medium of varying density. Yes.
That's fine. So my first question to you is, what are your two mediums that your light is passing through in your observation of refraction?
It doesn't have to be two mediums. It also says here, which I was trying to read before you interrupted, or through a medium of varying density. And that's what I'm saying. Air is a medium of varying density, so it causes refraction.
Fine. So what is the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water that you're in the picture that you are presenting or that you're using to argue refraction? Because that is a variable that needs to be known if you're going to use it as a description to state that the Earth is in fact curved. Right? These are things that you have to use to stonewall your argument when you're going to walk into a forum like this to put your
I don't know
arguments
what
on.
the temperature of the air and water is.
You should know, though, right?
Why should I know what the air? Why should I know what the temperature of the air and water is in this one specific photo taken? I don't even know when.
Observe refraction, you must know what the humidity is in the air in order to know what kind of distortion you're going to witness in the horizon that you're attempting to see. Because again, refraction is like a veil that comes down in front of you that alters what you're looking at. Refraction does not have the ability to move objects. Let's be clear about it. Okay? The horizon stays in one place, and then refraction comes in between you and it and distorts it. Refraction is like sunglasses.
Refraction is when light doesn't take a straight line path.
Yeah, it's like sunglasses. It distorts what you're seeing. Exactly my point, my boy. It doesn't
But if
change.
something is slightly below the horizon and it's refracted, it could refract and bend
Picture
around.
is hanging on the wall, right? And I put on glasses that aren't made for my eyes. That picture is going to look distorted. Refraction is the same thing, right? Refraction distorts what you're looking at. It doesn't change what you're looking at.
I think we've reached an impasse.
Sure, we can totally reach an impasse because I've just told you quite simply that refraction is like glasses that you wear. Simply put, I didn't have to lily pad or anything like that. I simply took everything that you've been saying for the last 45 minutes, wrapped it up, and said, it's like sunglasses that you wear.
That's way oversimplifying refraction, but sure.
Friends, you guys actually reached an agreement.
Yeah, light wiggles.
You both agree that optical effects alter the nature of what you see. There you go. We already all know that. So if you see a curved image, does that mean it's a curved object? Not necessarily.
That
need more information.
Thank you for jumping in. Hey, appreciate it.
It can It can bend around, so something that's below the horizon can look like it's above the horizon because of refraction.
Buddy, we are telling you that if a picture is hanging on the wall, it's still hanging on the wall. If you put on glasses that aren't made for your eyeballs, right, you're not going to see that image well. That just means that you need to change your glasses, i.e. change your refraction so that you can see the image better. The image hasn't moved. It's just that the quality of the image has changed. Do you understand that?
I think so.
I think to be able to get like a definite, refraction and the water temperature and the air temperature, like really you would have to know like every 10 meters what the air temperature and water temperature is, which is pretty hard to do.
And here's the surprise, right? By eliminating that as a variable and stating that you're willing to observe the item in the distance, and whatever happens, but you know for a fact that that object is in the distance. That's a constant. The only variable that you can introduce into that observation is the air quality between you and the object that you're looking at, i.e. change the distance to you and the object, or change the air quality between you and the object. But the object still stays in place. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so...
But it can be below the horizon, and refraction causes it to be visible, despite the fact that it is below the horizon.
Right, fine. See, what the guy earlier said, in order for you to be sure, you'd have to have readings of the entire span of the distance to be able to validate that that's what's happening. But yes.
Air is not uniform, correct?
Irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. Can I finish? Air is not uniform, right? Do you agree that air is not uniform? It's not the same temperature and pressure everywhere, right?
That's why you need a reading every 10 meters, every 20 meters. You need a reading of some sort.
You going to answer the question or no?
Yeah, that's what I agree with you. That's what I'm saying.
Even if it's at the same elevation, say 1 meter above sea level, if you stay that 1 meter above and travel along, the air temperature and pressure will change. Yes?
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Every 10 to 20 meters, you'll need a reading.
You don't need a reading to know that it changes.
But what the hell? That's why you need the reading, because it changes.
That's like saying that every time you have to talk to me, you have to ask if I speak English.
All right, so what you're claiming is that that the atmosphere is anisotropic, non-homogeneous. That's your claim?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it means it's constantly in flux and never doing the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool story. Now what?
So light that travels through it, because it's varying densities, it'll take a not directly straight line path.
Okay, cool story. Now, what type of density causes refraction?
Every density. So when you're closer, all right.
False.
All right.
False.
You're very
okay.
mature.
So how would
I'm
you?
I'm just going to keep saying false. I'm going to keep saying false until you ask me why it's false.
Why is it false?
Let me speak. It's false because the correct answer is varying optical density. Optical density is not the same as physical density.
What's optical density?
So you're wrong. Well, okay, if you don't know what optical density is, then you have no business keep talking about refraction anymore until you go learn it.
Can you tell me what it is? Because I might know it and I just haven't heard it by that name.
Dude, it's essentially a type of density which has to do with light passing through an object, not just its mass.
It's
versus
a type
its volume
of density
area.
that has to do with light.
Correct. So, for example, an object could be more physically dense, but have less optical density than another.
Right. So, like glass and water. What's denser, glass or water? I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
so, like glass and water.
Yeah, exactly.
One might be denser, but one might
refract more.
Okay, I do get what you mean. So optical density is like measuring how fast light travels through it. But that quite closely correlates to the density. Denser things tend to have light travel through it slower, but that's not a hard rule. It's just roughly, right?
Right. So a mere claim that two strata have a differing physical density because you know that isn't the same as saying they have a definite differential in optical density.
But it's okay. So it's all air.
You can't just say I have a differing density, therefore refraction, and it's going to produce the results I want. Okay, what the homeboy was saying
I'm not
earlier.
saying that. I was going to explain what
I know
kind of
that.
refraction
I know
you would
that.
have. It's not about photon.
You have certain type of refraction.
So
but you have to track that from the point all the way to the end.
I will, if you let me finish.
Okay,
the lower
just
you
say you're
are,
viewing.
the denser your hair. Air, right? So the higher up you go, the less dense the air. Yes?
Yeah.
Right? And light travels faster through less dense air, right?
Yeah.
And so as light travels, hold on, wait, I sent an image before, I'll send it again. So as the light goes through, it curves downwards, right? So in these examples, it's like the star C, as it goes into denser and denser air, it'll curve downwards. Obviously, this is like, air isn't strict density levels, it's continuous. It's a gradient, so that curve will be a lot smoother, right? That still applies even if the object, say C star, if that's within the horizon, it'll still curve downwards to the point where something can be below the horizon but still technically be visible. Well, not technically, it is visible.
But that image is showing a straight line curved. So what if that's the same thing we're seeing here? It's actually straight and flat, but we're seeing it curved.
Can I correct him on something?
Okay.
Wait.
Do you see where the C is, right?
Yeah, straight line.
So that's where it actually is. C prime, I think that's
the dotted
prime,
line.
That's where it looks like it is.
Guys, wait. He said that light propagating through air, when it's a denser air, it will curve downwards. Can you show?
When it's denser, it curves downwards. When it changes through the density.
Listen. Can you show a demonstration of light curving downward towards the ground when it's propagating through the air?
I thought that was just like a common.
I mean, I know you can imagine. I know you can imagine it's curving downward, but can you show in reality a demonstration of that?
Have you ever put like
for
a pencil
example,
in a glass or a knife in a glass?
No.
And you can see that it changes position.
Glass and water is a different
same
medium.
Principle.
The glass listen, the glass is one medium and the liquid water is another medium. You have three mediums you are looking through. The air, glass, and water.
Mm-hmm.
I was asking you exclusively about light propagating through air.
Yeah, so hold that point real quick. For example, we have GIFs and memes in our server all day long of lasers in the atmosphere curving upwards. So a clear demonstration that light can curve upwards.
Wait, really?
Now, you have
cool.
yes.
That sounds cool.
Yes, it's all day long, bro. Now, what homeboy over here is asking you for is the same type of evidence in the contrapositive or the exact opposite. Homeboy, whoever his homeboy is, bro. If you don't know who homeboy is, you better get with it.
What? Okay, am I homeboy or is he homeboy?
He's homeboy.
Were you asking for evidence of a downward light, dude?
I'm get beget. I was asking proof. for light curving downward.
I don't have the capabilities.
In a gas.
I don't have the capabilities to prove this to you right now through this chat.
I can.
Yeah, you do. It's called Google. Go Google it. Find a paper, an experiment, a document, a video, and post it.
Wikipedia. Can I use Wikipedia?
Well, that depends. Does it include an experiment, a document, a vetted paper, a video, photographic evidence, anything of tangible value, or just a Wikipedia article where it says, because Earth's a globe and we need the excuse of refraction to prove our point, we're just going to say it's true.
Do you understand what's being asked of you, Rice? Or no?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not good at researching things. I'm just sending images.
Rice, you haven't been knowing what we've been talking about, so that's why I'm clarifying. It's difficult because there's something specific we're asking for. And so we're not just going to take a reified idea of somebody else saying that, yeah, Earth's a globe. No, we need the demonstration of what you're claiming is happening.
Yes, I have heard him here talking to you guys.
Does he know where he is right
making
now?
the positive claim that light is coming down and it's propagating through the air. I heard him saying
where you are right now?
Yeah, he's posting an image. What is this image about, Rice? Is it in context of you demonstrating anything to us, or is it more of your concepts?
Not a concept. It's something that is a thing that happens because that's what causes mirages.
No. Hang on, Rice. 1 second. You're posting a concept. It looks like a blue ball with yellow lines going across. Has nothing to do with you demonstrating anything to us about what you're talking about. It's just you drawing lines on paint. Whoop-de-doo.
Oh, I didn't draw that. I got that off the internet.
Well, who knows where you got it from? But the point
I can draw it on paint. Hold on, I'll draw it with a flat earth.
Rice. No, I don't want you to do that. Don't do that because it's going to be a waste of everyone's time. Like as it already is. You're not providing any evidence. Rice. Pay attention.
Well, I provide evidence, and you just say no, it's not true because I don't like it.
You're not providing evidence for it. This is not evidence. It's just basically you on paint.
I don't know where to prove it.
A demonstration. Demonstration.
Just listen for the front door. I went down in the basement and there was those lockers. I jumped straight in the lockers and left my armor on. And the
Iguana.
What's up?
You hear him get close.
Mute yourself, Iguana.
Somebody's got
Mute myself.
Mute yourself, bitch.
Hot mic like 8.
No, please continue.
So, Rice, I'll just jump in real quick and say, Rice, what we're saying is, and what I was saying earlier specifically, is that refraction is not an acceptable answer for us at this point in time to even entertain why there's a potential globe model being questioned at this point in time or supported by you guys. So the follow-up question is there anything else that you have in your library of evidence besides refraction or visual phenomena, let's say, that you can maybe provide that we can go through and unpack? Like, has anybody actually measured the surface, perhaps?
Boop. You know the photos of like the ships floating?
So we're going to go back to visual stuff?
Yeah, he's been doing
well,
this.
No, we've stayed on visual stuff, but every time I explain it, you just go no.
We don't want explanations. We don't want explanations, right?
I'm attempting to ask for more evidence that you may have. It's okay. Sorry. Go ahead. I apologize, Mickey.
No, this is the issue that we've been having for, what is it, going on 2 hours now? You're not saying anything. You're just like reifying your position, saying that the Earth is a globe because look at this. And you're showing us like images from paint, whether it's by you or someone else. We're not getting anywhere nearer to you demonstrating anything. And now I'm going to let Kiwi go into his point, which he's going to talk about something else other than your images, because with those, you're trying to give us explanations and you couldn't settle on one specific thing. We went through the conversation for like, it must have been an hour and 30 minutes, you and me, and you weren't even sure on the images. So why are we going to go back to images where you're not even sure of them? So let's go to something more concrete. Let's go to demonstrations. Let's go to something you can provide. So Kiwi will take him through some other things. So not images against Rice. So let Kiwi at least get his point through.
How can you have a demonstration without the image?
It's okay. Here, Rice. Here, just a question for everybody. Forget about the image for a quick second, but specifically, do you know of anybody that's actually been able to measure the floor?
What?
The floor, the surface that we're attempting to understand better. Do you know of anybody that's actually?
I don't personally know anyone that has physically measured the curvature of the Earth. No.
Okay, and so there's no way that you're able to actually take the 3959 claimed radius and actually apply it like in real life, just to see if it's actually. Hold on, let me just finish. Hang on, let me finish my question so I can paint the full picture for you. So you don't actually know if you can take the 3959 claimed radius, mile radius, and actually apply that in real life. Is that correct?
Wait, what's the 3959? Oh, that's the radius. All right.
Yeah, in miles. Yeah. So what I'm wondering is if actually you know of a way to actually take that and test that in real life. Okay, that's cool. It's all good, dude. So that's the issue that we're having is that, and I'm gonna withdraw after this. The point that I wanted to make was, no matter our altitude gained, we always see the floor seeming to meet the ceiling. There's no deformation that shows up in the floor in the altitude gained, right? And I keep asking myself, where does this curve show up? Because again, if I look for the 3959 mile radius that they claim, I can't even find one example that actually shows a drop over that distance, which is very concerning, including observing the structures around the world. So again, my question to you specifically is there anything that you can come up with in real life that you're actually able to apply this claimed 3959 mile radius? That's cool, dude. I don't know, or silence are very acceptable answers. We appreciate you. It's just things to consider beyond just pictures and paint and things of that nature. Is there's inconsistencies that show up with the things that they tell us, and this is why we are investigating it, not just pictures. Does that make sense, Rice?
Kind of.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. Thanks for the space, V.
That's, I believe, like why geodetic surveyors, I know, I'd like to see more information from them, because, you know, that's the top gun professional, the profession who do long distance curvature, or, you know, long distance measurements. So I'd like to see more on that.
Well, geodetic surveying is interesting because the surveyors, the way that they work is they go to a local office and they get what's called a control point. And that control point is what they base their measurements off of. Now, they report their measurements, which is how the Earth is actually measured. Their elevations are noted as above sea level, LEVEL. Now, when you report things above sea level, I don't see where the quote-unquote curve shows up unless you go to the newly redefined term of level in the dictionary, which makes reference to curvy water. So I don't know. It sounds like somebody's lying or somebody's presupposing a curve, but I keep seeing a presupposed curve of all these people I talk to. An example of, and just one example is the 7/6R, and people are like, well, what's the R for? So I ask, and they say radius. And I'm like, oh, so you presuppose the radius in your mathematics.
Amen.
All right. Just let me cut in real quick, Electricity, and then you can go on. Thank you very much, everybody who's watching the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. We got 46 people watching on the YouTube live stream. We got some people in the YouTube live stream chat. Thank you very much for you guys listening in. This is a great discussion that we've been having this morning, this afternoon, this evening for you, wherever you are on this earth. Thank you very much. We have a panel of people from the Flat Earth side here for you if you want to come in and have a conversation with us. All you have to do is click the link from Nightbot on the YouTube live stream text chat, or you can go into the description and click on there. Also support Helioskeptic. This is his stream that he does for us all the time, 24/7. He's got this thing on If you want to shoot him a little love and say thank you very much for the stream, you can donate to him, and there's some links there on the live stream if you want to go ahead and do that. Anything is appreciated. Also, we appreciate if you do that. But anyways, we do have the conversation still buzzing. Everybody's in here right now. It's a great Saturday morning for people in the United States. So we're enjoying the time here, talking to people and having intellectual discussion. You guys are very much welcome to join in on the discussion, or if you have any questions about the shape of the earth, that'd be great. But thank you very much, guys. I'm going to go ahead and kick it back over to the panel. Go ahead, Electricity.
Jeez. Forgot what I was saying.
Do a little station.
I believe somebody appealed to geodesy in the sense that surveyors, etc., somehow know the shape of the earth, which would insinuate that their small portion of which they've surveyed, they could extrapolate around the entire earth. Now, that would require an assumption that the earth is something to extrapolate as a shape of form, right? Would it not? Unless they've surveyed the entire thing. Now, you could say, well, surveyor group 1 and surveyor group 2, they put their findings together, and then they could kind of figure out the shape from there, right? Well, that's not necessarily the case because they're both operating on the assumptions, right? So here we go. For my friend there that was curious about that, I posted it right here. Straight from the book. Let's see. Mathematical and Physical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1. There's the link right there if you want to go read it. And the photo straight out of the book and a quote. Okay, here it is. In spite of the fact that the surface of the earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body. Do you hear that?
So they assume.
Yep, let me continue. This law of formation, of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force of a rotating body around an axis. Now, can you please tell me where in that sentence he said comparing readings and findings and coming up with a final conclusion? Or did he say we take all our data and we shove it through a transform? Which one did he say? Keep in mind, this isn't Homo Shomo Glomo down the street, sleeping on the street corner who you gave $5 to buy alcohol because he had a sign that said, we'll tell you about geodesy for $5. Okay, this is the book, bro. This is the Physical Theories, Mathematics of Higher Geodesy.
So you're saying they get their data and then they punch it through a maths formula that presupposes round Earth.
Yep. Yes, and not only do they do that, dude, check this book out, bro. This is volume 1. Hundreds upon hundreds of pages of mathematics to take all the readings of a flat plane in an irregular form and shove it up the butt of a meat grinder so it comes out a nice globe hamburger. Look at this picture that I got posted right now. Look at this picture, dude. How can two different surveyors who are using Plumb, right, as their baseline to get level, right, from then which to create off angles, look at the freaking plumb line in this photo. Not a photo. Well, it's a photo because, a pic. There you go. Picture. Look at that plumb line, dude. How are you going to get your plumb line baselined to another person's plumb line when look at this book, dude, that tells you how to do all this. Look at that. That plumb line is curvier than old Johnny Corkscrew.
I guess my question is how far can the geodetic surveys take measurements to another point? Is it 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles? Because, then they stitch it all together. So how far can they get another reading from?
Well, dude, if they're using theodolites, right? Just look up the maximum effective range of a theodolite.
That's what I've always been saying. Yep.
These globers, dude, imagine that you could take a theodolite, put it on the east coast of America, and frickin' get the off angle to the Eiffel Tower or some nonsense like that. And that's in Paris, by the way, for you uncultured people, across the ocean, right? Because, if the Earth was flat, you could see all the way to Paris, right? And if the Earth was a globe, I could use a theodolite to measure the entire Earth. I wouldn't need a book, right, with hundreds upon hundreds of pages of mathematical transforms and principles to convert my data that I got off flat planar surveying into a globe. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't need that, would I?
That's kind of interesting. I just typed that in. Max range of theodolite. Second option, theodolites McToon.
Wow, they got McToon in the second one.
Well, that's the problem, dude. People are getting their information about professional equipment and things that have literal volumes of books written about the theories involved. They're getting all of that real information from a bunch of scrubs on the internet who don't like the idea that the people believe contrary to themselves. That's where they're getting their information. They're not doing scholarly research. They're not actually looking into the actual foundational volumes and books and chapter and verse of the theories and the principles. They're going to some guy who says, I hate the flat earth and I'm fat and wear a t-shirt and I have a YouTube channel. That's where they're going to get their information. And why is it? One, because they're lazy. And two, because that's what the internet presents them. They type in, is the earth flat? And then all of a sudden this dude, gets on there showing gas pressure without a container, right? By bringing it in with a container. And then somebody who claims to be a scholar cites that video as if he did research. Like, for real, this is what we've come to. We've come to the fact where schlubs who have professional degrees, PhDs, are trying to refute the concepts of the flat earth. And the extent of their research, right, is putting into Google flat earth debunked. And then seeing whichever Hicktown Bobby Joe who made his own YouTube channel and then being, oh, look, that guy says it's not flat. He showed sulfur hexafluoride floating on the bottom of a pan. Oh, my goodness. It's like, dude, you should turn in your PhD back to the college from whichever schlub they gave it to you.
Hey, Arden. At least they have that now. Before the internet, they were just getting their answers from a Cracker Jack box.
Yeah, the guy that was in here previous, Rice, the guy that was in here, he was extremely confused from the start. I just exposed his confusion. And every time that I went to something that was contrary to what he was saying, he shifted. He moved the goalpost. He did it so many times. At the end, he didn't know what he believed at the end. He was so confused. And you guys could see that. That's what happens to these guys. And I expose them for what they are. They just want to be right with the argument that the earth is a globe. He didn't even know refraction at all. He had to Google it. Yet he was arguing for and against it on the Black Swan images, on Skunk Bay, on every single thing that we were talking about. And he was trying to solidify a point. And every time he thought he was right, I was like, are you sure? Certain? Oh, yeah, absolutely. We went into it and I showed him contrary to his point. He shifted. Every single time. You guys heard it. You can rewind the tape and hear the discussion happen all over again. But he was confused from the start. Don't get it twisted. That's exactly what he was. I didn't confuse him. He was already confused. I just showed him how confused he was. And at the end, he agreed with us and he didn't like it. See? And then he tried to say, no, you misrepresented me. You're condescending. I'm like, bro, you literally agreed with all of us. And I'm just saying, because of that, you disagree with the people that side with Globe. And it just upset him something awful. And he wants to at least save face and try to see if he could redeem himself. But because he doesn't have knowledge on any of these topics, he's just spinning everybody's wheels and presenting these fallacious arguments on his side. And this is the thing. Most people don't have any knowledge whatsoever about anything that we speak of. So they speak just on the merit of like the information should be out there. It should be that easy to just debunk. And they come in here and they find out it's not. So that's all it's doing.
I think that's because they get most of their talking points from these old videos, the Simon Dan and Professor Dave videos, right? That they don't know that we've already addressed those and rebutted them and debunked their debunks. So they're just coming with those same tired arguments. That's all I got to say. And I wish you wouldn't leave. I wanted to bring something up when you guys were talking about the towers or mentioned the Eiffel Tower and surveying. It seems overlooked. Not many people talk about it, but one of the best tests that I've seen to prove the flat Earth was these people measured a great distance between two tall buildings, and if you measure the bottom and then measure the top of the building, if there's any deviation, that would indicate that there's curvature, making the difference there. But they surveyed it, and they were even parallel as they should have been. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I think more people should bring that up.
Hey, I'm gonna post something. AI, this is for you. It's actually somebody in the live stream text chat. I think it's Conspiracy Cats, but I could be wrong. They posted this. I put it in live stream voice text. I don't know if you can. If you want, if you're driving, I can read it. I don't know if you're driving, but I put it in live stream voice text. It's a plug to you. So.
And you see how it's very vague. Like, don't understand the formulas. Well, which formulas?
Yeah, I wonder if the host of instruments he's talking about is like trombones, flutes, pianos, saxophones.
Yeah. He's referring to what AI said earlier.
Oh, okay.
That's what I see. Like, a lot of them don't go into detail. They just show a picture and go curvature.
Yeah, Yeah. So this guy's kind of taking a jab at AI for what he just read and saying that what a pity AI does not understand any of the formulas in the book, and I'm saying book because I know he misspelled that, or he would be aware of spherical excess and the Haversine formula, as well as a host of instruments that prove Earth is a sphere.
That's why I said the piano, the saxophone. Probably better than the instruments he's talking about.
Right. So a book designed to map everything around a sphere by mathematical transform. I don't understand that it's mapping it around by mathematical transform. What's the point? That's exactly what it's intended to do. He's basically just repeating the same thing.
Because I get other people saying to me, you can't get measurements through optical because of refraction. But then I'm like, well, isn't that theodolites, geodetic? Isn't that through optical? Doesn't that have the same problem?
Yes, but yeah, that's fair. But see, the thing is, what you didn't take into account is that you have mathematical transforms after the fact, right? So see here, this is how this works, friend. Since we already know that the Earth is a spinning globe with gravity, notice how that was the quote from the book, too. We already know that Earth is a spinning globe with gravity. Therefore, we're going to take that prior knowledge and wrap this stuff that we found around it. So we're going to take our assumptive model, which exists in ideal space. We're going to take our real measurements, and we're going to meld the two into one.
Yeah, like I said, they get the data, and then they punch it through a curvature formula.
Right. Now, for our friend earlier who was talking about refraction, we've dealt with that refraction for a long time, and there were people appealing to certain optical experts, right? And what's one of the quotes from one of those guys? We get all our measurements off a flat plane. But since we know Earth's not flat, we then wrap it around the globe model. I inserted the word model.
Yeah.
So they get everything as if they're getting it off a flat planar space. But since you have a prior knowledge that the Earth isn't flat, you can't just say, okay, here's the data fair and square. You have to then wrap it around the globe model.
Yeah, let me read a little bit of what is. You guys haven't heard this terminology before, the Haversine formula. It says the Haversine formula determines the great circle distance between 2 points on a sphere given their longitudes and latitudes. Important in navigation, it is a special case of a more general formula in a spherical trigonometry. The law of Haversine's that relates the sides and angles of spherical triangles. So there, and you can see the diagram that's being put up there right next to that, what I just posted. It assumes the globe as per what AI has been saying or stating within the context of that. You have to have that in order to do this. That's got to be in place first. So they're incorrect. It's still begging the question. It's still presuming that the Earth is already a globe, and therefore the Haversine formula is used on that. So you guys are begging the question once again in the text chat. So now what?
And it seems to be a lot of that, a lot of begging the question with the R value and all that stuff.
So Bobby Steele's conspiracy nuts, you guys are begging the question. Now what? There isn't anywhere to go, is there?
That's it. It's a very, very difficult thing to... I know, it's like... we have all this technology and stuff and we can't measure curvature. Like, it's just crazy.
All right, so Conspiracy Nuts says he's going to come in here if we unban him. Hang on.
I think that's the thing. Like, it's so surreal, this topic. It's it changes your whole worldview. It's very crazy to to go through this whole thing and realize your reality. And so, a lot of people have difficulty.
Yeah, Conspiracy Nuts is not banned. He doesn't show up in the ban list.
I think that radar does a pretty good job of measuring the lack of curvature. If you listen to the airplane pilots talk, or jet fighter pilots, the way they describe the radar working to, target enemies and stuff, it's obvious that there's no curvature involved, that the ground is not moving away from them or further beneath them, and that it's level. I think they go 40 miles out, 60 miles out, 80 miles out, and it's level. It doesn't ever dip away from them. If that was the case, they would never be able to find or lock on to enemy targets and likely crash into each other.
Yeah, I saw that one too. It's really interesting. And yeah, same with the missiles and all that.
Yeah, I think the railgun, it's not a measuring device, but if it's shooting 100 miles in a straight line, that's basically like measuring a straight line. Because if there was any curvature, it'd either be crashing into the earth or, sailing off into space. I don't know what other word to use besides that. but I don't mean the actual place.
All right, we got 51 people watching the YouTube live stream, guys. If you guys want to come in here and have a conversation with us, go ahead and click that link that Nightbot has there on the YouTube live stream text chat. Come on in here and have a conversation with us. If you think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or you know the Earth is flat, we welcome you here. It's an open panel, and you can have a conversation with us about what you think and why you think that. Make sure to bring your evidence if you think the Earth is a globe. We will challenge you on those points that you bring in. So welcome to the server. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Add an extra little pizzazz to that.
I've seen another thing I would like to measure is, have you seen the LIGO thing? Basically, it's like a tube that's straight, and they built it next to a canal. It's like 10 miles long or something. So, and I think they got the straightness from the canal, because, you know, the water's flat and level. And so they built this tube 10 miles long from the canal. So, you know, if it was curved, then that pipe should be curved. I'll put a picture up.
Yeah, I think it was Robenthal that used a canal over 100 years ago to test for level. I think he measured over 6 miles and found there to be, you know, a lack of curvature, and wrote the whole book about it.
So there's the picture. You can see the tube. So that tube has to be dead straight for it to work. I think they shoot a laser down it, or photons, I don't know, something like that. So theoretically, if, you know, it has to be straight. If that's 10 miles and they're taking the measurements off the canal, then yeah, you get the point.
Hmm? Maybe why? You thought I was in your phone, huh?
That would eliminate refraction too. So if you take a measurement from the start, the middle, and the end, and from the pipe to the water, you know, if it's straight and level, then every measurement will be the same. If it's curved, then that pipe will be straight, but the water will be curved. So there'll be a different reading.
Mm. Yeah, well, totally.
So that will cut out refraction, I reckon.
Yeah, well, that's a good proof. We should find out what facility it is and send them a thank you for proving flat Earth.
Yeah, send them a Christmas card.
But yeah, I think refraction is just, you know, there's hundreds and hundreds of photos of we see too far, and on different terrains too, you know, over the desert, over frozen lakes, over the water. So I don't know, just to blindly say refraction is at this point is just a bit naive. But yeah, to measure refraction over a distance, say 10 miles, you would need like a checkpoint every mile to show you the air density and air temperature. And then, you know, but then say if you did that and it comes back, oh no, refraction is not, you know, we still see too far, and, you know, it's like, then what?
then you got to argue what refraction is for 100 years before they give up with, if it's an optical phenomenon, then it's not a physical thing. I mean, it's simple as that. It's just optics. There's nothing physical. There's no obstruction. It's definitely a headache of an argument.
That's it. And like the photos, where it's like, you only should be, the horizon should be 3 miles, but we can see like 12, 15 miles, and it's like, is it that much, how much refraction is needed for me to see that 15 miles then? Like, it just doesn't make sense. But then again, I give it up to the deception. You're dealing with people who came up with all this stuff. Like, they're very intelligent. They understand human psychology, human behavior, like how to get into the textbooks. Universities, professors, PhDs. Like, it's a massive machine. But I'll just keep talking. But I guess what strikes me is, the scientific method. And I've heard professors and stuff come on here, and it's like they understand the scientific method, but still, just spew out all the nonsense.
Yeah, it's like they cling to the belief, not realizing that it's a faith-based belief rather than a measurement-based belief.
Yeah, exactly. I guess a good example is gravity, where through the scientific method is manipulating the cause, which is bendy space-time, and you can't do that. You cannot manipulate that cause, so it just stops there. You can't run it through the scientific method, so it can't be proven, and yet they still hold on to it. And they don't even understand that simple concept.
Right, and that 9.8 meters per second squared is just a number. It doesn't mean that something called gravity exists. It just things fall down, but that doesn't mean there's a mystery force. They're just inserting the belief and then creating a justifiable mathematical equation to support it.
Yeah, definitely. They're just measuring the effect. They don't know what the cause is.
Yeah, I had someone the other day. They were disputing the line of sight measurements that we really don't know if the light is bending the laser or not, and that our eyes can deceive us. So